Chapter 441 Trade. Slaves. The people who stood up said, "We need to think about it." After all, although they are now helpless, few are willing to give up their children. Who knows what Jiang Zhuxiang and his men will do with their children? If they are used for human experiments, they will not be able to resist at that time. Wouldn't that ruin their children's lives? Although they are of low status, they still love their children. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his understanding and asked, "Then, can you tell me your names? It will be convenient for us to find you in the future." Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that it was impossible to get them to agree in one go, and he was ready for a protracted war. Anyway, there was no need to rush back during this period. The man lowered his head slightly. "We slaves don't have any names. My companions call me Richard. It seems that these people are indeed sincere." Richard thought silently and decided that if they come again in the future, he would ask them clearly. After Jiang Zhuxiang knew the man's name, he said directly, "Okay, Richard, we have checked the children's bodies before, and there are more or less some minor problems. We will come again tomorrow and treat the children at that time. We can also have a good chat then. I believe Richard can understand what I mean, and he will stay on his own initiative." Richard nodded in agreement, and after watching Jiang Zhuxiang and the others leave, he looked at the people who were still around him and said, "Okay, take the children back to rest first. I will talk to them tomorrow if there is anything. You can send me your questions and I will figure it out. Also, the children have not complained about being hungry until now. I don't know if those people have done something wrong, so I'd better take them back for a checkup." Richard has a 4-year-old nephew. His parents died a long time ago, and he has been taking care of him all the time. The child always complains about being hungry when he sees him, so Richard is more worried about him now. After being reminded by Richard, the others came to their senses and planned to discuss it with the children after returning. It would be better to let the children decide for themselves. When Richard picked up his nephew, he touched his nephew's stomach with his palm and felt it was hard. He asked curiously, "What did you eat tonight? Why are you not hungry yet?" Richard's nephew, little Richard, said a little embarrassedly, "It was the cake that the sister just gave me. I originally left a piece for my uncle, but I couldn't help but eat it myself later." Children love cake very much. It's rare to know that their own children are willing to leave it for themselves. Although it ended up in his stomach, Richard was still very happy. However, seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to give the food to the children, Richard was still very happy. After all, it seemed that Jiang Zhuxiang had a good heart for children. If the children were handed over to her, they would be relieved. Richard rubbed his nephew's belly and said, "In the future, even if you like something very much, you can't eat it all at once. You still have to do it within your ability." Little Richard nodded to show that he understood. After Richard coaxed his nephew to sleep, he began to collect messages from the team members who had returned. Most of them were that Jiang Zhuxiang had given food to the children, and the food brought back today could be kept until tomorrow daytime. Richard was relieved, and they could all stay tomorrow and communicate directly with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. After Richard put down his worries, he began to rest. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang followed the agreement and brought Susan and Tingsha here. All the children gathered in the previous house again, and the adults were outside the door, welcoming Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends. Seeing Susan's company, Richard knew that although this person looked young, she was really a distinguished guest of the manor, and Richard's worries were reduced. After Jiang Zhuxiang arrived, he directly said, "Treat the children first, and talk about other things later." After that, he tried to pass through the wall of people, trying to see the children. Richard took a step back very considerately. After all, this matter was related to the children, and they would not deliberately block the door. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha put down their medicine boxes and began to call the names of the children who had been examined before to come up and give medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared all Chinese patent medicines in plastic bags. Jiang Zhuxiang also thoughtfully cut a hole in the bag to make it easier for the children to drink the medicine. Of course, there was a candy on the back of each bag, so that they could eat sweet candies after taking the medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang seemed affectionate, while Tingsha seemed more direct. Those who didn't want to take the medicine just poured it in. The boys were more accepting of Tingsha's approach, and the children's parents had no objections. After finishing the children's affairs and leaving a bunch of snacks for them, Richard finally decided to take them to the living room. If he didn't leave them and the children, Richard was afraid that the children would be abducted. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had too many good things. Sit down in the yard, There is no living room in the house here. If someone comes, they will be entertained in the yard first. Unless they are eating, they will not be invited into the house. Jiang Zhuxiang took Tingsha and sat opposite Richard. Richard began to ask, how will you place the children after you bring them there? This is what Richard cares about most. After all, it is related to the safety and future of the children. Jiang Zhuxiang answered seriously, the first 15 years are their learning and practice. If they are qualified, they can follow the team to try and see which line they are more suitable for. If they have talent, they will be absorbed by the team. If you reach a certain contribution value, you can redeem yourself. And then, you can also find a suitable job in our Academy of Sciences. This is the usual practice of the Academy of Sciences. But Richard and his group are special. It may be a little difficult at the beginning, but the Academy of Sciences is still a relatively quiet place, and no one will pick on them. At least not when they grow up. Richard nodded in satisfaction. This is not bad. But there is another more important question. How do you prove that you keep your word? Hearing this, most people would be very angry. But Jiang Zhuxiang is not so petty, and directly said, I will make a contract after you decide, and it will be safer at that time. The contract is not only to protect Richard and his group, but also to protect the interests of Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise, if the slaves run away, Jiang Zhuxiang will suffer the most. Chapter 442 continued to pursue. Richard didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to be willing to sign such a formal contract with him. As slaves, the contract they signed is likely to be invalidated. In addition to the contract, Richard now completely believes in Jiang Zhuxiang's sincerity. He calmly asked Jiang Zhuxiang which children she liked, and he could help her persuade her. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled a little awkwardly. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang valued Richard's little nephew the most. This one is lively and has a clear physique. He is very suitable to be the inheritor of the Shenong Valley lineage. I just don't know if Richard is willing to let go. Richard saw that Jiang Zhuxiang's face was a little wrong, so he reacted and flattened his mouth. You like little Richard? That is my only relative. Unless I can't live anymore, I won't hand him over. Although they knew that following Jiang Zhuxiang would have a better future. As a family, they were still unwilling to let such a young child leave home. Jiang Zhuxiang did not force it. And he had not yet fully mastered the things in Shenong Valley. And it was not yet time for him to teach others. Jiang Zhuxiang said, Then are you willing to go to our fragments with others? I believe that little Richard will definitely get better treatment there, even if he does not enter the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang was still unwilling to give up and planned to make one last effort. Although Richard was a little interested in the better treatment mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang, he still couldn't let go of the things here. After all, the old lady couldn't do without them. If he left, others might not be able to control all the slaves. As soon as Richard's reason came out, Jiang Zhuxiang had no way to refute it. So she had to make an agreement with him. If the old lady died, Richard must come to their fragment to settle down. And then he could come to see if he had kept his promise. Richard remembered Jiang Zhuxiang's agreement in his heart. Later, after the old lady died, he really went to find her and helped Jiang Zhuxiang out of his urgent need. But that was a story for another time. Seeing that he couldn't abduct little Richard, Jiang Zhuxiang wrote the names of other children on a piece of paper and handed it to Richard, asking him to destroy it immediately after reading it. The reason why he didn't use a more convenient communicator was to prevent being discovered by others. After all, there are people in the world who are very proficient in communicators. It is still against the rules for the Academy of Sciences to recruit talents in other fragments. After all, every fragment is short of people now. Especially in this fragment, with a serious aging population and negative population growth before the end of the world. Richard sighed for Jiang Zhuxiang's meticulousness and said that he would help. Jiang Zhuxiang did not set a time, but only said that he would leave in about 3 days. If he agreed, other people would come and pick him up directly. Of course, the contract could be signed before he left. Jiang Zhuxiang would pass a copy to the person who came, and they would know what to do. Richard could also understand Jiang Zhuxiang's approach. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang was still too young in Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes. It was normal for other people to come, without any doubt. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang just didn't want to do the troublesome things later, and didn't want to be urged to go home by the dean and his wife. So he set the time so perfectly. Jiang Zhuxiang left just when the people from the Academy of Sciences landed on the debris. In the remaining 3 days, Jiang Zhuxiang visited the most famous sea in this place and collected species unique to this area, including some fruit trees and some economic crops. Of course, there are some things that Jiang Zhuxiang will not collect, such as tobacco. Jiang Zhuxiang checked the area of some Chiron in his space. Jiang Zhuxiang always ignored this thing. He would only think of it every time he saw a new species. He only looked at its survival rate. After those new species recovered, Jiang Zhuxiang would transplant them. Jiang Zhuxiang did not like those plants to be ripened. Seeing the olive trees and lemon plants glowing with new vitality, Jiang Zhuxiang immediately transplanted them and arranged them on other land in his personal space. Perhaps Jiang Zhuxiang's Shenong's secret technique entered the third stage and the vitality appeared. So the personal space also allowed the appearance of living things. And the land naturally appeared. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang could not plant such things in his personal space. During this period, Tao Tai and Qiongqi started to act mysteriously again. Apart from Tongue Snake, even Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't catch their traces. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much. He thought they went to find their old friends again. Jiang Zhuxiang would occasionally think about what kind of beast would be trapped in this fragment. 3 days passed quickly. The families listed by Jiang Zhuxiang had talked to Jiang Zhuxiang. Some people agreed readily, while others were still hesitating. Jiang Zhuxiang had signed a contract with Richard. The specific number of people was not set. And if someone was willing, it could be increased at any time. Of course, during this period, Jiang Zhuxiang would go to have dinner with the old lady on time every day. When the old lady was in a good mood, he would help her walk in the vineyard. Occasionally, the old lady would talk to Jiang Zhuxiang about her good times. And Jiang Zhuxiang would always listen quietly. Until tonight when Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned that he might have to go on a journey tomorrow. The old lady was a little sad. Young people always yearn for the distance. I hope you can remember me. An old lady. When you have the chance in the future. The old lady also knew that it was rare for Jiang Zhuxiang to accompany her for these few days. This kind of friendship that she met by chance was enough for the old lady to miss in the future. When she got older, she could only rely on the memories of the past to get by. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I will try to contact you when I am free. Don't forget that I bought several slaves from you. I will definitely not forget you. Jiang Zhuxiang always finds it difficult to be cruel to older people. I don't know why. Jiang Zhuxiang's words are also a comfort to me. Although the old lady is not used to using things like communicators. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room and sent a message to Tingsha. Have they come back? If not, please help them pack up. I plan to leave this place tomorrow morning. Tingsha is the more reliable one among the 3 elders. Jiang Zhuxiang believes that even if they don't come back, they will be notified that they will leave tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely see their shadows. Tingsha smiled slightly and replied, okay. I will notify them. We will definitely be able to set off on time tomorrow. Tingsha's background kept changing. But Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much. After giving instructions, he hung up the communication. Chapter 443, A Morning of Being Wronged. Tao Tai and Qiongqi, who had been trying to get Jiang Zhuxiang to see them, saw the black screen and couldn't help but glare at Tongue Snake. They knew that Tongue Snake was the most insidious and cunning guy. He had agreed to stay with Jiang Zhuxiang before just to gain Jiang Zhuxiang's trust. But now, he was ostracizing them. They were clearly at home. But they were misunderstood as being outside. If it weren't for the fact that this was human territory, Tao Tai and Qiongqi would have to fight with Tongue Snake. Tongue Snake was simply an outlier among the fierce beasts. It was obviously powerful. So why did it have to rely on its brain to win? Tingsha looked at the Tao Tai who dared to be angry but not to speak, and smiled softly. What do you want to do? When I answer the phone, it is my personal matter. What is your business to butt in? Besides, you just squeeze in, and don't say you are here directly. Even fierce beasts should have some brains. Your current situation is almost the same as wild beasts. What is the point of your years of training? Besides, they could have sent a message to Jiang Zhuxiang by themselves. But they had to compete with me for the time to communicate with Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were a little dumbfounded. It was true. They could let Jiang Zhuxiang know that they were there just by making a sound. At that time, their IQ should have been that of running away from home. Although they usually didn't have much intelligence. After Tao Tai and Qiongqi calmed down, they thought of the method that Tingsha had avoided before. That is, sending a message to Tao Tai by themselves. So that not only could they communicate with their own young generation properly, but they could also communicate for a period of time without being disturbed. They looked at each other, got up, and went back to their rooms. As for the exchange with Tingsha, it was better to postpone it for the time being. Anyway, they always had to decide the winner, in order to establish the authority between each other. It would also save Tingsha from always thinking about pitting them. As Tao Tai and Xiongqi, who were not present by Jiang Zhuxiang, their minds were sometimes particularly sharp. After Jiang Zhuxiang hung up the call, he began to pack his things, put all the things he had put out before back into the suitcase, and some things the old lady gave him, which were all things from when the old lady was young. Although Jiang Zhuxiang would not use them, he would still keep them well as a few years of tasting. There was also the red wine that the old lady had been introducing to him during this period. Almost every time the old lady introduced it to him, she would give it to Jiang Zhuxiang. And every time she asked Jiang Zhuxiang to keep it well and drink it when he became an adult. Although Jiang Zhuxiang explained to the old lady that he had already become an adult, the old lady refuted her with a very sufficient reason. Being an adult is not about reaching age, but about having a mature mentality and the behavior of being able to face the world independently. You are still far from being an adult. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard this, he thought silently about the people around him. According to the old lady's words, he had grown up in his previous life, but unfortunately, he had been treated as a child in this life, and he had very few opportunities to move around alone. It seemed that there would be more lives around him in the future, and it seemed that he would never grow up in this life, especially when he thought of Leishan. Jiang Zhuxiang suddenly felt that his road to adulthood was even more distant. Jiang Zhuxiang was so angry that he threw the red wine directly into the corner of his personal space. Although he was not a person who liked to drink, he thought it was better to keep it out of sight and out of mind. Under such circumstances, Tao Tai and Xiongqi, who sent the communication, naturally did not receive a good face. But as elders, even if they saw the younger generation in a bad face, they still had to keep their composure. They each explained the time they returned here, without mentioning Tingsha's previous actions. They did not have the hobby of telling tales. They would definitely be able to expose Tingsha as a sinister villain. No, a beast in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, and only repeated the time of tomorrow morning, and then said that he was going to rest, so that they could pack up and rest early, so as not to be unable to get up tomorrow morning. Tao Tai and Xiongqi thought of the fact that they had to be woken up by Jiang Zhuxiang every morning, and did not dare to say much, silently watching the screen go black. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang dragged his luggage to a breakfast with the old lady. After breakfast, the old lady handed Jiang Zhuxiang a file bag. This is my favorite thing. I'll give it to you as a souvenir. Promise me that you must wait until you leave here before opening it. Otherwise, I will be angry. The old lady looked very serious. Jiang Zhuxiang had to take it with both hands and put it in his school bag, planning to take a look at it when he was free on the way. At this time, Tao Tai and Xiongqi, which was a bit rare, came earlier than Tongue Snake. When they saw that Tongue Snake was not there, they hurried to Jiang Zhuxiang's direction. The old lady's breakfast was not for them. They just wanted to ask where their breakfast was. Hearing Tao Tai's question, the old lady felt a little ashamed of her inconsiderateness. She really didn't think about these people's breakfast, mainly because these people were too elusive. She explained a little embarrassedly, I will ask Susan to make a few more. It was her fault as the host that she didn't entertain the guests well. I hope Jiang Zhuxiang won't be angry. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped her. No, they don't eat much. I just happen to have some leftovers here. Just give them breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to make the old lady feel guilty, so he took out a few tubes of nutrition and handed them to Tao Tai and Xiongqi, threatening them with his eyes not to resist. Tao Tai and Xiongqi drank a tube of nutrient solution each. Feeling aggrieved, they decided to let Tongue Snake drink this stuff when he came over. Tongue Snake didn't delay too much. When Tao Tai and Xiongqi had just finished eating the nutrient solution, it stepped into the restaurant. Tao Tai and Xiongqi went straight to it, stuffed the nutrient solution in their hands into its hands, and said in a voice that only they could hear, This is our breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang gave it to us, including your share. Tao Tai and Xiongqi believed that Tongue Snake would not confirm this matter with Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, if they talked about this matter in front of outsiders, wouldn't it be like Jiang Zhuxiang abusing his elders? Giving the nutrient solution as breakfast was definitely abuse in the eyes of Tao Tai and Xiongqi. Even if they didn't prepare breakfast for them, they should at least allow them to go out hunting. After all, they were not powerless. Tongue Snake drank the nutrient solution without resistance. From the attitudes of Tao Tai and Xiongqi, He knew that they had drunk it as well, so he didn't suffer any loss. At most, he could just eat more delicious food made by Jiang Zhuxiang in the future. Chapter 444. The Fearful Tao Tai and Qiongqi. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang formally said goodbye to the old lady, pulled the box and walked out of the manor, refusing the old lady's idea of sending them to the door, and only let Susan accompany him. Susan was very happy about this kind of thing. After all, she was the one who received them on the day they came, and now she was the one who sent them out, which was naturally very good, and it could be regarded as a complete beginning and an end. However, when Susan saw the slaves gathered at the door, Susan still had a feeling of trembling, thinking what they wanted to do. They had never gathered at the door in the morning before. Did they finally plan to leave the manor and do something big before leaving? It must be said that Susan still had a very imaginative mind. Of course, if she didn't have such an active brain, the old lady would not have kept her. After all, there were slaves with better conditions than Susan at that time. Susan took a step forward and rushed in front of them, almost screaming and asking them why they did this. Did they forget the old lady's kindness? Have they ever thought about what would happen to their parents and family? The world outside is very dangerous now, and these people definitely cannot move alone in the wild. However, those people didn't care about Susan, who rushed over at all. They all stared at Jiang Zhuxiang with a bit unnatural expression. Richard still stood in the front and said helplessly, "The children at home asked us to see you off, because slave children rarely have the opportunity to leave where they live. This is not allowed by the master's family, and there is also a reason to prevent conflicts. So the children made a fuss all night last night, and they went to bed only after they agreed." Richard thought helplessly, I don't know what Jiang Zhuxiang gave the children to eat. They actually thought about her so much. Even their parents were forgotten when they played. Richard felt deeply puzzled. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped talking after hearing Richard's words. He originally wanted to teach them not to do such misleading things, but now he was just moved. It turned out that the children's minds were the purest, even if what he gave was just some food that he couldn't finish. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Thank you for remembering me. You should go and do your work first. The people from the academy will come as soon as possible. Just wait patiently. Those who should go hunting should go hunting. It's rare to receive such a group of people with good fighting power. It's better to preserve their fighting power, so that they can boost the atmosphere of the academy at that time." Jiang Zhuxiang's words were tantamount to disbanding for them. Soon everyone walked out of the manor gate, leaving Susan facing the empty ground, not recovering. These people listened too much to Jiang Zhuxiang's words. If Jiang Zhuxiang was not about to leave, Susan would definitely remind her wife to be on guard against Jiang Zhuxiang, even if her wife admired him very much. After all, this kind of thing is not something that should be abandoned just because of admiration. Susan adjusted her face and turned back to face Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. "I will take you to the door and then go back. The old lady still can't leave me." Susan was afraid that she would show an expression that she shouldn't have, which would make Jiang Zhuxiang and the others suspicious. So she cancelled the original plan to send him off for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others didn't really care. After all, she was just a housekeeper, so they didn't take her seriously. Moreover, Jiang Zhuxiang saw her slightly impetuous behavior just now, and couldn't help but worry about the old lady. Is it really okay for such a person to stay with her? Jiang Zhuxiang walked along the road, worried, and didn't even notice that Tao Tai and Qiongqi were fighting with Tingsha in the back. The reason they fought was nothing more than whether to go directly to see the owner here. After all, they have been active here for a while. If they go to other places first and then visit it, it would be a bit rude. I don't know if it will be angry at that time. This is the idea of Tao Tai and Qiongqi. After all, they are more familiar with the owner here. Tingsha wanted to put this serious matter last. Who knows if Jiang Zhuxiang will be in the mood to continue playing after seeing that person. Tingsha is more concerned about whether Jiang Zhuxiang is happy. After all, this kind of thing is not a secret. Both sides are for Jiang Zhuxiang's good. No one can convince the other, so they have to decide the winner directly with their skills. Whoever wins will listen to the winner. When Jiang Zhuxiang came to his senses, they had already finished fighting. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at them in a confused state. "What are you doing?" Tao Tai and Qiongqi, who were suppressed by Tingsha just now, did not speak. Tingsha explained, "The weather is still too hot. Let's walk along the coastline next. It will always be cooler where there is water." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and felt that it made sense. Moreover, according to the information, The next place to go has good precipitation. For Jiang Zhuxiang, who has not seen much rain in this place, it is still very attractive. Tao Tai and Qiongqi heard this, and felt that the situation was over. The aura of sorrow on their bodies became stronger and stronger, almost spreading to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai and Qiongqi, who had become more and more abnormal recently, and quietly moved closer to Tingsha. Tao Tai and Qiongqi also reacted. They did not intend to let Jiang Zhuxiang find out about their fight, so they tried to control it. Tingsha saw that Tao Tai and Qiongqi had returned to normal, so he restrained his previous expression of watching the show and began to ask Jiang Zhuxiang if there was anything he needed to pay attention to. Jiang Zhuxiang said silently, "There is nothing to be careful of. But there is a lot of fog there. Just be careful not to get separated. According to their strength, there should be nothing that can threaten them there, unless the owner of this place doesn't like them. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang and his men can walk sideways." When Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned the fog, Tao Tai and Qiongqi immediately became alert. They had heard from the kid of the Lei family that their young generation had suffered from the fog before. It seems that they need to follow Jiang Zhuxiang closely in the future, lest that person use the fog as a cover to abduct Jiang Zhuxiang when he is in a bad mood. Although it will not hurt Jiang Zhuxiang, it is not good to leave any psychological shadow. Therefore, while Jiang Zhuxiang was walking leisurely on the road, Tao Tai and Qiongqi were on guard all the time. Although there was no fog yet, the rain had not stopped since they crossed a certain boundary. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had begun to consider whether to use their abilities to evaporate the water vapor after the rain stopped to prevent fog from forming. Chapter 445. Priests in the Church. Jiang Zhuxiang was completely unaware of the worries of the Tao Tai and the others, and was only focused on hurrying on his way. After all, it was still a bit difficult to endure such a rainy day in the wild. Even if there was a tent to keep out the rain, it would not make any difference. After all, the moisture was too thick, so he still had to find a place with a roof to rest. In fact, although this place was sparsely populated, there was a kind of building that existed in every place. That is, the place where people here performed religious ceremonies, the church. Jiang Zhuxiang had seen it in the information before, and now he was trying to identify whether there was a pointed roof of a church in the distance. Although the rain blocked the view a little, he could still see the looming spire in the distance. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and said to the Tao Tai and the others, "Let's go there to rest." After saying that, he pointed to the place with a spire in the distance. Tao Tai and Qiongqi naturally wanted to rest in a place where they would not get wet. After all, this would reduce their pressure. After all, in a place without rain, they could completely guard against the attacks of the owner of this place. Tingsha also agreed to go to that place. It is said that the people in that place have awakened a very special light-related ability, which is very similar to the healing ability. They can cure people through blessings, and can also drive away darkness. They are the messengers of gods in the minds of the people in this place. Seeing that they had no objection, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to speed up. After all, when they had no goal, they could not care about being wet in the rain. After having a goal, they would be much less accepting of being wet in the rain. After Jiang Zhuxiang sped up, Tingsha and the others followed him, and hid from the rain at the gate of the church. After the breath calmed down, Jiang Zhuxiang politely knocked on the door. Fortunately, it was not night yet. Otherwise the knocking on the door in the rain might be ignored by the people in the church, because there were priests who opened the door for people in the rain and were brutally killed. An older priest came to open the door for people and asked the people who were huddled at the door, "What do you want?" Although I know that these people are likely to stay overnight, I still have to ask. Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "We originally came to travel in this fragment, but it was rainy and it was inconvenient to walk, so we want to stay here temporarily. I wonder if it is convenient." Jiang Zhuxiang was as gentle as possible, fearing that he would be upset. After all, the church was still the world of priests. If they offended them, Jiang Zhuxiang and his people would not live comfortably even if they were not afraid of being plotted against. The priest saw Jiang Zhuxiang's young face and looked at the people behind him. He felt that there was no problem. After all, this team had obvious weaknesses. If they had bad intentions, they could completely control the little girl and would not pose any other threats to the people in the church. The priest stepped aside to let them in and handed Jiang Zhuxiang an umbrella. There was still a distance from the gate to the church. Priests had a natural compassion for young people. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the umbrella and looked at Tao Tai and the others. "Do you want to cover yourself?" The umbrella was quite big, and 2 people wouldn't feel crowded under it. However, Tao Tai and the others were too embarrassed to squeeze Jiang Zhuxiang's umbrella, and said directly, "We can just rush over." Then they were about to rush in. The old priest frowned and stopped them. "There are other people in the church, so it's better not to rush in rashly. I'll go over and talk to them first, so that they won't be scared," the old priest said, and walked forward with his own umbrella. After a while, he came out and waved to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others in the corridor. It was obvious that they could go in now. Jiang Zhuxiang walked slowly with an umbrella. Tao Tai and Qiongqi rushed over directly, and Tingsha followed Jiang Zhuxiang slowly. Tingsha was the only one among the beasts that didn't hate rain. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang invited it to come under the umbrella, it still refused. Arriving at the door of the real church, leaning the umbrella against the wall of the corridor, Jiang Zhuxiang stepped into the door of the church and saw a group of half-grown children looking at him. Of course, there were some other priests. One of the priests, who seemed to have the highest status, was praying and didn't care about Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends coming in. Jiang Zhuxiang also consciously didn't disturb them over there, but focused his attention on the group of half-grown children. Not knowing what was going on, Jiang Zhuxiang directly asked the old priest who brought them in, "What's the matter with the children here? And what should I call you?" The old priest said, "You can just call me Pastor Tom." These children were choir children and abandoned babies in the town. Their parents couldn't afford to feed them, so our church took them in, gave them some food, and taught them some knowledge. Although in this era, there is no need to find a job, and everyone is struggling to survive, people still can't be too ignorant. Otherwise they can't live too long. Jiang Zhuxiang agreed with the old priest's words. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to stay and see what these children learned. But Pastor Tom looked at their clothes that were constantly dripping with water and urged them to take a shower and change clothes first. If they caught a cold, they didn't have the right medicine here, and the light-based supernatural power couldn't cure this disease, so they could only bear it themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang thought of the scene when he had a fever before, and couldn't help shuddering. He hurriedly followed Priest Tom, not wanting to drink the medicine made by Tingsha. There were not many places for people to live in the church. The place where Priest Tom took Jiang Zhuxiang was a small prayer room. Although it was small, it had a closed space, which was enough for girls. Priest Tom said that there was hot water in the washroom, but Jiang Zhuxiang needed to get it herself. In order to save energy, the automatic water supply system had been turned off, and only the heating system was still running. Jiang Zhuxiang said that he knew it, and watched Priest Tom leave. He turned around and went into the washroom. Seeing that there was a wooden barrel inside, he thought it was not bad. At least he could put hot water in the wooden barrel and take a hot bath. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and saw a big box with the words "hot water tank" written on it. It was sealed tightly, with only a hole at the bottom, but it was also plugged tightly. Jiang Zhuxiang took a long time to remove the plug, and the hot water inside flowed out instantly. Fortunately, it didn't boil completely. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang's hands would inevitably be scalded. Jiang Zhuxiang filled the wooden barrel with water, plugged it, and soaked for half an hour before getting up. He changed into the clean clothes in his space, and put the dirty clothes directly in his personal space. He would wash them later when he went back. It was difficult to dry them here anyway. After all, there was a lot of rain here. Chapter 446 Ingredients of Dark Cuisine. There is no bed in the prayer room, only prayer mats. This kind of mat is obviously not suitable for sleeping. Jiang Zhuxiang put the mat aside and took out his own mattress and blanket from his personal space. He no longer needs a quilt at this time, but Jiang Zhuxiang still needs to cover himself with a blanket. Jiang Zhuxiang also took out a lot of pillows and tried to make this prayer room a place where people can sleep. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished the arrangement, in order to avoid taking medicine, he decided to make some ginger soup for himself. He just didn't know where the kitchen was. It seemed that he had to ask Pastor Tom again. I hope he doesn't find me annoying. When Pastor Tom was about to go to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the children, he took Jiang Zhuxiang there. Jiang Zhuxiang also asked what the Tao Tai were doing. Pastor Tom smiled and said, "They are playing with the children." Pastor Tom originally thought that those people didn't like children, but he didn't expect that they would be crazy when playing with children. So Pastor Tom would go to prepare lunch at this time. After all, children are still very hungry after playing crazy. Jiang Zhuxiang knew the inside story. Because of their excessive power, the Tao Tai might never have children in their lifetime. So they still take good care of human cubs, including Jiang Zhuxiang. And there is also a feeling of caring for the cubs. Jiang Zhuxiang had originally decided to prepare ginger soup for the Tao Tai. But now that they were moving, ginger soup was no longer needed. After sweating after moving, the cold in their bodies would be almost gone. So Jiang Zhuxiang decided to cook only his own portion. Pastor Tom was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang take out the whole piece of ginger. What are you going to do with this? Ginger has always been a precious condiment in this place. Pastor Tom was also shocked that Jiang Zhuxiang could take out such a large piece. At the same time, he was also thinking about whether he could buy some from them. After all, the children had not tasted ginger for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang cut thick slices of ginger without hesitation, found a small pot with water, put the simply rinsed ginger slices into the pot, and took out a bag of brown sugar from his pocket. This was taken out of the personal space and put in his pocket before. Jiang Zhuxiang directly poured a quarter of it in, stirred it with a spoon, and then waited for the water to boil. Priest Tom looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's generous behavior and couldn't help but say, "Do you have other ginger pieces? If so, can you sell some to our church? We will give you a suitable price." Although asking Jiang Zhuxiang such things when adults are not around may be a bit of bullying. Sometimes, Priest Tom doesn't follow the rules very much. But there is one thing he will never do. At least he won't cheat. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the remaining ginger pieces in his hand. He could catalyze a bunch of them in a minute. This thing is not a precious thing. After all, in their fragments, this thing is only a single-digit price. Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, "There are more. Can we use this as our rent? We may have to stay here for a while. After all, this kind of weather is really not suitable for traveling." In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, this exchange was really a bargain for him. But in Pastor Tom's opinion, it was a big piece of pie falling on his head. So he quickly agreed, "No problem. You can stay as long as you want. So when can I get the ginger? Or you can give me half first, and the remaining half when you leave." Pastor Tom was a little anxious to prevent Tao Tai and others from knowing about this and getting nothing. Jiang Zhuxiang directly took the ginger in his hand and catalyzed several pieces of ginger, all of which were fresh and clean, and put them directly in the refrigerator for Pastor Tom, which was also considered his sincerity. Jiang Zhuxiang was about to close the refrigerator door, but was stopped by a hand. Priest Tom looked at the ginger in the refrigerator infatuatedly and laughed foolishly. Jiang Zhuxiang continued to look at his ginger soup pot in silence. When Jiang Zhuxiang's ginger soup began to boil, Priest Tom closed the refrigerator door and began to prepare lunch for the children. Then Jiang Zhuxiang saw how they used ginger. A little bit of ginger powder was put into each food, whether it was soup, meat, or even bread. After watching, Jiang Zhuxiang decided that he would never eat the lunch he prepared. He still prepared lunch by himself. As for Tao Tai, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to let them feel the craftsmanship of Priest Tom, who asked them to play with the children. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very narrow-minded sometimes. The ginger soup rolled in the pot for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang turned off the fire, and then poured it into a bowl. Just one bowl, because it was too hot. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to cool it down before drinking it. It was just the right time to prepare lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to eat noodles for lunch, which was simple and convenient. Take out a small piece of meat and chop it into mincemeat. Stir-fry it in the pot. Add fresh vegetables and peppers, and the broth prepared before. When it boils, Jiang Zhuxiang cooks the noodles and puts them aside for later use. Put the noodles in the boiling soup and roll them for a while. A bowl of freshly baked hot soup noodles is ready. Eating noodles on rainy days can remove moisture. However, before eating the noodles, Jiang Zhuxiang still drank the ginger soup first, and then he took a sip of the soup. Seeing that Godfather Tom had brought out the food, Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly followed. The table in the church was a long table for tasting. Jiang Zhuxiang chose a seat and sat down. He watched Tao Tai and the others being surrounded by the children. Only Tongue Snake sat next to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much and asked Tongue Snake, "Why don't you sit with them?" Tingsha said nonchalantly, "Those children look like angels, but sometimes they are not much different from demons. I have no interest in them." In fact, when Tingsha was a fairy beast following his master, the children in the fairy world often bullied him. Because of his good physique, his master did not take such things seriously. So Tingsha suffered a lot from those children. After all, those children had powerful parents behind them. and he really could not retaliate casually. As a result, Tingsha still has no good feelings for children. Except Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Godfather Tom divide the food and the one in front of Tingsha. Jiang Zhuxiang quietly asked, "Do you like ginger?" Tingsha was a little confused. "It's okay." "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with these foods?" This is the first time Tingsha has seen Jiang Zhuxiang so gloating. Chapter 447 Jiang Zhuxiang's Refusal. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Tingsha say this and said mysteriously, "Then you taste the food in front of you first, and I will tell you the reason. However, I believe that you don't need me to explain it to you after you taste it." After all, Jiang Zhuxiang knew what kind of disaster it was without tasting the taste of only ginger powder and salt. Tingsha dragged the food in front of him over with doubt. The tableware here was also a bit strange. There were no chopsticks. But there was a spoon, a knife, and another strange pointed thing. This thing was very similar to the weapon of a marshal in the heaven before. Tingsha didn't know how to start. Seeing that Tingsha was still not making any moves, Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Are you afraid to try?" Perhaps Tingsha's sense of smell is more sensitive, and it is possible that he could smell the strange smell. However, Tingsha's answer was different from what Jiang Zhuxiang thought. Tingsha directly said, "I don't know how to use these tableware." Then he looked at Jiang Zhuxiang without saying anything, obviously asking her to teach him. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless. But she had actually learned how to use this kind of tableware, and it was not difficult to learn. Jiang Zhuxiang dictated, and Tingsha fiddled with it. And soon, he mastered the use of this set of tableware very skillfully. Jiang Zhuxiang urged, "Try it quickly. The taste will be more terrible when it is cold." Tao Tai and Qiongqi were still waiting for the children to finish praying. It would be good to see Tingsha's reaction first. Tingsha could tolerate Jiang Zhuxiang's little bad taste. He started to taste a little of everything. Tingsha tasted the ginger flavor in his mouth, which dominated the taste and even overwhelmed the taste of the food itself. He didn't spit out the food in his mouth out of politeness. This kind of food might as well be eaten raw. I don't know why they would use it to entertain people. Tingsha put down the tableware and saw the children, who finished praying and started to eat voraciously. Tingsha was still deeply puzzled. Couldn't they taste the ginger? As for Tao Tai and Qiongqi, their taste buds, which had been spoiled by Jiang Zhuxiang, felt the torture of the ginger taste more acutely than Tingsha. But seeing the children around them wolfing down, they were still embarrassed to leave the food. After all, it was a waste, so they could only swallow it patiently. In this case, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friend's behavior seemed particularly abominable. Jiang Zhuxiang gave half of the noodles he prepared to Tingsha, and Tingsha gave his food to the children, and then began to eat the noodles prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang was actually quite kind. The taste of the noodles was covered by a layer of oil on top, and the delicious taste could only be tasted when it was eaten. It was just that the taste of the chili was a little irritating, which made Pastor Tom, who smelled it, a little worried. Is their food really edible? It's better to ask if there is any problem after the meal. However, as Tao Tai and Qiongqi, who have tasted the taste of chili, they can fully imagine how delicious the noodles of Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends are, and can only use their taste to accompany their meal. After dinner, the children went to take a nap. Tao Tai and Qiongqi approached Jiang Zhuxiang pitifully. "Are there any delicious snacks? We can't get rid of the ginger taste in our mouths." Jiang Zhuxiang could smell the ginger smell when they talked, and he was a little soft-hearted. He rummaged through his pockets and found a few packets of spicy beef jerky, which Jiang Zhuxiang had made before. Jiang Zhuxiang gave one packet to Tao Tai and Qiongqi. This thing was very troublesome to make outside, so Jiang Zhuxiang had to save it. With such a small packet of beef jerky, Tao Tai and Qiongqi wanted a little more. But seeing Jiang Zhuxiang carefully put the rest away, Tao Tai and Qiongqi couldn't speak again. They tore open the package and put a small piece into their mouths. The taste of pepper and sesame instantly overwhelmed the taste of ginger. Tao Tai and Qiongqi chewed it very cherishingly. After finishing a small packet, there was only a hot and spicy taste in the mouth. The ginger taste had long disappeared. Tao Tai and Qiongqi immediately recovered their vitality and began to demand equal treatment. "We also want to eat the dinner you prepared. We are not allowed to eat alone at night." After suffering such a big loss at noon, Tao Tai and Qiongqi learned their lesson and made an agreement with Jiang Zhuxiang in advance. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his nose and said, "It depends on your performance and my mood. Let's talk about it in the evening. Don't you plan to go see your old friends now?" Jiang Zhuxiang can already smell a scent similar to that of Tao Tai and others. It seems that their old friends should not be too far away from here. Of course, this fragment is not big. Even if their old friends cannot move in the center, they are not too far away from this place. Tao Tai and Qiongqi asked curiously, "What about you? Do you want to go with us?" Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, "I don't need it. Let's go to the middle after we finish walking around the side. Will we be able to see it soon? There is no need to rush for such things. Besides, people will not cherish the things you offer to them. And Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't want to do such things that are offered to them." Tao Tai and Qiongqi always knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had his own ideas, so they didn't force him. They found an umbrella and planned to go out. Jiang Zhuxiang added behind him, "Remember to bring something back. I will treat those children to hot pot in the evening." There was still a limited amount of meat in the church, and as temporary residents, it was polite for Jiang Zhuxiang to treat them to a meal. Tao Tai and Qiongqi waved their hands to show that they understood, and Jiang Zhuxiang began to look at the murals in the church. Pastor Tom began to wander around Jiang Zhuxiang, looking at Jiang Zhuxiang's stomach with concern. "Are you really not in pain?" Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, "That thing is just a condiment, not poison. There is no problem at all. You don't have to worry. By the way, I want to treat the children to dinner in the evening. Do you think it is convenient?" Although Jiang Zhuxiang had told Tao Tai about his plan, he still had to seek the church's consent. Otherwise it would be bad if it affected their plan. Pastor Tom asked with some concern, "Are you using the same seasoning you used at noon? Isn't that too stimulating for the children?" Pastor Tom was still a little worried about the children's health. If it was the seasoning used at noon, Pastor Tom planned to prepare milk at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang explained with a smile, "Although the seasoning used at noon will be used, there are also ways to eat it without that seasoning. At that time, the children can choose according to their own taste. There is no need to worry about the children's health problems. This seasoning is also good for their health. In this rainy place, pepper should actually be an indispensable thing." Chapter 448 Silent Town. When Pastor Tom heard that there was a second way to eat, he decided to wait until the food was served. At least, he had to taste it before deciding. Otherwise, there was no reason to convince Jiang Zhuxiang to give up her idea. Seeing that Pastor Tom did not refuse, Jiang Zhuxiang went to the kitchen to prepare. There was no ready-made hot pot base here. Jiang Zhuxiang needed to start boiling the soup stock and prepare the red oil pot. These were time-consuming tasks. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tingsha to come in to help. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had already gone out. If other people were exposed to chili for the first time, Jiang Zhuxiang was afraid that they would not be able to adapt to the pungent taste of chili. And then, there would be only sneezes in the kitchen. Tingsha was still a little curious about how Jiang Zhuxiang made the bowl of noodles at noon. While looking at the soup pot, he also watched how Jiang Zhuxiang prepared the red oil pot. Watching the bright red peppers put into the pot, the stimulating smell was released under the heat of the oil. Tingsha resisted the itch in his nose, and watched the oil begin to take on the color of the peppers. At the same time, the unique smell of peppers appeared in the kitchen. Tingsha sniffed. This was the most important smell of the bowl of noodles at noon. Then he saw Jiang Zhuxiang start to pick up the peppers from the pot. Because of Pastor Tom's reminder before, Jiang Zhuxiang decided not to let him see the peppers in the soup. In this way, the spiciness can be reduced psychologically. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped the fire in this pot and looked at the pot that Tingsha was watching, because it was the first time to prepare hot pot for the people on this fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang chose fish soup, which they were more likely to accept, and put enough green onions and ginger, and also put some rice wine in his personal space. This rice wine was still his previous collection. It was originally for people to drink. Now that he was away from home, there was no one who drank this kind of wine. So Jiang Zhuxiang used it to cook first. Seeing that the pot had begun to boil, Jiang Zhuxiang turned down the fire and let it simmer slowly. Next, he only needed to come in and take a look after a while. And he didn't have to stay in this hot kitchen all the time. Jiang Zhuxiang suggested going out first, and Tingsha had no objection after listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation. As a cold-blooded animal, he still didn't like this hot environment, so it was better to go out. Jiang Zhuxiang closed the kitchen door. There were no other windows in the kitchen, so he didn't have to worry about other people messing around. He went to see what Pastor Tom and the others were doing. In the afternoon, Pastor Tom arranged for the children to learn stories from the Bible, and for the older children to teach the younger children how to read. When Jiang Zhuxiang came out, he faintly heard the children talking. When he turned around, he saw that the hall originally used for prayer was now occupied by children. It was a bit lively, but no one was lazy. They were all studying seriously. However, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't see anyone coming to pray in the morning. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Pastor Tom, standing aside with some curiosity, "Are there any other people living in this town?" When Pastor Tom saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming over, he came over. He knew that Jiang Zhuxiang would have questions to ask him, but he didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to ask such a serious question. Pastor Tom called the oldest child here and told him to look after the other children. Then he motioned Jiang Zhuxiang to go to the living room on the side. This topic was not suitable to be discussed here. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect Pastor Tom to be so formal. What he wanted to know was why no one came to the church to pray. Now he had no choice but to go with him. When Tingsha saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming out, he consciously followed Jiang Zhuxiang's footsteps and sat on the chair in the living room with him. Priest Tom could understand Tingsha's caution and did not drive it out. He poured 2 cups of water for the two of them, and then began to talk about what Jiang Zhuxiang was interested in. There were people in the town before, but when the end of the world began to get serious, people left one after another. Most of those who left were young people. Now only the elderly are left in the town. If you are interested, you can knock on the door yourself. But they are rarely willing to open the door. Except for us priests. They rarely accept visits from others. After all, they are all old and don't want to be disturbed. Jiang Zhuxiang heard this and asked in surprise, "Then how do these old people survive?" In Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes, it is difficult to understand why the young people did not take the elderly with them when they left. After all, they can easily imagine that the elderly left behind by them are unable to support themselves. Pastor Tom was still a little surprised that Jiang Zhuxiang would ask this question. Here, it is normal for young people to leave the elderly, and the elderly do not have to rely on young people to support them. So it is normal to say, they live on their own abilities. The elderly have enough experience, and the elderly who stay have skills. People from outside often come to this town to buy things made by the elderly. Some elderly people with good skills only need to sell one thing a year, and the contribution value they get is enough for him to live. Moreover, these old people have survived the early stage of the apocalypse, and they are very clear about how to survive in the apocalypse. The church once proposed to help these old people in the town, but when the priests came to the door, the old people directly refused. It was then that Pastor Tom knew the ability of those old people. Now the main function of the church is to maintain the health of these old people, which is also the meaning of Pastor Tom's church. Jiang Zhuxiang silently accepted this cultural impact and continued to ask, "Will they come to the church to pray? When do they usually come?" Jiang Zhuxiang asked this to verify what Pastor Tom said, and to see if these old people who did not inherit the skills were willing to teach him 1 or 2 skills. Priest Tom could understand that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know the prayer time. After all, they were not believers, and they were from other fragments. But he still warned him, "Just ask me about this question. Don't ask others. Otherwise they will have objections." The general time to pray in the church is Sunday morning. Although Priest Tom is also a devout believer, he is not as extreme as others. So he reminded Jiang Zhuxiang. At first, Jiang Zhuxiang still couldn't understand why he couldn't ask others. But after slowly getting in touch with others, he knew what Priest Tom was worried about. Of course, this is a later story. Let's not talk about it for now. During this conversation, Tao Tai and Xiongqi began to rush back, and Jiang Zhuxiang received the message that they were coming back. Chapter 449, The Children's Laughter. When Tao Tai and Xiongqi arrived at the church door again, they sent a message to Jiang Zhuxiang again, asking her to come out and help get some things. They had been busy hunting before, and put them in their own space after simple processing. Unknowingly, there were a lot of things. They took out the things at the door. Looking at the number, if they took all these in human form, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. So Jiang Zhuxiang was notified to get the things. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the reasons they quietly told her, and Jiang Zhuxiang rolled her eyes silently in her heart. She didn't know the taboos before, but now after a short period of time with the children here, she knew that she couldn't be suspected. It seems that they didn't know how to restrain themselves before. It was their own fault. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang's face was not right, Tao Tai and Xiongqi suddenly had a bright idea and said, "We don't want to cause trouble for you. Don't you want to stay here for a while? If they stay away from you because of us, you won't be comfortable living here. Tao Tai and Xiongqi have been with Jiang Zhuxiang for such a long time, so they can still catch something that Jiang Zhuxiang cares about. After saying this, Jiang Zhuxiang was not as angry as before, but just silently carried a prey in. Tao Tai and Xiongqi quickly took a prey in each hand and called the children to help. As for Tingsha, according to that guy's cleanliness, he would never touch the prey that had not been processed. Tao Tai and Xiongqi consciously did not go to make trouble for themselves. Tingsha did what Tao Tai and Xiongqi thought. He looked at the bloody prey from a distance and did not approach. Jiang Zhuxiang knew Tingsha's cleanliness and put the prey directly in the place for cleaning, so that Tingsha would not feel uncomfortable. He began to deal with the prey skillfully. Tao Tai and Xiongqi took the children to transport the prey back and forth. After they were all brought in, they came to help Jiang Zhuxiang. In fact, if the children wanted to eat dinner, 2 prey would be enough. Jiang Zhuxiang knew the intention of Tao Tai and Xiongqi. He cleaned all the prey and put it in the small eye storage of the church. It should be enough for the children to eat for a while. It was just that Pastor Tom's skill in cooking meat was a little poor. Jiang Zhuxiang felt sorry for these children. They would swallow the meat cooked in that way. It seemed that he needed to teach the older children to cook by themselves, so that they could at least make something edible. Jiang Zhuxiang's thought flashed through his mind. Cooking is not something that can be learned overnight. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that he should leave the basic recipes to them. Then, they can practice every day by looking at the recipes. After their proficiency is improved, they can always get rid of the poison of those dark dishes. Moreover, the recipes are not limited to one person. At that time, they can select people who can really cook. It can be regarded as giving that person a skill to make a living. It is much more useful than giving gifts directly to gluttons. After all, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Jiang Zhuxiang put the clean prey in the kitchen and took out a knife suitable for slicing meat from his personal space. Shua shua shua. Jiang Zhuxiang started to slice the meat, while Tingsha was responsible for arranging the dishes, making sure that no drop of blood would get on it. And the shape of the meat slices was particularly beautiful. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless when he occasionally stopped to take a breath. If the kitchen space was not large enough, it would definitely jump up and down to turn the meat slices. When the empty space in the kitchen was filled with plates, Jiang Zhuxiang stopped temporarily. After all, hot pot cannot only eat meat. Some vegetables will need to be prepared later, so the meat will be prepared for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang catalyzed the vegetables, and Tao Tai and Xiongqi, who had been waiting outside the door, quickly said that they could help cut the vegetables. People who did not work hard when Jiang Zhuxiang was cooking were not qualified to sit at the table, except for children. Jiang Zhuxiang gave them the space. In order to eat less vegetables, the Tao Tai chopped all the vegetables very finely. Jiang Zhuxiang did not stop them. Anyway, the thinner the vegetables, the faster they would cook. Besides, the vegetables were not chopped to pieces. Jiang Zhuxiang pretended that he did not see it. While they were processing the vegetables, Jiang Zhuxiang began to transfer the soup to a special hot pot and put it on the long table in the middle of the church restaurant. Because it was a long table, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared small pots for each person. Separated in the middle, each person had 2 kinds of soup bases, one red and one white. Turn on the energy switch and wait for it to boil before eating. Jiang Zhuxiang suddenly thought of something. He seemed to have not prepared the dipping sauce yet, so he immediately went back to the kitchen to prepare it. As for the processed meat and vegetables, it was up to the Tao Tai to take them out and put them away. When Jiang Zhuxiang took 2 cans of dipping sauce out, he found that Pastor Tom had come over. The other priests seemed to prefer Pastor Tom's craftsmanship and were unwilling to try Jiang Zhuxiang's new things. Perhaps they also didn't want to compete with the children, so they only brought Pastor Tom over and asked him to pay attention to the children's situation. Jiang Zhuxiang gave each person a small dish of sesame sauce and hot sauce, and put a bottle of vinegar on the table. If anyone wanted to try it, they could make it themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang would not help them. The children were still standing outside the restaurant door in an orderly manner. Pastor Tom had just tasted the taste of the red oil soup, except for the burning feeling in his mouth. His stomach was warm, and there was no adverse reaction. So he invited the children in. The children sat quietly in their seats, looking at the small pot in front of them with a little curiosity, waiting for Pastor Tom to start the prayer before the meal. Pastor Tom also saw the children's eager expressions, and did not delay. He led the children to pray, and then asked Jiang Zhuxiang to introduce how to eat these things. After Jiang Zhuxiang demonstrated once, the children began to try with great interest. Most of the children still ate the white soup without stimulation. Only a few older children tried the red oil soup. However, the chopsticks of the children who tried it never stopped, including Pastor Tom. Jiang Zhuxiang silently felt funny. It seems that no one can resist the charm of hot pot, especially when there are many people. Eating hot pot is the best way to get closer. However, wasn't the meat being consumed too quickly? Many of the children would probably be too full soon. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his stomach and felt that he was almost full. So he got up and went to the kitchen to prepare some hawthorn water and chrysanthemum tea for each of them later. He didn't know if they would be able to drink it by then. Jiang Zhuxiang also found a bottle of hawthorn pills, which might be needed by then. Chapter 450 The Bell of Prayer. Jiang Zhuxiang's preparation was very foresight. At the end of dinner, the children, including Pastor Tom, were holding their stomachs and groaning, too full. Jiang Zhuxiang distributed the hawthorn pills to them with a bit of amusement, and asked them to chew and eat them. In this situation, they definitely couldn't drink the hawthorn water because there was not enough space in their stomachs. This little pill can help you digest, but you better stand up and walk around. After all, exercise can also promote digestion. The effect of the hawthorn pills is not that fast. If combined with exercise, they may get rid of the uncomfortable feeling as soon as possible. Seeing that they had no intention of standing up, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless and had to start calling out names. Pastor Tom, Mr. Tao, Mr. Cheong. You all stand up and walk around first. Otherwise the children will not want to get up. In fact, adults are much lazier than children. Those children did not stand up and walk around, probably because no one took the lead. However, Jiang Zhuxiang's guess this time was not very accurate. The reason why those children did not stand up was that they did not want to digest the food in their stomachs so quickly. After all, it was rare to be able to eat meat to their heart's content again. It was unknown when the next time would be. However, after seeing Pastor Tom stand up, the children still stood up one after another. Two people in a pair supported each other to stand up and move slowly. After they walked for half an hour, Jiang Zhuxiang asked them to drink a small cup of hawthorn water again, and then asked them to go outside for a walk. After all, the air outside was better, and it was not very dark now. Pastor Tom took the lead and walked in the small garden in the church. Although there were not many kinds of flowers here, the scenery was still good. After all the plants were trimmed neatly, which looked pleasing to the eye. Jiang Zhuxiang watched them walk around in circles, and he stood in front of those strangely shaped flowers, trying to distinguish their varieties. Jiang Zhuxiang was still surprised that the church could find so many flowers that were not mutants. Just as Pastor Tom was passing by him, Jiang Zhuxiang stopped him and asked him about the flowers in the garden and how to ensure that these words would not mutate. Pastor Tom didn't care much about this kind of thing. After all, this was their unique technology, and he was not afraid to tell Jiang Zhuxiang, the seeds of the flowers here were given by the residents of the town. We use our light power to wash them every day, just as if we were practicing our own power. So these words have always remained gentle. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised that Pastor Tom was not secretive. But this method was really not something that ordinary people could learn. However, Jiang Zhuxiang could consider using a talisman instead, and he could try it on the farm after returning. After walking around outdoors for an hour, their stomachs no longer affected their movements. The children became lively and started to make a fuss around Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha watched Tao Tai and Qiongqi being decorated with flowers by the children, silently thanking themselves for not being so familiar with those children. Otherwise, they would be the ones being decorated with flowers. However, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha were not let off in the end. A little girl ran over with 2 hands of flowers, saying that she wanted to give them to them, and asked them to squat down. Jiang Zhuxiang could not resist, and had to squat down. And then, the flowers were stuck all over his head. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's situation, Tingsha, who was originally going to squat down, stood up straight, no matter what the little girl said. He did not squat down again. The little girl left a little disappointed. She did not complete Mr. Tao's task. Would it dislike herself? Jiang Zhuxiang had never expected that his experience was related to Tao Tai. Although Tao Tai really wanted to trick Tongue Snake, Tongue Snake reacted quickly. So Jiang Zhuxiang was the only one who suffered. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took off the flower on his head. He would never be soft-hearted next time. Children nowadays are so naughty. Fortunately, when Pastor Tom saw that they were making a fuss, he quickly said, "Okay, you can go back to your room. You have played for a long time today. I hope you don't forget your homework." The children reacted to the reminder of their homework by Pastor Tom. After saying goodbye to Tao I and the others, they disappeared one by one. Jiang Zhuxiang breathed a sigh of relief silently. He had a shadow on these children. After saying goodbye to Pastor Tom, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room. Just as he sat down, he received a message from the Dean of the Academy of Sciences. "Our people have started to set off. Please send me the specific address and notify the people over there." Jiang Zhuxiang quickly sent the address he had written down before, and then explained the situation over there to the Dean, so that the people who went there would not be confused about the situation and cause any misunderstandings. The Dean said, "I will talk to them properly. But you forgot to send us a message after you went out. Can you think about your family when you are outside?" The Dean's tone was unusually full of resentment, and it seemed that he had been wronged by the Dean's wife. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was not too worried. After all, the Dean would never quarrel with the Dean's wife for more than half an hour. So Jiang Zhuxiang just said apologetically, "I will send a message to the Dean's wife after I talk to the people over there." The Dean did not embarrass Jiang Zhuxiang and hung up the call. Jiang Zhuxiang found the old lady's number in the manor and sent a message. At this time, the old lady should have just finished dinner and should not disturb her. Sure enough, the call was quickly picked up. Jiang Zhuxiang explained the reason, and the old lady said, "No problem. I will treat them well when the time comes." For the old lady, the impression of the Academy of Sciences was similar to that of Jiang Zhuxiang himself. So naturally there was no bad feeling, but rather a very welcoming one. After chatting with the old lady for a few more words, Jiang Zhuxiang hung up the call and turned to send a call to the Dean's wife. After being nagged for half an hour, Jiang Zhuxiang was finally let go. After hanging up the call, he looked at the time. He had originally planned to contact Lei Jun, but now he had no such idea at all. He just wanted to have a good rest and didn't even practice. The next day was Sunday. Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by the church bell early in the morning. This bell also notified the residents of the town that they could come to the church to pray. This kind of bell could definitely reach the ears of every resident in the town, which was much faster than notifying them one by one. Chapter 451: The Bishop's Return. After getting up, Jiang Zhuxiang insisted on doing what he had to do every day, and then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After all, he was still not used to the food here. Who knew what strange things Pastor Tom would make in the morning? It was better to do it by himself. However, Pastor Tom was not in the kitchen now, and he was obviously busy with other things. Jiang Zhuxiang happened to be alone in the kitchen, and he also prepared breakfast for the children. They were all simple soups, and they were served with bread prepared by the Dean's wife for Jiang Zhuxiang. It was taken out of Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space, and it was still white and soft, much more delicious than the black bread in the church. However, because the children had to sing hymns for the residents who came to pray first, Jiang Zhuxiang put them in the incubator after they finished singing, and then gave them to them after they finished singing. He quickly finished his breakfast, and then planned to mingle with the crowd to see the residents who stayed in this town. The gray-haired old people walked into the church in their best clothes and stood quietly in the prayer hall, waiting for the priest to start today's prayer. The choir first sang beautiful hymns, although some children were a little older and their voices might not be so beautiful. For the residents of these towns, they almost watched these children grow up, so there was nothing to dislike. They were already satisfied to be able to communicate with the Lord at this time. Therefore, in this somewhat chaotic era, the reputation of the church has improved, because they did not retreat easily, but instead calmed the hearts of some people. Therefore, if there are gods in this place, the power of faith that can be received during this period must be the purest and the most. Jiang Zhuxiang stood in the crowd, looking at the pious faces of the people, and did not dare to speak easily. It was not until the prayer was over that Jiang Zhuxiang began to curiously ask about these people's work, hoping to learn something. When these old people saw Jiang Zhuxiang's unfamiliar face, they were reluctant to pay more attention to her at first. Later, it was Pastor Tom who said that they had a hasty introduction to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, they still wanted to pass on their skills to their families, although they didn't know when their families would come back. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't get what he wanted, he was still able to learn some information from these people's words. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have to learn anything. but it was good to supplement the information database. Jiang Zhuxiang added the information he had just collected to his database, and then began to inform the children that they could go to the kitchen to get breakfast. Pastor Tom looked at the breakfasts that the children took out from the kitchen and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little surprise. It seemed that these people really had a lot of financial resources. After all, this kind of white bread was rarely seen on the market. Pastor Tom also inquired about the price of those white breads. It took almost a large bag of black bread to exchange for a small piece of white bread. However, Jiang Zhuxiang had already been sent to the children, and Pastor Tom could not stop him. He only planned to talk to the bishop here to see if he could reveal some of the cultivation methods in the church to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had paid a lot during this period, which made Pastor Tom feel a little guilty. Jiang Zhuxiang had already eaten breakfast before, so he did not go to the table to teach Tao Thai and others to eat with him. As for Tingsha, Jiang Zhuxiang had eaten breakfast with it before, but it was not interested in praying and went out to wander around by itself. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice. Now that he was free, Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to it and asked it to come back. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, he had already obtained the information he wanted here. Although the weather still showed no signs of improvement, it would be meaningless to keep all the savings. So he planned to discuss the matter of continuing his journey after breakfast. Tingsha did not walk far. When he returned along the same route, he met many people coming out of the church on the road. Tingsha stood aside and waited for them to pass by. He heard someone mutter, "It would be great if all outsiders were as gentlemanly as this one. Although she is just a little girl, her upbringing is still a little lacking." Tingsha heard that the person mentioned in their words was clearly Jiang Zhuxiang. Tingsha was also a very protective person. He had no intention of going back to confirm with Jiang Zhuxiang. He directly used the venom that he had not used for a long time to teach those gossipers a lesson. Although the amount was not much, it would definitely make them frightened for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that Tingsha had helped him so much. After Tingsha returned, he didn't tell Jiang Zhuxiang. When those people came to the church for help, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends had already left. So Jiang Zhuxiang was kept in the dark from beginning to end. Tingsha was not so angry after seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang looked pretty good. He asked with a bit of amusement, "What's the matter that you are in a hurry to let me come back? Where are Tao Thai and the others?" Jiang Zhuxiang said a bit helplessly, "They are still eating breakfast with the children. Let's discuss leaving first." While Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha were discussing this matter, Priest Tom took a few extra breakfasts that Jiang Zhuxiang had specially made to find other priests and the bishop in the church. Although the bishop had been able to eat white bread in the past, it was only during festivals. Now he was very surprised to see that Tom had actually gotten white bread. According to Tom's financial resources, he could never sell so many pieces of white bread. The bishop did not eat immediately, but asked, "Is there anything that needs our help?" Being willing to spend so much, the request must be very big. The bishop does not want to be soft-hearted, so as not to agree to something outrageous. When Father Tom saw the bishop's face, as if he was facing a great enemy, he secretly laughed in his heart. It turned out that the bishop, who was always serious, would also behave like this. However, Tom did not hide it, and said directly, "This is what those people who came to stay for the night prepared for the children. I saw how much they prepared. I think they asked me to bring it to you. They don't have any requests, but I feel a little sorry. So I want to ask if we can open our church library to them. This is also a more precious thing here, and it is not considered to be burying these white breads." After listening to this, the bishop sighed about their wealth like Father Tom at the beginning. However, the bishop was not a greedy person. Otherwise, he would not stay in this town. He directly agreed to Tom's request. As long as the books were not taken out, there would be no problem at all. Chapter 452, Scanning the Library. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Pastor Tom planned to tell Jiang Zhuxiang and the others the good news, and said to the bishop, "I will not disturb you from enjoying the food." Then he turned around and left. The bishop said with a bit of amusement, "This kid is still so anxious. This is not a delicacy. It is just a normal food in the past." As he spoke, the bishop became a little melancholy. The other priests hurriedly comforted, "This dark time will pass sooner or later. We will definitely see the time when everyone can afford white bread again. Even if we can't see it, our descendants will one day be able to see it. At that time, we must tell them to tell themselves this good news when they pray. The priests can get married now. After all, The population has dropped sharply in the last days, and the population of the church has become very small. The descendants of the priests will be directly absorbed as a member of the church. In the church, such children are still relatively popular. After all, if one of the parents has pure faith, the faith of these children will be much purer than that of others, and the church does not need to spend effort to brainwash them. However, the birth rate is very low now, so the number of priests in the church is still slowly shrinking. The Pope often becomes a matchmaker and matches the priests under his name, hoping that they will give birth to offspring as soon as possible. When the bishop heard the priests mention the issue of offspring, he couldn't help but think of the scene of the Pope jumping up and down to urge people to have children. It must be said that the atmosphere in the church is really much better now, and the original depression has really dissipated a lot. Let's wait for our offspring to tell us good news, as long as we keep working hard. When Pastor Tom found Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends, they were sitting together neatly, so he didn't have to go look for them one by one. He just told them the good news directly. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised to hear the news. He thanked Pastor Tom and said, "Can we go over and have a look now?" Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't plan to postpone his departure, so he had to hurry up and see what precious things were in the library. At the same time, he signaled Tao Ai and Qiongqi not to leave, as they would need their help later. Pastor Tom said, "Of course, no problem. I'll take you over now. The library is located on the top floor of the church to prevent others from stealing. No matter how careful you are, you will be discovered at such a high place." Priest Tom pushed open the door that looked a bit old. There were special defenses on this door. If it was not pushed open by someone with light ability, their hands would be burned by the light energy, and the alarm at the bishop's place would sound. Priest Tom explained these things to Jiang Zhuxiang in detail. "If you want to come and see it again in the future, you must come to me first. If you can't find me, you can also find other priests. I believe they will also be willing to help you." They were all people who had eaten other people's food. Priest Tom knew his colleagues very well, and they were not people who would go back on their word. Jiang Zhuxiang listened silently. If they acted quickly, they would be able to finish reading all the books today, so they should not need to bother others. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not refute what Priest Tom said. After all, it was for their own good. Priest Tom had other things to do. After entering the door, there was nothing else to pay attention to. He reminded them of the last sentence. "The books here cannot be taken out of the library." Then he left Jiang Zhuxiang and the others here. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Ai and Qiongqi. "Your task today is to remember as much content as possible in your mind, and then write it down and give it to me after you go back. I will organize it. You don't need to understand those contents. Just remember them." If Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think copying books was too slow, he wouldn't have used such a tricky method. He just hoped that Tao Ai and Qiongqi wouldn't do anything weird. For such a simple thing, Tao Tai and Qiongqi naturally promised, "No problem. We will definitely read it carefully." Then each of them chose a row of bookshelves and started reading. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Tingsha, and then each of them found a row of bookshelves and started flipping through them. In this busy situation, the whole morning passed quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a tube of nutrient solution and drank it, and threw the other 3 tubes of nutrient solution to Tao Ai and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to spend time going out to eat. He had only read half of the books on the bookshelf, so he needed to hurry up. After a lot of haste, they finally managed to save all the contents roughly in their brains. Jiang Zhuxiang rubbed his eyes, letting the wood energy flow through the veins around his eyes to drive away fatigue. Jiang Zhuxiang was the first to walk out of the library. Tao Tai and Qiongqi rubbed their heads. It had been a long time since they had put so many things in their heads. Now they felt a little dizzy. However, in order to avoid forgetting, they found a quiet place and input everything they had just seen into the communicator in their hands and saved it, and sent it to Jiang Zhuxiang when she needed it in the future. During the input process, Tao Tai and the others also reviewed this kind of thing. It can be vaguely seen that this should be related to the training method of light-based supernatural powers. They silently complained that the content of the library here is too simple. In fact, the things in this library are not single at all. There are so many books in the library to explain the training methods of light-based supernatural powers. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, those people in the church are not useless. At least there are not so many training methods for Shinon's secret art, and each method can be used not only by oneself, but also by others, which is much better than simple records. Jiang Zhuxiang analyzed the things in his mind and summarized them simply, which is also convenient for future reference. After finishing everything, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the current situation a little helplessly. It seems that there is no way to say goodbye to Pastor Tom today. I will go to say goodbye to him tomorrow morning. I have to pack up my things when I go back tonight. Tao Tai was very conscious and would sort things out by themselves. Fortunately, they didn't stay here for long, and there weren't many things to pack. They could pack everything in half an hour. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, it only took him 15 minutes. After packing up, he thought about not contacting Lei Jin last night, so he might as well contact him today. He would have no time when he was on the road. So Jiang Zhuxiang called Lei Jin's communicator. Chapter 453, Farewell Gift. Lei Jin was very surprised to receive a call from his girlfriend. After all, when she left, she didn't remember to contact him until a long time later. Now she knew to contact him so quickly, which was a great improvement. I just hope that she didn't remember me for something else. So, the first few words Lei Jin said were, "Nothing will happen to you. Right?" After that, Lei Jin carefully observed Jiang Zhuxiang's expression, trying to find anything wrong. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised that Lei Jin would ask this question, and answered a little speechlessly, "Nothing. I just remembered that I haven't contacted you for a while. I will leave this place again tomorrow. It will be inconvenient on the road, and I may not be able to contact you. So I just contacted you in advance." Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with Lei Jin's constant attention to her affairs. Lei Jin was a little touched that Jiang Zhuxiang had such awareness, and quickly said, "Zhuxiang, you are so nice. Next time, I hope you can contact me once you arrive at a new place, so that I can come to you if something happens. You know, we are all very worried about you." Lei Jin knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was always a little soft-hearted, and he couldn't bear to be cruel to those who cared about him. As expected, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin's pitiful expression and said a little ashamedly, "Well, I will remember it in the future." Since Lei Jin would have such a reaction, then the dean's wife and others should also think so. But the dean's wife just didn't say it out loud. Jiang Zhuxiang reflected on his behavior a little. However, Lei Jin was reluctant to let his little Xiang live in shame, and quickly changed the subject. "Where are you going this time?" Lei Jin knew which fragment Jiang Zhuxiang was in, but he was still a little vague about her location. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely revealed her future plans. "I plan to go to the north of this fragment. I don't know if it will still be cold there at this time of year. I want to see if the magical phenomenon that existed in the north of the fragment still exists now. When the earth was still a complete fragment, there were beautiful northern scenery in the far north of the earth." Jiang Zhuxiang was most looking forward to that scenery this time. For that momentary thing, Jiang Zhuxiang ignored the owner of this fragment. Fortunately, during this period, Tao Tai and the others have been communicating frequently with the owner of this place, so it won't be impatient to come here to catch people. Although it can't move itself, it can still send its younger brothers to come, and Jiang Zhuxiang will not be able to escape at that time. Lei Jin was a little helpless about his little Xiang's plan. "Then have you brought enough clothes?" His girlfriend's temperament is still too free and easy. She goes to extreme places as she pleases. Lei Jin can't help but think that his weight seems a little light. But there is no other way for the time being. After all, he is not with her at the moment, and there is no way to increase the weight. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the clothes in his personal space and said, "Formal clothes may not be enough, but I have prepared some mutant furs. We wore furs when we crossed the snow mountain before, so we can continue to use them when the time comes." Lei Jin had no way to deal with his girlfriend's rough man attributes, and could only gently remind her, "You probably haven't set off yet. You can ask the people where you are now if they have thick clothes to exchange. You can use contribution points, and when you come back, you can give them to people who need them more, so it won't be a waste." Jiang Zhuxiang was very satisfied with Lei Jin's proposal. Lei Jin, who had controlled the family, was more experienced in this matter. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to ask Pastor Tom tomorrow. They should have old clothes from last year. When the time comes, he can exchange them with food. This can also be considered as taking care of them. After all, it is difficult to obtain food in a town, and they may not be able to buy food even if they are given contribution points. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time. They had been chatting for an hour. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much, but Lei Jin must have something to do tomorrow. So Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Let's hang up. You can also rest. We all have things to do tomorrow. I will remember to send you a message when we arrive at the new place. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Lei Jun was still a little reluctant, so he quickly added other conditions. Lei Jun dragged his feet for 10 minutes before Jiang Zhuxiang successfully hung up. Jiang Zhuxiang was really speechless about this kind of thing. He took out a cushion and put it on the window. He would not sleep today and spend the day practicing directly. The next morning, the first thing Jiang Zhuxiang did when he woke up was to tell Pastor Tom that they were leaving. He also asked if they had last year's winter clothes, and he planned to exchange them with food. Pastor Tom also knew that they couldn't stay for a long time. After all, they were travelers, and the distance was their goal. He was a little surprised by Jiang Zhuxiang's request. Are you going to the north? Only people who go to the north will need cotton clothes. But the environment in the north is still relatively bad. Pastor Tom still dissuaded them. I heard that there are strange winds blowing from time to time in the north, and ordinary people will be torn to pieces if they go in. Have you really thought about it? Jiang Zhuxiang knew that some places were not suitable for human activities, but he was unwilling to give up until he had been there. So Jiang Zhuxiang said firmly, if you want to go, you must go to see if the things you expect have disappeared. Otherwise, I will always remember the place I have not been to, and then I will come back to see which place. Pastor Tom did not say much. As for the cotton-padded clothes, they only needed 4 pieces, and Jiang Zhuxiang did not need to exchange them with food. He just gave them to them directly. When you come back, you must tell us what you have seen and heard. Pastor Tom also loved to travel when he was young. Otherwise, he would not still be paying attention to the situation in various places. Although Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Pastor Tom was very generous. After taking away his clothes, he still silently planned to give the food to others before leaving. By then, Pastor Tom would have nothing to say to refuse. Even if he wanted to refuse, they would have gone far away. Jiang Zhuxiang woke up Tao Tai and the others. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang dragged the things and walked out of the gate with them. Looking at the people who came to see him off, Jiang Zhuxiang silently instructed Tao Tai to give this package to those children. He believed that they would not think too much about it, and would only regard it as a parting gift. In fact, it was full of food. Chapter 454, Strange Wind. After Jiang Zhuxiang left, the children opened their gift bags and found neatly arranged white bread inside, and several bags of flour that had been shelled and ground. No wonder some children felt that it was heavy. They originally thought that these gifts would be some sculptures. After all, in this country, giving others artworks made by themselves is also a very appropriate way to give gifts. One child also found a piece of paper full of words in his gift. He read the beginning and knew that it was for Pastor Tom. So he handed it to Pastor Tom without reading the content. Pastor Tom looked at the content on the letter paper a little helplessly. Other people in the church also wanted to know what Jiang Zhuxiang wrote to Pastor Tom, which made his face so strange, touching and funny. Priest Tom didn't care how much others wanted to know the contents of the letter. He just read it and put it away, because Jiang Zhuxiang pointed out that the letter was for Priest Tom. Others couldn't snatch it by force, so they could only jump up and down to know the contents. In order to avoid being harassed, Priest Tom had to tell part of the content. Jiang Zhuxiang said that these grains were gifts for the children, but he specified that I should cook for them, saying that I could eat some leftovers. Others found this part of the content very funny, and generously said that they were not interested in the rest of the content. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang explained in the letter that if Priest Tom cooked for the children, he could get 20% as his reward. As for the leftovers, it was just a joke of Jiang Zhuxiang. Priest Tom still knew how to say it so that he would not be envied. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what happened in the church. She took the initiative to walk in front and lead the way. There was no other way. As a cold-blooded animal, Tongue Snake was naturally afraid of the cold. Tao Tai and Cheongqi lived in warm places before, so it was a little uncomfortable for them to go to a cold place suddenly. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team were moving along the coast. The climate here was quite suitable. It was not too cold to be unbearable. Moreover, it was summer now, so the climate here was relatively suitable. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the fish swimming by the coast from time to time and wanted to stay and fish. However, seeing that Tao Tai and the others looked like they were going to find a place to live quickly, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to bring it up. He could only say sorry to his stomach silently. At noon, they should have stopped to eat lunch. But in order to pursue speed, Tao Tai and the others took the initiative to ask for the nutrition supplements that they thought were very unpalatable. And Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to say. When they were about to enter the cold place, Tao Tai and Qiongqi were very active and said to Jiang Zhuxiang, "Give us some old clothes." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "There are not a few pieces. Only one for each person. If you really can't hold on, you can use the original form. I believe your fur can definitely keep you warm. There are not many people in this place. And it is still in time to change back after seeing people. And even if someone sees it, it can be regarded as a new type of superpower beast form." Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked at Tingsha. They had no problem. So what should this one do? Jiang Zhuxiang directly handed Tingsha a stack of fire talismans. If he really couldn't stand it, he could tear open the fire talismans and warm himself up. After all, it was a bit difficult to make a fire in this place. The wind here was very strong. Before he entered the colder area, Jiang Zhuxiang had already felt the aggressiveness of the wind in this place. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the bag of old clothes and found that Pastor Tom was also not very honest. He said that he would give one piece to each person, but he took out almost all of their old clothes and packed them up. Jiang Zhuxiang picked 2 warmer clothes with some helplessness and handed them to Tingsha, asking it to wrap itself up first. Tingsha didn't hesitate to take it over. On the boat, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai and the others. "Do you want to put on clothes or change back to your original form?" Tao Tai thought that if he turned into a human form after seeing people, he would be naked, which would be even colder. After grumbling with Qiongqi for a while, he decided to put on clothes directly. After they chose, Jiang Zhuxiang picked a piece of clothes that was more suitable for him and put it on. He put away the rest of the clothes and added more if it got colder in the future. However, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he didn't need it. He could keep warm by running energy, which was also a kind of practice. Jiang Zhuxiang was still willing to practice this. Fully armed and ready, Jiang Zhuxiang took the lead in stepping into the place that represented danger and coldness. The wind instantly messed up Jiang Zhuxiang's hair. Jiang Zhuxiang reluctantly put on the hat he didn't like very much to avoid further damage. After all, the body and hair were given by parents. Although his parents were gone, Jiang Zhuxiang still couldn't take it lightly. The further he went in, the stronger the wind was. As for what Pastor Tom said before, it would crush the people who entered. It was not so exaggerated. It just made Jiang Zhuxiang feel a little unstable. The Tao Tai relied on their weight to walk forward steadily without any problem. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very envious when he saw them, but it was a pity that he could not have their weight like them. Tingsha noticed Jiang Zhuxiang's envious expression and quickly responded, "Xiaoxiang, you should have practiced the light body technique. This kind of environment is just right for you to practice your light body technique. When you can move forward with the help of wind instead of being blown away, your light body technique will be able to reach a higher level." As for Jiang Zhuxiang's envy of their weight, Tingsha didn't pay attention. After all, Tingsha was able to see Jiang Zhuxiang's envious expression, which was already very impressive. Jiang Zhuxiang silently put away his envious expression and silently began to practice the light body technique. At the beginning, he was completely blown away by the wind, but Tingsha was quick to pull Jiang Zhuxiang back with a whip. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would have no idea where he was blown to. Later, Tingsha tied a rope directly on Jiang Zhuxiang's wrist, so that if he was blown away, it would be convenient to be pulled back. Jiang Zhuxiang was originally a little worried that the ropes were not strong enough. But after feeling the patterns of scales on the ropes, he guessed that the rope should be made of the shell shed by the tongue snake itself. He continued to practice without saying a word, until Jiang Zhuxiang was able to fly for a distance with the help of the wind. And then, they continued to move forward. Chapter 455, Emergency Shelter. In order to make the journey easier, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to go to the place with the strongest wind first. If he could adapt to the wind in that place, he would be able to walk more easily in other places. When Jiang Zhuxiang thought of this, he looked directly at Tao Tai and asked their opinions. "Do you want to freeze hard first and then slowly get warm? Or slowly get cold? The temperature in places with strong winds will inevitably be very low." Jiang Zhuxiang asked this to give Tao Tai a shot of prevention. Tao Tai and Qiongqi considered their tolerance and felt that they could not accept the treatment that was getting colder day by day. It would be better to get cold first and then slowly get warm. Tao Tai said directly, "It's better to get cold first and then get hot." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tingsha, who had not expressed his opinion. Tingsha said without wanting to talk, "I don't care. No matter what the temperature is. It's cold to me. Unless you plan to leave this place immediately." You don't need to notify me. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled apologetically and led the way. The mountains in this place are a bit unique. It is a very ancient terrain. Very much like an altar. A legendary platform-shaped mountain. Jiang Zhuxiang silently accepted the light body technique and began to climb up. However, the wind here is indeed the strongest. Sometimes Jiang Zhuxiang would be blown back just after moving forward a few meters. Fortunately, Tao Ai followed behind Jiang Zhuxiang and could push her. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely stay in that place and could not move forward. After finally getting on the platform, the wind was even stronger, almost blowing Jiang Zhuxiang off again. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly cancelled the light body technique, turned on the gravity converter, and gave himself 3 times the gravity, so that he could walk on the platform. As for the Tao Tai, they could stabilize themselves with their weight alone. And there were no other problems. Seeing the occasional shining spots on the platform, the Tao Tai ran over to take a look with a little curiosity, and found that it was actually a thick layer of ice, which was almost half the height of Jiang Zhuxiang. The Tao Tai could also see some small animals frozen in it. Although the Tao Tai didn't know them, it didn't mean that he couldn't appreciate them. For a moment, the Tao Tai was stunned here. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about what Tao Tai saw, so he hurried over to take a look. He also found something under the ice layer and took a photo with the communicator, intending to use it to contact people at night. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about how Tao Tai had the energy to run around at this time. Don't you feel cold here? Besides such a thick layer of ice, even if you don't touch it, the temperature emitted by the ice layer alone is enough to make people feel icy cold. Tao Tai didn't feel anything at first, but after being reminded by Jiang Zhuxiang, he immediately felt cold all over. He hurriedly took a last look and left this magical ice layer, after confirming that it was impossible for people to live on this mountain range. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to go down. Jiang Zhuxiang also noticed that Tongue Snake had begun to fall into a coma. It seems that this temperature has reached the limit for Tongue Snake. Xiongqi had been helping Tingsha from the beginning, using his body temperature to prevent Tingsha from falling into complete hibernation. Hearing Jiang Zhuxiang say that he was leaving, Xiongqi was relieved. He quickly called Tao Tai over. The weight of the sleeping Tingsha was much heavier than when it was awake, and it was impossible for it to take Tingsha down alone. Jiang Zhuxiang chose to stay behind this time. After all, it was his idea to come to this mountain. Now that Tingsha had some problems, he naturally had to do the aftermath. After returning to the foot of the mountain, Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly found a place sheltered from the wind. Fortunately, someone had come here before, so there was a small cave that could accommodate 5 or 6 people. There was no room for more people. The wind was well blocked outside the cave, and there were vents. Jiang Zhuxiang was very pleased to let Tao Tai and Xiongqi move Tongue Snake in, and he began to clean the place and prepare to make a fire, hoping to raise the temperature in the cave a little bit. Maybe in this way, Tongue Snake could wake up from his coma. Tao Tai and Xiongqi put Tongue Snake next to the place where Jiang Zhuxiang planned to make a fire. They were not afraid of Tongue Snake being roasted by the fire. In their cognition, a 1,000-year-old snake would not be afraid of fire at all. Their skin could completely defend against the ordinary fire that Jiang Zhuxiang had lit. Jiang Zhuxiang took a look and didn't care much. He lit the fire directly. The fuel he used was the dry firewood prepared in his personal space. The temperature was just enough for Tongue Snake to feel a little hot. Jiang Zhuxiang touched the surface of Tongue Snake's skin and felt a little warm. Knowing that the fire was still useful, he let it continue to roast without worry. He began to prepare some warm and stimulating soup. After all, the fire could only make Tongue Snake's appearance start to heat up. Only by getting rid of the cold in the body could Tongue Snake really return to normal. However, the premise of being able to drink the soup was that Tongue Snake could wake up. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took out a few fire talismans and set up a simple warming array around Tongue Snake. The temperature in the array was much stronger than Jiang Zhuxiang's fire, and there was no need to worry that Tongue Snake would be burned by fire. After all, the warming array was a formation that would not harm people. After setting up the warming array, Jiang Zhuxiang began to prepare hot soup. The most effective hot soup to drive away the cold was ginger soup. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care whether Tao Tai would protest that brown sugar ginger soup was something for women to drink. He directly cut ginger pieces, put brown sugar in, and started to boil it. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang would not prepare only Tongue Snake. Tao Tai and Xiongqi had just caught a cold, and there was also himself. So the pot Jiang Zhuxiang used was still a bit big. Tao Tai and Qiongqi said that it was really out of sight, out of mind. Before Jiang Zhuxiang gave them some, they didn't want to know what these things tasted like at all. While waiting for the soup to boil, Jiang Zhuxiang started another fire to prepare dinner for tonight. Of course, considering the problem of expelling cold, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared some soup noodles. Of course, he would put countless chili peppers and peppers in it, hoping that they would sweat again after drinking the ginger soup. Jiang Zhuxiang simply prepared the meat and vegetables, set the pot on the fire, and then put the previously prepared broth into it to boil, adding a few peppercorns and a few chopped chili peppers. The irritating smell came out all at once. First put the meat into the pot and started to boil, skimmed off the foam. Then put the noodles that had been rinsed before, and then put the vegetables into boil. Chapter 456: The Expectation of the Owner of the Wooden House. After the soup was boiled again, whether it was stimulated by the taste or the effect of the warming formation, Tingsha opened his eyes that had been tightly closed before. The first one to notice its change was Qiongqi, who still paid some attention to it. As for Tao Tai, he had long been firmly attracted by Jiang Zhuxiang's face. Hearing Qiongqi's reminder, Jiang Zhuxiang hurried to check on Tingsha's condition. How do you feel? Tingsha moved his arms and legs and found that there was nothing too stiff. Then looked at the situation around him, and didn't know how to get out. What are these around me? Jiang Zhuxiang quickly removed the warming formation. This was used to warm you up before. It was set up with fireball talismans. If you encounter this situation again in the future, you can rely on this formation to save yourself. This time I neglected it. I will prepare more fireball talismans during this period. I will also write down the arrangement method of this formation for you. You can practice it yourself first. Tingsha saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was very interested in what he said, but he didn't interrupt him. When Jiang Zhuxiang said that he wanted to teach him how to set up the formation, he smiled and stopped him. Don't bother. Shinome also taught us beasts about this before. It's a pity that we can only rely on rote memorization to remember the theory, and there is no formation that can be used when we do it ourselves. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't know that they had learned this kind of thing from their ancestors before. It seems that he can only think of other ways. Then I will try to make a formation plate. You can activate it directly when the time comes. However, the formation plate can only be used a limited number of times. You must remember to remind me to recarve it for you. Although Jiang Zhuxiang has not yet succeeded in developing it, he has already thought about the future. Jiang Zhuxiang checked the remaining energy in the fireball talisman, and then smelled the smell of boiling ginger soup. He thought of what he had prepared for them, and quickly poured the ginger soup into 4 bowls, staring at them and drinking it. After making sure there was no leftover, Jiang Zhuxiang also drank his own bowl, and then scooped up the hot soup noodles in the pot. Still 1 bowl for each person, and the tongue snake was completely recovered. However, such a small bowl of noodles obviously couldn't fill their stomachs. So Jiang Zhuxiang had to take out the mutant beast meat he had prepared before and let them get it to eat by themselves, since he was already full anyway. After Jiang Zhuxiang contributed 2 more stocks, they were full. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "We should prepare stocks later. Otherwise you will be out of food if you encounter this situation. Although there are still bread and other things, they never eat such things. Only meat is their food." Qiongqi nodded. They have always been very concerned about such things related to food, and they don't need Jiang Zhuxiang to worry all the time. After they don't feel cold anymore, they urged Jiang Zhuxiang to keep going. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tingsha with some concern. "Are you okay?" Jiang Zhuxiang naturally wanted to move on, but he didn't know if Tingsha could hold on. Tingsha said, "This temperature is fine, as long as we don't go to that kind of place again." Jiang Zhuxiang had taken them directly to the coldest place before, which actually improved their cold resistance. The temperature at the foot of the mountain would not cause any danger to them at all. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to spend a night in this cave, but now he had to pack up the remnants and leave a clean shelter for future people. He covered the cave entrance to prevent it from being occupied by mutant beasts, and then continued to look for an environment where humans live. There are many trees in this place, and there are also many mutant plants. I don't know if it's because the wind here is too strong, but the mutant plants here are particularly gentle. They just pull Jiang Zhuxiang's legs when he passes by, which makes Jiang Zhuxiang a little bit amused, because Tongue Snake and others are not harassed at all. It seems that they treat him as a soft persimmon. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tongue Snake for help, hoping that they can help him solve this little problem. Tongue Snake and others released their coercion, but it was a pity that it was useless. Those mutant plants wanted to entangle Jiang Zhuxiang despite the coercion. Tongue Snake and others could only watch Jiang Zhuxiang in a hurry, and their speed inevitably slowed down. In the evening, they finally saw a row of cabins. There was a large piece of land in front of the cabins, and the plants on it did not look like wild. Jiang Zhuxiang was grateful and almost cried. It was enough to deal with mutant plants along the way. Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and took the initiative to knock on the door. "Excuse me. Is anyone there?" An old man replied, "Yes." "What can I do for you?" Tingsha said quickly, "Excuse me, old man. Is it convenient for us to stay for one night?" The old man in the house said, "Wait a minute." The one who came out to open the door was a strong young man, who was obviously not without defense. The young man was obviously a little surprised when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang surrounded in the middle, with broken branches of mutant plants all over his body. In this case, only Jiang Zhuxiang with wood ability would be taken care of like this. The young man's original defense suddenly turned into pity. "Come in quickly." Tingsha was a little surprised, but he still protected Jiang Zhuxiang and went in. Xiongqi and the others stayed behind to prevent any accidents. The young man who opened the door for them was talking to the old man, and his face showed a little excitement. Fortunately, it was not a greedy expression. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang and the others would definitely turn around and leave. After listening to the young man's description, the old man did not show any wrong look. He just calmly told the young man to arrange their accommodation and wait for them to settle down first. The young man had no choice but to take Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to the guest room first, and told them the dinner time. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his gratitude. It was really difficult for him to communicate with many people in this state, so he went straight into the room to take a shower. Although the exterior of the house here is made of wood, the interior is still very modern. Jiang Zhuxiang took a comfortable shower. It seems that electricity is still used here. I saw a lot of large fans outside the house before. It seems that it is powered by wind power. After Jiang Zhuxiang sighed, he changed into his clean clothes and went to find Tingsha and the others. The guest rooms are here, so it is not difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang to find them. However, when he found Tingsha and the others, Jiang Zhuxiang found that the young man was also there, as if he was asking Tingsha and the others for something. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang go in, his face suddenly turned red, and he was obviously very embarrassed. Jiang Zhuxiang asked awkwardly, "Did I bump into something?" The atmosphere was obviously not right. Tingsha said indifferently, "Nothing. You came just in time. We were going to find you anyway. If this guy hadn't suddenly appeared and said these weird things, they would have had dinner long ago." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the man again, and his face was normal. "I'll lead the way for you." Then he turned around and walked in front. It turned out that he was too anxious about the previous things. I hope he won't ruin his father's plan. This is a small village in this place. At this time, everyone else is waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Chapter 457, Children Picking Wheat Ears. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little strange when he saw this scene. They just decided to come in and stay overnight. It was totally unreasonable for them to have such a grand welcome ceremony. However, thinking about the young man who went to ask Tongue Snake for help before, maybe they knew that the young man failed. So everyone came here this time to increase the persuasiveness? It's a pity that Tongue Snake has always been cold-blooded after getting rid of the original mess. Except for them. They don't care too much about other people's ideas. It is very likely that they will be disappointed again. After thinking about it, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tongue Snake. Sure enough, there was no expression of discomfort on its face. It sat down in the remaining seat as a matter of course, and invited Jiang Zhuxiang to sit next to it. Jiang Zhuxiang silently felt that the people at this table were probably a little dumbfounded. After all, it was rare for someone to not treat himself as a guest. However, Jiang Zhuxiang always acted in unison with Tingsha and the others. Seeing Tingsha's invitation, he naturally sat next to Tingsha. Of course, Tao Tai and the others found a place without any invitation. As a result, the only one standing alone was the young man who brought them here. Fortunately, the people at the table were all familiar to the young man. Seeing his situation, someone would definitely help him out. So the person sitting at the top said, "Come and sit down." Although the tone was not very good, it was still to protect him. The old man sitting at the host's seat at the top was indeed a little dissatisfied with his young man's impatience. But this dissatisfaction was not enough to make him watch him being ignored. So he had to ask him to come over and sit down. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others waited until the noise above died down a bit before nodding slightly to greet the host. The old man didn't like to vent his anger on others. Besides, his own dead child was asking for trouble. So the old man didn't have the face to vent his anger on them. So he said calmly, "Everyone, eat more." This time, entertaining so many people was also a time of consuming more supplies. So the old man was still very concerned. At the dinner table, he tried hard to build a good relationship with the Taotai and others, hoping that they would allow Jiang Zhuxiang to do them a favor. After all, in his opinion, the Taotai and others were Jiang Zhuxiang's elders, and Jiang Zhuxiang, who was not yet an adult, would still consider the elders' words. If Jiang Zhuxiang didn't look so young, the old man would directly get closer to Jiang Zhuxiang and ask her for help. After all, in the eyes of the people in their fragments, children who have just become adults have the power to decide things by themselves, and adults can only watch from the side and help to give back if they suffer losses. It must be said that Jiang Zhuxiang's face once again saved her a lot of trouble. At least before they troubled her, they would go down to trouble the Taotai and others, and they would be stopped at the Taotai and others every time, unless Jiang Zhuxiang took the initiative to intervene. No one could get any advantage from Tingsha and others. While the adults were chatting, Jiang Zhuxiang was concentrating on tasting the food on the table. At this table, there were only a few children who could eat as freely as Jiang Zhuxiang. If they touched Jiang Zhuxiang while picking up the dishes, they would glare at Jiang Zhuxiang fiercely, obviously not liking someone to snatch food from them. After all, from the nervous mood of the adults, the children still realized the scarcity of food. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the little flesh on the children's faces, and the weight loss that the adults tried their best to hide. He knew that the situation here was quite serious. However, he had never been in the habit of solving problems at the table. He decided to ask about the situation later. After the meal, the old man realized how difficult it was to deal with the Taotai. They seemed to not understand what he said and just kept eating. The old man felt very frustrated. However, he still needed help from others. The old man did not show his displeasure to them. After sending them away, he could not help but sigh. "Is there really nothing we can do?" The young man said a little anxiously. "Can't we really communicate directly with the Wood-type supernatural person? I think she will be much easier to communicate with." The difficulty this time was also due to the bad impression left by the young man's previous improper behavior. So the young man was more difficult to calm down than his Fu Qing. The old man looked at the young man a little helplessly. "Jim, don't think about taking shortcuts anymore. Any shortcut requires a price. And the price of the shortcut you thought of is obviously not affordable for you. And even our entire village can't afford it. Please don't mess around again. Young people are always prone to making mistakes on the way forward." And the old man still hopes that Jim can learn from his mistakes. Jim promised helplessly, "I will definitely not appear in front of them casually again. Especially in front of the little girl." Jim had such an idea before. And he also saw Jiang Zhuxiang's performance at the dinner table. Now it seems that he can only ask the children in the village to complete this task. I hope they will not encounter any accidents at that time. Before Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room, he still asked Tingsha, "Can we really not help them?" Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's soft-hearted look with a smile. "A little bit of kindness is a big bit of hatred. Don't I need to remind you? Humans are sometimes really strange things. When you give something beyond their expectations, they will not be grateful." So Tingsha still hopes that Jiang Zhuxiang will not agree to their requests casually. Otherwise they will not cherish it. After hearing what Tingsha said, Jiang Zhuxiang had to try to control his compassion and follow Tingsha's instructions in all his actions. After a night, when Jiang Zhuxiang got up in the morning to find a place to exercise, he met the children from yesterday. They looked like they were looking for the remaining wheat in the wheat field. However, the wheat harvest season had passed for a long time, and it was impossible to pick up much. But they were still happy to do it, not letting go of an inch of land. They really cherished food much more than the people on their farm. Jiang Zhuxiang was exercising in the wheat field. Thinking about this, seeing how hard they worked, Jiang Zhuxiang was embarrassed to eat the breakfast they prepared for him. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to prepare breakfast himself later. After all, the appetites of the children in his family were not small. If they were fed, I don't know how long it would take for these children to pick wheat. Jim watched for a long time, and found that Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction to this scene was just to make breakfast for himself. Jim was still a little disappointed. He didn't know whether he was disappointed with Jiang Zhuxiang's insensitivity, or disappointed with his own misjudgment. Chapter 458. Young yet already worried. If Jiang Zhuxiang knew Jim's idea, He would definitely be surprised. After all, a guest who sees the host family in a difficult situation and decides to solve the food problem by himself is already a face-losing thing for the host family. If he takes the initiative to say that he wants to help the host family solve the food problem, is the host family sure that his face will not be swollen? So, although Jim's judgment is correct, this judgment should be implemented by considering each other's status and position. Not everyone cares about the host's face, although the host family's embarrassment is only separated by a thin piece of paper. Jiang Zhuxiang and others still don't want to be the one to pierce that paper. However, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care at this time. He just prepared a little more when preparing breakfast. After all, he had such a meal last night. So Jiang Zhuxiang still planned to give some back to the children. After all, it would be a bit embarrassing if this happened to adults. If it was children, he could still say that he liked them and gave them food. Jiang Zhuxiang put the food left for Tao Tai and ate his own portion. He put the rest in the food box and took it outside to see where the children were. He planned to give them breakfast directly. Jim originally planned to come out and call the children back. After all, these children didn't get up so early in the past. Today, he called them up by himself. After so much activity, they should go back to rest. However, when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming out with the box, Jim still shrank back, wanting to see what Jiang Zhuxiang was going to do. Jiang Zhuxiang did not immediately call the children to come over to eat. Instead, he stood by the field and asked them with a smile about their harvest today. How many ears of wheat did you pick up? Jiang Zhuxiang asked this question just to try to strike up a conversation. After all, those children were not very friendly to him yesterday. When the children saw that it was Jiang Zhuxiang, they were still very friendly to others when they did not need to fight for food. They directly and frankly answered the number they picked up, although the numbers were pitifully small. I picked up 10 ears. I have 11 ears. These harvests were still considerable in their eyes. After all, sometimes when they came to play in the wheat field, they could not pick up a single ear. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and praised, very good. Then do you want to take a break before continuing? Have you had breakfast? The children touched their stomachs and shook their heads. However, they could still bear the hunger. After all, they had a full meal last night, and there was still some lingering feeling this morning. But it was okay to take a break. The children clenched the bags in their hands and walked to the place where Jiang Zhuxiang had just laid out the tablecloth and sat down. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything more, and directly opened the food box. The breakfast inside was directly revealed in front of these children. The fragrance made them swallow their saliva. But they still asked politely, didn't you have breakfast either? Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but sigh. These children were well educated. Children who were often hungry would rush to the food when they saw it. How could they remember to ask about this matter? Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head quickly. I have eaten. These are your rewards. You are really hardworking today. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still knew that such a young child could not get up so early to do such a thing by himself. So when Jiang Zhuxiang said this, he was also playing tricks. He wanted to know who instructed them to play tricks in front of him. When Jiang Zhuxiang took out breakfast, Jim felt that something was wrong. Although he didn't think about the problem of breakfast. These children could do anything for food. Jim decided to retreat silently, so as not to hear something he didn't want to hear and make himself vomit blood. Not enough. Jim's actions were still not as fast as the words blurted out by the children. Thank you, sister. You are much better than brother Jim. He would only wake us up so early. Let us work here and hide himself again. Their childish words made Jiang Zhuxiang almost laugh. Jim couldn't be the young man who opened the door for them. Jiang Zhuxiang silently turned his head to the side, so as not to let the children see him laughing, and at the same time signaled them to get breakfast by themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang turned his head to look at other places while the children were eating breakfast. And by the way, he looked for where Jim was hiding. Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't believe that he would let these children move around here alone. After all, children are precious no matter where they are. Behind a big tree, Jiang Zhuxiang found the corner of Jim's clothes. After all, no matter how well it was hidden, there would always be some places that would be exposed. Moreover, the big tree was a mutant plant, and it wanted to show off in front of Jiang Zhuxiang all the time. It secretly used a branch to hook up the corner of Jim's clothes for Jiang Zhuxiang to see. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't plan to call him over. After all, there was no Jim in his breakfast, so he should stay there. The children didn't know that their brother Jim was watching them. While eating breakfast, they bought their brother Jim thoroughly, and even told the things that Jim had said to the children in a veiled way. Brother Jim said, it's better to let you know that our seeds are necrotizing, and the food we can eat in the future will be less and less. So let us find a way to get your help. The children were very curious and asked, what is seed necrosis? The children had not yet been exposed to the process of farming, and usually only did the work of picking wheat ears, so they could not understand the importance of seeds. Jim heard the children's words behind the tree, and for the first time, he hated his actions for not being fast enough. Now he felt that he was in a dilemma. If he didn't go out, he was afraid that the children would talk more and more outrageously. If he went out, he would simply confess. Jim scratched the bark silently, not knowing how to solve it better. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Jim with a smile, and patiently explained, seed necrosis means that those seeds can no longer grow more wheat. Jiang Zhuxiang still has a natural patience for children, and the responsibility for this matter is not on them. They are also used by Jim. Jiang Zhuxiang still did not show his face to the children. He just decided to wait for the children to finish breakfast and go to Jim to talk about this matter. What is the use of hiding behind the tree? The children still know the importance of wheat. So they said a little worriedly, Sister, will we be hungry next year? The young children's faces were stained with sadness, which made Jiang Zhuxiang a little uncomfortable. However, thinking of what Tingsha had said to him before, Jiang Zhuxiang did not dare to take the responsibility and say that he could help them. Chapter 459, Mistakes that cannot be saved. Jiang Zhuxiang could only comfort them. The adults will find a way and will not let you starve. If there is really no way, you can ask your sister for help. There are people in your sister's family who are good at growing food, Jiang Zhuxiang said, and then reported his phone number to the group of children, asking them to remember it. When reporting the phone number, Jiang Zhuxiang deliberately lowered his voice, not wanting Jim to hear it. His phone number was not something that anyone could get. The children were relieved immediately after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's comfort. Sister Xiaoxiang was right. The adults would always find a way. It would be useless for them to worry about it. It would be better for them to be obedient and not cause trouble. Thinking of this, the children unconsciously put Jim on the opposite side of them, because Jim was the one who let them know about the current food problem. Brother Jim did not look like a completely good brother. How could the problems of adults be borne by children? Later, no matter how much Jim tried to please these children, they ignored him. If he gave them something, they would accept it. But if he wanted to take them out to play, they would never listen, for fear that they would have tasks to do while playing. Jim silently felt that he was too pitiful. Didn't he just take advantage of them once, when he didn't think clearly? He had always been kind to them sincerely before. Did this only time destroy their trust in him? In fact, the world of children is very simple. As long as you are not kind to them sincerely once, they will be able to detect it. So when facing children, you must never play tricks. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how big a hole he had dug for Jim in the children's minds. Seeing that the younger children began to doze off while eating, he quickly reminded them to eat faster. And then, he would send them back to sleep after they finished eating. The children smiled a little embarrassedly, and sped up their eating speed. They got up too early this morning, and had just used up a lot of energy. Now they were indeed a little tired and sleepy. They wanted to talk more with Sister Xiuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about this kind of thing. After all, he would stay here for a few days, and there would be plenty of opportunities to play with them. Jiang Zhuxiang sent the children home one by one. Jim only dared to follow behind silently throughout the whole process, silently feeling that he seemed to have done something stupid again, and hoped that his father would not be angry with him if he knew. The parents who picked up the children touched their bellies, and knew that they were full, and that Jim would not think of such things. They felt grateful and guilty towards Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, they knew what Jim was going to do when he came to pick them up. The children played well with her. She gave them breakfast and sent them back. But Jim did not even show up. They silently decided not to get involved in Jim's affairs anymore. The child was not as steady and reliable as his father, and only had these crooked ideas. Before leaving, Jiang Zhuxiang also reminded the parents to pay attention. They went to the wheat field too early. There was still dew in the wheat field in the morning. It is better to give them a bath before they go to bed. If possible, let them drink a cup of hot water to drive away the cold. The dew in the field is not very clean now. I believe these people also know that if they don't want their children to get sick, they will definitely do what I said. Jiang Zhuxiang left after he finished speaking. The parents watched Jiang Zhuxiang leave, and silently repeated what Jiang Zhuxiang said to their children. At the same time, they silently remembered Jim again in their hearts. The child didn't know that he was so old, and he didn't know that he couldn't go to the field when there was dew. Sure enough, if it wasn't his own child, he wouldn't feel sorry for him. He would never let his own children play with him in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang inadvertently blackened Jim in front of all the parents, so that Jim would get a cold eye no matter which parent he met later. However, Jim still didn't know these things at this time. He felt that he had done something that was a hindrance. After thinking about it, he decided to confess to his father and let his father prepare, although he might be scolded. In fact, after listening to Jim's words, the old man wanted to scold him and beat him. If he was not old and could not beat this naughty child, he would definitely do it. I don't know when this naughty child became so eager for quick success and quick profit, and he became less and less gentlemanly in his methods. He even took advantage of his own children, and he didn't appease them after taking advantage of them. The old man felt that he needed to consider whether to let this naughty child take over his work in the future. The village chief, who didn't understand his village name, was destined to be unloved. I think that even if the old man personally went to appease the villagers and clean up his naughty child, it would probably be useless. The old man decided to break the jar and let it go, so as to save the child from having illusions in the future. Jim watched his father's face change, and finally a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. If Jim didn't know his father well, he would hardly be able to see it. Jim's mood also became heavy. It seemed that his father was really disappointed in him this time. Jim couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Although Jim knew that what he did was not appropriate, he still didn't know why it was inappropriate. So he couldn't help but point it out. Dad, if I did something wrong, you can point it out, and I will definitely change it in the future. Don't get angry alone. It will hurt your health. The old man looked at Jim's sincere eyes and decided to analyze his mistakes with him. First, as a gentleman, calculating a lady is your biggest mistake. Secondly, you used children to achieve your goal and didn't take good care of them. I heard that you didn't even prepare breakfast and sent it back. This is your second mistake. You didn't make up for these two mistakes in time, but came to me. You didn't recognize your mistakes. This is your third mistake. Child, you should stay at home in the future. Don't do other things on your own. It's better to follow me and learn how to behave for a few more years. The old man also considered a lot for Jim. With Jim's character, if he was gone one day, he would definitely offend a lot of people without knowing it. Chapter 460. The Taotai that was blocked. Jim naturally had no objection to the father's arrangement. Even if he still didn't understand his father's intention, Jim had no opinion. After all, he was never as smart as his father. However, he still knew to ask a question that he cared about. Can we ask that little girl to solve that kind of thing? The old man glanced at Jim. Originally, this matter was a very simple matter. Now that he had intervened, they had to pay a higher price, and they could only negotiate with the elders of the little girl in a proper manner. Now they absolutely could not start with the little girl herself. After all, their elders were not vegetarians. Living here, it was impossible for them not to collect information. As long as they asked a little, they would know what stupid things Jim had done. As long as they dared to contact the little girl again, they would definitely not be silent. However, it is better not to tell this silly child about this matter. If this silly child rushes to her elders and says something, then they will definitely have no room for reversal. You don't have to worry about this matter for the time being. We have so many adults here, and you will not lack food. Your main task during this period is to stay by my side safely, and don't talk too much when I go out. You should know that for this child. It is not just a matter of talking too much, but a matter of opening his mouth. It is also my fault that I didn't pay enough attention to him before. Now that he has grown up, I can only try my best to see if I can change him back a little. Seeing his father's serious look, Jim had to keep silent. It seemed that his father was still very angry this time, so he should be good for a while. Seeing that Jim had calmed down, the old man took him to find the parents of every household in the village. Anything in this small village was solved by the village chief and the parents of each family. Although the matter was so badly made by his own naughty child, the village chief still couldn't solve it by himself, and everyone needed to decide together. After the village chief's notice went down, the parents of each family had just bathed their young children. They had originally planned to accompany their children to sleep with their wives, but they could only apologize and say that they had to leave first. In this small village, every household has a woman. However, the women here are not easy to mess with. It is completely fine for their husbands to leave for a while. Not to mention that they are still in the village. However, they all whispered, "Don't show Jim a good face. This child has been getting more and more outrageous recently. It is not okay not to show him a bad face." The parents also agreed with their women's words. If they hadn't listened to Miss Jiang Zhuxiang, their children would definitely be seriously ill now. Even so, the children's spirits were not very good. Therefore, when the village chief arrived, he saw the faces of the parents and couldn't help but feel a little bit amused. However, the village chief had experienced many ups and downs, so he could handle such a small face. He sat down at the round table and asked them to sit down. Jim stood behind the village chief, feeling very uncomfortable under the looks of the parents. He wanted to move from time to time to avoid the eyes of the parents. The village chief didn't care what his child looked like. He just started talking. "Everyone knows that the seed problem can't be delayed any longer. I decided to invite the elders of the little girl to come over tomorrow. Everyone should help talk to her elders to let her sell. As for the conditions, you can give them according to the conditions of our village. After all, survival is the most important thing, and some things can be abandoned. This thing also includes Jim's inheritance rights." The heads of the families heard the village chief's determination to go all out. They had originally planned to delay, but now they were shocked by the village chief's generosity and had no other objections. If it was agreed to be tomorrow, then it would be tomorrow. "Okay. We will come on time tomorrow." They were not unconcerned about this matter. After all, they did not plan to leave here and go to other places, so they agreed quite readily. That night, Tao Tai was blocked by the village chief. Tao Tai came to the kitchen to get the dinner made by Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Tai never had a good face for those who prevented him from eating, and he said in a rough voice, "What's the matter?" This was a sign of Tao Tai getting angry. The village chief naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Tao Tai's tone, and quickly said, "Tomorrow we want to invite you to come over. We want to discuss something with you, which is related to the little girl you are protecting. Please tell the other two." After the village chief finished speaking, he stared at Tao Tai for a while, waiting for its reply. Tao Tai has never cared much about such things. In its view, such things are the work of Tingsha. However, since it has found its head, it will tell it. Anyway, it won't take much effort. Tao Tai nodded and continued to walk around the village chief. In fact, the village chief also knew that Tao Tai was not the one in charge of this group of people, and Tao Tai was the one with the worst temper in this group. But the other few people liked to stay in the room and didn't come out. Only Tao Tai often walked out. After Tao Tai left, the village chief was relieved. When Tao Tai mentioned this at the dinner table, Tingsha understood what the village chief wanted to say. It seems that they can't bear it anymore. It's just right that we have seen them jumping up and down enough during this period. It's better to deal with the matter. Then it's time for us to leave here. If we stay any longer, that person might send someone to arrest us. Although Kunping's temper is relatively good compared to Tao Tai, he can't tolerate such a long delay. After all, freedom is a great temptation for him. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Tao Tai, Tingsha and Xiongqi had all said it, but didn't tell him, which made him feel a little strange. "Don't I have to go? I am the person involved in this matter. Right? All those things before were aimed at me. When it comes to the time to make a decision, how could they exclude me?" Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's dissatisfied face with a bit of amusement. "They probably think we can make the decision for you. It's okay. It's good that you don't have to go. There's nothing good about those old guys wrangling. Wait until we come back after negotiating the terms, and then you can decide whether to do it or not." They will definitely not help Jiang Zhuxiang make a decision. At that time, Jiang Zhuxiang will still have to decide whether to help or not. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and felt that it was right. It would be a good time to go find those children tomorrow. Chapter 461, The Whole Village. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang went out with Tao Tai and the others, but they each went to find someone they could play with. Tao Tai and the others were welcomed into the village meeting room by the village chief. The parents of other residents in the village had not yet arrived. The village chief asked Jim to make tea for the three of them and entertain them, while he went out to urge those who had not yet arrived to come quickly. When Jim saw Tao Tai and the others, he thought of the little girl he had planned to protect before. He couldn't help but feel a little timid, and he unconsciously offered several glasses of wine. When the old village chief came in, he saw his child's flattering look and couldn't help but close his eyes. The performance of this naughty child was really embarrassing for him. It seemed that he had a lot to do in the future. The old village chief tried to suppress the anger in his words. Make a cup of tea for your uncles. It's better to keep him away from the Tao Tai. Otherwise he doesn't know what he will do that he can't accept. Jim left the Tao Tai reluctantly. In the short period of time just now, Jim has deeply felt the momentum of the Tao Tai. He can't say how envious and jealous Jiang Zhuxiang is that he can be protected by such a powerful person. If he also has such a powerful elder, no matter what he does, there will definitely be someone to help him clean up, which will definitely be much more comfortable than now. Of course, Jim knew that his father was pretty good to him, and he didn't have any complaints against him. After all, his mother died when he was born, and it was his father who raised him. He had caused a lot of trouble for his father over the years, and it was thanks to his father's protection that he could continue to live here. Otherwise, he would have to wander somewhere else. Jim poured tea for the parents, and then followed his father's instructions, stood aside obediently, and turned on the communicator to prepare to take minutes of the meeting. This was what his father had just told him to do. He had never done it before, and didn't know what level was better. Jim was afraid that he would not have enough time to write by hand. So he silently turned on the recording function and planned to listen to the recording again to supplement it. The Tao Tai had no idea that what they had just unintentionally displayed had earned them a brain-wrapped fan. They lazily looked at the people opposite them. In fact, there were not many people. There were only 6 households in this small village. So there were only 6 people sitting opposite them. The Tao Tai could easily deal with them. Of course, they were not here to fight today, but to help their young people negotiate. They consciously restrained their tempers and decided not to fight today. The old village chief said directly, "Is your daughter a wood-type mutant?" Before the old village chief started talking about business, he still had to confirm that the information was correct. If it was wrong, their conversation would be completely unnecessary. Tao Tai lazily said, "That's right." The main speaker of this conversation was Tao Tai, mainly because Tao Tai was thick-skinned and would not be dragged away by the old village chief and his people. If it was Tongue Snake, he might be defeated by them using the self-torture trick. After all, when it was broken into pieces, Tongue Snake was dragged by those humans to do hard labor for several years. After getting a positive answer, the old village chief's eyes lit up, and his tone unconsciously carried a bit of urgency. "Can you catalyze the siege yourself?" The wood-type ability also has different levels of ability. If you can't catalyze plants by yourself, it will be much less helpful to them. After all, only if you can catalyze plants by yourself can you understand the internal structure of the seeds and catalyze the vitality of the seeds. So the old village chief is so anxious. Tao Tai still lazily said, "Okay." The younger generation of his family is not just a wood-type superpower. It is really easy for her to catalyze plants. After confirming the information he wanted to know, the old village chief confirmed that Jiang Zhuxiang was the person he needed. And then he solemnly said, "We want to ask your daughter to help us purify the seeds. We can negotiate the price, but we hope it can be done as soon as possible. After all, it is not far from the next sowing. And I don't know when you will leave. If you don't seize the opportunity, you don't know when the next wood-type superpower will appear in your village. By then, maybe the people in the village can't survive. Although there are people in the village who go fishing. Fish can't be eaten as a staple food. If people want to live well, they still have to rely on food." When it comes to Jiang Zhuxiang's interests, Tao Tai is still very serious. He sits up straight and says, "So what is the price you can offer? Let us judge first, and then ask my lady if she is willing." Tao Tai will only help Jiang Zhuxiang negotiate a suitable price. As for whether Jiang Zhuxiang is willing, it depends on her to decide. The old village chief looked at Tao Tai and decided to put forward the highest price he could offer. After hearing the price of the old village chief, the parents were a little surprised. Isn't this the highest price they have agreed on? If the other party is not satisfied, they can't offer a higher price. Is the village chief still clear-headed this time? Will he be influenced by his children? However, after noticing the reluctantly satisfied look on Taudia's face, they stopped talking. It seemed that the old village chief's high price was reasonable. Otherwise, it would be hard to satisfy them. Tao Tai was only reluctantly satisfied. After all, the appearance fee of his youngster was still very expensive. However, he had already figured out the bottom of their village in the past few days. This price was estimated to have drained 90% of the value of the village. Tao Tai felt that he still couldn't let Jiang Zhuxiang feel too greedy. So he showed a reluctantly satisfied expression. I will convey it to our young lady, and give you an answer this afternoon. After saying that, Tao Tai planned to leave. The old village chief tried to persuade them to stay. I have someone prepare lunch. Let's have a meal together. Maybe the price can be lowered a little with this meal. The old village chief obviously knows the habit of the fragment to talk about things at the table, and wants to learn from it. However, Tao Tai was obviously spoiled by Jiang Zhuxiang and rejected the invitation of the old village chief. No. Our lady is still waiting for our news. It's better for you to let her know as soon as possible. Tao Tai knew that Jiang Zhuxiang went to play with the children, and what he said was completely nonsense. But no one would expose it, and he was also trying to save food for them. Right? Chapter 462 Mother's Problems. The old village chief thought about it, and felt that Tao Tai's words made sense. So he let them go back. However, the food was ready, so the rest of them should stay and have a meal before going back. The parents naturally had no objection. It was rare to get so many people together. They hadn't eaten together for a long time. Without outsiders, they naturally felt more relaxed when eating. Perhaps they had hope of solving the things they had been worried about. They even drank a little wine. So the lunch time was infinitely extended. After Tao Tai returned to their room, they took out the lunch that Jiang Zhuxiang prepared for them in the morning and ate it deliciously. Then sent a communication to contact Jiang Zhuxiang, preparing to report their morning results to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang went out in the morning to play with the children. However, when he arrived at a family's house, he found that their mothers were at home. Jiang Zhuxiang inevitably chatted with them for a few words. As a result, the medical knowledge that Jiang Zhuxiang accidentally revealed was keenly noticed by the mothers. It should be said that the things that Jiang Zhuxiang showed when he sent their children back last time had already made the mothers of these children suspicious. This time was just to confirm. After the confirmation, they directly told Jiang Zhuxiang about the situations they would encounter in their daily lives. After all, in this small village, there was no possibility of a healing psychic. Therefore, doctors were more popular with them than with psychics. After all, there were other things to replace food. If someone was sick and no one treated him, he would die. When he died, he would have nothing. Therefore, what Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought of as a relaxing play turned into Jiang Zhuxiang chasing the children to play with them. The children's mothers chased Jiang Zhuxiang to ask questions, and Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but answer. He played in this state for a while, a little speechless. Fortunately, the children's physical strength was limited. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how long he would maintain this strange way. After these mothers of the children appeased the children, who were tired of playing, they continued to ask questions around Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang had to answer their questions seriously, and occasionally took their pulses to confirm, and prescribed some prescriptions commonly used by women. As for whether they could find the medicinal materials on the prescriptions, this was not a problem that Jiang Zhuxiang would care about. After all, he didn't charge for consultation fees, and he didn't have to pay for the medicinal materials. What's more, the medicinal materials on the prescriptions were all with pictures, and they could be found as long as they looked carefully. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang never liked to use precious medicinal materials to treat diseases, unless it was a life-saving situation. After Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed that they had no other questions, he planned to leave. After all, he had been here for a while, and the parents of each family should also end the negotiations with the Tao Tai. If the talks went well, it would be fine. If the talks failed, and they came back and saw him, something embarrassing might happen. However, when Jiang Zhuxiang was about to get up and leave, the mother's communicators rang. After they answered the call, they chatted for a few words, and after hanging up, they began to invite Jiang Zhuxiang to dinner at home, with very good reasons, thanking Jiang Zhuxiang for his previous help. They also saw what Jiang Zhuxiang cared about. Before leaving, the head of their family also revealed what they were going out for today, so they directly told Jiang Zhuxiang, "The men have gathered together to drink. Let's have a meal together. Except for the meal at the village chief's house before, we haven't invited you to dinner ourselves. This time, it can be considered as a taste of our cooking skills." Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Who prepared the meal for the village chief's family?" Before the mothers could answer, a child who had recovered from the shock answered. The village chief said it was bought from other places. "We have never eaten bought food before. However, it doesn't taste as good as the food made by mothers." However, the village chief said that he wanted to entertain guests, and was afraid that the guests would not be used to the food made by mothers. So he specially went to the restaurant opened by people from the place you came from to pack the food. Jiang Zhuxiang recalled that meal in silence. He didn't taste the flavor of his own food at all. He just felt that the taste was very strange and didn't resemble any food from anywhere. He thought it was because the chef's level was not good enough. Moreover, listening to what these mothers just said, today's negotiations obviously turned out well, and they were all in the mood to drink, so they didn't need to worry, and it was not impossible to stay for dinner. The mothers saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had softened, and immediately took action. Sister Mary, your kitchen equipment is better. We will take the ingredients to your house, and then we will eat at your house. Mary's family conditions are the best except for the village chief's family, and she is also very gentle and generous. They are very happy to interact with her, and she will not be reluctant to borrow her place occasionally. And Mary's husband is also very obedient to Mary. As long as they clean up the hygiene after the good, there will be basically no problem. Mary naturally had no objection, and took them home, and told the children not to let Jiang Zhuxiang go. Seeing that they had made up their minds, Jiang Zhuxiang had no intention of leaving. After all, he was not eating for nothing. So he took the children to Mary's house to help. Although the children were weak, they could still do things. The mothers did not reject the children's kindness, and assigned them some simple tasks such as washing vegetables. However, the main vegetable here was potatoes, which were relatively easy to wash. Jiang Zhuxiang also helped the mothers peel some potatoes, and then took the children to the living room to play, turned on the projection function on his communicator, and played cartoons for the children. This seemed to be the favorite video of the children before the end of the world. Although the children's preferences have changed a bit after the end of the world, they still like the video of the fight between the superpowers the most. But they are still interested in the things that are released by the decoration. After all, they watch the video of the fight between the superpowers only because they feel a little envious of the fact that they have not awakened their superpowers. The videos that Jiang Zhuxiang opened are still very interesting in terms of the story, and they began to watch them quietly. However, the children did not watch for long before Taotia's communication came in. Jiang Zhuxiang turned off the video helplessly, and went to a quiet place to answer the call. Taotai sent the communication to tell Jiang Zhuxiang the result of the negotiation. The price is at this price. I don't think they can offer anything more. It's up to you whether you want to help or not. Even if you refuse, we won't have any problems. With us here, you can definitely leave safely. Chapter 463, Tingsha's Method. These ordinary people who don't even have Enum are not taken seriously by Taotai. After getting along with these children, Jiang Zhuxiang was reluctant to see them fall into the miserable situation of starvation. He had already made up his mind and said, I will tell you my decision when I come back. Now I will stay at Mary's house for lunch. Have you had lunch? Although Jiang Zhuxiang prepared lunch for Taotai in the morning, he didn't know whether they went to drink with those people. Jiang Zhuxiang was not familiar with the background in the communicator. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had never been to the room they prepared for Taotai. Taotai was very happy to hear Jiang Zhuxiang's question and answered, I have eaten. Then we will talk about it when you come back. You should eat well. It is rare that his younger generation knows to care whether they have eaten. This is the first time such a harmonious situation has appeared since the conflict with Jiang Zhuxiang before. Unlike Taotai, who only knows how to smile foolishly, Tingsha can judge from Jiang Zhuxiang's willingness to have lunch with them that Jiang Zhuxiang is actually willing to help them. Tingsha quietly prepared the things that Jiang Zhuxiang might need later. Qiongqi looked at Taotai, who was still smiling foolishly, and followed him silently. Tingsha saw Qiongqi following him, and did not drive him away. What he was going to do later might be a little difficult by himself. And with Qiongqi, he would be more confident. What Tingsha had to do was to collect wood hearts. After all, purifying seeds would consume a lot of maternal powers. Even if the growth rate of the wood power of his younger generation was very strange, he still needed external energy to supplement it when it was consumed in large quantities. Fortunately, there were many trees here, so it should not be a problem to find a few wood hearts. In fact, if the people here knew the existence of wood hearts, they could find a few and bury them in the soil, sow the seeds, and naturally purify the seeds, which was much more effective than expecting a wood power user to help. Tingsha had this idea when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang mention wood hearts before. However, the people here had no powers, and it was as hopeless for them to find wood hearts as it was to expect a wood power user. Therefore, Tingsha did not mention this matter at all during the negotiation. However, This matter can be mentioned to her younger generation. She may have other ways to use it. Tingsha will not underestimate the wisdom of her younger generation. She can always come up with some unexpected ways. Her wisdom is as outstanding as her ancestors. When Xiongqi knew that Tingsha was going to find Mushin, he was a little glad that he followed him. Otherwise, according to Tingsha's pretty face, he would definitely not be able to deal with those mutant plants with Mushin. When Jiang Zhuxiang came back, he would blame them. At the same time, Xiongqi was silently complaining about Tingsha's insidiousness. He prepared things alone to please their younger generation. If he hadn't followed, he would definitely be outshined by her again. While Tingsha and the others were busy, Jiang Zhuxiang was somewhat helplessly dragged to the dining table by the children to eat. The way of eating in this place is completely different from that of their fragments. Everyone has their own food on the plate, and everyone's tableware will not touch each other. Personal hygiene is extremely important. Therefore, in such a lunch prepared by several mothers, the number of plates in front of each person is also amazing. After all, everyone hopes that the food they prepare will be liked by others. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the dozens of plates in front of him. Although the amount of food in each plate was not much, it was considerable when added up. There were also 2 bowls of soup. Jiang Zhuxiang silently thanked himself for expanding his stomach a little when he followed Tao Tai and the others to eat. Otherwise, he might not be able to eat even 2/3. Now, if he tried to squeeze the space in his stomach, he might be able to stuff all the food in. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the food of the children next to him and found that the amount was almost the same as that in front of him. Jiang Zhuxiang silently wondered, did those mothers treat him as a child? In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang's guess was not wrong. Judging from Jiang Zhuxiang's appearance, those mothers only treated him as a big child who knew a little more. They also told Jiang Zhuxiang like a child, you must finish the food. Don't leave any. Jiang Zhuxiang silently ate with the children. Halfway through the meal, he felt that he was 7/10 full, and silently stuffed 4 more plates of food. Jiang Zhuxiang smuggled the last dessert into the plates of the children next to him when the mothers were not paying attention, and urged them to eat it quickly. The children who received Jiang Zhuxiang's food tacitly ate the food given by Jiang Zhuxiang first, and helped Jiang Zhuxiang to destroy the body. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his belly and put the tableware away, indicating that he would stop eating. Before starting to eat, Jiang Zhuxiang still reviewed the dining etiquette here. Although he didn't pay so much attention to it when he ate with Pastor Tom and others before, he still had to follow it. It was just that he didn't use it when he was on the road before, so he needed to review it. Fortunately, he didn't make any mistakes so far. The mothers nodded with satisfaction when they saw the placement of Jiang Zhuxiang's knife and fork. Although they were not young ladies here, they were well educated. They were also very satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior of eating all the food, which meant that she appreciated their cooking skills. Every one of them was very happy. After everyone else had finished eating, Jiang Zhuxiang asked to leave, saying that she was going back to discuss something with the elders. The mothers knew what Jiang Zhuxiang was going to discuss, so they didn't stop him. They just said, come back when you have time. Go and see your sister off. The mothers shouted to the children, who were slumped in their chairs after eating. When the children saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was leaving, they pulled themselves up from the chairs. After all, she was their sister who had played with them for the whole morning, so they couldn't be impolite. Before leaving, Jiang Zhuxiang silently stuffed a small porcelain bottle into the oldest child. Give one to each of the younger brothers and sisters later. Jiang Zhuxiang could see that these children had eaten the most today, and these hawthorn pills should be very necessary for them. After Jiang Zhuxiang left, the eldest child hid from his mother and gave each of his younger brothers and sisters a hawthorn pill. The pill tasted sour and sweet in their mouths, and they were a little reluctant to swallow it. After all, they seldom had the chance to eat candy. However, after a while after swallowing it, their stomachs didn't feel so bloated anymore. It seemed that this was a kind of medicine. Chapter 464, Treating the Symptoms and the Root Cause. After Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room and tidied up, he went directly to Tingsha's room to find someone. When they were outside, they had become accustomed to going to Tingsha's room when they had something to discuss. After all, Tao Tai and Qiongqi's rooms were comparable to human male rooms. If he could choose, Jiang Zhuxiang would never stay in their rooms for a long time. However, Tingsha had not returned at this time. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang had the authority to enter Tingsha's room. He waited for Tingsha and the others to return in its small living room with Tao Tai. Tao Tai was also a little curious about what Tingsha and Xiongqi had left him to do. It was rare for him to feel abandoned by his friends. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Tingsha would never do useless things. So he just had to wait. When Tingsha came back, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai waiting there. But he was not surprised. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang should have come back at this time. But he didn't know how long they had been waiting. Have you been waiting for a long time? Tao Tai was about to jump up and speak. But Jiang Zhuxiang spoke first. Not long. Just half an hour. What did you do when you went out? Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the wooden box in Tingsha's hand with a little curiosity. This seemed to be the one he had given to Tingsha to store medicinal materials. Now, he didn't know what was in it. Tingsha opened the wooden box and handed it to Jiang Zhuxiang. When Jiang Zhuxiang opened the wooden box, he felt the strong breath of wood-related supernatural power. When he saw the wooden heart in the wooden box, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised that Tingsha and the others actually went to find the wooden heart. Although he didn't really need it, he was still very grateful. Thank you. I will use it well. I have decided to agree to your previous negotiation. It just happens to be useful. Tingsha accepted this decision without much surprise. Xiongqi followed Tingsha all the way and had a premonition. He just thought that it was Jiang Zhuxiang who told Tingsha. Only Tao Tai was a little surprised. After all, the price they offered was not very high for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang might not be interested in it. Tao Tai thought that Jiang Zhuxiang needed to consider it for a long time. However, after considering Jiang Zhuxiang's character, Tao Tai could understand why Jiang Zhuxiang was so straightforward. During this period, she heard that Jiang Zhuxiang often played with the children here. She probably couldn't bear to see these children. Tao's guess was not unreasonable. Jiang Zhuxiang did agree because of these children. However, he also wanted to train himself. After all, the wood ability was also his obvious strength. It would be better to become stronger. Tingsha saw Jiang Zhuxiang made his decision and proposed an idea. After we leave, the seeds here will become inactive one day. I wonder if we can arrange the wood hearts in a certain direction and bury them in the middle of their fields. In this way, the wood ability can nourish the plants in the land at any time. And the seeds will definitely not be so active so quickly, which can also solve their worries. Originally, Tingsha wanted to grind the wood heart and spread it in the middle of the field. But considering the problem that the rain would wash away the powder, Tingsha thought of Jiang Zhuxiang's ability to set up a formation. So he proposed this idea. Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection to Lei Zhen's idea. After all, it is better to solve the problem in the long run than to just treat the symptoms. Moreover, the energy contained in the wood heart that Tingsha found is still sufficient. If it is used with the help of the formation, it may be effective for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the wood heart and asked Tingsha to reply to the old village chief and tell him his decision. The old village chief returned home drunk. When he received the communication, he was still confused. After seeing Tingsha's face on the other side of the communicator, he woke up in a cold sweat. I don't know why. When facing the three Tao Tai, I always get nervous unconsciously. Even if I haven't done anything wrong, I still feel trembling. Tingsha could understand the old village chief's drinking behavior. After all, their attitude was obvious before, and it was normal for them to want to celebrate. However, Tingsha never liked drinking. So he still warned him, drinking is harmful to your health. It is better to drink less in the future. Also, our young lady agreed to your request. You can send your seeds over. The old village chief was submissive to Tingsha's initial teachings. After hearing that Jiang Zhuxiang agreed to their request, the old village chief was completely sober. Really? Is your young lady willing to help? In the eyes of the old village chief, the wood-type supernatural people who came to their village were all very arrogant. They would always have to ask them to do things several times before they agreed. Tingsha nodded and hung up the call. The old village chief thought it was time to celebrate. So he sent a call to several parents who were also drunk. They had all fallen asleep, and the calls were forwarded to their partners. The old village chief was not picky and told them the good news directly, asking them to pass on the news after their husbands woke up. They were also very happy to hear the news and promised that they would definitely pass it on. After the old village chief hung up the call, he jumped a few times on the spot. Of course, when no one was around. After being happy, the village chief began to draft an official document, asking each family to hand over the seeds that needed to be purified, and he would deliver them uniformly. They would need to collect the pages many times by then. Anyway, The seeds before purification were completely worthless. And the old village chief was not worried that others would think he was going to take something for himself. And it was clearly written in the official document that each family would take the seeds after purification. The families who received the official document immediately started to work. Although the parents were all intoxicated by the old village chief, the mothers could still do this kind of thing with their children. The children helped and said, "Are we going to send this to Sister Xiaoxiang? Can we play with Sister Xiaoxiang?" The mothers gently stopped the children's idea. "Sister Xiaoxiang will be very busy next time, so don't bother her." Okay. The children could understand why Sister Xiaoxiang was busy, because they had to send so many seeds over. They just learned from their mothers that Sister Xiaoxiang was still a wood-type superpower. However, Sister Xiaoxiang was really not like the wood-type superpowers before. She also played with them. When those people saw them, they would only tell them to get out of the way. So after being rejected by their mothers, the children were not very sad. After all, Sister Xiaoxiang would definitely be willing to play with them after she was done. After each family was ready, they sent the seeds to the village chief. There was nothing for them to do next. Just waiting. Chapter 465 Jiang Zhuxiang's Strength Theory. After receiving the seeds sent by each family, the village chief marked each bag, wrote the name and registered it in the book, and then sent the seeds to Jiang Zhuxiang's residence, so that he could take a good look at the number of seeds from each family to avoid making mistakes. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully looked at the list and the number of seeds, and explained, "These seeds may not all be purified, and some seeds are completely dead. At that time, the number of seeds from each family may not be the same. You'd better explain it to them. After all, there is a chance of harvesting dead seeds in every field. And Jiang Zhuxiang also wants to prevent any disputes in the future." Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang explain these things to him so gently, the old village chief was indeed different from the others. He could accept what Jiang Zhuxiang said. In the past, when he asked other wood-type psychics to purify seeds, it was considered a good chance to purify half of the seeds that could be used. The old village chief only asked Jiang Zhuxiang to do this. "It would be good if you can purify 50%. They can accept it. Don't worry." Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved after hearing what the old village chief said. After all, he really couldn't guarantee that he could purify 100%. But the probability of 50% was still too low. It was estimated that those wood-type psychics in the past had swallowed up some of the seeds. However, Jiang Zhuxiang would not say it out to upset the old village chief, and only said, "I will do my best." The old village chief thanked him profusely and left. Jiang Zhuxiang took the seeds directly to his own practice room, where all the necessary things had been prepared. A wooden basin suitable for placing seeds had been placed in front of the futon that Jiang Zhuxiang used to practice. Jiang Zhuxiang opened a bag of seeds from a family and poured them all into the wooden basin. Then he sat down directly on the futon. When it came to purifying the seeds, Jiang Zhuxiang still preferred to use the energy overflowing from his own practice. After all, that kind of energy was more controllable than the wood-based supernatural power. After all, it had been refined into his own energy. Moreover, Jiang Zhuxiang's practice state happened to be at the stage of being able to create vitality. This large-scale purification of seeds was very useful for Jiang Zhuxiang's practice. After all, these seeds can be said to have almost completely lost their vitality, and Jiang Zhuxiang needs to create them for them. This is one of the reasons why Jiang Zhuxiang agreed to help. Jiang Zhuxiang slowly entered the state of cultivation. This time, the overflowing energy did not run around uncontrollably. Instead, it gathered in the wooden basin in front of him under Jiang Zhuxiang's intentional guidance. Jiang Zhuxiang only maintained the state of these energies in the wooden basin and did not do anything extra. After all, if Jiang Zhuxiang catalyzed it, these wheat seeds might germinate directly, which was not the state they needed. However, after Jiang Zhuxiang finished a period of cultivation, he woke up from the state of meditation and found that some wheat had already germinated. Jiang Zhuxiang took it outside a little helplessly and asked Tingsha to help him pick out the germinated wheat seeds. He continued to go back to cultivate. He would decide how to deal with these germinated wheat seeds after he had purified them. After Jiang Zhuxiang had finished the process, he faced a pot of sprouted wheat seeds and looked at them with a sad face. This thing would definitely be returned if he sent it back. Jiang Zhuxiang simply catalyzed the wheat to maturity and harvested several pots of wheat grains. Jiang Zhuxiang evenly distributed them into the wheat seed bags of each family. Seeing that the seeds were not reduced but increased, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how to explain it at that time. so he simply didn't explain it. It was estimated that they would not really come to him and say, "Why are there more seeds after you purify them?" This kind of thing. It was already early morning when Jiang Zhuxiang finished these seeds. After Tingsha saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was fine, he went back to his room. He would send the seeds back tomorrow morning. Besides, Tingsha felt that Jiang Zhuxiang was a bit too fast. After all, the speed of other wood-type superpowers that Tingsha had heard about before was not as fast as Jiang Zhuxiang. Tingsha decided to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang tomorrow about this matter of hiding his ability. Jiang Zhuxiang had enough time for practice today. After going to the bathroom to wash, he started to rest directly. The next morning, at the breakfast table, Tingsha and Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned what he thought of last night, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to return the seeds to the old village chief in a few days. Jiang Zhuxiang asked a question, "Then I can't go out before that? After all, it's not good to hang out outside all day without doing things seriously. I don't think I can stay in the house for so long. And we have to leave. Even if they know that I have strong energy. What can they do? They can't keep me." Tingsha listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's rebuttal and felt that she cared about too many things. Instead, she was not as straightforward as Jiang Zhuxiang. Since she wanted to live such a cheerful and bright life, she let them handle other things. "Okay. You can send a notice to the village chief tomorrow, and let the village chief notify others to collect seeds. As for whether they would be warned when they receive the seeds, that was their own business." Tingsha decided to take charge of distributing the seeds, which would be convenient for them to do things at that time. "You can just hand over the seeds to us when the time comes. If you want to play with anything else, just play with it. We will leave directly after the seeds are taken away. We don't have much time left here." Tingsha also understood Jiang Zhuxiang's character. She must not have played enough with those children before. Tingsha deliberately used playing to divert Jiang Zhuxiang's attention, which was insidious to a certain extent. However, this kind of thing did not damage Jiang Zhuxiang's interests, and Tingsha did not feel guilty about it. Jiang Zhuxiang was not the kind of person who insisted on doing everything himself. When he heard that Tingsha was willing to help, Jiang Zhuxiang said happily, "Okay. Go to my room later and take the seeds and the list." Tingsha naturally agreed and called two helpers Tao Ai and Qiongqi. After Jiang Zhuxiang handed over the seeds, he went to find the children with ease. Because Jiang Zhuxiang got up very early, the children had just gotten up and were eating breakfast at the urging of their mothers. When they saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, they sped up. The mothers all thought that Jiang Zhuxiang would be very good at coaxing children in the future. But they didn't know when Jiang Zhuxiang would become a mother. Chapter 466 Kunping's Show of Strength. After the children quickly finished their breakfast, they took Jiang Zhuxiang to the beach where they often played in the morning. Although the wind here was stronger the closer to the beach, the parents here were not worried about their children's safety at all. The main reason was that their children would stay at the beach for a few months when they started to learn to walk, and first learn how to stand in such a strong wind, then walk, and then run. Therefore, these children had no problem at all in the beach activity room. On the contrary, these mothers were a little worried about Jiang Zhuxiang, wondering if she could adapt to the strong wind at the beach. Before they left, they were still telling their children, "Take good care of your sister Xiaoxiang." These mothers did not think that Jiang Zhuxiang was not doing his job when he went out to play. In their opinion, Jiang Zhuxiang was still young, and even if he wanted to purify the seeds, he needed to combine work and rest. There was nothing wrong with going to the beach with the children. Of course, later, they would know that Jiang Zhuxiang, whom they thought was a child, was very strong. But they only admired him, and did not have any extra thoughts. The children and Jiang Zhuxiang came to the beach. At first, the children remembered their mother's words, and followed Jiang Zhuxiang. But when they found that Jiang Zhuxiang was a little shaky, but not blown away by the wind, they were relieved and went to find something they liked, and at the same time invited Jiang Zhuxiang to compete with them. The content of the competition was to catch crabs. Jiang Zhuxiang had never played this game before, and the small sand crabs on the beach were too small, so there was no point in catching them. However, seeing how excited the children were, Jiang Zhuxiang had to play with them. He dug small holes on the beach one by one, and immediately pressed down on any small objects that moved quickly. After a morning, there was only a thin layer of crabs in each person's bucket. But the children were still very happy. They even counted them one by one, and wrote the name and number on each bucket. They could continue to compete next time, and then settle the accounts once a month to count the winners and losers. Jiang Zhuxiang asked what these small sand crabs were used for. The children excitedly told Jiang Zhuxiang, after raising them at home for a few days, Mom will fry them. And they taste delicious. This is also a rare snack for them. So this is one of the motivations for them to keep coming here to play. Jiang Zhuxiang shared the small sand crabs in her bucket with several children. She certainly couldn't eat fried small sand crabs. So she gave the children a little sweetness. The children asked in surprise, "Are you really going to share with us, Sister Xiaoxiang? The small sand crabs are really delicious." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "Sister may leave soon. And then I won't be able to eat these small sand crabs. It's better to give them to you now. If I'm still here, I'll go to your house and get a few." The children thought it was a good idea. So they happily took the small bucket home. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time and thought that the seed should have been taken. So he planned to go back to his room. His body was covered with sand. So Jiang Zhuxiang decided to go back and take a bath quickly. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would not be able to bear it. At this time, Tingsha's seed distribution had reached the last one. Because the men and the villagers had gone out to sea today. And the ones who came to get the seeds were all women. Tingsha was not good at using threats. So she directly asked them to help Jiang Zhuxiang temporarily conceal Jiang Zhuxiang's ability. After all, it would take several days to go out to sea. And they would have left before that. As long as they did not send a communication and tell their men. This matter could be easily concealed. The mothers could understand Tingsha's idea of protecting their young lady. And just delaying the time of telling their husbands about the seeds would not violate their principles. Moreover, they liked the child very much. So they naturally didn't want her to be hurt. After all, their men's ideas were always different from their women's. And it was not impossible for them to do something radical at that time. After Tingsha sent the last mother away, he went directly to the village chief and told him that they were about to leave and asked him when he could give the things he promised before. The village chief also received the seeds and knew that there was no possibility of delay. So he obediently transferred the converted contribution value to Tingsha. He watched Tingsha leave. And he still felt a little sorry in his heart. After all, he had just checked the purified seeds. Even if he didn't have superpowers, he could feel the vitality of the seeds. If Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have the protection of Tao Hai and the other three, they might really do something. After Tingsha returned to his room, he immediately notified Tao Hai and Xiongqi to pack up. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, he didn't know whether he had returned or not. So he planned to send a communication to ask first. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang had returned, and quickly packed up his things, put some heavy things directly into his personal space, and left the village quickly with Tingsha and the others, without even saying goodbye to the children. He didn't know if they would think of him when they were eating fried sand crabs. Tingsha naturally saw Jiang Zhuxiang's reluctance, and knew that she was reluctant to leave those people. But Tingsha still didn't slow down. After all, humans are sometimes really dangerous creatures. Even if they are not strong enough, they will still do something big, such as human wave tactics. At that time, Tingsha and the others may not be able to get away. The only way to do it is to leave when they don't know. Jiang Zhuxiang could also understand Tingsha's approach. Although he missed the life and people there a little bit, he did not delay in his actions. Moreover, since they were leaving this wind zone, they would be accelerated by the wind when moving, and the speed of leaving became faster. However, at the moment of leaving the border, Jiang Zhuxiang remembered his purpose of coming here before. He seemed not to have seen that wonderful scene, and it did not appear when he was not asleep at night. It seemed that the wonder had disappeared temporarily. When gradually entering the center of this fragment, Jiang Zhuxiang could feel the familiar pressure, and it might be because they delayed for a long time before visiting. The owner seemed to want to give them a horsepower. The pressure became stronger and stronger, and it seemed to be deliberately targeting Jiang Zhuxiang, aiming the seventh layer of pressure at Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang felt this childish behavior a little speechless, silently using the energy he cultivated to fight against it, hoping that the other person could restrain himself a little. Chapter 467 Kuenping's Test. After feeling the energy radiated by Jiang Zhuxiang, Kuenping paused for a moment as if a little surprised, but then increased his pressure again. However, this time, relatively few people targeted Jiang Zhuxiang, and the ones who felt the most deeply were Tao Ai and Xiongqi. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused. This person's temper seemed to be a little changeable. He didn't understand why he targeted him before, and now he didn't know why he changed his target. In fact, the truth is very simple. Kunping didn't know at first that it was Jiang Zhuxiang who was traveling with Tao Tai and the others. He thought that they had refused his call for an ordinary mortal. So they targeted Jiang Zhuxiang. When Jiang Zhuxiang emitted his energy to resist Kunping's pressure, Kunping knew what these guys were doing, and was angry at their concealment of the truth from him. You must know that it was Jiang Zhuxiang who followed them. And Kunping would never use pressure to intimidate Jiang Zhuxiang. You must know that Kunping has known Shenong the longest. If he bullied Shenong's descendants without checking, wouldn't Kunping vent his anger on Tao Tai and the others? Tao Tai knew they were wrong. Even though their legs were bent slightly, and they were about to kneel down, they did not return to their original form. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Senior, I don't know what we did wrong to make you so angry. If possible, please let us see you first so that we can admit our mistakes in person. I believe you are not the kind of person who would bully the younger generation." Jiang Zhuxiang's provocation did not make Kunping angry. Instead, it made it feel that Shenong's descendants were as bad-tempered as Shenong. What he meant was that if he didn't meet them, he would be bullying the younger generation. Although Kunping was not a human, he still didn't want to be called that. Kunping retracted his pressure and said, "Then you can come in." Kunping wanted to see if this young man could come to him. When Kunping's pressure was retracted, Tao Tai and Qiongqi sat down on the ground, not caring about their image at all. After hearing Kunping's words, they hurriedly reminded, "Be careful. This one is the only one who has learned the formation. He was able to tie with your ancestor in the past. Half of the formations in your Shenong secret art were adapted from him. Back then, they were all trained by Shenong and Kunping using the formation. After so many years, in the dark days underground, it is still unknown to what extent this one's level will improve. You know, the formation does not require a lot of your own strength, and it can be rehearsed even underground." As for why Tao Tai only gave a verbal reminder and didn't follow, it was because he was frightened by this person's formation at that time, and his legs were still weak. If he really entered the formation, he would only be a drag on Jiang Zhuxiang. As for Tingsha, although he was not trained by Kunping in the past, he had heard of Kunping's fierce reputation during the long years he followed his master. It was a task that even the Emperor of Heaven had to give up a little. Facing the message sent by Jiang Zhuxiang asking for someone to accompany him, he completely ignored it. It was not that they were unwilling, but if Jiang Zhuxiang went in by himself, the degree of danger might be the level of training the younger generation. If they went in, they would definitely be beaten. They should not go in to make it more difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the three people who were all bowing their heads with a bit of helplessness. This person's threat was so great, but no one was willing to accompany him in. Jiang Zhuxiang also sensed the degree of danger of this person from the attitudes of these three people, and couldn't help but hesitate. During the hesitation, Kunping spoke again. "Why? Little girl, don't you dare to come in? Your ancestors didn't have such a cowardly descendant." Of course, the voice was full of jokes, and the attitude was also a joking attitude. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to this kind of provocative words with a bit of helplessness. His previous words were indeed shot back. It was not that he was afraid, but the unknown things always made people a bit flustered. However, since Kunping had said such words, he could no longer hesitate and directly handed his backpack to Tingsha for safekeeping. After all, there was still something in the backpack. Who knew what kind of attack would be in the formation? It would be better for him to go into battle lightly. Jiang Zhuxiang gently stepped into the land that was obviously different from the normal land. In an instant, he felt a place that was completely different from the scenery of this fragment. It was warm like spring. If you really want to say it, it was similar to the climate of Shenong Valley. Jiang Zhuxiang stuffed himself with a pill of Qingxin. It seemed that the first level was the illusion array. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that this person had a good grasp of the measure. At least the illusion array did not cause much harm to people. The biggest consequence was just getting lost in it. When the array was withdrawn, he would be able to wake up. While evaluating, Jiang Zhuxiang cut down the tree full of fruits. This was the biggest mistake in this array. After all, the fruit trees in Shenong Valley had never maintained so many fruits. As soon as they began to bear fruit, thieves of all sizes would start to attack. Of course, some of these thieves were human and some were beasts. However, they were all measured and would always leave a few fruits on the tree in the end. Because once they had no more left, the people guarding the fruit trees would come to trouble them. After all, Shenong Valley never did things that would cut off their descendants. After Jiang Zhuxiang cut down the tree, The picturesque Shenong Valley immediately disappeared in front of him. What appeared in front of Jiang Zhuxiang was a mountain of swords. The gaps between the swords were only enough for one toe to walk. If someone really wanted to try to walk through those gaps, then the calf would be scratched. Because this formation tests the body skills of the challenger. And the price to be paid by those who do not follow the rules is still relatively large. Seeing this, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that this person wanted to test him a little bit. So there was definitely no great danger. So Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved. Cheered up, looked at the position of the sword tips, jumped lightly, stepped on them, and ran forward without stopping for a moment. This distance was still a bit difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang. Although Jiang Zhuxiang's light body skills had just improved before, it was a pity that the stored energy was not enough to support it. In the last 10 meters, Jiang Zhuxiang took a little shortcut and used his wood power to catalyze a vine, wrap it around a pillar at the end, and pull himself over. He sat on it a little exhausted. The moment he sat down, Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to hear a hee sound. Chapter 468: A Unique Way to Break the Formation. Jiang Zhuxiang sat down cross-legged in silence, pretending that he hadn't heard it. It would be better to take the time to recover his physical strength. Seeing how annoying this level was, he would definitely need a lot of physical strength later, before the new formation appeared. It would be better for him to recover a little of the energy he had consumed. Not all of it, but at least half of it. While Jiang Zhuxiang was meditating, the scene around her was slowly changing. Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by the familiar chill. She was almost buried in the snow. Jiang Zhuxiang wiped the snow off her face, stood up helplessly, shook her body, and shook off the snow. Fortunately, her old cotton-padded clothes were still there. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would really be a little confused. Looking around, there was no obvious feature except for the white snow. Jiang Zhuxiang tugged at his sleeves in distress. What did this person want to test him this time? Jiang Zhuxiang unconsciously circled in the snow to keep himself warm, and then began to poke here and there out of boredom. The thing he used to poke was naturally a bamboo stick that Jiang Zhuxiang took out from his personal space. This was left over from the bamboo raft he made before. Then, Jiang Zhuxiang found that the bamboo stick would not stick to any snow, and there were many scratches on the surface of the bamboo stick. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took a few snow grains and put them in his mouth. When he bit it, his mouth was full of sand, and his teeth were almost broken. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took out a pocket and began to put snow particles in it. This thing is definitely a good thing. Even if the formation cannot be broken, it doesn't matter much. Jiang Zhuxiang sighed as he put it in. This person is probably the most generous. He dares to use such good materials to set up such a small formation. Don't blame me for secretly putting some in. Kunping saw Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior outside the formation and changed the formation a little helplessly. He still felt a little distressed about the things he used to set up the formation before. That bag is his gift. Jiang Zhuxiang reached down with his claws and grabbed a handful of soil. He threw it away silently. It seems that he still feels distressed. However, looking at the soil on the ground that was about to crack, Jiang Zhuxiang silently jumped up. Wasn't this test of ice and fire a little too much? It didn't give people any time to react. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took off his old cotton coat, and then looked at the fierce flames. He tried it with the water dragon talisman first. Feeling that the fire became stronger, Jiang Zhuxiang silently took out the bag of things he had collected before and sprinkled them on the fire. Although the things were not sand, they were still effective in extinguishing fire. Sure enough, after a few times, the fire array was solved by Jiang Zhuxiang. After the fire was extinguished, Jiang Zhuxiang did not forget to take the things back. After all, if such a difficult material was not solid and not afraid of fire, Jiang Zhuxiang would not dare to use it as sand. Kunping, who was outside the formation, was a little worried when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang's unconventional method of breaking the formation. Was there something wrong with the secret technique of Shenong's family? How could the style of the younger generation taught by them be so weird? In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang had this reaction only because he had been in the Academy of Sciences for a long time. When encountering things related to science, he would use the methods of the Academy of Sciences to deal with them. It was not a problem with Shenong's secret technique. Kunping didn't want to see how Jiang Zhuxiang would break through the level next, and waited for Jiang Zhuxiang to come in a bit sulky. After Jiang Zhuxiang became proficient, he was used to using science to solve everything. It was too troublesome to slowly find the eye of the formation. Jiang Zhuxiang was only so stupid in the first level of the illusion formation. After Jiang Zhuxiang used explosives to collapse the last mountain in the formation, Jiang Zhuxiang pushed open the door in front of him with a refreshed spirit, and saw Kunping sitting there, not saying a word and looking sullen. Jiang Zhuxiang said awkwardly, "Hello? I didn't seem to bully it. Right? Why should it be angry? I should be angry." And I accepted the test inexplicably. Hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's greeting, Kunping silently looked up at Jiang Zhuxiang and asked a little seriously, "I remember that Shenong passed down the complete secret technique, right? As a descendant of Shenong, you didn't learn it well? You don't even know the correct way to solve the formation? What are those weird methods? What a mess." Because Kunping is in the eye of the storm, few people can get in usually, so it naturally has no idea about the outside world. It is not willing to control those mindless zombies, so it is the one who knows the least about the human world among all the fierce beasts. Otherwise, it would not find it so strange. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled awkwardly. "I learned it all by myself. Of course, I have learned how to solve the formation, but it is more convenient to do so. Besides, this world is very different from before, and our method of solving the formation cannot remain unchanged. If we don't try it ourselves, if we are discovered by others in the future, we will be in a disadvantageous position. Right?" Kunping couldn't refute Jiang Zhuxiang's words. After all, he was also a person who had modified the Shenong formation. What he said just now was just to know Jiang Zhuxiang's level. He himself was a fierce beast that was good at transformation. He was still very curious about the changed world that Jiang Zhuxiang talked about. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Kunping wanted to talk freely, so he quickly reminded him, "Can you let the Taotai come in first?" If he didn't go out for a long time, he didn't know if they would break in. After all, they were still quite concerned about him, especially the later tongue snake. Kunping saw Jiang Zhuxiang looking at the formation worriedly, and thought of the level of those guys outside. So he withdrew the formation speechlessly. It seems that this soft-hearted problem is exactly the same as Shenong. When the formation plate was spinning in Kunping's hand, Taotai, Xiongqi, and the other three came in. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang standing there, well, they were relieved. You know, when they were outside and couldn't hear any movement, they were really worried. After all, the injuries caused by Kunping's formation were a bit unbearable even for those of them with thick skin and flesh. Who knows what will happen to Jiang Zhuxiang? Kunping put away the array plate, signaled the Taotai to stay aside quietly, and took Jiang Zhuxiang with him to understand the current situation and where Jiang Zhuxiang learned those strange methods. After they finished their communication, Kunping let Jiang Zhuxiang go to rest with a bit of reluctance. Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't eaten properly for almost a day, and he was fed with nutritional supplements. He had to give way to rest when he had nothing to do. Chapter 469, Jiang Zhuxiang's Little Revenge. As for Taotai, they had not thought about eating when Jiang Zhuxiang broke through the formation, so they naturally agreed with Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal. In addition to leaving Tongue Snake for Jiang Zhuxiang to check, Taotai and Xiongqi went out to find food. The place occupied by Kunping was still the middle of an area. There were actually quite a lot of mutant animals. Perhaps because of the strong wind, the animals that survived unconsciously increased their own weight, which also caused a lot of trouble for Taotai and Xiongqi. Catching one of each edible mutant animal would be enough for dinner tonight. When they brought these mutant animals back to Kunping's territory, Kunping asked curiously, "Why did you bring them back? Why don't you just eat them outside? You're not afraid of scaring her by eating in front of her." Kunping's understanding of Jiang Zhuxiang is still limited. To him, cubs are all timid, especially Jiang Zhuxiang, who is still so young. Taotai stood up unconsciously when they saw Kunping. After hearing the question, they answered respectfully, "These are all to be cooked with fire before eating. We haven't eaten raw food for a long time. She won't be scared." Besides, Jiang Zhuxiang had seen them eating before, and there was no unnecessary reaction at all. At that time, they asked the reason, but Jiang Zhuxiang's answer shocked them. If a doctor who has seen corpses on the battlefield can be scared by such a small animal corpse, then I don't need to practice medicine. Besides, eating raw food is just because you don't know how to use fire. There is nothing to be afraid of. Taotai and Xiongqi's reaction at that time was, how can a cub go to the battlefield? The Shenong clan really makes them incomprehensible. Kunping looked at the two with contempt. No wonder their strength has dropped so much. You know, the energy in the flesh and blood is a great tonic for beasts. However, considering that Jiang Zhuxiang is coming, he should restrain himself for the next few days. After Kunping despised Tao Ai and Qiongqi, he went back to his sleeping place and lay down. Jiang Zhuxiang lit the fire, cleaned the mutant animals, put them on the fire, smeared the seasoning, and waited quietly for the moment when they were cooked. The fire stimulated the aroma of the meat. In this windless place, the aroma completely filled the entire space. Kunping, who was about to fall asleep, opened his eyes a little puzzled and looked at the place where the fragrance came from. He couldn't help feeling a little hungry. The cooked food that Shenong let him eat before tasted ordinary. Could it be that this strange world has brought about changes again? Jiang Zhuxiang changed the surface of the barbecue, cut a few times, and smeared the seasoning again. Kunping was completely attracted by the smell and waited with Tao Tai and the others. 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhuxiang said it was time to eat. Tao Tai and Qiongqi took the big fire and moved the grill away. They cut the meat with their sharp nails. Jiang Zhuxiang chose the smaller grill. The food on this grill was just right for her and Tingsha to eat together. When Kunping wanted to taste the food, he consciously went to Tao Ai and Qiongqi. Tao Tai and Qiongqi did not dare to resist. They could only watch the little bit of grilled meat they had eaten go into Kunping's stomach. Not even the bone residue was left for them. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the situation over there. He just took out the mutant animals that were originally placed in the personal space and let Tao Tai and Qiongqi grill them by themselves. He had already applied the seasonings. After a meal, Kunping's original high-handed image could no longer be maintained. When everyone was drinking hawthorn water around the fire, Jiang Zhuxiang naturally began to ask Kunping, "Do you want to go for a walk with us?" When Kunping saw the Tao Tai and others appear in this fragment before, he already wanted to be able to walk around like them. But they never said how they did it before. And Kunping couldn't force such a shameful thing. Now that he heard Jiang Zhuxiang asking, he naturally said, "Of course I thought about it. You have a way." After saying that, Kunping looked at the Tao Tai and others. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled. "It's not that I have a way, but you can do it yourself. But I don't have this experience. If you want to ask them, I am only responsible for one of the links, and they should tell you." Speaking of which, Jiang Zhuxiang never understood that he had that ability. After all, there was nothing special about him except Shenong's secret method. Kunping immediately stared at Tao Tai and Qiongqi. These two guys were the easiest to deal with. As for Tingsha, he had a relationship with Shenong, so it was difficult for Kunping to be ruthless. Moreover, that guy had good means. Kunping was still a little worried about being retaliated. After all, the revenge of a doctor was still terrible. Tao Tai and Qiongqi saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had leaked it out, so it was not good to continue to hide it. And they told Kunping directly. After listening, Kunping suddenly realized and said, "No wonder I always feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. It seems that it is that thing that is causing trouble. I thought about digging it out myself before. Now I just want to excrete it myself." Right? For Kunping, he is so strong that he doesn't care about a broken stomach. As long as there is a drop of blood, he can be revived with full blood. However, it is a bit difficult to discharge it by himself. After all, Kunping's body is still too big. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally took Kunping's body into consideration, and said with a smile, "Do you need help?" After being tossed around by Kunping before, Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to take a little revenge. Of course, it would not be too serious, but it would still be a bit sad. Kunping looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's face, which was exactly the same as Shenong's expression when he wanted to do something bad. Thinking of his own strong strength, he was not worried about being at a disadvantage. So he asked directly, "How do you plan to help?" Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and wrote down a prescription, handed it to Kunping, and said, "This prescription can definitely speed up your excretion of foreign matter." Of course, this prescription was originally for mortals, and Jiang Zhuxiang increased the dosage tenfold. Although Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Shenong was familiar with them, he probably had not taught them any medical skills other than tongue snake, and he was completely sure that Kunping would not be able to detect his little thoughts. But unfortunately, Kunping did not know what the prescription was. But Shenong had once taught him how to identify Croton and warned him not to eat too much. Looking at the amount on Jiang Zhuxiang's prescription, it definitely exceeded the amount Shenong had warned him about. Kunping would naturally not be fooled, and directly said, "There is a wrong amount of medicine in this prescription." Chapter 470 Lei Zhen's Troubles. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and asked back, "What is it?" His tone was very innocent. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't believe that Kunpeng could see anything wrong. Kunpeng squinted at Jiang Zhuxiang and directly pointed out, "Can you eat so much of croton?" If Jiang Zhuxiang dared to answer yes, he would question Jiang Zhuxiang's medical skills. Jiang Zhuxiang had to take it back silently, changed it to the correct dosage, and showed it to Kunpeng. Jiang Zhuxiang went down to prepare the medicine. Naturally, he would not do anything that would insult his master. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang go down, Tingsha smiled and stepped forward and said, "Xiaoxiang is still a little childish. I hope the senior will not be angry with her." In fact, Tingsha and the others were a little dissatisfied with Kunpeng for making things difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang's small reward was completely deserved, and Tingsha apologized only to shut Kunpeng up. Kunpeng looked at Tingsha with a smile, and after a burst of white light, he turned back to his original form, using his behavior to express his thoughts. And he didn't want to talk to you. When Jiang Zhuxiang brought the medicine back, he saw that they ignored each other and stepped on each other. He was a little surprised and asked Tingsha in a low voice, "What's going on?" It was fine before he left. Why did it become such a scene when he came back? Tingsha smiled and said, "Nothing. You go and deliver the medicine first." They would never do such things as reporting behind the back. And at most they would fight when they couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing that they didn't want to talk, Jiang Zhuxiang respected their wishes and put the medicine in front of Kunpeng, letting him drink it while it was hot. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any discomfort with Kunpeng's huge body, but he was just worried about how it would drink it. Kunpeng directly used the wind to roll up the potion and put it into his mouth, then closed his eyes and waited. Jiang Zhuxiang's medicine was still effective very quickly. After half an hour, Kunpeng felt a little restless. Jiang Zhuxiang left consciously. It's better not to watch such things, so as not to make Kunpeng hate it later. Tingsha and the others were still very obedient and followed Jiang Zhuxiang away. However, Tingsha and Jiang Zhuxiang asked for a flying camera. As for what they were doing, Jiang Zhuxiang said he didn't know. An hour later, when Jiang Zhuxiang and the others came back, Kunpeng was already in human form, holding an amber crystal that was obviously larger than the one that Tingsha and the others had expelled before. Jiang Zhuxiang also felt the lines on it, as well as a pattern, but he didn't know what it was. Jiang Zhuxiang inexplicably felt that this thing should be very important, so he carefully put it together with the previous pieces. Kunpeng suddenly felt relieved. "I'll go fly around first. You wait here." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into his original form and flew into the sky. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the scene that covered the sky and the sun, and inexplicably felt that he was very small. It seems that some things really need to be compared. Tingsha and the others could understand its behavior, but they were a little dissatisfied with its appearance. Was it showing off its size? Of course. Kunpeng was already very big, so Tingsha and the others were just complaining. When Kunpeng had flown enough outside and caused a lot of trouble, and returned to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were ready to go out and take a look. Kunpeng threw the things he brought back on the ground, saying, "Eat first and then go out." As for Kunpeng, he would definitely follow. Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not leave on an empty stomach. After looking at the things Kunpeng brought, he decided to eat stewed meat. After all, the previous barbecue brought a lot of smoke and fire, so he still had to pay attention to his health. Jiang Zhuxiang gave the task of cutting meat to Tao Tai, and he began to catalyze the spices for stewing meat, which Lei Jin had given him before. When he used the things, Jiang Zhuxiang realized that he had forgotten to contact Lei Jin again. He must remind himself to contact him after dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang set it up on the communicator, and then concentrated on looking at the huge pot of stewed meat in front of him, stirring it from time to time to prevent it from sticking to the pot. Later, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared a pot of rice for himself, mixed the rice with meat soup, and ate it for a meal. He still didn't eat meat. Kunpeng and Tingsha finished the pot of meat and ate the rice left by Jiang Zhuxiang. After Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned up, he started to communicate with Lei Jin. He didn't know if the signal here was good. Fortunately, the signal here in the eye of the storm was still good. Lei Jin quickly answered the call. "You have arrived." Xu Xiang hadn't contacted him for a long time. He didn't even have the interest to compete with his father during this period. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded a little guilty. "We are about to move on to the next place. We may not come back during this period." Lei Jin said a little sadly, "Then can I contact you?" Their previous agreement was that Lei Jin could not take the initiative to contact Jiang Zhuxiang. But with Jiang Zhuxiang's memory, it was too difficult for her to take the initiative to contact him. Considering his previous behavior, Jiang Zhuxiang took a step back. Lei Jin could contact him, but not more than once a day. Today, Kuiping took the initiative to take the task of night watch. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely needed to set up a formation, so he had time to ask Lei Jin about the situation. How are you and your father handling it? Lei Jin said helplessly. Father only took over half of the matter, and said that the rest would let me practice. Now we are still trying to get the other party to do more things, and there is no fixed result yet. Jiang Zhuxiang was also speechless about Lei Jin and his son. As a son, it is also right to help the elder share some things. Just let him a little. Lei Jin said a little aggrievedly. I was giving in to him. Otherwise, I would have done nothing long ago. Jiang Zhuxiang touched Lei Jin's head across the screen to comfort him, and asked about the situation of the Academy of Sciences. Lei Jin has been concerned about the Academy of Sciences recently. After all, his girlfriend is not here, and it is a man's duty to take care of Yu's family. Lei Jin thought about it. The Academy of Sciences has nothing to do recently, but I heard that a group of people were brought back, and they are foreigners, and there are several very young children. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little relieved. They are moving very quickly. Are those children doing well? Lei Jin was a little surprised by Jiang Zhuxiang's concern. Do you know those children? Jiang Zhuxiang said, well, I bought them from a manor. They are not bad, but their status is low. They are all slaves. I plan to let the dean train them well, and then let them go free when they are finished. It can be regarded as a good deed, and it can also reserve some energy for the Academy of Sciences. After listening to this, Lei Jin silently decided to take good care of those children in the future. This can be regarded as being a parent in advance. Chapter 471. Going deep behind enemy lines. After Jiang Zhuxiang asked about all the things he was concerned about, he hung up the communication and began to rest. However, the Academy of Sciences, which Lei Jin said was all good, showed some signs of instability. This was the news sent back by the people Lei Jin sent to the Academy of Sciences. Lei Jin was in a struggle with his father and couldn't get away. Otherwise Lei Jin would definitely go there himself. Now hearing about this kind of thing that might slap him in the face, Lei Jin immediately didn't care about the struggle with his father, and threw the matter away, wanting to run to the Academy of Sciences to see. After all, it couldn't be explained clearly on the communicator. When the Lei clan leader found that his son had signs of escaping, he found out immediately, and went to ask the reason directly. If Lei Jin couldn't give a reason that could convince him, he would never let him go. Lei Jin rolled his eyes helplessly. You are allowed to leave without a reason with your mother, but you are not allowed to come here once. However, after complaining, Lei Jin still told where he was going. Something happened at the Academy of Sciences. I'm going to take a look. After all, Xiao Xiang is not here, and I still have to take care of her home. After hearing this reason, Chief Lei was not unacceptable, but said, come back early. If there is something inconvenient to deal with, you should ask Xiao Jiang to come back. After all, you are still an outsider, and he is an outsider who needs to please them. Chief Lei has deeply felt this feeling before. Lei Jin nodded to show that he understood. I will take care of it. You will have to work hard for a while. Although he and his father had a fierce fight, they still had a good relationship. Lei Jin was not worried that his father would take over his affairs. Lei clan leader nodded to show that he understood and let his child go out without worry. Lei Jin took Lei Kong and drove over directly. Lei Jin kept understanding the development of the matter along the way. Fortunately, several shelters were not far away. Lei Jin finally arrived at the Academy of Sciences before he died of anxiety, because the person who stayed in the Academy of Sciences could not explain anything clearly. Lei Jin took Lei Kong directly into the Academy of Sciences. He did not go to see the dean first, but went to see the dean's wife first. After all, the dean must be very busy now, so it would be better not to disturb him easily. And if there is something serious, the dean's wife will definitely get the news. After all, their relationship is as good as their own parents. My father has always been nagging my mother about his own things regardless of whether she likes it or not. Explaining with my father's words is to let her understand myself. In fact, Lei Jin's choice is right. When the dean's wife saw Lei Jin coming, she directly said, it's nothing. If you come, just help by the way. It just happened that there was a lack of military deterrence, and Lei Jin ran into it. Lei Jin was a little confused. You should tell me what happened first. The people who stayed here before couldn't say anything. The dean's wife smiled. The little guy who stayed behind naturally wouldn't know about such internal affairs. After all, the confidentiality agreement was not something that could be read at will. However, if you need help now, it's better to explain it clearly to avoid any misunderstandings. There is a little disturbance in our production base for nutrient supplements. It is under control now. You don't have to do anything. Just stay with my husband, who likes to run to the front line and watch him. The husband is a complete scholar, but he has a stubborn temper. Originally, this small disturbance could be handled by the subordinates, but he wanted to deal with it personally. When Lejeune heard that his future father-in-law had actually gone deep into the danger, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Then I'll go there right away. The dean's wife contacted the dean and asked for the specific location, and Lejeune immediately rushed to his side. After arriving at the scene, Lejeune found that the matter was not that serious. Wu Jing was with the dean, which effectively reduced the anger of both parties, and they were already shouting face to face. Of course, it will take some time to reconcile. Lejeune's task is to prevent any accidents that stimulate the emotions of both parties. After all, the main instigator of this turmoil has not been found yet. And who knows if there will be any conspiracy? Lejeune looked at the emotional people on the opposite side and felt like he had seen the peasant uprising in ancient books. But these people were of higher quality and did not act so violently. While watching the situation of both parties, Lejeune asked Wu Jing, "When do you think this will end? This looks a bit like a farce." Lejeune didn't think there was any benefit in doing this. When the situation was under control, the dean would definitely strengthen his control over them. After all, this place was said to have been discovered by the previous dean. The ownership was privately owned by the dean and was only used by the Academy of Sciences. The previous dean gave all his inheritance to the current dean before his death. So the ownership of the farm is still in the hands of the dean. Those people on the opposite side are just helping with the work. Wu Jing asked solemnly, "Can you accompany me there in the evening? I'll go and talk to them. They must have been provoked by someone with ulterior motives. I'll explain the matter to them clearly, and they should wake up." Lejeune did not agree immediately and glanced at the dean. The dean nodded slightly. If the problem could be solved peacefully, he did not want to start a war. Lejeune then said, "When do you want to go?" Wu Jing said, "Dinner is the best time. At that time, they are most emotionally stable and can sit down and talk." Lejeune nodded. "Then just come to me when the time comes." Wu Jing reminded, "We will go there and eat with them. Can you drink? Men are more likely to talk at the wine table." Lejeune did not expect that they could actually make wine. He really did not know his own alcohol tolerance. But it would definitely be no problem to drink a little. "I can drink a little, but I don't know the exact amount." Wu Jing said, "It's good that you can drink. You should stay sober. I'll do the main thing." Lejeune said he knew that he was mainly a bodyguard. In the evening, Wu Jing came to find someone. Lejeune put away the things that the dean gave him and followed Wu Jing to the opposite side. Lejeune and his team were not stopped at all and went directly to a family's house. The family's dinner had just been served. When they saw Wu Jing coming, they immediately invited him to come and eat. Seeing Lejeune, a stranger, they didn't feel restrained and asked him to sit down directly. Before they started eating, there was a glass of wine in front of each person. Lejeune glanced at Wu Jing, picked it up and took a sip. He found that although the taste was light, it was still very palatable. It seemed that the winemaker's craftsmanship was pretty good. Chapter 472 Wu Jing's Solution. After one cup, the host invited Wu Jing to eat. Wu Jing did not rush to talk about the matter, but drank one cup after another. Wu Jing knew their temperament very well. They would not speak unless they were drunk. It was not a joke to speak the truth after drinking. Besides, Wu Jing rarely came back after helping them open the virtual store. Otherwise, he would not be unaware of such a serious situation. Wu Jing still felt a little guilty, both for them and for the dean. When the host spoke, Wu Jing had already drunk more than 10 cups. Wu Jing's alcohol tolerance was still good, and he was only slightly feverish now. Wu Jing found a fan to cool himself off and listened to the man's words. The man sighed silently. "This time, it's still about money. The store you helped us open recently has made a lot of money, and they just want more. As for the extra part that can be taken, it was originally determined by the Academy of Sciences. Driven by interests, they planned to break up with the Academy of Sciences." Wu Jing was a little speechless. What they can get is still given by the Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, they can't get a penny. Wu Jing thinks it's better to make some things clear. Uncle, can you ask everyone to come to the square in the evening? And you go and call each family in person. I have something to tell you. As long as they know the ownership of the land, they will not have such unrealistic ideas. Although the male host drank more than Wu Jing, his brain was still very clear. And he immediately reacted. You suspect someone is playing tricks. Wu Jing nodded. And he didn't mention anything else. Anyway, he would know when the time comes. The male host saw Wu Jing's attitude and knew that this was not something they could know. So he readily agreed to help. As an old man who had been on the farm for a long time, he still had some understanding of the origin of this farm. Now it seems that they are not going to hide it. At 8 o'clock, everyone gathered in the square, chattering about their own situations and what the final outcome of the recent events with the Academy of Sciences would be. When they saw Wu Jing and Lei Jin appear on the platform, the people below were quiet for a moment. And then, they started to make noise again. But most people were asking when Wu Jing was going to come back. Wu Jing pressed his hand on the platform. Recently, everyone is not very happy with the dean and his people. I will stay here for a while and talk to you about the things inside. After that, Wu Jing turned on the projector and projected a document, which was provided by Lei Jin. At the same time, Wu Jing said, the Academy of Sciences means that they will sign a contract with you in the future and give you a salary. At the same time, you are not allowed to sell the things on the farm by yourself in the future. If you still want to sell, you need to buy seeds and open fields by yourself. The people below were a little surprised when they saw the date on the document. And they were even more surprised when they heard Wu Jing's words. After all, it was very generous of the Academy of Sciences to still use them after such a mess. At the same time, their original farce could no longer continue. After all, the property rights were clearly divided, and they had no right to make trouble at all. Lei Jin watched Wu Jing handle the matter so simply, and silently sighed that the dean knew how to use people. If this matter was handled by other people, they would definitely not be trusted so easily. After Wu Jing finished speaking, he asked, do you have any other ideas? If you have any, you can tell me, and I can help you convey them when the time comes. As for whether they agree or not, it depends on them. After all, everyone has the right to choose. The people listening below were a little undecided. After all, it was related to their future lives, and they were worried about whether they would be bullied if they stayed here after making trouble once. Wu Jing also knew the concerns of those people, and knew that the Academy of Sciences still needed these people. So he said, if you stay in the future, I will apply to the dean to take charge of your affairs. I think other people would not be willing to take them. After all, no one knows whether there will be a second trouble. After hearing what Wu Jing said, the others also wanted to stay here. After all, they were ordinary people, and they didn't know how to survive in other places. Wu Jing said, you can continue to consider it. The Academy of Sciences will not let you leave before the harvest this year. The others were relieved. Such a long time was enough for them to consider their future. Wu Jing had no other things to do, and said directly, you can go first. I will move back tomorrow. I have to go back to report today. Don't worry. Others responded in varying degrees. Some even invited Wu Jing to dinner at home. Wu Jing said, I will come after you calm down. After all, we still have to show an attitude first. Others nodded and went back quietly. Wu Jing took Lei Jin back to see the dean. Things still had to be reported. At the entrance of the farm, Wu Jing saw those cold robots. Their fighting power was definitely comparable to that of the superpowers. Wu Jing could only silently hope that no one would do something stupid that night. Lei Jin was very interested in these robots, and hoped that the dean would allow him to fight them. The dean had gone home at this time, so Wu Jing and Lei Jin could only report to him. The dean was quite satisfied with Wu Jing's work efficiency, and he also planned to give those who made trouble a second chance. As long as they stayed until the autumn harvest, they would be considered to be kept in school for observation. As for Lei Jin, the dean said to him with a smile, thank you for your hard work. Lei Jin quickly said, it's not hard. Then he said a little embarrassedly, do you have other robots here? I want to exchange contribution points with you. The dean naturally answered, yes. Then, he took a large amount of contribution points from Lei Jin without mercy. Of course, the robot was also a high-level robot second only to the best. The dean would not really let Lei Jin suffer. Lei Jin was very happy to try the robot after getting it, and then put it away, thinking that the communication opportunity today had not been used yet. He decided to report today's events. Lei Jin had learned his lesson, and would no longer conceal the news. After Jiang Zhuxiang knew the news, he was still a little anxious. How do the dean and others feel? Do you want me to come back? Although they already have the next destination. It is okay to come back, and then set off. Although Lei Jin really wanted to see his little Xiang, he still didn't dare to use this excuse to trick her back. Lei Jin said, the matter has been almost resolved. It has no effect on their mood. If it is convenient for you, come back. If it is not convenient, it doesn't matter if you don't come back. Chapter 473, The Vibrant Dantian. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin confirmed that the dean was in a good mood, they felt relieved and asked about the outcome of the matter. After all, they used to like that place. Lei Jin explained carefully. The dean gave them a choice. They could leave or sign a contract. The latest deadline was after the autumn harvest. I don't know if there would be any problems by then. However, Wu Jing seemed to be going back again. It was unlikely that there would be any problems by then, unless Wu Jing had an accident. Jiang Zhuxiang frowned. What about his research? Wu Jing has a lot of research results related to plants. It would be a pity to give up like this. Lei Jin was a little jealous when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang caring so much about another man. This kind of thing is naturally for the dean to worry about. I'm not happy that Xiaoxiang is so considerate of others. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the jealous man speechlessly. I just want to know. Don't you know? Jiang Zhuxiang directly used the method of provoking, and didn't believe that Lei Jin would not say it. Lei Jin would naturally not admit that he was incompetent in front of his own Xiaoxiang. The dean has decided to build several laboratories in the farm, and Wu Jing will leave people to do his work there. This is also the most accurate information passed to him by his despised subordinate. He can't get information on major events, but he is still very active in small matters. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved after hearing what he said. Okay, let's do this for today. I'm really going to leave for another place tomorrow. I still ask you to pay close attention to the Academy of Sciences. If there is anything, please inform me in time, so that I don't know anything. Lei Jin naturally agreed again and again. In this matter, Xu Xiang has been talking to him for more than an hour. You know, half an hour of communication time in the past was already a long time. And Xu Xiang was not very enthusiastic about this kind of thing. Knowing that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to leave again, Lei Jin didn't say much, and directly said, be careful on the road. When you get there, the old rules. No, you should tell me how long it will take you on the road, and I will send you a message directly when the time is up. Lei Jin had no confidence in Jiang Zhuxiang's memory in this regard. After all, he had been ignored several times before, so he still had to learn to do it himself. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very confident in this aspect, but he had no opinion on Lei Jin's rare pursuit. It will probably take half a day. I haven't seen the map of that place yet. I will definitely be able to confirm it tomorrow morning. Then you can send a communication again. I will definitely give you an accurate answer. Lei Jin didn't get an answer, so he had to agree to his little Xiang's proposal, and took the initiative to hang up the communication, so that his little Xiang could take a rest. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally appreciated it. After hanging up the communication, he directly used cultivation instead of rest. After meeting Kunping, Jiang Zhuxiang could no longer really rest. Kunping was very dissatisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's cultivation. At this speed, when can the earth be restored to its original state, so that they can be truly liberated? After all, the newly formed earth will definitely no longer have the previous functions, and the constraints on them will definitely be much smaller. At that time, they may be able to follow Jiang Zhuxiang to see other places, not just on the earth. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any objections. After all, cultivation is really important. If you don't work hard, it's hard to make great progress. Moreover, he hasn't worked hard enough recently. The realm that he should have entered a long time ago is stuck there. Jiang Zhuxiang hopes to see some results tonight. After talking to Lei Jin, he was in a relatively peaceful mood. Jiang Zhuxiang kept squeezing energy into his dantian at a steady speed. While observing the changes in his dantian, the vitality gradually became clear in his dantian. Jiang Zhuxiang suddenly had an idea and thought of helping the plant spirits in his dantian to shape real entities, and put them in his dantian as the foundation of his own small world. Perhaps these plant spirits stayed in Jiang Zhuxiang's body for long enough. When Jiang Zhuxiang shaped them one by one, the dantian completely changed. The originally dead world became a world of birdsong and flowers. Jiang Zhuxiang silently shaped the sky and the earth to make this world more complete. and his energy condensed into a pill, hanging in the sky, becoming the only sun in this world. Jiang Zhuxiang was completely relieved when he saw the sun appear. His breakthrough was successful. Jiang Zhuxiang's breakthrough this time was due to his previous accumulation. After all, if possible, Jiang Zhuxiang would still practice, and the energy accumulated in his body was still enough. It's just that he had never thought of a breakthrough before. This time he was forced to break through naturally, and his realm was very stable, which was also a good result. Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from his cultivation and found himself buried by a bunch of plant branches and leaves. Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at the Taotai and Kunping standing in the distance and called them to help. Help me get rid of these things. These plants must have grown wildly when he broke through. Jiang Zhuxiang had a premonition of what he would become. Jiang Zhuxiang also quietly started to dig a hole out of it. Although Jiang Zhuxiang also liked plants, he still had a little intensive phobia when there were so many of them. Taotai and the others had admired Jiang Zhuxiang enough of being wrapped in the ball, so they also went up to help, picking them together with Jiang Zhuxiang in the same place. But one was inside, and the other was outside. After Jiang Zhuxiang finally came out, Kunping planned to deal with the rest. After all, the plants spawned by Jiang Zhuxiang's breakthrough were still full of energy. If they were not dealt with, they would definitely be fought over by many mutant beasts. And then, the road would not be peaceful. Kunping was still reluctant to destroy his home. Before dealing with it, it asked Jiang Zhuxiang and finally decided to crush these plants into powder and spread them on every inch of land in this deep forest, which was also a feedback before leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Kunping busying himself, and he felt a little embarrassed. He rolled up some of the powder with his newly condensed consciousness and began to sprinkle it. So, Kunping worked hard to grind it, and Jiang Zhuxiang took Taotai and the others to run all over the forest, and finally finished it. Jiang Zhuxiang instantly felt that these plants were growing faster, although not very fast, but still perceptible. For example, a flower bud that was originally closed in front of Jiang Zhuxiang slowly began to open, and Jiang Zhuxiang saw its pistil within 5 minutes. Chapter 474 Kunping's Thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang silently watched these scenes. No one else should come here. Kunping said uncertainly, no one should come here. They must be able to enter the outer perimeter. Kunping is old and wise, so he naturally knows what Jiang Zhuxiang is worried about. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved a little, and he still didn't want to be seen doing something unreasonable. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, do you have anything else that you can't put down? Take us all. We should go to other places to have a look. There are still 2 places that we haven't been to so far, and we don't know if there are any changes. Kunping actually wanted to take something away. He hadn't finished eating the eggshell that he had hatched that year, and now it was part of his nest. It was just a little big, and Kunping didn't know how to take it back. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little skeptical. How big is it? No matter what kind of bird it is, it's very small when it's young. Jiang Zhuxiang silently complained. But what happened next proved that Jiang Zhuxiang was still too naive. Some things can't be viewed with common sense. Kunping took Jiang Zhuxiang and Taotai to see his shell, hoping that they would think of a way to help him take it away. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the lime-colored wall in front of him, which had a slight arc. He looked up and couldn't see the top. He knocked with his hand, and the sound was similar to the one he used to knock on the wall. Jiang Zhuxiang's mouth twitched a little and asked Kunping, is this what you ate when you were a child? No wonder he didn't finish it. Humans can't chew this thing at all. Judging from the brilliance of the eggshell surface, most birds can't chew it. Only Kunping dares to use this thing as food, not afraid of wearing out his mouth. For this thing, Jiang Zhuxiang can only tentatively say, can I cut it up before taking it away? Although Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space can hold things, such a large thing really takes up too much space. Kunping said a little reluctantly, really can't take the whole thing away. This is the only thing left from his childhood. It's really hard for him to accept that it has become unrecognizable all of a sudden. In addition, the breath and power of his parents remain in the eggshell, and it can be used to save the emergency when necessary. After all, who knows that he won't encounter desperate situations in the future? Seeing Kunping's reluctant look, Jiang Zhuxiang had to quietly organize his personal space. Fortunately, he had just broken through and his personal space had expanded a lot. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't know how to make room for Kunping's eggshell. After finishing the arrangement, Jiang Zhuxiang silently put his hand on the eggshell, mobilized his consciousness, and absorbed this huge eggshell. The moment the eggshell disappeared, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that there was no extra space in his personal space, and the whole person felt like he was stretched. Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's strange expression and said with a little concern, "Is there any problem?" Jiang Zhuxiang adjusted his breath, and the feeling just now disappeared. It seems that this weight of personal space is still acceptable. No problem. Let's go. Kunping has had little contact with humans, so there is no follow-up that is difficult to deal with. Perhaps if humans knew of Kunping's existence, they would applaud its departure. After all, Kunping has brought so much suffering to the humans in this fragment for so long. After Kunping leaves, the wind here will gradually become weaker, and perhaps one day, the more comfortable climate will return to before. But at that time, it is unknown whether those mutant beasts will attack humans. After all, the mutant beasts are still far away from humans due to the obstruction of wind. However, this kind of thing has never been something Kunping would consider. After all, it is okay to be a little bit careful when he exists. But there is no need to worry about leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang took out his small aircraft from his personal space and asked them to get on by themselves, find a seat, and sit down. I will go into the cockpit. When it's time to take off, you should fasten yourself. There are seat belts on the seats. Tingsha and others have all ridden in Jiang Zhuxiang's aircraft before, and there is no curiosity to get on and sit down. However, Kunping was a little skeptical and said, "Can this thing without wings really fly?" Jiang Zhuxiang silently complained, "There are so many things that fly without wings." However, Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not say this to Kunping. "You go up and try first. If we don't fly by then, you can come down again." Jiang Zhuxiang always likes to slap people in the face with facts, so he didn't spend any effort to explain more. After helping them close the door, he went straight into the cockpit. After setting the destination, Jiang Zhuxiang pressed the button. The aircraft took off smoothly. Jiang Zhuxiang silently thought about Kunping's surprised look, and he was still very happy in his heart, because the fragment was located in the middle of the ocean before. There are still some unbroken seabeds around it now, and the whole fragment looks much larger than ordinary fragments. But it is precisely because of those unbroken ocean plates that this fragment is also the only one that drifts more severely. Jiang Zhuxiang changed the route he said several times before he saw the fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang silently lowered the altitude and prepared to land. Because of the strong movement, Jiang Zhuxiang slid for a distance before stopping completely when he stopped on the ground, which made Jiang Zhuxiang himself sweat coldly. He didn't know what happened to the people sitting there. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the cab and jumped down, and opened the door where they were sitting. "Are you all okay?" Tao Tai raised his slightly pale face. "Are you torturing us today? Wasn't it very stable before?" Such a big loss of standard should not happen to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, "I didn't investigate it clearly. I really didn't expect that the debris here could still move, and the speed was quite fast. I will definitely not let this happen again next time." Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mean it, he still apologized honestly. Tingsha quickly comforted him. "It's okay. Just be careful next time. It's not your intention, and you are too fragile. Do you still have the nerve to say that you are a fierce beast?" After comforting Jiang Zhuxiang, Tingsha went to ridicule Tao Tai. As for Kunping, Tingsha ignored him directly. This old senior is really worthy of being an old senior. It's the first time to ride such a thing, and when such a thing happened, he didn't even change his expression. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly said, "Everyone get off first. It will be much better after a few steps." He blocked out his words in time, and they couldn't quarrel. Chapter 475 Useful Candy. Tao Tai, who had been ridiculed by Tingsha, refused Qiongqi's help and moved down slowly. Tingsha was behind him, waiting without any hurry. Tingsha's previous words were just to stimulate Tao Tai, and he had no ill intentions, so he was very patient while waiting. Even though he wanted to go down quickly, he did not urge Tao Tai to go faster. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to help from below to avoid any accidents. Tao Tai shook his head to indicate that he didn't need it, and jumped down by himself. A big pit immediately appeared on the beach, but he was not injured. The place where Jiang Zhuxiang stayed was not bad. At least it was safe when he came down, which was also one of the factors that Jiang Zhuxiang considered when landing. The others came down safely, so Jiang Zhuxiang put away the aircraft. They also needed to walk on this fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the status of those who came down, and decided to rest on the spot to let them adjust their status. Although there were no two ferocious mutant animals on this fragment, Sometimes, the threats were never animals. Others had no objection to Jiang Zuxiang's decision. They knew their own conditions. An adjustment was definitely necessary. It was just that Kunpeng was a little restless. Or the excitement before had not been vented yet. So he directly told Jiang Zuxiang, "I'll go up and check it out." He pointed to the sky while speaking. Jiang Zuxiang was a little surprised by Kunpeng's words. But considering that this person liked the sky more, Jiang Zuxiang did not stop him. But just confirmed one thing. "Can you reduce the size of the prototype? Your original size is still a bit big. And it is still a bit dangerous to expose it directly to other people. After all, we don't know if there is anything that can threaten you in this place." Kunpeng was still very touched by Jiang Zuxiang's concerns. And Kunpeng said, "Okay." After speaking, Kunpeng turned into the prototype. And then slowly shrank until it was the size of an ordinary eagle. And then it flew into the sky. Jiang Zuxiang sighed silently. Kunpeng is really good at changing. After he could no longer see Kunpeng, Jiang Zuxiang arranged for the rest to rest well. And began to prepare lunch. Of course, the ingredients were what he had prepared before. After all, no one could help him hunt now. Considering the situation of the two lying on the beach, Jiang Zuxiang prepared light food and prepared a medicinal soup for them to drink before eating to relieve their discomfort. Tao Tai and Xiongqi tried every means to avoid drinking this thing at first. But later, Jiang Zuxiang got angry and called Tingsha to force them to drink the medicinal soup. Tao Tai and Xiongqi said that they didn't want to be fed medicine by Tingsha, and finally drank the medicine soup obediently. After drinking it, they kept complaining. In fact, when Jiang Zuxiang called Tingsha over, he really didn't think that he could control them and feed the medicine. After all, Taoya's strength was still a little stronger than Jiang Zuxiang and Tingsha's joint efforts. At most, he just stimulated them. Tingsha also cooperated very well. Jiang Zuxiang wanted to laugh when he found that the effect was so good. Seeing them complaining, Jiang Zuxiang stuffed a bag of candy over. This was a snack prepared by the dean's wife for Jiang Zuxiang before. And Jiang Zuxiang hadn't opened it yet. Seeing this kind of candy, Tao Ai and Xiongqi would never touch it. They always thought that this was something that only females liked. However, in the current situation where their mouths were full of bitterness, they really had no choice. Tao Tai opened the package, stuffed one into himself first, and then handed it to Xiongqi. Xiongqi also stuffed one into his mouth. Instantly, their originally tangled faces became much better looking. The cool taste in their mouths also made their originally drowsy heads clearer, and the original discomfort was reduced a lot. After feeling this effect, Tao Tai and Xiongqi looked at Jiang Zuxiang. "Do you still have this kind of candy? If there is still, they hope to use it as a must-have item every time they take the aircraft. After all, the sweetness of this candy is not very high, and they can still accept it." Jiang Zuxiang didn't know which bag of candy he had just given away. After all, there were so many of these things in his personal space. So he leaned over to take a look and found that it was mint candy. Jiang Zuxiang remembered that when the dean's wife tried this kind of candy before, she found that she didn't like this kind of candy. So she gave all the candy in that pot to Jiang Zuxiang. So Jiang Zuxiang could get this kind of candy whenever he wanted. After all, there were more of them. Jiang Zuxiang nodded and agreed. "Okay. I'll give them to you after I sort them out." Tingsha saw that they were enjoying it. So he said, "Can I try one?" Jiang Zuxiang naturally agreed and took out another one from his personal space. But this time, he looked for it on purpose before taking it out. While they were tasting the candy, Jiang Zuxiang's lunch was also ready. But Kunpeng had not returned yet. Jiang Zuxiang was a little helpless because Kunpeng did not have a communicator, and he could not contact it. He could only ask Tao Tai to contact it. But he did not know whether it was still within their communication range. Tao Tai and Xiongqi tried and found that they could not find Kunpeng's location. So they could only tell Jiang Zuxiang the unfortunate news truthfully. Jiang Zuxiang didn't care. After all, Kunpeng was too powerful. It was normal that Tao Tai and the others couldn't get in touch. He just didn't know if Tingsha could do it. Although Tingsha was not as powerful as Tao Tai and Xiongqi, it still had an advantage in this matter. Jiang Zuxiang didn't let it come directly before, and he didn't want to waste its talent. Now, Jiang Zuxiang could only count on Tingsha. Tingsha always knew Jiang Zuxiang's principles of doing things. When he was needed, he didn't shirk his responsibility and started searching for Kunpeng's location. Fortunately, Kunpeng's location was still within Tingsha's sensing range, but it was already the farthest distance. So Tingsha could only pass on some simple information. Tingsha directly said 2 words, "Come back." I don't know if Tingsha can understand it. Fortunately, Kuiping is very sensitive to words, because some contents of the formation are expressed in different languages. So Kuiping is the one who knows the most words here. As for the 2 missing arms and legs, Kuiping just thought that Tingsha didn't write them completely, but guessed the meaning of the 2 words and flew back slowly. This time, Kuiping was still a little rewarded. For this fragment, Kuiping also had a general understanding, and he could still talk to Jiang Zhuxiang about it when he returned. Chapter 476, Exploring the Trench. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Kuiping stop on the open ground and turned into a human form in the blink of an eye. After all, Kuiping had practiced for a long time, so he didn't have to worry about clothes when he turned into a human form. The outermost layer of feathers turned into clothes, except for the special feathers used to control the wind that turned into a feather fan. This was the first time Jiang Zhuxiang saw Kuiping become like this. Before, he was still wearing normal clothes on the aircraft. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's surprised expression, Kuiping shook the fan quite complacently, and then saw the lunch they prepared, and planned to find a place to sit down. But its clothes would be covered with sand when it sat on the beach. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Kuiping with a bit of amusement as he couldn't find a place to sit. Kuiping looked at those who were waiting to see him laugh with a bit of annoyance, and said directly to Jiang Zhuxiang, "You plan to let me sit like this?" Kuiping didn't believe that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to let them sit on the sofa like this. After all, Shenong was a misophobia guy, and he didn't believe that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't inherit it. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally wouldn't let everyone sit on the beach like this. Jiang Zhuxiang spread the waterproof cloth on the beach, then leveled the middle, put the prepared food in the middle, and let everyone sit around. After Kuiping sat down, he planned to tell Jiang Zhuxiang what he saw. Jiang Zhuxiang said after listening to the beginning, "You can eat something first, or you can talk while eating." Kuiping was not very hungry, but he would not refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's kindness. So he described while eating, "Most of the place here is covered with grass, and the rest is covered with trees. There is also a part that is yellow, probably sand, but the animals here are very lazy and look a bit strange. They all have a bag on their stomachs, and their cubs are carried inside to move around. I don't know if these cubs can still walk when they grow up." Jiang Zhuxiang was eating and listening at first, but later he found that Kuiping only paid attention to the animals. So he asked, "Have you seen any human activities? Just like me." In addition to checking the animals and plants, they also wanted to know about the lives of the people here. Kuiping said, "There are almost no people like you. They seem to be alone, and there are not as many animals as here." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't find it strange. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang knew from the history that the population of this road was still very small, and most of them were foreigners. They might have left when the end of the world began. I just don't know if the animals Kuiping saw will attack humans when they start to enter the inland. They need to be careful. After watching them finish eating, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to go to the edge of this fragment first. He had seen many creatures that were still alive before, and Jiang Zhuxiang planned to pick up some leaks. Although most of the seawater has leaked to where it is gone, some seawater in the trenches still exists, and those creatures with strong vitality are still alive there. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tao Tai and the others to help him find things on the dried seabed, as long as they are not completely rotten. He needs them. Jiang Zhuxiang sent them some pictures of animals and plants, and then agreed to meet at the edge of the trench. And then, they would count together. Jiang Zhuxiang would not let them help for nothing, and Jiang Zhuxiang would exchange what he had for what they picked up. This was the first time Kuiping did such a thing, and he first asked Jiang Zhuxiang what he had. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "All kinds of food and pills I developed myself. Of course, for you, there are other classics in Shenong Valley, as long as you don't damage them." Those classics were found by Jiang Zhuxiang when he checked his personal space recently. As for the source, it seems that the masters would give him a few books from time to time. Although they were not the original versions, they were also handwritten boards copied by the teachers. Jiang Zhuxiang found that those classics could almost form a library of Shenong Valley when he checked before. Jiang Zhuxiang almost doubted whether his teachers had predicted that he would come to this world and prepared a copy of all these books for him. However, no matter whether it was or not, he could use them now. Kuiping was not surprised that Jiang Zhuxiang had these books. After all, Kuiping had discovered that Jiang Zhuxiang had a strong power of time, as if he was born to travel through the long river of time. If he could see it, The old guys in Shinong Valley would definitely be able to see it. It was not strange to make some preparations for Jiang Zhuxiang in advance. Kunpeng went to do things with satisfaction. And before leaving, he said to Jiang Zhuxiang, I will use all my things to exchange for those books. Jiang Zhuxiang was naturally very happy to see Kunpeng interested in these things. After all, he was a little reluctant to give up other things. But these books were not consumables. They were just borrowed and could be returned. Seeing that everyone was doing things, Jiang Zhuxiang began to look for them himself. Some precious marine medicinal materials could still be used even if they were dried. Before the end of the world, there were still people fishing for them in the seabed. But later no one went down at all. After all, the mutant beasts in the sea were not vegetarians. So Jiang Zhuxiang picked up a lot of medicinal materials with sufficient years. Jiang Zhuxiang collected these things in sealed jars. After all, if these dried things became damp again, the medicinal effect would be nothing. While picking up these medicinal herbs, Jiang Zhuxiang also picked up a lot of shells. Because they were airtight, they were still alive. Jiang Zhuxiang put some water in the water tank and checked the composition of the seawater. Jiang Zhuxiang put in the missing things. After they melted, Jiang Zhuxiang put these shells in. He planned to raise them first and then break them open. He just didn't know if there were pearls inside. Jiang Zhuxiang took a breath and let himself float on the seabed again. The closer he was to the trench, the softer the soil under his feet. Jiang Zhuxiang could no longer step directly on the seabed. But the time of using the light body technique should not be too long. Otherwise, he would not have time to recover the energy consumed. So Jiang Zhuxiang would still step on the seabed when picking things up. As long as he didn't sink, Jiang Zhuxiang silently quickened her pace. She could already feel the Taotia's aura moving away. It seemed that they were waiting for her at the other side of the trench. She didn't want to let them wait for her too long. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang would stop if she saw something on the way. When she reached the trench, she still saw the Taotai waiting there. Chapter 477 The Disappearing Will of the Earth. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, I'm a little late. Mainly because there were too many things on the road. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to miss anything. So he could only arrive at the destination last. Tingsha said without much concern, It's okay. As long as you don't encounter any danger. It's actually nothing. As long as you can ensure your own safety. It doesn't matter how late you come in the future. After all, children always need to grow up. And they sometimes have reasons to follow her all the time. But Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very happy to see that they didn't blame herself. But still said, I will pay attention in the future. After saying this, Jiang Zhuxiang said, You can show me what you have collected now. After all, if you are going to the trench later, it is better not to bring these burdens. Mainly, Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to see what they found as soon as possible, and then exchange them as soon as possible. Tingsha and others also knew Jiang Zhuxiang's purpose, and one by one, they spread out the things they had previously obtained for Jiang Zhuxiang to see, and then asked her to evaluate how many things they could exchange for what they liked. Jiang Zhuxiang would not take advantage of them, and exchanged with them at the market price. Jiang Zhuxiang felt pain and happiness at the same time. Pain because the things exchanged were also carefully made by himself, and happiness because the things received were also what he liked. Jiang Zhuxiang was only happy when exchanging with Kunpeng, because what Kunpeng wanted was books, and he just borrowed them. Jiang Zhuxiang packed the things they gave him as they were before, and then began to pay attention to the trench. This is the deepest trench in the world. Otherwise, there would be no seawater left and no creatures living. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the trench that was deep enough for them to go down, and the shadows that were vaguely visible under the water. He was a little hesitant about going down. After all, no one knew what was down there now, and the marine creatures that were still alive must be extremely ferocious. After all, they would not survive otherwise. Jiang Zhuxiang frowned in annoyance. If he didn't go down, how could he see clearly what was down there? Jiang Zhuxiang began to look through the things that the dean had prepared for him. The dean would always prepare a bunch of things for him, and he would not explain to Jiang Zhuxiang what those things were used for, so that Jiang Zhuxiang would have to find the functions of these things by himself every time. Although there were surprises every time. Just like this time, Jiang Zhuxiang found an underwater lens, which could clearly take underwater shots. And people didn't need to go down. Just hang the lens with a rope and put it underwater, which could reduce a lot of danger. But be careful that these lenses would be eaten by underwater creatures. Jiang Zhuxiang told Tingsha and the others about his discovery and decided, I won't go down. I'll just use this thing to take a look. You guys can decide whether to go down or not. Jiang Zhuxiang's strength was not enough to pull out the strength of those sea creatures. So this approach did not make them feel strange. But for them, Tao Thai and Qiongqi had never been in the water before. If they went in the water without any adaptation, not only would they not be able to exert their strength, but there was also a high possibility of accidents. So, they took the initiative to stay on the shore. And by the way, they could protect Jiang Zhuxiang. When Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the situation on the seabed, he would not avoid them. And they could still see it. As for the remaining tongue snake and Kunpeng, one can survive in water, and the other can transform into a fish. After all, the name Kunpeng originally means Kun comes first, and Peng comes second. It was a fish first, and then a bird. To be honest, Kunpeng's original body should be a fish. Jiang Zhuxiang was not worried about these two at all, and even told them, if possible, help me collect some samples. Kunpeng and Tongue Snake nodded. Before going down, the two discussed the scope of their respective responsibilities. For Kunpeng, deeper underwater is no problem at all. But for Tongue Snake, after all, he had been moving around on the ground with his master for too long before. So he could just move around in the shallow sea. And he should not try the deep sea. Tingsha was a little surprised that he was taken care of. After all, he had never been treated like this before. However, Tingsha was not ungrateful. So he naturally agreed to Kunpeng's proposal. And the two jumped in together. Kunpeng quickly turned into a fish, dived into the deep sea, and began to look for things that lived in the deep sea. Tingsha did the same. After seeing them go down, Jiang Zhuxiang hung the underwater camera on a rope and let it go. In order to avoid being eaten by those marine creatures, Jiang Zhuxiang also applied a layer of animal repellent. But I don't know if it will work for them. Of course, the camera itself also has a rope, which can transmit the captured footage back. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little happy to watch the underwater scene over there. Tao Thai and Qiongqi were also very novel about these scenes. After all, they had never been exposed to this field before. While watching, Jiang Zhuxiang used instruments to identify the types of creatures that appeared. He was a little surprised to find that basically every creature existed alone, no matter how big or small. Seeing this, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. How would they solve the problem of food with such a large number of single creatures? After all, some marine creatures have a big appetite, such as whales and sharks. Moreover, if this kind of single species survives in the same way and is eaten, it will be extinct. This makes Jiang Zhuxiang's original request for Tingsha to help him collect samples seem like extinction of creatures. After all, the minimum cardinality of samples is 1. Jiang Zhuxiang had to let Tao Thai send a message to Tingsha, telling them not to collect. After this task was completed, Jiang Zhuxiang wanted them to help him figure out the food source of these marine creatures. After all, this was an unsolved mystery. This trench seemed to be a place dedicated to preserving species. I wonder if someone deliberately caused this situation. After all, this phenomenon was too special to make people suspicious. However, humans should not have such leisure and ease. It is very likely that it is the will of the earth. After all, when the saints imprisoned them, the will of the earth once appeared, indicating that they were not allowed to destroy the energy of the earth's survival, and they were not allowed to interfere too much on the earth. If not, the Tao Thai would not only be suppressed, but it is very likely that they would lose their power. Jiang Zhuxiang waited a little solemnly for Kunpeng and the others to send back the results of their investigation to him. And at the same time was thinking, where did the will of the earth go now? And how could it allow the earth to become so fragmented now? Chapter 478 The Laziest Animal. Kunpeng and Tingsha slowly floated up half an hour later. And at the same time, those slightly ferocious marine creatures were chasing them. They obviously wanted to eat Kunpeng and Tingsha. After all, they did not look like the original creatures of this trench. They seemed to have been ordered not to eat the original creatures of this trench, so they would be particularly ferocious to outsiders. Fortunately, the ones who went down were Kunpeng and Tingsha, who knew water. Otherwise, they would easily drown in this kind of tracking and fighting. At that time, it was unknown how much of their strength they could still exert. Seeing this situation, Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly lent a hand and used his wood power to catalyze the plants in the trenches, pulling or dragging the marine creatures to hold back, so that Kunpeng and Tingsha could find time to come up. However, Jiang Zhuxiang could only maintain a limited time, and it was more up to Kunpeng and the others to seize the time. Fortunately, Kunpeng and Tingsha were both animals with quick reactions. In the little gap created by Jiang Zhuxiang, they successfully climbed to the edge of the trench and lay on the mud to breathe. Tingsha even forgot his original cleanliness and did not move. Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly prepared tea for them to restore their strength. Kunpeng turned over and drank the tea in one gulp. It was indeed a skill passed down by Shenong. Tingsha, on the other hand, was still moving slowly and trying to turn over, but still failed. He could only lie there and drink a cup of tea, and then continue to lie there without saying a word. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't expect that going to the sea would consume so much physical strength. He was a little annoyed and wondered if his request was too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't consume so much. However, Kunpeng said indifferently, "There is no problem. Or this kid hasn't been in the water for too long. So he is so tired. And he doesn't even know how to use the water flow. I think he will consume more physical strength." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tingsha doubtfully, and Tingsha nodded with a wry smile. He did forget some things that should have been his body's instincts. The previous human taming made him lose a lot of things. At present, it seems that it is still useful to fool around with Jiang Zhuxiang in the wild for a while. At least his instincts can still be redeemed. Sometimes, it is these instincts that can save their lives in critical moments. Seeing that Tongue Snake was tired, Jiang Zhuxiang did not bother it anymore and went directly to Kunpeng to ask. After all, Kunpeng also looked very relaxed. Kunpeng also carefully completed Jiang Zhuxiang's later order, but he did not see anything useful. He could only say what he saw. Otherwise, he did not know what to do. What Kunpeng saw was, they seemed to rely on seawater to survive. Every marine creature seems to be able to swallow a lot of seawater and then excrete it. In addition to seawater, there is nothing else for them to eat. Jiang Zhuxiang was a bit troubled thinking about this result. After all, this matter was still puzzling. When could the seawater fill his stomach? However, the gods of the ocean have always been incomprehensible to humans. Maybe there is something special about the seawater. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to study it, but he didn't seem to let them bring it just now. Moreover, they all came up, and he was embarrassed to let them go down again. Jiang Zhuxiang had to use the rope to bring down a can of seawater again. As for the underwater camera before, he just let the Taotai take it. When they saw the marine creatures that were about to go down, they came over to play with the camera. Almost any part of their body was used. The animal repellent that was applied before seemed to be useless. Before the camera was broken, Taotai called Jiang Zhuxiang and asked her to deal with it. After all, they really don't know how to use such high-tech things. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the underwater camera and planned to go back. After all, these places cannot be stayed for a long time. Who knows if there will be any accidents? The trench has been preliminarily detected, but there are still many questions. These questions may need to be understood in their own laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang is not in a hurry. After all, there is no use in being anxious. There are some small islands around this fragment, and the actual distance is still a bit far. Jiang Zhuxiang still plans to explore it inland first, and then go to other places to have a look. They had been active on the beach before, and had never seen the real inland. Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to know more about the situation inside. Considering the current physical strength of Tongue Snake, Jiang Zhuxiang used rattan to make a simple stretcher for Tongue Snake, and asked them to carry it back to the beach to let it recover its physical strength first. Jiang Zhuxiang looked for his personal space, wanting to see if there was anything that could quickly restore physical strength. Unfortunately, the things he learned were all things that were slowly recuperated, and the side effects of things that took effect quickly would not be small. So Jiang Zhuxiang had never prepared such things. Now that he needed to use them, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little anxious. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang in a panic, Tingsha comforted him. "I won't eat that kind of thing even if you make it. You should either prepare something for me quickly or prepare a bottle of Peiyuan Dan for me. As long as I have the strength to walk, it will be fine. I don't need to use force. And now that Senior Kunlai is here, there is no need for me to take action." Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Tingsha's words and looked at the others. It was not too late, and it was still a little early for dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang had to give Tingsha a bottle of Peiyuan Dan first, so that it could hold on for a while. Tingsha still liked the Peiyuan Dan prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang very much. Jiang Zhuxiang's energy was naturally suitable for alchemy, and the elixir was less poisonous. Tingsha directly stuffed 2 pills into himself, and then slowly waited for the effect to spread. 10 minutes later, Tongue Snake got off the stretcher and was able to move slowly. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tao Ai and Qiongqi to support Tongue Snake. They were about to walk inside. Seeing this, Kunping sent a trace of wind power to that side, so that Tongue Snake could feel his body lighter. Jiang Zhuxiang led people into a place with many trees. The trees here seemed to be of the same species, and there were some animals that Kunping had seen before, sleeping while hugging the tree trunks, or eating leaves from the trees all the time. However, those animals looked cute, with plump bodies and furry hair, but they didn't seem to like coming down from the trees. Jiang Zhuxiang had found that this kind of animal had never come down from the trees. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would still like to raise one himself. Chapter 479, Domesticated Animals. When Jiang Zhuxiang noticed these animals, he naturally also noticed the plants where these animals lived. This kind of plant seemed to be quite common on this fragment. After Jiang Zhuxiang took a photo with the communicator and compared it with the cell phone plant gallery, he found that this was a tree called eucalyptus, which was a plant exclusive to the animals that lived on the tree. And every part of this tree seemed to be able to be used as medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to plant one himself. After reading the introduction of it later, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that this was definitely suitable for planting in his personal space, because Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space had Shirong, which grew very fast. The combination of the two characteristics could just balance the soil environment in his personal space and prevent the plants in his personal space from growing too fast. If you want to do it, do it. Jiang Zhuxiang was going to do it. Kunping and the others saw Jiang Zhuxiang stop, so they also stopped. Kunping didn't know why, but Tao Ai and Qiongqi knew why. It must be that Jiang Zhuxiang saw some plants she liked. After observing the surroundings, they found that Jiang Zhuxiang was staring at the tree in front of her. They knew what she was looking at. Jiang Zhuxiang could not handle this tree alone. Tao Ai and Qiongqi put down Tongue Snake and went forward to help. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that there were still a few koalas on the tree, so he planned to move them. To move them, he needed to climb up the tree. Jiang Zhuxiang felt his energy and saw Tao Tai and Qiongqi walking to his side. So he told them, "I will move those lazy guys on the tree to a new place before you start." Tao Tai and the others said they understood, and then watched Jiang Zhuxiang approach the animals with a light body technique. There was a tree of the same kind 1 meter away. Jiang Zhuxiang transferred 3 of them. When it was the last one's turn, the tree moved, using its branches to firmly protect the little koala, and at the same time stretched out its branches to whip Jiang Zhuxiang, obviously trying to expel Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang floated away silently. The tree's reaction was too slow. It didn't know to protect the food until it transferred to the last one. It was also possible that each tree of this kind must have one of these animals. After Jiang Zhuxiang was expelled several times, he stopped struggling and floated down directly, signaling Tao Tai and Qiongqi to take action. Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked at the animal on the tree. Would that guy really not fall down? Jiang Zhuxiang said, "It doesn't matter. The claws of that animal are still very sharp and can hold the trunk. Moreover, this tree is very good at protecting this last koala. It will use branches to hold it whenever there is danger." Tao Tai and Qiongqi were relieved after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation, but they were still unconsciously careful when they started to fight. After all, if it really fell down, it would be too late. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the roots of the eucalyptus tree being dug out completely with the soil, so he dug a pit of the same size in his personal space. When he was sure that the tree could be moved, Jiang Zhuxiang stepped forward and reached out to touch the tree. Soon, the tree moved to the pit in Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space. Jiang Zhuxiang originally wanted to add some soil himself, but the tree automatically began to take root, and the branches scratched the soil, covering its exposed roots. Jiang Zhuxiang silently thought that this was another tree that had become a spirit, but he didn't know if other trees of the same kind were the same. When Jiang Zhuxiang thought of his Shirong, he would unconsciously think of the place where he got Shirong. He didn't know what was going on with Alice. After all, according to the growth rate of Shirong, the plants there should have started to grow wildly again. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that this kind of tree should be able to grow there. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to dig another one to try, and then send it to them. Considering the problem of transportation, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to find a smaller one, hoping that this kind of tree would not have any consciousness during its juvenile stage. Jiang Zhuxiang told the Tao Tai to rest in place, and he took Kunping to walk around. It was already dinner time, and they could find some food by the way. Of course, the most important thing was to find a juvenile eucalyptus tree. Jiang Wuxiang's luck was pretty good, but it was only halfway. There was also a koala living on the juvenile eucalyptus tree, although there was only one. When Jiang Wuxiang reached out his hand, the tree also raised its young branches, intending to teach Jiang Wuxiang a lesson. Jiang Wuxiang silently withdrew his hand. It seemed that the consciousness of this kind of tree in this place began to be possessed from the juvenile stage. Jiang Wuxiang silently began to dig the soil, so it was better to dig it up and take it away. While Jiang Wuxiang was digging the tree, Kunping started looking for prey. This was the division of labor they agreed on when they came out. Jiang Wuxiang packed the dug tree, took out the unmanned aerial vehicle specially used for delivering things from his personal space, stuffed the tree in, added energy, set the destination, and sent it away. At the same time, Jiang Wuxiang sent a message to Alice. I sent you a tree. You can plant it in the valley where you often go hunting. Maybe it can solve your current problem. When Jiang Wuxiang contacted Alice before, Alice told Jiang Wuxiang that there were more and more plants in that valley. Otherwise, Jiang Wuxiang would not have thought of sending her such a thing. Alice saw Jiang Wuxiang's message and said happily, Really? Then I will plant it myself. Not long after Jiang Wuxiang left that place, Alice married Ron. Now she is mainly responsible for the logistics of the shelter and rarely goes out. This is also an opportunity for her to go out and move around. Jiang Wuxiang naturally replied, Of course it's true. Jiang Wuxiang said the characteristics of the eucalyptus tree and warned Alice, You must not touch the animals on that tree. They are tied together. If you don't listen to me, you will be responsible for any consequences. Alice has always been more obedient to Jiang Wuxiang's words. She didn't ask what the consequences would be, and said directly, I will definitely not touch it. Jiang Wuxiang saw Kunping coming from afar and said, That's it for now. We'll talk later. If there's anything suitable for you, I'll tell you again. As for the aircraft, Jiang Wuxiang had already set it up for automatic return, so Alice and the others didn't need to worry about it. Kunping landed on the ground, and Jiang Wuxiang looked at the animal under its feet. It seemed to be a domesticated cow. Jiang Wuxiang asked speechlessly, Where did you get it? Was there anyone nearby at the time? Chapter 480. Kunping takes what he wants without asking. Kunping scratched the feathers on his head and said, There seem to be some stone houses there, but they seem to be for the cows to live in. No people were seen. I caught it in the wild, except for a dog that looked like a wolf. Jiang Wuxiang said silently, That was someone's sheepdog. It must have been driving the cows back. In the future, this kind of cows with owners cannot be caught again. This time, we will do it this way for the time being. If we have the opportunity to pay the contribution points to others in the future, you should remember which area you caught it in. Kunping said, Of course I remember it. Don't worry. I will definitely show it to you when the time comes. Kunping still had some impression of the currency used by humans. In the past, Shenong had asked his tribe to exchange things with shells. Has the currency of people become invisible now? Kunping was still a little embarrassed and said, I will owe you the contribution value for the time being, and I will return it to you next time when I have contribution value. Jiang Wuxiang naturally knew that Kunping had no contribution value, and originally planned to pay for him. However, Jiang Wuxiang was still very happy to hear that Kunping would return it to him. However, Kunping probably didn't know how to get the contribution value. Jiang Wuxiang directly confirmed with Kunping, Do you know how to get the contribution value? Kunping really didn't know about this. But, as the name suggests, do I need to contribute something? I seem to only have things like formations. Can these things also be exchanged for contribution points? Jiang Wuxiang looked at Kunping with a little surprise. He didn't expect that its reaction was quite fast. However, it was still a bit difficult to exchange formations for contribution points. But it was not impossible. Jiang Wuxiang thought about it. 4 formations. You can exchange contribution points by helping people set up defensive formations. Some people are still willing to use contribution points in exchange for protection. Of course, you can also sell the formation plates you made yourself. This should be a more popular self-defense item, and it can be exchanged for more contribution points. You can place an order on the virtual website. Considering that Kunping didn't know how to place an order on the virtual website, Jiang Wuxiang told it directly, I have a store on the virtual website. You can leave your finished products with me. I can recommend them to people in need. As for the rent, I won't charge you for the time being. If you feel bad about it, You can consider how much to give me. Kunping was naturally very happy that Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to help him. But he didn't know how much contribution value his array plate could be exchanged for. So he directly said, I will consider how much rent to give you after I sell the first one. For the time being, I will take advantage of it. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally nodded to show that he understood. After the contribution value issue was resolved, Jiang Zhuxiang began to deal with the cow that Kunping brought back. Because Kunping was fast enough. The cow was still bleeding. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tao Tai and Qiongqi to help him hang the cow on the tree and drain the remaining blood. After taking out his dagger and dissecting the cow, he left enough for the evening meal and packed the rest in a vacuum box. The vacuum box was a product that the dean's wife had just sent to him recently. It was a product that the Academy of Sciences had just made recently. The one given to Jiang Zhuxiang was a trial package. And Jiang Zhuxiang also needed to fill in his experience. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very happy to try this kind of trial package. Because Jiang Zhuxiang still believed in the strength of the Academy of Sciences. There were almost no failed things. Even if they failed occasionally, there were no adverse consequences. So Jiang Zhuxiang was always very happy to accept this kind of express delivery. Jiang Zhuxiang saw how hungry the people around him were, and used the fastest method to roast the meat. After the fire started, he cut the beef into steak thickness, and put it on the wire mesh. He roasted and seasoned it at the same time. The doneness was up to them. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to roast it until it was fully cooked. So he stayed by the fire. The others started eating while roasting, including Tingsha. The effect of Peiyuanden was quite good. He could already season the meat with his favorite seasoning. Perhaps because snakes are cold-blooded animals. Tingsha particularly liked hot peppers. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't stand the smell. But Tingsha was very happy eating it, and didn't even drink much water. When Jiang Zhuxiang started eating, they were already half full. They had already eaten half of the half cow that was originally reserved. Jiang Zhuxiang silently roasted 2 more pieces for himself, and left the rest for them. After dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to stay on the spot. The climate on the coast was still relatively warm, and they could spend the night even without setting up a tent. Jiang Zhuxiang directly sprinkled animal repellent around, and gave each of them a mosquito repellent bag. They could sleep wherever they wanted. Jiang Zhuxiang made a hammock between 2 eucalyptus trees, and planned to sleep here at night. As for washing, there was a small lake not far away, which he accidentally discovered when washing beef before. There was also a stone wall around it. It seemed that someone had used it before. It was relatively safe for Jiang Zhuxiang to wash there, and he was not afraid of being seen by others. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished cleaning, she began to fall asleep in the hammock, because she had just broken through. She had to wait until her realm was stable before she could continue to practice. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang chose to rest by sleeping. Tingsha and the others each chose their own resting place. From the sky, it can be seen that they were distributed around Jiang Zhuxiang. They were still very careful to protect Jiang Zhuxiang. However, at night, the life force that Jiang Zhuxiang inadvertently revealed directly submerged her hammock. Even if someone walked in, they would not find that there was a person sleeping here. The life force could be consciously controlled by Jiang Zhuxiang during the day, but at night, it began to flow freely unconsciously. Even Jiang Zhuxiang himself did not notice it. However, when Tingsha got up at night, he found the situation here, and pulled a vent for Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely feel uncomfortable. As for the extra things, Tingsha did not do them. After all, Tingsha did not know whether moving these things would cause any bad consequences. It was better to wait for Jiang Zhuxiang to wake up, and deal with it himself. So, when Jiang Zhuxiang woke up in the morning, he still found himself wrapped in a cocoon made of plants. Chapter 481 Encountering a Creditor on the Road. Jiang Zhuxiang silently enlarged the original air hole, and floated out with the light body technique. He didn't know what was going on. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly asked, "What's going on? Did anyone see what happened last night?" Tingsha said, "When I saw you yesterday, you were already wrapped up. I only had time to open a hole for you. I was worried that even the air hole would be covered in the morning. Now it seems that the situation in the second half of the night is fine." Tingsha only saw the result of the incident. As for the reason, he still couldn't say anything. So he just waited for the others to speak. Although Tao Tai and Qiongqi knew that Shenong's martial arts were amazing. When they met Shenong's martial arts were already very stable. So they had never seen Jiang Zhuxiang's situation. They directly turned their attention to Kunping, the oldest one. Kuiping had seen Shenong when he was a child, and had exchanged ideas with Shenong before. So he had a certain understanding of Shenong's martial arts. Don't you often use the energy cultivated by the martial arts? Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said yes. He often used the Wood-type supernatural power. After all, the energy cultivated was still a bit powerful, and it was not suitable to be exposed at the beginning. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his concerns. Kuiping shook his head. No wonder you don't have enough control over your energy. You don't use it regularly. The energy you cultivate is only stored in your meridians, not your own. It's normal for the energy to leak out. I suggest you use the energy you cultivate more. After all, when the energy leaks out, it's easy for other humans to find something wrong. Only if you completely control your own energy can you return to your original state as soon as possible. Only then can you really hide yourself among ordinary superpowers, Kuiping said, and directly sealed Jiang Zhuxiang's wood power, so that Jiang Zhuxiang could only use the energy he cultivated. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little shocked when Kuiping took action. After all, Kuiping had only been in contact with his wood power for a short time, but he was able to seal it up. It seemed that the superpowered person had no chance of winning against Kuiping. Without the wood power, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little uncomfortable. After all, he had used the energy for so long. However, seeing the grass cocoon still existing, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to follow Kuiping's advice and use more of the energy he cultivated with his own practice to return to nature as soon as possible. However, even if Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to follow Kuiping's advice, he couldn't. There was no way back. Jiang Zhuxiang himself and Tao Tai couldn't beat Kuiping, so he had to be honest. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the dagger he had used to cut beef and cut the cocoon into pieces. He didn't do anything else. After all, there were so many eucalyptus trees here. It wouldn't take long for the energy in these plants to be absorbed by the eucalyptus trees. Then, Jiang Zhuxiang simply prepared some breakfast, and after eating, he walked in again. The city was abandoned by humans after the end of the world. Now if you want to find people, there are some herdsmen in the sparsely populated grasslands. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others left the remains of the city behind and went to find the herdsmen living on the grassland. As they walked, Kuiping suddenly said, I seem to have been here before. Just last night. Jiang Zhuxiang's eyebrows jumped. It seemed that he had to face the creditors. The area of this pasture was not too large, but it was divided into several areas. The owner here was still very hardworking and raised more than one kind of animals. I just don't know if those animals have mutated. Although there was no problem with the cows last night. The first thing Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends encountered was a group of sheep watched by several sheepdogs. The wool of these sheep looked very white. It seemed that the owner here was still a guy who loved cleanliness. However, after Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were discovered by the sheepdogs, the brave sheepdogs rushed directly to Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends and barked. Jiang Zhuxiang habitually wanted to use the wood-type ability to catalyze the vines, but the seeds were held in his hand for a while without any movement. Jiang Zhuxiang realized that his wood-type ability was sealed. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took out a mud wall talisman and tore it. A mud wall appeared in front of him, which barely prevented the dogs from rushing to him. For threats like this that Jiang Zhuxiang could handle, Tao Tai and the others never took action. Jiang Zhuxiang had to find a way out by himself, and they were only responsible for vigilance. When the mud wall appeared, the sheepdogs were a little surprised at first, but after finding out that they were just ordinary mud, they put their front legs on the mud wall and continued to bark at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. The continuous barking of the dogs finally attracted the owner of the ranch. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised to see this girl, who looked about the same age as himself. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others came in uninvited, so it was not easy for the owner to speak first. So they said directly, Hello? We accidentally entered your ranch. Did you lose a cow before? The girl was a little surprised and said, How do you know? Thinking for a moment, Do you know the person who stole the cow, or do you plan to accept this task? The girl had just issued a task to ask people to help find her lost cow. After all, the cows on this ranch are normal, and each cow is very precious. Jiang Zhuxiang considered Kuiping's face and said directly, Someone passed by you before and ate all the food. So he directly caught a cow here. Now it heard that we were passing by here, so it specially asked us to send the contribution value over. When Jiang Zhuxiang said this, he also signaled Kuiping not to speak, so as not to hinder him. Kuiping naturally understood Jiang Zhuxiang's intention, but he did not have to jump out and say that it was me. but quietly waited for the results of Jiang Zhuxiang's negotiation. When the girl heard Jiang Zhuxiang say this, she muttered, "He is sensible." Then she said in a normal voice, "He asked you to bring so much contribution value. My cow is very expensive." She thought Jiang Zhuxiang could not hear her muttering. Jiang Zhuxiang silently glanced at Kunpeng, hoping that he would not be angry. "I still have some contribution value. If it is less, I will make up for it first. And then I will make friends with it when I meet it again." The girl directly revealed a number, which might be a huge sum of money in the eyes of ordinary people. However, Jiang Zhuxiang thought that the contribution value he earned and inherited before was enough for Kunpeng to catch all the cattle here. Jiang Zhuxiang did not say much and directly transferred the contribution value to her, and confirmed whether she had received it. Chapter 482 Julia's Doubts. After the female rancher confirmed the contribution value in her account, she introduced herself to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. "My name is Julia, and I am the owner of this ranch. This ranch was originally my grandmother's dowry. She gave it to me before she died. What do you think of my management?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Julia, who looked like she was waiting for praise. Her mental age was definitely younger than his. The other people here were not very good at supporting others, so Jiang Zhuxiang had to do it himself. "Not bad. At least the animals you raise here are normal, and can be eaten directly. Do you have any secrets?" Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to know the reason when Kunpeng caught the cow. After all, it takes some ability to do the same thing as the Academy of Sciences. Julia couldn't really say this. Someone asked this question before. "But I really don't know. I just have a very ordinary method. Someone didn't believe it before and tried to force me to ask. Fortunately, someone passed by and helped me drive him away." Hearing this answer, Jiang Zhuxiang became more curious about the reason and couldn't help saying, "Can we stay and observe for a few days to ensure that it doesn't affect your work?" Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to continue walking in, but now it's better to figure out what he is curious about. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to leave. Julia was naturally very happy that Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were willing to stay. After all, she was the only one in the ranch. Usually, she was accompanied by her sheepdog. When she was busy, temporary workers would come. At other times, Julia said, "Of course you are welcome. If you like, you can stay until the end of the month. That will be the harvest time here. You can come and have a look." Jiang Zhuxiang quickly said, "Thank you for your generosity, Julia, but we may not be able to stay that long. We will leave in a week regardless of whether there is any result." Jiang Zhuxiang has never made random promises. It is better to make some things clear in advance to avoid others having improper expectations. Julia was still very happy. "That's great. I'll take you back to choose a room now. It's time for dinner." After Julia finished speaking, she whistled and called back the sheepdogs that had scattered to play before, and asked them to watch the sheep. She walked back with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. The house on the ranch has a very classical atmosphere. It seems that Julia's grandmother still cares about her house. Jiang Zhuxiang even saw the porcelain fragments that belonged to her. They were well maintained and still the same as new. Julia saw Jiang Zhuxiang notice the porcelain, and she said a little proudly, "This set of porcelain was given to her by my grandmother's mother. At that time, the earth was still good, and the communication between your place and here was still not broken. At that time, there were people coming here to buy eucalyptus trees. I just don't know if you kept them alive at that time." Jiang Zhuxiang had also briefly introduced to Julia where he came from before, but he didn't expect Julia to bring it up at this time. "Not expensive." Jiang Zhuxiang could still answer this question. "It survived, but I don't know if it's still alive now. After all, so many years have passed." Before coming, Jiang Zhuxiang checked the connection between his fragment and this fragment. In the southwest of their fragment, eucalyptus trees were indeed planted, but later because the consumption of eucalyptus trees was too large, they were cut down at that time. "But I don't know if there are any fish that have escaped the net." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to tell the truth. After all, if someone said that their country damaged the national treasure invited from your country, it would definitely cause disputes. Julia seemed to have received affirmation. "Eucalyptus is a very magical tree. We sometimes use it to treat diseases here." As she said that, Julia invited Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to the living room to let them rest for a while. After all, the guest room had not been occupied for a while, and still needed to be cleaned. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had originally said that they could clean it themselves, but Julia directly refused. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others could only wait a little bored. Julia went to the kitchen halfway and made a cup of milk tea. The milk was produced by her own ranch, and the tea was her grandmother's collection. It was not a waste to use it to entertain Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. After all, Julia had heard her grandmother mention that this kind of tea came from the fragments where Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were. Jiang Zhuxiang poured a cup for Tao Tai and the others to taste. They should not have seen this way of eating. After all, milk tea had not appeared in their era. I wonder if they can adapt to it. Then, Jiang Zhuxiang saw Tao Tai and Qiongqi spit it out. Kunpeng also seemed to be reluctant to swallow it. Only Tingsha drank it happily. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "How do you think it tastes compared to tea?" Tingsha said lightly, "Each has its own flavor." However, Tingsha still poured a second cup, and it seemed that he still liked it very much. Jiang Zhuxiang had drunk this kind of thing in the herdsman's home before. To be honest, the taste was not very good. There was a fishy smell, which could not be covered even if tea was added. Jiang Zhuxiang drank the one in his hand, and did not pour it again. In the end, a pot of milk tea was not solved by Tingsha. Julia was quite happy to see it when she came back. After all, craftsmanship needs people to appreciate it. I will prepare a cup for you every morning in the future. If you still want to drink it after you leave, I will copy the recipe for you. Julia did not consider that Tingsha might not cook at all. Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely do it himself at that time. Tingsha counted down politely. "Is it too much trouble for you?" Julia said, "No trouble. I have to make myself a cup every morning. But I just increased the amount a little." Tingsha did not refuse again. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still thought about the tea leaves in the milk tea. After all, tea leaves are no longer exported. Julia must use less tea leaves. Jiang Zhuxiang directly took out a can of tea leaves from his personal space and handed it over. "This is our accommodation fee. After all, we need to trouble you for a few days." This tea was roasted by Jiang Zhuxiang himself. It may not be as good as the tea collected by Julia's grandmother, but it is still good for making milk tea. Julia did not refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's accommodation fee. But after opening the tea can, she quickly covered it. "Do you really want to use this as accommodation fee? The black market price of such a can of tea has climbed to the point where it takes a year's harvest to exchange for it." It is really a bit reluctant for Julia to refuse. Julia held the can of tea tightly. Chapter 483 Protected Animals After the End of the World. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled. "Of course it's true. I've never taken back the things I gave away. Besides, we have to consume some things when we live here. We can't avoid your help when we investigate secrets. If you feel bad after we leave, it will be too late." Jiang Zhuxiang still likes to talk things through. The less suspicion between people, the less conflicts. Julia felt that she didn't necessarily feel bad. But if Jiang Zhuxiang and the others really left without any expression, she would definitely treat them as strangers when she saw them in the future. Now that Jiang Zhuxiang had said the matter in advance, Julia felt happy and felt that she had taken advantage of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. She had put in much more effort than she had planned in the future. However, Julia just happily accepted the can of tea and planned to take Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to see the room that had been cleaned up. Julia prepared a room on the second floor for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. It was a few rooms connected together. When opening the back window, you can see the only water source of the ranch, a lake in the center of the ranch. When Julia was cleaning up, she deliberately left the room with the best view to Jiang Zhuxiang, which was also a care for a fellow woman. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his gratitude to Julia for her hard work. It must have taken Julia a lot of energy to clean up the room in such a short time. Julia didn't think it was necessary to care. When she didn't need to rush, she would do all the work on the ranch by herself. This matter didn't consume much of her energy. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the faint muscles on Julia's arm and guessed that Julia should have awakened her power. He didn't insist on saying anything more. He took his things to the room and put them away. Then he planned to walk around the house. He came to the kitchen and found Julia preparing lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang walked in and stood for a while, and was noticed by Julia. Julia was busy with her own work, and said, "You must be hungry. You can eat in a little while. You can go to the restaurant and sit down first." After that, she pointed out the location of the restaurant to Jiang Zhuxiang and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to walk over by himself. Jiang Zhuxiang originally went in to ask if there was anything he could help with, but he was driven out before he could even say a word. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to follow the direction Julia pointed out and found that the restaurant was actually outdoors. There was a glass canopy above his head, and he could feel the cool breeze from the grassland. It was a very nice place. Looking at the furnishings inside, it didn't seem like something Julia would like at her age. It seemed that it was Julia's grandmother's idea. Jiang Zhuxiang found a rattan chair and sat down, waiting for the others to come over. Tao Tai and the others were originally very fast, but they were tripped when they passed Kunping's room, as Kunping had never lived in human society. He had no idea how to use the things in the room. So Tao Tai and the others were conscripted. After they taught Kunping once, they left his room with Kunping a little helplessly. They also took out the things for Kunping and put them away, so that he wouldn't be unable to find them. While Jiang Zhuxiang was waiting for them, he saw the animals with children that Kunping had described before jumping in front of him. Not just one, but a group. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about how such an animal could live in the ranch. Wouldn't it disturb the normal operation of the ranch? Jiang Zhuxiang decided to ask Julia later. Generally, ranches would not allow other animals to enter, unless they were animals that could not be prevented, such as wolves. When Jiang Zhuxiang turned back, he saw Tao Tai and the others carrying things over. It seemed that they also went to the kitchen first. However, why did Julia just refuse her help? If Julia knew that Jiang Zhuxiang thought so, she would never complain. After all, she had no idea that Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to help before, and she unconsciously wanted to take care of Jiang Zhuxiang when she saw her. So Jiang Zhuxiang was driven out without even saying a word. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was able to figure it out easily. Tao Tai seemed to be stronger than him, so it was normal for Julia to ask them to help. Jiang Zhuxiang focused on the food while thinking. Julia's food was mainly barbecue. After all, meat was the most indispensable thing on the ranch. However, perhaps considering Jiang Zhuxiang, she also prepared a large bowl of vegetable salad and a bowl of soup for each person. Although the salad only had simple potatoes, tomatoes and lettuce, and yogurt was not used instead of salad dressing. It was the best thing Julia could prepare, and Jiang Zhuxiang naturally would not dislike it. As for the soup, it was cream of mushroom soup. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised by the taste, which was a bit challenging to Jiang Zhuxiang's taste buds. Julia distributed the last roasted potato to everyone and sat down, inviting everyone to start eating. After all, lunchtime had passed a little too long, and Julia still felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Zhuxiang first finished the roast meat and cream soup in one go, and then slowly began to use salad to wash the taste in his mouth. The roasted potato tasted pretty good. While eating, Jiang Zhuxiang watched Julia and Tao Tai eat meat like crazy. It seems that the awakened power ability has changed Julia's diet a little. Girls who love to eat meat are still rare. However, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't hate it. After all, the type of girls Jiang Zhuxiang admired were still those who could be independent. Just like Alice before. After Julia finished eating, she realized that Jiang Zhuxiang had been staring at her. She couldn't help but think silently in her heart. She wouldn't dislike her eating style, but she didn't know when her appetite started to grow unconsciously. Every time she ate, she couldn't control her speed. Julia couldn't help it. When Julia was a little self-pitying, Jiang Zhuxiang directly mentioned the animals she had seen before to Julia. After describing their specific characteristics, Jiang Zhuxiang was waiting for Julia's reaction. Julia heard that the kangaroos had entered the ranch again, and she was a little angry. Those guys can never be driven away. I don't know what attracts them here. If I can find it, I will definitely drive them out completely. Although kangaroos used to have a high status on this fragment, when people themselves found it difficult to survive in the end times, their tolerance for this kind of animal dropped, and they only maintained the bottom line of not killing them. Chapter 484 Julia's Choice. Jiang Zhuxiang waited helplessly for Julia's anger to subside. It was hard for anyone to tolerate a group of bandits who could not take action in their own home. After Julia's anger subsided, Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "What are you going to do now?" Julia smiled slightly. "Do you mind doing some after-dinner activities and conducting a simple investigation?" Julia decided to drive the bandits out. Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to try this proposal, but he decided to ask the Tao Tai for their opinions first. Tao Tai and the others were just full, and Julia had no problem with their appetite. Instead, she let them eat as much as they wanted. Now that Julia needed it, they didn't mind moving a little. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang looking over with questioning eyes, Tao Tai and the others nodded directly. As for Kunping, he had stolen a cow here before. Although Jiang Zhuxiang had given him contribution points, he still felt a little uncomfortable and naturally had no objection to this action. After seeing that everyone agreed, Julia said, "Well, go back and prepare, and meet at the door in half an hour." Jiang Zhuxiang never had any problem with this kind of preparation. After all, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, and the more prepared the better. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhuxiang stood at the door with his backpack on his back. Tao Tai and the others had not prepared anything. They themselves were the best weapons. As for Kunping, the array plate would never leave him, so there was no need to prepare anything. Julia was the last one to come. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at her and felt that she was really fully armed. There were all kinds of things from head to toe. Jiang Zhuxiang felt heavy all over just by looking at her. "Don't you feel heavy?" As soon as the question was asked, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he had asked a stupid question. Power-type psychics would not care about this weight at all. Sure enough, Julia's answer was normal, not heavy. Just right. "I used to feel light when I walked." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the reduction of gravity on Earth, and it seemed that this person also needed a gravity regulator. Jiang Zhuxiang took out Tao's backpack and found that he had not put it in, but he had prepared it before. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to wait until he got back to send it to Julia. Turning from the door, Julia took her own sheepdog to finally smell the breath of those guys. The place Jiang Zhuxiang saw was outside the previous restaurant, so they first went there to look for the footprints of the kangaroos. These kangaroos always move forward by bouncing, so the possibility of leaving footprints is still very high, and they easily found the kangaroo footprints. Julia pointed at the footprints and gave orders to the sheepdogs. The sheepdog circled the footprints a few times and soon ran forward. Julia followed first, and Jiang Zhuxiang followed with the light body technique. Naturally, Tao Tai and the others had no problem. The sheepdog stopped from time to time to confirm the direction, and finally stopped in the place where the water grass was the most lush. The kangaroos were eating there, and there were even kangaroos on the side to be on guard. Seeing this place, Julia's face became even worse. This place was reserved for her to dry into hay during the winter. After being eaten like this, the cattle and sheep will be very sad in winter. Julia directly ordered the sheepdogs to rush up, and she also rushed up. As for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, Julia could not order them either, and they could only look at themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang followed helplessly. "Do you want to drive them away or catch them now? Different methods can be adopted for different purposes," Julia said with a little anger. "Catch them. As for how to deal with them later, we will wait until we catch them." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the kangaroos jumping around in the grass, and unconsciously wanted to use the wood ability. When he found that there was no movement, he reacted and quickly changed his method. He used the grass and wood method in Shinon's secret technique to make the grass into grass knots. However, it was the first time to use this trick, and the attack range was a bit large. Julia was accidentally tripped, and of course the kangaroos were also tripped. The only ones who were not affected were Kunping and Jiang Zhuxiang himself. Jiang Zhuxiang still relied on standing far away, otherwise he would definitely be pitted. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, "Not very skilled yet." Then he went to tie up the kangaroos. Luckily, the grass knot is not a skill with great attack power, and this improper control is not a big problem. The team members who were tricked quickly climbed up by themselves and tied up the kangaroos one by one, especially their hind legs, using the strongest ropes. However, Julia still treated those who brought baby kangaroos a little preferentially, and only tied up one hind leg. After they were done, they sat on the grass to rest, and at the same time, they were curious about why Jiang Zhuxiang's move just now was so tricky. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, "This is really unskilled." Julia expressed her disbelief. "You don't seem to like being protected. How can your attack methods be so unreliable?" Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what to say. Could it be that the method he was most familiar with was sealed? Tingsha smiled and helped Jiang Zhuxiang to excuse himself. Xiaoxiang is a doctor, and his original methods are all related to medicine. However, if you want to give medicine, it will be more dangerous to not distinguish between friend and foe. After all, some medicines have great damage values. This is also a reasonable reason. Julia didn't ask any more questions after hearing it. However, Julia was still surprised that Jiang Zhuxiang was actually a doctor. After all, according to her understanding, in the end times, doctors have been squeezed out by healing-type superpowers. and few people will choose this direction. However, compared with healing psychics, healers are still more favored by low-level psychics. After all, low-level psychics can rarely afford to hire low-level psychics, and healers are relatively safe. If healing psychics do not have a good backer, they are easily robbed. If they cannot get it, it is easy for people to think of destroying them. However, Julia rarely needs healing psychics at present. When she met a healer first, Julia decided to ask her to take a look. After all, Julia still thought that her strength was a bit strange. If there was anything bad, it would be better to be prepared in advance. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little speechless about Julia's question. In this era when people with special abilities are everywhere, is there anyone who doesn't know that this is a power-type special ability? Jiang Zhuxiang directly told Julia his conclusion. Although Julia usually goes online, she really didn't know that she would be one of those high-ranking special abilities. Chapter 485 Plant Regeneration. Julia still wanted Jiang Zhuxiang to check her pulse, regardless of whether she was a power-type mutant or not. After all, she had not lived the lifestyle of a mutant in the past few years, and she didn't know whether it would affect her ability improvement. Once she knew that she was a mutant, she unconsciously began to worry about the problems of her ability improvement, and her physical problems were directly ignored. After all, there was no mutant with poor health, except for those with brain abilities. Jiang Zhuxiang could also understand Julia's thoughts, and carefully examined her body. Although Julia had never exercised in the direction of a power-type mutant before, because she often ate beef, her ability was still gently and steadily improved. On the contrary, there was no hidden danger of those who used crystal cores to improve their abilities. It might be because the crystal cores came from the bodies of zombies, which were more or less unclean. Jiang Zhuxiang told Julia his conclusion, hoping that she could stick to her current lifestyle. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang always felt that using crystal cores to improve superpowers was not very beneficial for humans. After all, this was something from the zombies' bodies, and it was more useful for zombies. If humans wanted to improve their superpowers, they should still rely on their own efforts. Julia said with a bit of amusement, "Don't worry. I have to look after such a large ranch, so I don't have time to fight zombies. Besides, those people are very tight on crystal cores now, and they won't circulate them easily. After all, the abilities of zombies are now higher than those of humans, and there are more and more intelligent zombies. We have already seen a zombie city here, and the unintelligent zombies have been restrained and will not be released easily. It is also very difficult to get crystal cores now. Moreover, since he had cheap and safe beef, he didn't need to go far away, and he didn't need a high level of supernatural power. He just needed to protect his ranch." Jiang Zhuxiang had never thought that there was a zombie city here. It seemed that the zombies here had awakened earlier, and even their fragments didn't have a zombie city yet. It seemed that he still needed to be careful when he was here. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with Julia's obedience. "Let's deal with these kangaroos first. It's not good for their health to tie them up all the time. It's better to make any decision as soon as possible." Julia was surprised by her own ability, and temporarily forgot that they were here to catch kangaroos. When she heard Jiang Zhuxiang's reminder, Julia realized that there were still many kangaroos on the ground. But when she knew the effect of beef, Julia was more interested in the things on her ranch, and decided to scare these kangaroos. Of course, she would not directly use it on the bodies of these kangaroos. Julia called up the previously downloaded video of poachers dealing with kangaroos from her communicator, and played it to them several times. Jiang Zhuxiang himself was a little creepy when he saw the scene. Not to mention these kangaroos, who had no more ability to distinguish. Half an hour later, Julia loosened the ropes on the kangaroo's legs, and they passed by Jiang Zhuxiang and the others and fled quickly to the outside of the ranch, much faster than before. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the scene speechlessly. It seemed that killing a chicken to scare the monkeys was very effective for both humans and animals, and Julia's method was relatively mild. At most, it would make these kangaroos afraid to approach the ranch in the future. There was no other harm, and it might affect the kangaroo's psychology a little. But there was no other way. Julia watched the kangaroos leave, and she felt refreshed. She had never dared to do this before. After all, the Animal Protection Association of this fragment still existed. If ordinary people did this and were found out, they would definitely be punished. Before she had superpowers, Julia could only take this loss. The kangaroos were driven away, but the gnawed grassland was still there. Julia was still a little annoyed looking at the original reserve food. Thinking of Jiang Zhuxiang's previous trick, she asked, "Do you have any way to make the grass grow again?" Julia didn't have much hope when she asked. After all, there were no grass roots in some places. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Kunpeng. If his wood ability was still there, this kind of thing would be easy to solve. Jiang Zhuxiang hoped to be temporarily unbanned. It's a pity that Kunpeng pretended not to see Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes, and looked at the scenery there calmly. Some people won't adapt themselves unless they are forced. It's not just that kind of alien energy that can make grass and trees grow. After Kunpeng didn't respond, Jiang Zhuxiang had to think of a solution himself. After all, there were still many useful small spells in Shinon's secret technique. If that didn't work, there were still his own formations and talismans. There was always a suitable way. The last resort was to use medicine. After Jiang Zhuxiang put aside his supernatural powers and thought about it, he found that he still had a lot of things. Using medicine can only be regarded as the last resort. After all, no one knows whether the land here will produce any strange reactions with the medicine. It would be bad if the ecological cycle here was destroyed. Jiang Zhuxiang first considered the grass and trees chapter in the secret technique. After all, formations and other things still consume some things. When you go out, you should save as much as possible. Fortunately, Shinon's secret technique did not disappoint Jiang Zhuxiang. There was indeed such a little trick for Jiang Zhuxiang to use. This was a method that the former disciples of the medicinal field came up with to prevent the poor harvest of the medicinal field. The name was also very obvious, called pulling up the seedlings to promote growth. The energy cultivated by oneself was gathered at the roots of the medicinal materials to stimulate its vitality and reduce the chance of diseases and insect pests in the medicinal materials. Jiang Zhuxiang did not care much about the side effects that affected the progress of cultivation. After all, this method could not be without any cost. And he had just improved his realm before, and he needed to stabilize it for a while. Otherwise Kunpeng would not take action. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still explained one thing to Julia. Those places without roots cannot grow again. Unless you have seeds. I can only make those places with roots grow again. Jiang Zhuxiang never hides things that he cannot do. After all, the sequelae of hiding are still annoying. Julia originally thought that there was no hope for Jiang Zhuxiang after such a long time. But later she knew that it was only those places without roots that could not be restored. So she was naturally overjoyed. After all, any bit of recovery was better than nothing. Chapter 486 Julia's Repayment. After Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed with Julia again, he began to act. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the grass, put his hands on the ground, and slowly mobilized his energy to wrap the grass roots to stimulate their vitality. In fact, the vitality of these grasses is extremely tenacious. Even without Jiang Zhuxiang's catalysis, they will still grow again. Just a little slower at most. Unfortunately, Julia is now short of time, so she can only catalyze them artificially. Jiang Zhuxiang tried not to affect the self-healing function of these grasses, and only let them start to grow at a more reasonable speed. In this way, there are more things to control. And beads of sweat began to appear on Jiang Zhuxiang's forehead. Because Jiang Zhuxiang closed his eyes, he did not see everyone's worried eyes, and their murderous aura towards Julia. Julia did not know that Jiang Zhuxiang needed to work so hard to help her restore this piece of grass. If Jiang Zhuxiang had any problems after waking up, these elders of Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely not let her go. Julia, who was not a believer in religion, could not help but pray to God in her heart. When seeing more and more beads of sweat on Jiang Zhuxiang's forehead, Tao Tai looked at Kunpeng a little unbearable. If it were not for the senior, who insisted on sealing Jiang Zhuxiang's wood ability, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely not have to work so hard now. They could not help but feel resentful in their hearts. You know, those who have been with Jiang Zhuxiang for a long time have never seen Jiang Zhuxiang so hard. However, Kunpeng still stood there calmly. It was not so easy to completely master his own power. Now he was just sweating a little. If he needed to bleed in the future, he didn't know how these little guys would react. Kunpeng didn't care about the emotions in their eyes at all. After all, he had lived several years longer than them. How could he be afraid of the emotions of these young boys? However, Kunpeng was a little surprised that the little boy sitting in front could hold on. After all, the pain in the process of controlling his own energy was uncontrollable. Shinon also rolled on the ground in the past. I didn't expect that a girl like her had good endurance. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang was about to give up. But when she thought of her wood-related supernatural powers that had not yet been unlocked, and that she could only rely on these energies to protect herself in the future, Jiang Zhuxiang could not give up. What's more, the plant spirits in her dantian were all trying hard to cheer her up. So Jiang Zhuxiang could not give up even more. Although she had her reasons for focusing more on wood-related supernatural powers, Jiang Zhuxiang would not vent her anger on others. She wanted to save these little guys, and their return was also their intention. Jiang Zhuxiang silently decided to think of other uses for the plant essences in the future, such as drawing them out to make medicine. After all, plant essences were rare good things that required the willing contribution of plant spirits to be useful. Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't want to waste them. After feeling the satisfaction coming from those people, Jiang Zhuxiang gradually withdrew his hand. However, before he withdrew his hand, Jiang Zhuxiang felt another wave of plant essence entering his body. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless. He temporarily kept it in his dantian and returned it to them when he had the chance. He didn't lack this little thing. Jiang Zhuxiang opened his eyes and saw several pairs of worried eyes in front of him. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded silently, indicating that he was fine. Only then did they relax and immediately turn their guns to help Jiang Zhuxiang fight for benefits. Julia was a little speechless when she heard their request. This kind of thing is obviously what you like. Jiang Zhuxiang himself hasn't said anything yet. Are you a little overstepping your authority? However, having seen Jiang Zhuxiang's hard work before, Julia still wanted to give these elders, who saw Jiang Zhuxiang's hard work, some money to calm down. But the amount could not be as much as they asked. At most, she would give half. And she would keep some for Jiang Zhuxiang to exchange for what she really wanted. After all, she was the real hero. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about this kind of thing. She had already reaped the best rewards. She didn't care whether Julia gave her things or not. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't stop the behavior of her elders. But she also knew that they still had some sense, and would not go too far. When Julia proposed to give only half, they were obviously surprised. Maybe Julia would think they were too little. But Jiang Zhuxiang still knew that they were actually surprised that she would agree to give so much. For the Tao Thai, they still prefer to hunt by themselves. This time, asking Julia for something was just to show their attitude, so that Julia would think carefully whether she could pay this price when she asked Jiang Zhuxiang to do something next time. After all, they didn't want Jiang Zhuxiang to fall into the situation of Tingsha before. However, since Julia agreed, they would not let it go. After all, it would be a waste if they didn't take it. After she gave so many cows, she could also relax herself. After all, it seemed to them that she was a bit too much pressure to herd so many cows every day. At the same time, reducing the number of livestock can help the grassland to be cultivated. They saw that some places began to expose the soil. However, Julia didn't know that these elders of Jiang Zhuxiang thought so much about her. She just felt that she had solved a problem and could concentrate on discussing with Jiang Zhuxiang what she really needed to pay. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "I don't need anything. If you really feel bad, just allow us to stay here for free in the future. You may not be able to help me with other things." What Jiang Zhuxiang wanted most was various medicinal herbs. But Julia was so busy that it was obviously impossible for her to help him collect these things. Julia was a little ashamed of Jiang Zhuxiang's words. "That's fine. But what do you want most? Maybe I'll meet it, and I'll help you change it then." Julia was still a little uncomfortable that she didn't know Jiang Zhuxiang very well. But Julia was still very persistent and asked the question directly. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but answer the question. So he could only say, "Various medicinal herbs are what I want most. You probably don't have the chance to meet them. So don't think about it. I don't want your reward. Let's continue to investigate your situation here. The reason why your animals are so normal has not been found yet." Jiang Zhuxiang still cares more about business and doesn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. If Julia continues to pester him, Jiang Zhuxiang will doubt whether it is worth it. Chapter 487: The Fate of the Man Behind the Scenes. Fortunately, Julia still knew the priorities. After keeping this in mind, she continued to walk around the ranch with Jiang Zhuxiang. This ranch was about the same size as the hunting grounds of the wealthy families that Jiang Zhuxiang had seen before. Although it was all grass, it still had a slight slope. Jiang Zhuxiang shouted to Julia and ran to the relatively high position. After all, it is not unreasonable to stand high and see far. Jiang Zhuxiang could still see the distribution of this ranch standing on the top of the hill. In general ranches, the abundance of water and grass decreases from the water source to the outside. But in addition to this rule, this ranch also has an increasing trend in one direction. Jiang Zhuxiang marked this direction on the map on the communicator and decided to ask Julia what was special about that direction. Julia had never observed the direction of grass growth in her pasture like Jiang Zhuxiang did. She just followed her own cattle and sheep when she was grazing. When to stop was up to the cattle and sheep themselves. So when Jiang Zhuxiang asked about this, Julia had no answer at all. Seeing Julia's expression, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that he could not get anything out of her. So he just walked in that direction. Kunping followed behind him, hesitant to speak. But the Taohai and the others were a little scared by Kunping's attitude towards Jiang Zhuxiang before. So although their legs were shaking, they still bravely blocked the possibility of him getting close to Jiang Zhuxiang. Kunping looked at the wall of people blocking his way in silence. Was he so ferocious? Although he was indeed a beast, he had never personally dealt with Jiang Zhuxiang. Was it really necessary to be so defensive? These little guys were too protective of Jiang Zhuxiang. No wonder they allowed her to go astray for so long. It seemed that he had to be stricter in the future. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely be led astray. It would be difficult to explain to Shenong at that time. After all, he asked them to take care of the younger generation. But he definitely didn't want his own younger generation to be raised to waste. Moreover, in Kunping's opinion, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little self-reliant. Otherwise Kunping would never bother. As for now, Kunping felt that it didn't matter if he didn't say anything for the time being. After all, he would know the result of this matter in the end. After all, the result was waiting here. Right? He would not embarrass those little guys for the time being. Julia walked in this direction for a while, and found that her herd of cattle was moving slowly along this route in front of her. It seemed that she was really not as sensitive as her own cattle and sheep. She didn't even notice this route that she would walk every day. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally saw the herd of cattle moving in front of her. It seemed that animals were much more sensitive than humans. They still knew what was really good for them. Jiang Zhuxiang did not cross the herd, but followed behind them to see where they were going. When the sun was setting, the herd bumped into the fence at the edge of the pasture, which was used to mark the boundary. They bumped into it unwillingly, but the tastier food was still outside, which really pissed the cows off. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the shaky fence and wiped his sweat silently. Such a weak thing would be knocked down by the herd sooner or later. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Julia, who also realized why she always went a long way to find the cows in the evening. However, the other side was other people's territory. If her own cows broke through, it would definitely cause disputes. Julia decided to reinforce it early tomorrow morning. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Julia urging the cattle to go back, and he stood there and looked. It seemed that there was the answer he wanted in that direction. But he couldn't leave here now. He had agreed to stay for a week, so he couldn't break his promise. On the way back, Julia suggested that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others leave early to find the answer. But Jiang Zhuxiang refused. Julia looked obviously very happy, so Jiang Zhuxiang thought it was worth it. After all, an answer that was definitely there was not as good as a promise to accompany a friend. In the past few days, Jiang Zhuxiang sometimes got up early to reinforce the border with Julia. Sometimes helped Julia drive the cattle and sheep back to the cowshed and sheepfold with the sheepdog. And sometimes lay on the back of the cow and moved slowly, which was a rare leisure time. During this period, Leijin also sent a communication to tell me about the follow-up treatment of the Academy of Sciences, so that I don't have to worry. Those who made trouble have promised not to leave before the autumn harvest, and to obey the dispatch of the Academy of Sciences. Among them, Wu Jing played a key role. When Wu Jing asked to return to the farm, he still encountered several attacks, thanks to Leijin's vigilance. Otherwise, if he succeeded, the relationship between them and the Academy of Sciences would definitely be irreversible. Of course, Leijin also caught a troublemaker, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise, allowing the people on the farm to figure out what kind of people were the ones who kept saying those seemingly good things in front of them, but actually made them make mistakes. This is also one of the reasons why they are more obedient. After all, they are still unwilling to be someone else's gun. Not to mention that this person is trying to hurt their benefactor. Although the troublemakers are simple because of their work environment, they are also stubborn. The idea of repaying kindness is engraved in their bones. Wu Jing is their Achilles heel. The behavior of those people also angered them. The people who were hiding in the dark were caught by them and handed over to Wu Jing. which made those who were still lucky feel hopeless. Wu Jing did not deal with those things himself. He handed them over to the dean directly. The dean found out that these people were there when the previous dean was still there. It seems that those people are still determined to control the Academy of Sciences, and are willing to plant so many nails. Judging from the surnames of these people, they are all from the Shui family and the base. The dean did not treat them politely. He did not listen to their explanations at all, and directly drove them out with their families. As for what will happen to them in the future, it is not something the dean will care about. However, Jiang Zhuxiang can guess their future by just thinking about it, even if they return to the Shui family and the base. After enjoying the generous treatment of the Academy of Sciences, they will definitely not be able to accept their future treatment. And it will even be worse. After all, these two families are now asking for the Academy of Sciences. Maybe they will suppress them to please their dean. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his hair and stopped thinking about these things that had nothing to do with him. Chapter 488, Yan Lei's Visit. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely showed concern for Lei Zhen. Are you still in the Academy of Sciences? Lei Zhen saw Jiang Zhuxiang change the subject, and knew that she didn't want to hear about these things anymore. This look was really similar to their dean. When he went to report before, he just listened to the result, and didn't intend to continue listening. It seems that Xiaoxiang gave him face. In fact, if Jiang Zhuxiang was not a little free today, Lei Zhen would not have the opportunity to talk so much. Originally, for them, they could infer most of the things based on one result. If Lei Zhen knew this, he would not think that Xiaoxiang was unwilling to listen to him. When Lei Zhen heard Jiang Zhuxiang's question, he thought of that and answered, I'm still in the Academy of Sciences. It's rare for me to be able to go out and have some free time. I don't want to go back so early, lest I be drafted. Although his father took over all the things temporarily, he was still ready to give up at any time. He didn't want to go back to do hard labor. Jiang Zhuxiang was used to Lei Zhen's thoughts. Both father and son were rare people who didn't like to fight for power. Unlike the patriarch of the Mu family, even if Mu's position as the heir was confirmed, he still firmly controlled all the power of the Mu family. He said that Mu's ability was not enough, and he needed to train outside. He always handed over the more complicated things outside to Mu, so that Mu was so busy that he didn't have the mind to fight for power or profit. He even wanted to quit. However, the chieftain of the Mu clan finally knew the limits. One of his sons had been disabled, and the remaining son must be well protected. So everything he asked Mu to do was safe, and there would be no danger. Jiang Zhuxiang had contacted Mu once before because of the riot, to confirm whether anyone in his family was involved. And if so, he should withdraw as soon as possible. But he heard Mu's complaints. Jiang Zhuxiang deeply felt that the lives of his friends were not easy. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhuxiang also thought of Yan Yan. He didn't know how he was doing recently. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have his contact information, so he asked Lei Zhen directly, Has Yan Yan contacted you recently? Lei Zhen looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's curious eyes, and told him what he knew 2 days ago. He has been doing well recently. His adoptive parents treat him very well. Recently, his adoptive parents are sick, and he has moved in with them. He called me before, and asked if you were in the Academy of Sciences. Maybe he wants you to help him take a look at his adoptive parents. Jiang Zhuxiang raised his eyebrows. Why should he go far away? Senior brother Yan Lei is also good. He can just ask the senior brother to take a look. After all, they are considered a family. Right? I need to pay for the visit. Lei Zhen also said with a bit of amusement. That's what I told him at the time. He said he was embarrassed to trouble his eldest brother. If you were here, he would rather pay for the visit. Later, when he knew you were not here, he said he would go to find his eldest brother. It seems that his adoptive parents are a bit seriously ill, and can't even wait for you to come back. I don't know if Yan Lei can cure them. Jiang Zhuxiang was also concerned about this issue. After all, his eldest brother was a person who was very soft-hearted towards his relatives. If Yan Yan said something unpleasant in a hurry, he would definitely not be able to bear it. The two were silent together, and Jiang Zhuxiang spoke first. I will send a communication to ask the eldest brother about the situation. Let's stop here for today. Lei Zhen also wanted to ask Yan Yan about the situation. Lei Zhen still cared about Yan Yan's thoughts. After all, Yan Yan and he had a good relationship. And Yan Lei also had the responsibility of an uncle. To be honest, Lei Zhen avoided him. It was absolutely impossible for him to take the initiative to contact Yan Lei. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang had never expected such a thing. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that the male elders in his family didn't like Lei Zhen. After Jiang Zhuxiang hung up Lei Zhen's call, he directly called Yan Lei. Yan Lei did not delay. It should be said that they would answer Jiang Zhuxiang's call as soon as they saw it, no matter what he was doing at the time, especially when she was outside. The dean also specifically reminded her that he was afraid that something would happen to Jiang Zhuxiang. Of course, this kind of thing does not need to be known to Jiang Zhuxiang. With the arrogant nature of the dean, he absolutely does not want his concern to be known by a junior. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yan Lei, who appeared on the screen, and nodded. It seems that you are doing well. How is your diagnosis result? Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that Yan Lei would be sulking, but now this relaxed posture seems to be nothing. Yan Lei was a little surprised and said, "Who told you this?" It was his younger brother who asked him to come to see the doctor, and he was sure that he had not told anyone. Jiang Zhuxiang directly sold Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen knew about it from your younger brother. What is the result now? Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to know if he could help. After all, he knew the level of his senior brother. Yan Lei said helplessly, "No formal examination has been carried out yet. We just had a meal together today. Their complexion is actually quite good, and their faces are quite rosy. We will know after the examination tomorrow. Do you want to watch tomorrow? If she wants, she can turn on the communicator, and the two of them can discuss it at that time. After all, the ancient medical skills of the junior sister are sometimes quite useful. She can solve some problems that Western medicine cannot solve." Speaking of which, Yan Lei is still very concerned about the situation of his younger brother's adoptive parents, for fear that if something happens, his younger brother will become a lonely person again. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that he had nothing to do tomorrow, so he agreed he would help him check tomorrow. After all, he was a little surprised by his ruddy face. After all, people who are not feeling well will never have a ruddy face, unless that face is related to their discomfort. Jiang Zhuxiang actually had some doubts, but he just needed to confirm it tomorrow. After hanging up the call, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the screen by the door and found that it was Julia. So he let her in. Although this small building was her grandmother's dowry, Julia had made some simple renovations. Julia came in and found Jiang Zhuxiang sitting on the cushion by the window. So she sat on the floor opposite her. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "You can sit on the chair. The floor is still a little cold." Julia waved her hand indifferently, intending to explain her purpose. Chapter 489, The Hired Worker's Cabin. Jiang Zhuxiang pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The day after tomorrow is the day when the hired workers will come to help. They will probably stay here for about half a month. If you don't like it, don't come out. However, shearing sheep is actually quite interesting. If you don't like it, you can come out and take a look, Julia said carefully. After all, she had only been with Jiang Zhuxiang for a short time and didn't know their personalities very well. It was better to think more about some things in advance and let them make their own choices. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. If it was just this one thing, Julia could come and talk to him tomorrow. It seemed that there should be other things. Jiang Zhuxiang waited quietly for the next words. Julia was a little confused about whether to speak or not. Jiang Zhuxiang asked speechlessly, "Is there anything else? What could be so hard to say? I really want to know." Julia made up her mind and said directly, "Because there are not enough rooms. We need to build cabins for the employees tomorrow. Can you come to help tomorrow?" In the past, because the employees would be crowded in a few guest rooms, there was no need to build many cabins. Julia could solve it by herself. Now that Jiang Zhuxiang and others are living in the guest rooms, the number of cabins Julia needs to build has increased. She can never complete it by herself. Otherwise Julia would not come to ask the guests for help. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said, "I have something to do tomorrow. Can I ask them to help you? I just need you to teach them. Tao Tai and the others have been hanging out with the cattle and sheep recently. They don't have anything to do, so it's appropriate to ask them to help." Julia was a little disappointed when she heard Jiang Zhuxiang say that he had something to do. Later, when she heard that Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tao Ai to come and help, Julia immediately became lively and promised repeatedly, "No problem. I will definitely teach them well." Julia's original purpose was to let Tao Tai help. She asked Jiang Zhuxiang only because they seemed to care about Jiang Zhuxiang. It would be much more useful to ask Jiang Zhuxiang to convey the message than to ask him herself. If she asked him herself, she might get a cold shoulder. Seeing Julia's happy look, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that she had other intentions in asking him for help, but he didn't mind her doing so. After all, he did have something to do tomorrow, and Jiang Zhuxiang guessed why Julia needed help. After all, the guest room was originally livable. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Julia chatted for a few more words, he sent her away. After all, it was not too early now. If Julia stayed any longer, she would encounter the Tao Tai. Julia still had a natural fear of him, probably because she felt the difference in strength. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to try to see if he could extract the essence of plants tonight. After all, he hadn't used the wood power in the past few days, and the essence of plants should be in his meridians. He would try to use the energy he cultivated later, and it should be able to force it out of the body. Jiang Zhuxiang finished the window, closed the door, and opened the window a little to facilitate the moon essence to enter the house. Jiang Zhuxiang entered the reverse inner vision mode. First, he greeted the plant spirits in the dantian. He had neglected them recently. After all, he had not practiced for the past few days, and didn't know if their energy was enough. Jiang Zhuxiang conveyed his thoughts to the old pine tree, who said directly, "My friend, don't worry. Your energy has been overflowing recently, which is enough for us to absorb. And although the overflowing energy is a little agitated, the energy of vitality is also a great supplement for them. If possible, they may appear in a physical state after a while, instead of the previous state that needed the help of the body." Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved after hearing this, so he planned to try it himself, and missed what the old pine tree wanted to say. The old pine tree originally planned to tell Jiang Zhuxiang that they were about to have a physical body, but later saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had something else to do, so he decided to do it first and then tell her. After all, it was not a 100% sure thing. While guiding his energy to flow slowly, Jiang Zhuxiang pushed the essence of plants to move to the position of his hand. After all, it was more convenient to export such things in the hand to avoid any accidents. When Jiang Zhuxiang concentrated the essence of plants from all parts of his body on his left hand, Jiang Zhuxiang opened his eyes, and saw that his left hand was green and bluish. He pulled out a thin needle from his gold needle bag, and gave a needle to all 5 of his fingertips. Then put his hand in a jade basin, and hurriedly continued to stimulate his energy to completely force the essence of plants out of his body. Jiang Zhuxiang controlled it properly, and did not mix his blood in. Otherwise, the effect of the essence of plants would definitely be discounted. After all, the essence of plants cannot be contaminated by human blood. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to prepare the essence of plants and trees, and also considered that he might need it tomorrow. He covered the essence of plants and trees, put it in his personal space, and began to practice to compensate the plant spirits. After all, he had to use their things to save people, so he had to be nice to them. One night later, Jiang Zhuxiang told Tao Tai and the others about what happened yesterday while having breakfast in the morning, and asked them if they were willing to help, and said that he would go there after he was done. If they were willing to help, they should read what Julia taught carefully, so as not to hinder Julia. Tao Tai and the others were just free recently, so they agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang and would definitely help. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still sent them to meet Julia first, intending to see the situation of Tao Tai and the others first. Anyway, the time agreed with Yan Lei was still early. Julia and Jiang Zhuxiang agreed yesterday that the time would be by the lake. After all, it would be more convenient to live in a place with water sources, and the sheep would be driven to the lake at that time, which would also be convenient for them to work. Julia had not appeared by the lake yet, so Jiang Zhuxiang found a stone to sit down and planned to wait for her. However, Jiang Zhuxiang sat down for less than 2 minutes before he saw Julia's figure coming from a distance, and the bundle of wood on her shoulder. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly, "Qiongqi, go over and help quickly. No wonder she is so slow. Her strength is really not small." Qiongqi's speed is the fastest except Kunping, and Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't dare to ask Kunping for help. After all, Kunping gives Jiang Zhuxiang the impression of being more serious and difficult to talk to. Qiongqi heard Jiang Zhuxiang speak, and hurriedly went to meet him. Chapter 490. Superpower out of control. Julia saw Qiongqi coming and greeted him happily. "You are here." Qiongqi nodded, and was about to reach out to take the wood on her shoulder. The weight of the wood was definitely several times heavier than that of the little girl. If she was not a power-type superpower, she would have been crushed by now. However, even if she was a power-type superpower, it did not mean that her body could bear such a heavy weight. Power-type superpowers were just strong. But it did not mean that their bodies were very hard. Now she could not feel it because it had not yet erupted. Jiang Zhuxiang had mentioned these things to Qiongqi and the others. So even if Julia repeatedly said that she did not need help, Qiongqi still carried the wood on his shoulders. Julia had no choice but to jog behind Qiongqi to catch up. After all, this weight was almost like no weight for Qiongqi. And his steps were still very brisk. Julia felt that her strength was not strong enough. And she could not be as relaxed as it. Julia knew that Jiang Zhuxiang should have a lot of experience in cultivating supernatural powers. So she decided to ask him at night. Walking in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, Qiongqi put down the wood and said, "What are you going to do now? If it was still this kind of carrying work, it would be faster for them to do it. So Julia would just wait there." Julia quickly said, "You still need to carry some wood over. I will show you a demonstration first. And then you can start to do it yourself." After that, Julia greeted Jiang Zhuxiang and led the way directly in front. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about this treatment. After all, he just came to watch. So he didn't want to affect their work. After Julia demonstrated to them, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that Tao I would be fine. So he went back directly. The time agreed with Yan Lei had arrived. And Jiang Zhuxiang still needed to start communication with him on time. Jiang Zhuxiang had just sat down in his seat when Yan Lei's communication came over. And Jiang Zhuxiang quickly answered it. Yan Lei said, "I'm going to start here. Xiaoxiang, you watch it yourself." After Yan Lei finished speaking, he explained to Yan Yan that the person on the other side of the communicator was Jiang Zhuxiang, and let him take a look. Jiang Zhuxiang waved and greeted Yan Yan, indicating that it was indeed him. Yan Yan nodded seriously, not even smiling. It seemed that Yan Yan still knew the situation of his adoptive parents, and was a little more cautious than Yan Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "The emotions of the patient's family members have a great impact on the patient. You'd better control your expression in front of your adoptive parents. Even if you have a terminal illness, you can't meet them with such emotions. Not to mention that the situation is not so bad." Yan Yan rubbed his face and forced a smile. Yan Lei began to knock on the door and walked into the room. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the face of Yan Yan, whom he met yesterday, seemed to be more ruddy. It seemed that he must have done something again last night. The naughty patient needs to suffer. Yan Lei installed the equipment he brought. This is a medical equipment specially prepared for people with superpowers. Even if the superpower suddenly erupts, it will not be damaged. It is very suitable for Yan Yan's situation. Yan Yan, who followed Yan Lei in, said a little unhappy, "You went to the refining room again last night. Didn't I tell you to take a break? I have already completed all the recent orders for you. What are you busy with?" Yan Lei just put the probes on Yan Yan and pretended not to hear the dispute between the father and son. Yan Yan's wife is accustomed to this scene. While taking good care of Yan Yan, she also chatted with Jiang Zhuxiang and asked whether her husband's problem was serious. Yan Lei had already told them about Jiang Zhuxiang's ability last night. Madame Yan Yan didn't say much when she saw Jiang Zhuxiang's face, and she completely believed Yan Lei's words. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that his senior brother had introduced himself to her. Jiang Zhuxiang first introduced himself to Madame Yan Yan, and then comforted her in the usual tone of treating patients' family members. "There won't be a big problem. Everything will be discussed after the examination." While speaking, Jiang Zhuxiang unconsciously used his own energy, which made Madame Yan Yan relax a lot even through the communicator. Yan Lei had already attached all the probes, and the equipment had been turned on. Yan Lei said to Yan Yan, "Uncle, please try to mobilize your special ability first. But please be slow, so that I can see if there is any problem with your body." Yan Yan said helplessly, "I don't think there is anything wrong with me. My supernatural power is quite active. Isn't it just a little red?" Yan Lei said quickly, "We treat diseases if we are sick, and keep healthy if we are not sick. We will use data to tell you whether there is any problem with your body, so that Xiao Yan and Ant can be relieved. Right?" Yan Lei calmed Yan Yan's anger very skillfully. Fortunately, he was a family member. Otherwise Yan Yan would not be so easy to talk to. When Yan Yan was talking just now, the warning light on the instrument flashed, under the watchful eyes of Yan Yan and his wife. Yan Yan had to obediently operate his supernatural power according to Yan Lei's requirements, and the speed was as slow as possible. It was just because of the illness that his control was much worse, and the speed still looked a little fast. Fortunately, it was a machine. Otherwise, The human eye would definitely not be able to see the problem. Yin Lei checked the results on the machine display screen and called Yin Yin and Mrs. Yin Yin to come over and see. The old man's problem is not very big, but he is a little too angry, causing him to lose control of his superpowers. The superpowers may go out of control at any time. Don't let Uncle enter the refining room recently. Otherwise, it is easy to play with fire if the superpowers go out of control. Yin Yin was relieved when he saw this result, but he started to have a headache afterwards. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to enter the refining room, especially when he didn't want to. Mrs. Yin Yin said very easily, I have the authority to close the refining room in an emergency. I will go to close it later. He will never have the chance to go in again unless Xiao Lei says it's okay. After discussing this matter, Yin Yin asked his eldest brother, is there anything that can be used to suppress anger? Yin Lei said, it's better to ask Xiao Xiang. I really don't know much about this. Yin Yin turned to Jiang Zhuxiang on the screen. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect it to be like this. He cleared his throat and said, suppression is not a good way. The best way is to vent. I will write a prescription for your eldest brother later and ask him to prepare it for you. I also have something to prevent recurrence in the future. I will send it to your eldest brother when the time comes. You can take it yourself. Chapter 491, Mrs. Yan's Transformation. Yin Yin nodded to show that he understood. He turned around and saw that his adoptive father was complaining to his adoptive mother that he was not allowed to enter the weapon refining room. Yin Yin turned around and said to Jiang Zhuxiang, please try to use bitter medicine. After all, good medicine tastes bitter. Right? This old man has to suffer a little to know who is doing good for him. His adoptive mother just dotes on him too much. Jiang Zhuxiang raised his eyebrows. This was the first time that a patient's family asked for bitter medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang turned his pen and removed the licorice that he had originally planned to add to him. He also increased the amount of cactus root. However, it was all under the condition that it would not harm the human body. It was just that his tongue would probably suffer for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang passed the written prescription to Yin Lei. Yin Lei looked at the herbs on it and couldn't help shaking. Even if the medicine was not boiled well, it smelled bitter. Yin Lei asked Jiang Zhuxiang in a low voice, isn't this a bit too much? Let's take it slowly. Jiang Zhuxiang said, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. At this dosage, his problem can be solved in 1 or 2 days. Then he won't have to drink it anymore. Right? Yin Lei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Yin, who were smiling, and had to keep silent. He silently pitied his uncle. He had to deal with such a cruel doctor and adopted son. Even if he only drank this medicine for 1 or 2 days, it would be worse than death. However, Yin Lei was also very happy. Yin Yan's current naughtiness was also spoiled by the couple, which was completely different from the repression he had in the Yin family before. However, Yin Lei was relieved for less than 2 seconds before Yin Yin started to make trouble for him. Brother, can you help me boil the herbs and send them over? None of us knows how to boil the herbs. If the herbs are reduced, it will be bad. Don't worry. I will definitely feed the herbs myself. Yin Lei took a breath of cold air. This kid wanted to drag him down. When his uncle suffered, he would definitely come to settle accounts with him. The one who boiled the herbs. Yin Lei quickly said, I can teach you on the side. Yin Yin said quickly, how can I trouble you? You know that my second brother and I are not talented in this area. If you really want to teach us, it will take a long time. Besides, have you forgotten the kitchen that I blew up? Yin Lei was stunned by this reminder. It seemed that he could not escape. Yin Lei readily agreed and asked Yin Yin for a guarantee. You can't let your uncle come to find me. Otherwise I will definitely not help you hide it. Yin Lei was referring to what Yin Yin and Jiang Zhuxiang had just said. With a handle in his hand, Yin Lei was relieved. Yin Yin looked at Yin Lei in surprise. Aren't you afraid of implicating your junior sister? You know, Yin Lei used to protect Jiang Zhuxiang very much. This time, he was not the only one involved. Yin Lei said with a smile. She is outside. Even if Uncle wants to make trouble, he can't find her. When she comes back, Uncle will have forgotten about it. How could he put his junior sister in a disadvantageous position? Of course, he would do it after careful consideration. Yin Yin agreed to Yin Lei's request like a wilted eggplant. Yin Lei smiled and said goodbye to his uncle past Yin Yin. Uncle, I'm going to prepare medicine for you. I'll send it to you when the time comes. You should be more obedient these days. Don't think about the refining room all day. It's not bad to go out for a walk with Auntie. After all, Auntie has been with you for so long. You haven't had a good time out yet. Yin Yan's wife chose to marry Yin Yan because he was a person who could sit still. She herself was a very quiet person. After they got married, they didn't even go out for their honeymoon. They usually went out because they needed to buy things. So Yin Lei said this. Yin Yan came out from the corner, agreed with Yin Lei, and started to send Yin Lei back to his room. When his younger brother voluntarily gave up his inheritance rights, the Yin clan leader was quite generous. Yin Yan's house was only slightly smaller than the clan leader's house, so Yin Lei would definitely have a place to sleep if he wanted to stay. Yin Yan followed Yin Lei into the room and asked directly, "Where are you going to get the medicine? Are there enough medicinal materials?" Yin Lei didn't expect Yin Yan to think of this, and said with a little relief, "You have grown up and thought that I am unpalatable. Then you can think about where I can get medicine." Yin Yan retorted, "I have grown up a long time ago." Then he began to think seriously. "There is no real pharmacy here. Brother, you can either find it yourself or send a task to purchase it. It takes too much time to find it yourself, so it's better to send a task directly." Yin Lei smiled and said, "You forgot one thing. You can go directly to the clan leader's house. The clan leader's wife has been learning some medical things with Xiao Xiang recently. It can be regarded as killing some time for herself. She should have collected a lot of medicinal materials. We can go and visit her." Yin Lei mentioned the clan leader's family in front of Yin Yan on purpose. After all, although Yin Yan was adopted, he would still be criticized by others if he didn't visit his biological parents who lived so close to him. Besides, he also needed to visit them. After all, although he was already a member of the Academy of Sciences, his blood relationship could not be severed. Yin Yan lowered his head with some resistance. He really didn't want to see them. However, if they really had medicinal materials, he couldn't let his brother waste time. Yin Yan nodded with some entanglement. Yin Lei patted Yin Yan's head with a smile. "Then let's go now." The Yin clan leader had to deal with things in the afternoon. If they went there during this time, they could only meet him briefly. He probably didn't have time to talk to them. He could also stay with the clan leader's wife for a while in the afternoon. Yin Lei's estimate was very accurate. When they arrived at the Yin family's ancestral house, the Yin clan leader just stood up from the dining table. When he saw them coming, he didn't say much, but felt relieved. "You can accompany your mother to eat a little more. I will come to talk to you after I finish my work in the afternoon." After that, he left in a hurry. Yin Yan and Yin Lei were left a little puzzled. It turned out that they hadn't been back for too long and were no longer used to the behavior of this family. Mrs. Yin was very happy to see them. She quickly asked them to sit down and asked someone to bring them new bowls and chopsticks so that they could eat more. Yin Lei and Yin Yan silently complained, "We are not here to eat for free." Mrs. Yin scolded, "Who said you are here to eat for free? Sit down and have a meal with me. I can't eat anything just by looking at your father's face." The style changed too quickly. They couldn't adapt to it. Their mother used to be a tear bag style. Where did this queen temperament come from? Chapter 492, Madame Yan's Small Medicine Storehouse. In fact, Madame Yan is only like this in front of her son, and she is still weak in front of Patriarch Yin. This difference in treatment is because she learned from Jiang Zhuxiang that her son doesn't seem to like to see her cry, and because Patriarch Yan's attitude towards her has not been so tolerant in recent years. So Madame Yan has learned this two-faced style. To be a strong mother in front of her children, and still be a tearful person in front of Patriarch Yin. In fact, Madame Yan herself doesn't like to cry much anymore. But her husband understands it himself. He is definitely not the kind of person who likes women with strong personalities. He often dislikes Madame Lei in front of him for being too vulgar and not like a woman at all. Although 2 of her sons have left her, for the sake of her only child, Mrs. Yin still wants to tie her husband's heart, even if it means acting. In fact, this way of treating her husband with acting skills was inspired by Jiang Zhuxiang. When she was just learning with Jiang Zhuxiang, Mrs. Yin was still full of resentment towards the head of the Yin clan, and even had the urge to divorce. In the last days, it is quite easy for a woman to divorce. After all, there are still many people who want to take over. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything at the time, but just said, "If you don't have anything you can't let go of, you can divorce. If you still have something, just pretend to be reluctant." Mrs. Yin was still a little reluctant to part with her second son. After all, the head of the Yin clan, whose 2 sons had already left, would never give up the last son to her. She could only continue to deal with the head of the Yin clan until her son came to power one day. And she would be free. At that time, she could go to see where her eldest son lived. Speaking of this marriage, Mrs. Yin felt that her only gain was her 3 sons, who were much better than her husband. Mrs. Yin also saw that her husband did not like her as a person at all, but liked her identity as a woman. After having a meal with her 2 sons, whom she rarely saw, Mrs. Yin sat on the sofa in the living room with a cup of tea and waited slowly for her son to speak. You know, even on her birthday in the past, she never saw these 2 children come to her house, and at most sent gifts. They came to her today for something. However, Yin Lei did not speak directly, but sniffed the tea and asked, "Is this from Xuxiang?" Yin Lei was familiar with the tea made by Jiang Xuxiang, but he did not expect that he would give it to his mother. Mrs. Yin smiled and said, "Yes. Teacher Xiaoxiang said it was a gift for students, so I did not refuse it. It smells very good." Right? Mrs. Yin was very happy that her son was willing to chat with her instead of asking for something right away, even if she had to pay a great price later. Mrs. Yin was willing to help her son. Yin Lei would talk to his mother first, mainly because he did not want to be a person who only asked for things. His mother was still a little lonely. Yin Lei was willing to accompany her more if possible, especially when she stopped crying. Seeing his elder brother's behavior, Yin suppressed his anxiety and occasionally agreed with him. In the end, it was Mrs. Yin who took the initiative to speak. "Are you missing something?" Yin Lei answered directly, "I'm missing some medicinal herbs. I don't know if you have them. I just want to come to see you and look for them by the way." Mrs. Yin was a little curious. "Have you started to learn from Xiaoxiang?" Yin Lei quickly said, "No. I have a prescription here, which was written by Xiaoxiang. So I came to you to find it. I don't know anything about the properties of medicine, and I don't dare to go out to find it myself. If I give a task, I can't tell the real from the fake." Madame Yin was still very curious about the prescription Jiang Zhuxiang had written. "Let me see what herbs are there. If I have them, I will definitely help you prepare them." The herbs she kept were brought to her by Patriarch Yin. She didn't have any illnesses, so she only used them to try herbal medicine. It was a waste to leave them there. Yin Lei directly sent the prescription. After Madame Yin carefully looked at the pictures and text, she said, "I have them all, but I don't know how many you plan to prepare. This dose of purgative medicine seemed to be for emergencies." Madame Yin didn't refuse and took them directly to the pharmacy prepared by Patriarch Yin for her. Yin Lei followed and answered, "First, I'll prepare 3 sets from you, and then see if you need it." Mrs. Yin glanced at her eldest son, who was playing tricks on her. "Okay. Then 3 sets first, and we'll talk about the others later." Mrs. Yin prepared the herbs and wrapped them in paper, and asked directly, "Do you need a medicine furnace? This kind of thing is definitely needed to decoct medicine." Looking at their luggage, they definitely don't have such a thing. So Mrs. Yin asked directly. Yin Lei smiled and said, "If you have one, please lend it to us. I will definitely wash it clean and return it to you." Mrs. Yin found a brand new medicine furnace and said directly that it didn't need to be returned to her. She still had a lot of this kind of thing. After knowing that he had to learn this kind of thing, the Yin clan leader went to the refining room and prepared a series of tools for himself. Speaking of it, on the surface, he still cares about himself. Yin Lei didn't know the origin of the medicine furnace, but even if he didn't know, it didn't make sense for him to take his mother's things. Yin Lei decided to send it back after he used it up, so she had no reason to refuse. Looking at the time, Yin Lei said, "We have to leave first, and we will talk to you next time when we have a chance." As for what Patriarch Yin said before, none of them took it seriously. What kind of chat is it? It's just to understand their situation, so they won't be fooled. Madame Yin didn't stop them. She still felt a little guilty about these 2 children, especially Yin Lei. Before, because the supernatural power did not meet the needs of the Yin family, she had always ignored his feelings. Now Madame Yin just wanted to get along with him well. After all, there were not many opportunities to see them, so it was better not to force the children. Yin Lei and Yin Yin had just left the Yin family when Patriarch Yin came back. Seeing that the house was empty, he knew that the 2 children probably didn't wait for him. He was not surprised and didn't get angry with Madame Yin. He just asked softly, "Why did they leave so quickly?" Madame Yin looked at Patriarch Yin expressionlessly and didn't explain at all. Chapter 493 Busy before the harvest. Clan leader Yin could understand Mrs. Yan's behavior. After all, his children had just left, so it was normal for him to be a little unhappy. It was just that he couldn't let the two children come back. Only outside could the Yin family maintain the current stable situation. After all, any kind of struggle was an internal consumption, which was not good for the stability of the Yin family. Clan leader Yin also knew that his attitude might hurt his wife's heart, so he didn't care about his wife's occasional coldness. When she saw the Yin family's stable inheritance, she would definitely understand his behavior. For the time being, he would just let her suffer. When Yin takes over the Yin family, if he is willing to take them back, I will not have any objection, although this possibility is very small. After all, those elders are not vegetarians. While thinking, the head of the Yin clan handed the package he had just received to Mrs. Yin. This is the plant that they collected before that seems to be a medicinal material. If you have time, you can identify it yourself, so you don't have to be sad. It is better to find something to do than to stay there. This is one of the reasons why the head of the Yin clan does not object to his wife studying medicine. After all, his wife studying medicine will increase his danger to a certain extent. If she is unhappy, she may use herself to test the medicine at any time. This can be regarded as the indulgence of the head of the Yin clan to Mrs. Yin. Mrs. Yin also knew that it was useless to be sad like this, so she didn't insist on it. She took the package and started to work on her own. Clan leader Yin helped on the side, but was called away soon. Yin Lei and his friends returned to Yin Yan's house and started to boil medicine in the kitchen. Mrs. Yin watched on the side, or she was worried and wanted to watch them a little. After all, neither of them seemed to have been in the kitchen before. What if the furnace exploded? She didn't want to renovate the kitchen again. This was also the sequelae of Yin Yan's last time in the kitchen. It seems that the men of the Yin family are born to be in conflict with the kitchen. Fortunately, Mrs. Yin was watching. Otherwise, although the furnace would not explode, the medicinal materials were almost boiled dry. At that time, Yin would have to drink bitter juice. After boiling 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl, Yin Lei poured the medicine into the bowl. According to Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions, he said to Yin, "Let your uncle drink it while it's hot. Otherwise it will be even harder to drink." Yin Lei had also been served bitter medicine by Jiang Zhuxiang, and knew that cold medicine was definitely more difficult to drink than hot medicine. After the medicine was poured out, Yin kept pinching his nose. This was too bitter. Could his adoptive father really drink it? However, Mrs. Yin did not cover her nose. She directly found a tray, put the medicine bowl in it, and served it to remind Yin to follow. If he didn't drink it, she could let Yin hold her and drink it herself. When it comes to treating diseases, Mrs. Yin is still very principled. Yin Lei watched them leave, silently wishing them well, and began to send a message to Jiang Zhuxiang, wanting to ask when the other thing she mentioned would be sent back. Jiang Zhuxiang did not hide it. "I am still in the process of research and development. It won't take too long. It will probably be ready in 2 days. I won't be late." Yin Lei heard that it was still in the process of research and development, and hurriedly said, "Then don't worry. At most my uncle will take the medicine for 2 more days. And it doesn't matter if you take your time." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, "Sure enough. The senior brother is considerate of me. I will do it as soon as possible." The two exchanged some information about Yin Yan's situation. Yin Lei also thanked Jiang Zhuxiang for finding something for his mother to do. After chatting for about half an hour, they hung up the call. Speaking of the other thing Jiang Zhuxiang agreed to, it is actually the essence of plants. This thing is definitely very useful for preventing getting angry. After all, although fire overcomes wood, wood also restrains fire at the same time, especially when the fire has not yet risen. It can be extinguished in a silent state. Jiang Zhuxiang told Yin Lei that it was still in the research and development stage, which was not a lie. After all, now he only has the essence of plants, and he still needs to think about what form it will be released in. Maybe there is no need to rush. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to put the matter of the essence of plants aside for the time being, and decided to go and see how they are progressing, and ask for their opinions by the way. They must not have eaten dinner yet, and he can still prepare dinner for them. When they arrived at the lake where the cabins were built, Jiang Zhuxiang had already seen 2 cabins built. It seemed that their work efficiency was quite good. After all, it was not easy to build a cabin, and it took a long time just to fix the wood. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that they were still carrying wood, and it seemed that they were going to continue. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to Julia and asked curiously, "How many people will come tomorrow?" After all, In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, the 2 existing cabins were big enough, and there was absolutely no problem for 5 or 6 people to live in each cabin. Julia said, only 8 people will come tomorrow. But we still need space to put the wool. Now that we are doing it, we will finish it all. Moreover, Julia was planning to end it. But the Tao Tai and the others were having fun and took the initiative to express their desire to continue. It was difficult for her to refuse. So she planned to work all night. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the very excited Tao Ai and the others, and knew that he could not blame Julia. So he had to ask, where can we cook? I will prepare dinner for you. I hope that the food can allow them to stop and rest. After all, even if they are fierce beasts, they still need to recover their strength. It is not good to work continuously. Jiang Zhuxiang did not notice it at noon, and did not know whether they had eaten lunch. Julia then realized that it should be dinner time now. She seemed to have not let them eat lunch. She pointed to the open space in front of the first wooden house with a little guilt, saying, it's okay there. You can prepare more dinner. I think everyone should eat a lot. If you need anything, you can go to the kitchen to get it. If it's not enough, you can go to the cold storage, where there is food stored before. Although it may be a little stale, it is definitely not spoiled. If possible, Julia would like to kill a cow to entertain them, but she can't spare the time now. Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't like frozen things very much, so he decided to use the things he stored. The freshness in his personal space is much better than that in the cold storage. Jiang Zhuxiang started a fire on the ground where the grass was cleared, took out all the necessary tools, and prepared a table of dishes. Of course, they were all the characteristics of his own fragments, and they were used to eating them. After the fragrance of the first dish spread, their pace obviously became faster. Even Julia was no exception. It seems that the attraction of food is still huge. Chapter 494, Terrible Black Coffee. Jiang Zhuxiang brought the last dish to the table, and asked the people who were still moving would to come back and eat. Only after eating could they regain their strength. The Tao Tai had long been attracted by the aroma of the food, but they didn't ask for it unless Jiang Zhuxiang said so. Now when Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned it, they immediately put down what they were holding and gathered around the table. Julia was a little embarrassed. After all, asking someone to help and asking them to prepare dinner by themselves was a bit against the rules of hiring workers. However, when Jiang Zhuxiang called her over, she couldn't help but walk over. She didn't expect that their food culture in that fragment was so developed, and so many dishes were preserved after the end of the world. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared a separate portion of food for Julia according to their habits. As for the others, they had to pick up the food on their own plates. If they wanted to eat more, it depended on their own ability. Julia also witnessed the rare scene of grabbing food, which made her eat her food a little faster, for fear that they would be happy to grab her food. However, Julia's worry was in vain. No matter how much the gluttons grabbed, they would not grab her plate. They still had to have some face, especially when Jiang Zhuxiang was sitting there. Jiang Zhuxiang always understood their behavior, and when cooking, he also left a separate portion for himself. Otherwise, they might be more restrained. After dinner, they were ready to continue working. Julia went back to her warehouse and found some lights, which she lit around the wooden house as a light source at night. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the brightness of the light source and took out the light he had placed in the tent from his suitcase. After lighting it, it was almost as bright as daytime. Julia looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little surprise. Do you still have this kind of light? If you do, can you sell me some? With this kind of light, you don't have to worry about the sheep being accidentally injured when shearing at night. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, I only have one. Ask them if they have it. This kind of light was equipped for their tents, and I don't know if they have it. However, according to Jiang Zhuxiang's understanding, they probably won't bring it. Sure enough, when Julia asked them, she got a negative answer. We didn't even bring a tent, let alone this kind of thing. Julia was a little frustrated and asked how long Jiang Zhuxiang's lamp could last. Jiang Zhuxiang said, it is solar powered. As long as you put it under the sun during the day, it can be used all night. If there is no sun, the wind will also work. Julia was surprised by this and immediately asked, can you lend me the lamp for the next few days? I will pay the rent. Julia directly proposed what she was willing to pay, hoping to move her. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dislike this straightforward approach, and agreed directly. After leaving the lamp, he turned on the light source on the communicator and went back. In fact, Jiang Zuxiang's own vision did not require this. But she still subconsciously concealed it. Back in her room, Jiang Zuxiang planned to do what she had promised Yin Yin before. After all, he must be waiting for this thing now. Jiang Zuxiang first set up a barrier formation around herself. Not because she was worried that others would come to peek, but to prevent the things she took out from being scattered. After all, things like plant essences are still relatively precious. If too much is scattered, she will feel distressed. Moreover, this is also the labor result of the little guy in her dantian, so she still has to cherish it. Jiang Zuxiang took out the plant essence after confirming that the isolation formation was effective. The green ball was placed in the jade basin, exuding the fragrance of green grass. Jiang Zuxiang ground the other things that were used together, then opened the lid of the jade basin, poured everything in, and stirred it quickly. Although Jiang Zuxiang was already fast enough, he could still feel that at least 1/5 of the plant essence had evaporated. When he saw the color in the jade basin turn milky white, Jiang Zuxiang scraped the jade spoon clean, covered the lid of the jade basin tightly, and wrapped a layer of isolation film on the outside to prevent evaporation during transportation. Jiang Zuxiang took out a piece of homemade paper, wrote the taboos of use, and pasted it on the edge of the jade basin, hoping that they would not violate it. Otherwise it would be a pity to waste the plant essence he had cut off. Jiang Zuxiang sent a message to Yan Lei on the communicator, asking his senior brother to pay attention to receiving it, and at the same time paid a taboo to prevent them from not seeing the reminder on the jade basin and doing something wrong. After Jiang Zuxiang finished these things, he took out his unmanned aerial vehicle and stuffed the jade basin into it. At most one day, his senior brother will be able to receive his things, and this matter has come to an end for the time being. Jiang Zuxiang went to knock on the door of the Taohai room and found that they had not returned yet. It seemed that he could not wait for them to come back, so he decided to rest first. However, Jiang Zuxiang still used cultivation to replace his sleep. After all, he had just used up a large amount of plant essence. Jiang Zuxiang still planned to compensate his own monsters, even if his wood-type ability could not be used. Jiang Zuxiang woke up early the next morning and found that the lights by the lake were still on. It seemed that they were still busy. He prepared breakfast helplessly and went to see how they were doing. When Jiang Zuxiang arrived, they were cleaning up and moving the remaining wood to one side. They didn't throw it away directly. It seemed that they had other plans. Jiang Zuxiang reminded, "I have prepared breakfast. You can come back and eat after you finish cleaning up. I don't know if Julia can bear it today." After all, she didn't sleep all night. When Julia saw Jiang Zuxiang coming over, she felt a little embarrassed again. She had made them busy for more than 10,000 days. However, when she heard about breakfast, she still didn't refuse. After all, in her current state, she definitely couldn't prepare breakfast by herself, and she would definitely need to drink 2 cups of coffee later. After finishing the breakfast prepared by Jiang Zuxiang, Julia began to grind coffee beans and planned to prepare 2 cups of black coffee for herself. This kind of thing is definitely a good thing to wake up, but it is a bit harmful to the body and tastes a bit terrible. Jiang Zuxiang directly said, "Is this pot washing water really drinkable? Is there no side effect? Do you usually drink this kind of thing?" Jiang Zuxiang is familiar with coffee. After all, the dean's wife occasionally tinkers with this kind of thing in the bakery. But milk and sugar are absolutely indispensable. Chapter 495. Sheep with weak legs. Therefore, Jiang Zuxiang absolutely could not accept that Julia actually wanted to drink this kind of coffee, and thought it was a mutant variety. In addition, the dean's wife mentioned that even coffee with milk and sugar would cause great harm to the body, especially to the stomach and nerves. Jiang Zuxiang looked at Julia as if she was drinking poison, and wanted to take it away. After all, in Jiang Zuxiang's concept, the stomach is the foundation of a person's body. Only a healthy stomach can digest the nutrients in the food and transport them to all parts of the body. And the nerves are related to the human brain. The brain is always a precise instrument, and a little damage will cause great consequences. Julia was a little panicked by Jiang Zuxiang's eyes, but thinking about what she had to do today, Julia still picked up the cup and planned to put it into her mouth. Although she didn't like coffee, seeing that Julia really wanted to drink it, Jiang Zuxiang snatched it directly and poured it into the pool, then took out half of the Peiyuan pill, melted it in the cup, and handed it back to her. Julia was still immersed in the shock that Jiang Zuxiang was so strong. Jiang Zhuxiang handed the cup to her, and she took it and drank it directly. And then she was awakened by the taste of medicine in her mouth. What did you give me to drink? Jiang Zhuxiang said directly. Something that is definitely better than black coffee. As for more, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't plan to say more. It was very tiring to explain to a complete layman. So he just let her think that it was a refreshing drink. Julia's thoughts were similar to what Jiang Zhuxiang expected. This should be the fragments of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. The taste is indeed much better than black coffee. As for the effect, I feel that I can run several laps outside now. It seems that it should be a very precious thing. It seems that the things I owe are getting more and more. I don't know how to pay it back. As long as they don't want the ownership of my ranch, I can accept it. After all, other things can be found again if they are lost. But this ownership is definitely something that cannot be lost at home. Julia decided to have a good chat with Jiang Zhuxiang tonight to see what she wanted. After Julia made her decision, she went out to pick up people and told Jiang Zhuxiang and others, "Come back when I come back." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew, and then saw the sad eyes of Tao Ai and others. Tingsha said sourly, "Can you treat them fairly?" Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, "You really need it. With their physical strength, there is no problem to continue to help today. Medicine is not taken randomly. Giving Julia half a pill of Peiyuan Dan is just to stop her from drinking black coffee." Tingsha said lazily, "Anyway, it must be treated fairly. The implication is that it is okay not to give us Peiyuan Dan. Just give us the rest." Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, "Do you want the hawthorn pill? They will definitely go to sleep later. So it is better to promote digestion first." Tao Tai replied, "I want a bottle." They treat the hawthorn pills like snacks. But Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't take them out often. So they will seize the opportunity to ask for them. Jiang Zhuxiang reluctantly took out all the remaining hawthorn pills he had. And Tao Tai and the others took a bottle for themselves. Only Kunping didn't move. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little relieved. It seems that the old seniors are more reserved and will not bully the younger generation. In fact, Kunping just didn't know what the hawthorn pills were. Later, when he was learning about it with Tingsha, he ate a pill and later joined the army of asking for hawthorn pills. This is a later story. At least, Jiang Zhuxiang was very satisfied. And even said, "I can lend you one more of my books. And you can just return them after reading them." Kunping nodded with satisfaction. Books are much more useful than those balls of unknown use. Jiang Zhuxiang watched them leave. And then he cleaned up in the restaurant. And then sat down on a chair inside the door, waiting for Julia to come back. After all, it shouldn't take long to pick someone up. According to the time he just spent, they should be back. As Jiang Zhuxiang thought about this, the door was opened. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the people following Julia. All of them were women in their 40s. And they looked quite strong. But he didn't know if they had the same power-type superpowers as Julia. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and greeted them, calling them all auntie. No one had any objections. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's appearance was still too young. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang called her grandma, they would probably respond without any pressure. Jiang Zhuxiang observed silently. There were no bad people among them. It seemed that Julia had a good eye. Jiang Zhuxiang thought Julia would bring back a group of men. After all, it was safer for men to work. Julia first gave each of them a bottle of water and a piece of beef, and asked them to take them to the place where the sheep were sheared. Their luggage had been placed in the wooden house before. They were quite used to living in the wooden house. After all, the guest room in Julia's house was comfortable. But they always felt that they didn't dare to speak loudly. The wooden house was more suitable for them. Julia also gave Jiang Zhuxiang the same thing. But the quality was better, and the packaging was more exquisite. Jiang Zhuxiang followed them to the lake. The sheep were still in the sheepfold. They needed to catch them all and carry them over. They still knew the rules. Jiang Zhuxiang entered the sheepfold reluctantly at Julia's invitation. She didn't dare to let her feet touch the ground at all. She floated directly with the light body technique. Julia didn't touch the ground either. She rode on the sheep's back directly, holding the sheep's belly tightly with her legs to prevent the sheep from falling down. When the sheep was tired, Julia took the time to tie up the sheep's legs. This process was still very physically demanding, which was why Julia prepared beef jerky. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't understand, Julia suggested, "You should try it too. It's quite fun. Sheep's wool is still very warm." After Julia knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was quite strong, She no longer treated her as a delicate guest and directly invited him to play with her. Julia always regarded this annual event as a relaxing exercise, hoping that Jiang Zhuxiang would like it. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little reluctant to refuse the invitation, so he had to try to land on the back of a sheep. The sheep knelt down directly, and Jiang Zhuxiang was surprised that his feet touched the ground of the sheepfold. Julia hurried over and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Are you okay?" Jiang Zhuxiang said that he was fine, except that the soles of his shoes were dirty. After confirming that Jiang Zhuxiang was fine, Julia began to check the problems of her own sheep and found that after Jiang Zhuxiang got off it, it ran away directly, and it didn't seem to have any problems. Chapter 496. Jiang Zhuxiang was tricked. Jiang Zhuxiang silently watched the sheep running to another corner and eating grass leisurely. He had no idea what was going on with him. He was not a glutton, and he had no such thing as pressure. Julia was also a little confused. She just thought it was the sheep's problem. After all, some sheep were really timid. They might be a little shy without having contact with Jiang Zhuxiang. Julia went to deal with the sheep herself, and then let Jiang Zhuxiang try again. Jiang Zhuxiang reluctantly approached another sheep that looked stronger. This time, the sheep ran away as soon as he approached. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little bit unconvinced, and kept chasing the sheep, determined to catch it, regardless of his feet stepping on the ground of the sheepfold. As they chased and ran, the sheep along the way automatically gave way to them, especially when Jiang Zhuxiang passed by. Their movements were particularly agile. Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior made it difficult for Julia to persuade him. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang was obviously serious, and she would definitely not be able to persuade him. Moreover, the sheep that Jiang Zhuxiang was chasing was the leader of the flock, and Julia couldn't handle it alone. In previous years, everyone had to come together. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't complain about being tired, Julia decided to let Jiang Zhuxiang play with the leader for a while, and she would go to deal with the other sheep first, so that she could free up space and manpower to help. After they ignored Jiang Zhuxiang and the head sheep, they took care of the other sheep and lay quietly on the grass by the lake. And Jiang Zhuxiang was still chasing the sheep relentlessly, faster and faster. Julia almost saw double. In this situation, Julia had no way to help. After all, Julia was good at strength, not speed. Julia walked silently to the Tao Tai who had just woken up. "Are you going to help?" Even if none of them were very fast, at least they would be stronger than themselves. Even if each of them blocked it, they could still help Jiang Zhuxiang, and he could just catch the sheep at that time. Tao Tai looked at Kunpeng and said nothing. Tingsha also looked at Kunpeng's face, seeing that he had no intention of attacking. They were not in a good position to attack. After all, in terms of speed, Kunpeng was stronger, and they would most likely be taught a lesson by Kunpeng. Tingsha still had some understanding of Kunpeng's thoughts. He definitely hoped that Jiang Zhuxiang would be trained in all aspects, except for the wood ability. Therefore, Tingsha still said, "Xiaoxiang is playing with the sheep now. We don't need to worry. We can attack her after she has played enough. When Jiang Zhuxiang's physical strength is almost exhausted, they will definitely be fine if they attack again. After all, the purpose of training has been achieved." Julia looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's speed in the field and didn't know whether the sheep or the people were in front. There was nothing she could do about their carelessness. She could only worry silently, and even began to wonder if they were the ones who accompanied Jiang Zhuxiang. However, it turned out that they really did accompany Jiang Zhuxiang. When Jiang Zhuxiang was about to be hit by the sheep's horns, Tao Tai grabbed the sheep and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to stop and take a breath. Jiang Zhuxiang was in front of everyone in a clean outfit. He seemed to want to prove his ability. He tied the sheep's feet directly and carried it to the lakeside to shear its wool. Julia was completely impressed by Jiang Zhuxiang's performance. It seemed that this person was also very strong, but he just didn't show it before. In addition to her speed, the intermediate psychic could never hurt Jiang Zhuxiang. Julia was relieved and let her try to shear the wool herself. The tied sheep would not run around. As long as she was careful not to hurt the sheep's skin, there was nothing else to do. Jiang Zhuxiang approached the sheep he had just carried with a pair of scissors. He saw the sheep struggle for a while, and when it found it was useless, it lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Looking very helpless, Jiang Zhuxiang picked up a ball of wool with his hand and cut it close to the skin with the scissors. The sheep's skin appeared directly on the body of the sheep, and there was no skin. The head sheep pretended to be dead very thoroughly, and there was no reaction at all. Just as if the scissors did not fall on it, Jiang Zhuxiang quickly cut off all the wool on the head sheep. The ants around who had taken action before Jiang Zhuxiang were still comforting the sheep while picking up the wool. Even so, the sheep's cries continued to sound. Occasionally, someone made a mistake, and the sheep's cries became even more shrill. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless and held a basket of wool to find Julia. Julia saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming over, and then looked at the head sheep that was already moving. She didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to be so smooth. As the owner, she hadn't even dealt with a sheep yet. However, the place to put the wool was ready. However, Julia was afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how to deal with it. So she just let go of the work in her hands and took Jiang Zhuxiang to one of the wooden houses to teach Jiang Zhuxiang how to make the wool more solid and minimize the space occupied by the wool. After all, it is a bit difficult to put the wool of such a large group of sheep in one room. And after the wool is tightly packed, it is also good for the subsequent work. After all, shearing wool is not the most important thing at this time. But dealing with wool is. Those hired workers will not leave until Julia has dealt with all the wool. Otherwise, Julia would not prepare such a wooden house. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Julia's instructions and rolled up a basket of wool into half a basket. He quietly placed it on the floor of the wooden house, which had been covered with an isolation membrane. It only occupied a small corner, which seemed a little small. Jiang Zhuxiang went out to continue working. At this time, the Taotai had also joined the army of shearing wool. Perhaps they were intentionally restraining their pressure. The sheep in their hands did not behave any differently from the sheep in other people's hands. Therefore, only the sheep under Jiang Zhuxiang behaved in this way. Jiang Zhuxiang silently gritted his teeth. It must be their fault. When the Taotai saw the look Jiang Zhuxiang cast over, they silently looked up at the sky. They definitely did not do it on purpose. Jiang Zhuxiang had their breath on him, and Jiang Zhuxiang himself could not control it. Originally, this was their means of protecting Jiang Zhuxiang. Unexpectedly, it made Jiang Zhuxiang behave differently now. However, that aura was acquired through long-term activities together. If they wanted to dissipate it, they would have to be separated from Jiang Zhuxiang for more than half a year, and then it would only be slightly weakened. However, given their current relationship, such a thing was obviously impossible. So they could only pretend that they had no way out. Chapter 497. Lei Zhen is preparing to locate. While Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were busy shearing the sheep, Lei Zhen was also planning to come over to see his own Zhuxiang. This was an opportunity Lei Zhen had fought for himself. The dean would not have agreed to it. The Academy of Sciences needed to collect the ancient genes of the organisms in the fragment where Jiang Zhuxiang was first. There was a biological research that needed to use it. According to the general process, the dean also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was in this fragment. So he just asked Jiang Zhuxiang to collect it and send it back with a drone. There was no need to let Lei Zhen go over there. However, the dean was a little busy. So he gave the information to Yan Lei and asked him to contact Jiang Zhuxiang to do this. Yan Lei put the information in his laboratory and happened to meet Lei Zhen, who came to visit. When he saw the information inadvertently, Lei Zhen thought that he hadn't seen his own Xiaoxiang for a long time. This was a good opportunity. When Lei Zhen went to find him, the dean didn't intend to pay attention to Lei Zhen's intentions at first, and Lei Zhen might not be able to decide his own itinerary. But when Lei Zhen mentioned that Jiang Zhuxiang had only one place he hadn't been to, the dean's heart moved. Because every time Jiang Zhuxiang came back from a place, he would report to the dean where he had been. So the dean had a complete impression of which place Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't been to. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang had so many people protecting him, that place was still a little dangerous. After all, it was nature that tested people there. According to Jiang Zhuxiang's character, he would never give up because of the danger. So the dean did not completely deny Lei Zhen's words, but only said that he would consider it. After the dean and his wife discussed it, the dean agreed to Lei Zhen's suggestion, and even said that if the Lei family wanted to find him, he could come forward. Lei Zhen was naturally very happy that the dean was willing to help. After all, even if he had helped the academy many times in the past, he would at most give him a reward commensurate with his contribution. When it came to Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean neither helped nor stopped him. Lei Zhen had never been able to feel the pulse of his future father-in-law. After getting permission, Lei Zhen sent a message to Jiang Zhuxiang to share the good news with her and see her attitude. If she showed any dissatisfaction, he would have to give up his plan. After all, she had said before that she didn't like him getting too involved. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen's uneasy expression. It seemed that the psychological shadow caused by his previous words was quite large, making a grown man show such an expression. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month, and he had no plan to go back halfway, so it was not impossible for him to come over. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, indicating that he had no problem. Lei Zhen's expression immediately became cheerful, and he repeatedly said, "Xiaoxiang, you are so nice." Jiang Zhuxiang reflected on how unkind he was in the past to make Lei Zhen so happy after he agreed to such a small thing. After thinking about it, he couldn't come up with anything, so he put the matter behind his mind and asked Lei Zhen, "When will you come? If it takes some time, he will need to send him another location." Lei Zhen said, "I will come in the next 2 days. Just give me your current address, and give me the location when the time comes." Even if Xiaoxiang planned to leave temporarily, he would be able to know where she went. This positioning system was given by the dean considering the danger level of the next place Jiang Zhuxiang was going to. As long as it was located once, Lei Zhen could find Jiang Zhuxiang's exact location at all times and report Jiang Zhuxiang's situation to Lei Zhen. It was the latest research result of the Academy of Sciences. The dean had not given it to Jiang Zhuxiang yet, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that Lei Zhen actually mastered such a weapon. So Jiang Zhuxiang thought that Lei Zhen's positioning was only temporary, so he didn't care and agreed. Anyway, he didn't know his location all the time, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think he needed to be vigilant. However, if he didn't have the permission of the dean this time, Lei Zhen really didn't dare to do such a thing. After all, his Xiaoxiang was not a person who liked to be constantly monitored by others. However, Lei Zhen was still a little happy in his heart. After all, the desire for control was more or less common for men, especially for Lei Zhen, the next generation of the head of the family. Jiang Zhuxiang was really a little tired after a day of hard work, and after agreeing, he said directly, "I want to rest. You can send me a communication when the time comes." Lei Zhen looked at the rare tiredness on his Zhuxiang's face, and said with a little heartache, "Then you should rest early and take good care of yourself." Jiang Zhuxiang said hung up the communicator and fell asleep. Lei Zhen later sent a message to his Xiaoxiang, but there was no response, so he knew that his Xiaoxiang was asleep. He was a little dissatisfied with the Tao Tai. They didn't know how to take good care of Xiaoxiang when they were away from home, and they made a youngster so tired. Were the elders just standing by and watching? If the Tao Tai knew what Lei Zhen was thinking, they would definitely complain. They tried to lighten Jiang Zhuxiang's burden all the way, but it was a pity that Kunping would always take them away and not give them any chance to show off, as if he was determined to hone Jiang Zhuxiang's temperament and physical fitness. However, the main reason why Jiang Zhuxiang was so tired today was because the sheep was too difficult to deal with. He didn't feel it when shearing the sheep before, but when he finished washing and lying on his bed, he felt pain all over his body, as if he had fought with someone. Tingsha originally planned to prepare some medicine for Jiang Zhuxiang, but after he finished, he knocked on the door and no one came to open it. Tingsha had to ask Julia to help Jiang Zhuxiang apply medicine and massage tomorrow morning. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's previous performance was definitely enough to make her unable to get out of bed tomorrow morning. Kunping turned a blind eye to Tingsha's performance. After all, he could continue to exercise tomorrow after he recovered. Otherwise, he would have to interrupt. Julia also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was exhausted today, so she agreed to Tingsha's request. This kind of thing was really something that no one else could do except herself. After all, these elders were all men, and she didn't have anything else to do tomorrow. The hired workers were very clear about the process of handling wool, and they didn't need her to instruct them at all. They might be more comfortable without her. However, if Julia knew what she would encounter tomorrow, she would never agree to Tingsha's help. After all, there's a kind of person who definitely cares more about his girlfriend's physical condition than her same-sex identity. Chapter 498 Jiang Zhuxiang's Cheating. Lei Zhen didn't expect that he would see such a scene when he rushed to the fragment where his girlfriend was early in the morning, followed the instructions of the Tao Tai, and found his girlfriend's room, and knocked on the door. His girlfriend was lying on the bed, and another woman, who looked very strong, was massaging his girlfriend. From the part exposed from the quilt, it can be judged that his girlfriend was definitely not wearing clothes. Any man who saw the scene, as long as he knew what grinding a mirror was, would definitely not turn a blind eye to it. And Lei Zhen obviously knew about it. After all, The relationship between men and women has been confused a lot since the end of the world. What kind of gay and lesbian relationship is considered a normal relationship? But the premise is that it doesn't happen to him. Leijin felt that he was relatively calm and could still speak instead of walking away. What are you doing? Leijin stared at the woman fiercely, not daring to look at his girlfriend's face, for fear that she would say something bad, such as, "We were together last night," or something. Julia felt that this man was definitely sick. If Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't agreed to let him in, she would never have let him in. The face of catching a cheating in bed was really uncomfortable, and the tone of questioning was also uncomfortable. Jiang Zhuxiang lay on his pillow a little helpless. This person really knows how to find time. It's not good for him to go out at this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen the scene. Seeing that Julia didn't intend to speak, Jiang Zhuxiang had to say, "She is massaging me. I was a little too tired yesterday, so I want to relax my muscles." Judging from Leijin's tone just now, it must be a misunderstanding. He doesn't like women. Leijin was relieved when he heard his girlfriend's calm tone. It was just that she did something yesterday that required massage to relax her muscles the next morning. Leijin still asked. Jiang Zhuxiang recounted what happened yesterday a little helplessly. During the period, Julia completely ignored Leijin's murderous gaze and continued to massage Jiang Zhuxiang, hoping to make her feel more comfortable. Leijin listened to his girlfriend's intermittent description and completely let go of the matter of whether there was any relationship between them. Even if there was, it was only Julia's personal idea. His girlfriend definitely didn't have that idea. Leijin tried to say, "Or I can do it." Although his girlfriend didn't have such an idea, Leijin didn't want others to take advantage of his girlfriend, and he wanted to get some benefits for himself. Jiang Zhuxiang said lazily, "No. You are tired after rushing here. Do you want to go and rest first? Uncle Tang should have an empty bed." Jiang Zhuxiang still knew the distance from his fragment to here. Leijin must have boarded the aircraft last night at this speed. Although Leijin didn't succeed, he was definitely not happy to let him go out. What if this woman took advantage of his girlfriend while he was away? "I slept on the aircraft, and I'm not tired now. Let's go out for a walk when you get up." Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Leijin's awkward expression. This man was definitely petty. Jiang Zhuxiang said him and motioned him to wait. Julia felt the muscles under her hands begin to soften. It seemed that it was almost done. Julia had massaged her parents before, but it was definitely not so fast. It seemed that the massage materials were very important. The so-called Uncle Tang in Jiang Zhuxiang's mouth seemed to be very skilled. Julia wiped her hands with a towel on the side and motioned Leijin to go out first so that Jiang Zhuxiang could wash. After all, the smell of medicine on his body was not very pleasant. Leijin would not be driven out by a woman. He turned his eyes to Jiang Zhuxiang and planned to listen to what she had to say. Jiang Zhuxiang said gently, "I'll go have breakfast after I take a shower. You probably haven't had it either." It was rare for him to get up late today. Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't even prepared breakfast yet. However, Leijin would definitely not mind waiting. Hearing his girlfriend's concern, Leijin also said willingly, "Then I'll go out first and wait for you to come out." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and watched Leijin go out. Of course, in order to take care of Leijin's mood, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Julia to go out and wait for a while. After seeing Julia being driven out, Leijin's mood immediately improved, and he even had the mood to hum a song. However, Julia didn't even hear what he's saying, and the degree of being out of tune was definitely unbearable for Julia. So she left directly and planned to go to the kitchen to prepare first. After all, she also had to prepare breakfast for those busy people. Julia was preparing breakfast for the employees, which was just simple bread and milk. While waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to come to the kitchen, Jiang Zhuxiang changed into a set of clothes that were easy to move around in, and took Leijin to the kitchen. Seeing Julia in the kitchen, she said to Leijin, "Wait outside for a while. I'll come out after I cook the porridge." Leijin had just arrived here, so he should drink some food he was used to first to avoid symptoms of acclimatization. Leijin still listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's words in this matter. After all, the kitchen was really not suitable for too many people to enter, especially when the kitchen was full of prepared food. When she saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, Julia said happily, "What are you going to eat this morning? Is there anything I can help you with?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the breakfast Julia prepared and said, "No. You should send these over first. Do you want me to ask Leijin to help you?" Although Julia was quite strong, there were too many of these things. and Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried that she couldn't get them over. Julia glanced at Lei Jin, who was staring at her with a covetous look, and shook her head to say, "No. Can you prepare a breakfast for me too?" When saying this, Julia deliberately leaned close to Jiang Zhuxiang's ear, paying attention to Lei Jin's reaction, and successfully saw the anger in his eyes. Julia said that she was very happy. Seeing others want to get angry but dare not really makes people very happy. But Julia didn't go too far, and left Jiang Zhuxiang's ear after asking. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't notice Julia's little move. He looked at the reserves in his personal space, and nodded to agree to Julia's request. Julia put all the things she had prepared in a basket, put it on her head and went out. When she passed by Lei Jin, she looked at him provocatively. Lei Jin bared his teeth and silently greeted Julia in his heart. If Julia wasn't a woman, Lei Jin would definitely show his fist. Chapter 499, Ancient Anesthetic. After he lost sight of Julia, Lei Jin asked a little aggrievedly, "Xiao Xiang, you are not really planning to prepare her portion as well, are you?" Lei Jin did not hide the grievance in his tone at all. He really did not want his girlfriend to prepare breakfast for his rival. And that rival had just had intimate contact with his girlfriend that morning and had made her tired before. Lei Jin felt sorry for himself and also felt sorry for his girlfriend. Jiang Zhuxiang patted her boyfriend's head with a smile. "It's just by the way. If you feel uncomfortable, just think of her as eating our leftovers." Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't think it was a big deal. He didn't have to watch the fire himself. He just had to put it in the pot. The pot for cooking porridge was found by Julia, and it was fully intelligently controlled. Julia didn't want Jiang Zhuxiang to be too tired. When Lei Jin saw Julia's thoughtful consideration, he couldn't help but increase his vigilance against Julia. Sometimes he couldn't compare with such thoughtful consideration. Jiang Zhuxiang put the rice and water in place, set the cooking time, and didn't care about it anymore. He took out 2 cans of pickles from his personal space as porridge dishes and asked Lei Jin to fish some out and cut them up and put them on the plate. It was also a chance for Lei Jin to show his ability. Otherwise, he couldn't stand it if he kept nagging like this. Jiang Zhuxiang looked much better as he watched Lei Jin cut the porridge and vegetables. He thought that his girlfriend was willing to order him around, which made Lei Jin feel more secure. After all, only close people would order you to do things. When Julia came back, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin had already started eating. Julia consciously put the remaining porridge in the kitchen into her own bowl and sat next to Jiang Zhuxiang to eat. Lei Jin's face changed silently. He really shouldn't have left it just now, even if he asked her to eat what they left. Lei Jin was unwilling. Jiang Zhuxiang touched Lei Jin with his foot in amusement. His expression changed too quickly. He should be more restrained in other people's homes. Lei Jin felt Jiang Zhuxiang's action and regained his calmness. Julia saw the little actions of the two. While she was impressed by their close relationship, she silently restrained her previous feelings. It is better to do less to break up couples. After all, this kind of thing is not cool at all. However, Julia will continue to pay attention to Lei Jin's performance. If there is anything she is not satisfied with, Julia will still talk to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, some things are easier to talk about between women. Lei Jin never expected that in just a breakfast, his girlfriend's rival automatically turned into a family member who wanted to test him, so that he was stumped by Julia several times later. However, that was all later. Julia would still compete with Lei Jin and let him do more so that Jiang Zhuxiang could have a good rest. As for herself, she went to the place where wool was processed to see if there was anything she could do to help. After Lei Jin washed the dishes, Jiang Zhuxiang urged Lei Jin to go back and rest. Julia arranged his guest room with Tao Tai and the others. However, if Lei Jin wanted to sneak into Jiang Zhuxiang's room, he had to be very careful. After all, their hearing was not easy to avoid. So now that they all went to help, Lei Jin tried to get his girlfriend to rest together in his room. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Lei Jin's pitiful description of his future treatment. While praising Lei Jin's imagination, he had to admit that his elders might really do this. Especially Kunpeng, who had been very demanding of Jiang Zhuxiang recently. At that time, it was very likely that they would be separated from each other. Even if they didn't do this, they would be blocked from talking. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Lei Jin to his room out of distress. However, although Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang back to his room, he didn't really plan to let Jiang Zhuxiang sleep with him. He just wanted to stay in the same space with her. even if Jiang Zhuxiang was busy with her own things and ignored her. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was not so cruel. At most, she planned to wait for Lei Jin to fall asleep and then prepare some medicine. The main purpose was for Lei Jin's mission this time. After all, not all animals would be willing to have samples collected by Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang still planned to prepare some anesthetic drugs to avoid any accidents. Lei Jin was completely unaware of Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts. But the sight of his girlfriend waiting by his bed for him to fall asleep still gave Lei Jin a feeling of peace and quiet. However, if Julia saw this scene, she would definitely not agree with Lei Jin's idea, and would only think that Lei Jin was not mature enough and needed someone to accompany him even when he slept. Perhaps Julia took Jiang Zhuxiang's needs into consideration, and there was a small room in Lei Jin's guest room with some basic tools, which saved Jiang Zhuxiang from having to find them himself. Taking out the medicinal materials in his personal space, Jiang Zhuxiang made the oldest anesthetic according to the formula of the oldest Mafei San, which was just right for dealing with the ancient creatures on this fragment. After all, the anesthetics developed now may not be able to deal with these creatures with ancient genes. After all, the evolutionary direction of human beings before the end of the world was getting weaker and weaker, and the corresponding anesthetics that could be used were increasingly considering the human physique, and there was definitely no good effect on these animals. Jiang Zhuxiang put the rice powder in several small porcelain bottles, intending to try the medicine himself when he had the chance. Jiang Zhuxiang had marked some places when he drove away the kangaroos last time. It shouldn't be difficult to find them then. He could call Lei Jin to join him. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the small porcelain bottles and walked out of the small room. He found that Lei Jin was still sleeping soundly. He didn't have the authority to use his room, so he had to start looking at the information in his communicator. As he looked, Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little sleepy. He walked around the room, found a thin blanket for himself, and laid down on the recliner in the room. After a while, a slight and long breathing sound was heard, which made the room completely quiet. Julia saw such a scene when she came to look for someone, and she also consciously withdrew, intending to come back after they woke up. Chapter 500, Truth Comes Out After Drinking. Julia came to see Jiang Zhuxiang for no big deal. The main reason was that the Tao Tai and the others were a little worried that she hadn't come out at noon, and Kunping was a little dissatisfied that he hadn't seen Jiang Zhuxiang all morning. After all, people who practice cultivation are most likely to be lazy and slow down their progress. Kunping decided to let Julia go and have a look. In their eyes, Julia had no idea about Lei Jin at all, and there was no need to worry that she would cause trouble if she went to Lei Jin's room. If Julia knew what they were thinking, she would definitely feel a bit amused. After all, she had no idea about Lei Jin, but she did about Jiang Zhuxiang. They were a little too relieved. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Zhuxiang must not have slept well last night, and Julia didn't want to disturb Jiang Zhuxiang's rest, Jiang Zhuxiang might have done something. So, sometimes the Tao Tai would still make mistakes, mainly because they had never seen two female beasts living together. If they had seen it, considering the strength comparison between Julia and Jiang Zhuxiang, they would still be relieved. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang definitely has the strength to push Julia back. They don't need to worry about Jiang Zhuxiang's chastity. After all, Julia is just a person who just knows that she is a power-type mutant. When Julia closed the door, Jiang Zhuxiang opened her eyes. She was not so tired. She fell asleep because of the thunder. She was awake when Julia opened the door. She didn't get up because she wanted to see what Julia wanted to do and whether she had any hidden malice. However, Jiang Zhuxiang, who had found nothing, continued to close his eyes. When he woke up again, it was already night. Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin, who had only eaten breakfast, to the kitchen to see if there was anything else to eat. After he really found something, he heard the noise from the restaurant. They seemed to be drinking, and the food left in the kitchen was also appetizers. Seeing Lei Jin wanted to go over, Jiang Zhuxiang quickly stopped him. You can't drink now. You should eat something first. Jiang Zhuxiang cooked the simplest noodles with only salt and oil, and ate them with appetizers before they went to the restaurant. They were obviously drunk now, and had begun to behave like crazy. When Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the restaurant, he saw a bunch of humanoid creatures dancing wildly. He found a stool at the door, and sat down helplessly. He also asked Lei Jin to sit down, intending to listen to whether his elders had any dark history, so that they would not always use their dark history to threaten him, and he would not have any chance to counterattack. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how long they had been drinking before. The only one who seemed to be relatively sober was Tingsha. But the sobriety was only enough to recognize Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin. And there was no way to remind those guys and his family that their vests were about to fall off. Jiang Zhuxiang scanned carefully and found that Kuinpeng was the most drunk. And his prototype was looming. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried. After all, Kuinpeng's prototype was still too big, and it was not impossible to crush everyone in our room. Fortunately, Kuinpeng was still somewhat conscious. At least there was a stranger here, and it was definitely not a place where secrets could be leaked. After controlling the alcohol from the body, the alcohol invaded the brain more and more. Kuinpeng's words that had been hidden in his heart for a lifetime came out. Such a Shenong is too cruel. Why don't you let me accompany you? And your children are disobedient. The explosion of information made Jiang Zhuxiang stunned for a moment. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't know that his ancestor would have such a story. In this way, it was not strange that Kuinpeng was more strict with himself. After all, its relationship with Shenong was also fair and square at the time. And the patriarchs of the two families also held an open attitude. It was just that this kind of thing happened later. If they were still there, they would definitely sigh that fate is playing tricks on people. After watching Kuinpeng's good show, Jiang Zhuxiang silently put a soundproofing sound on it. Although Julia couldn't understand some words, she could guess them by their actions. In order to protect Julia's safety, it was better to listen less. Tingsha and Jiang Zhuxiang smiled bitterly, hoping that Kuinpeng would not remember anything when he woke up. Otherwise, they would also suffer some physical pain. After settling Kuinpeng, Jiang Zhuxiang listened to their drunken words according to the principle of order of seniority. What Tao Tai wanted to eat Jiang Zhuxiang's food every day. What Qiongqi didn't like people with childish tempers. And what he liked Jiang Zhuxiang a little. It was a pity that their genders were far apart. Jiang Zhuxiang was so shocked when he heard it. Fortunately, Lei Jin was calm. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how to deal with this bunch of drunkards. It would be a bit scary to leave them all in the kitchen at that time. When they woke up, they would definitely feel uncomfortable seeing each other. Lei Jin sent Tao Tai and the others back to his room. Before leaving, he told Jiang Zhuxiang not to touch the woman, saying that he was worried that his little Xiang could not move her. After all, the power-type psychic still had some muscles, so he asked her to wait for him to come back. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the strange reasons Lei Jin found, and rolled his eyes silently. It was just that he didn't want to have physical contact with Julia anymore. It was really high-sounding. Lei Jin didn't leave until Jiang Zhuxiang's guarantee. Jiang Zhuxiang silently asked the drunk Julia, "You like me? It should be a friend's love." Julia may have said some keywords. After hearing the word like, she has been refuting Jiang Zhuxiang's words. Jiang Zhuxiang was so scared that he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He was still worried. Who knows if they will remember it when they wake up? It must be a bit embarrassing. When Lei Jin came back, he saw two people sitting there. His little Xiang had never been so obedient. Lei Jin put the stretcher he borrowed from the wool processing on the ground, motioned Jiang Zhuxiang to watch, and directly lifted Julia's collar and put her on the stretcher. Jiang Zhuxiang was responsible for tidying up Julia's clothes through her clothes. The two left Julia in her room, a little worried about whether she would have any trouble in the middle of the night. After Jiang Zhuxiang said this, Lei Jin was a little helpless. It seemed that he had to let Jiang Zhuxiang and Julia stay in the same room for a night. His original plan was in vain. Jiang Zhuxiang chose the recliner. Lei Jin prepared a thin blanket for Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, drunk people would still feel very hot, and the indoor temperature would definitely drop by then. Lei Jin could only do this. Chapter 501, Going Crazy While Drunk. After Jiang Zhuxiang laid down on the recliner, he asked Lei Jin to go back to sleep first. After all, there was no time to find one. If Julia really made a fuss, it would be awkward for Lei Jin to stay here. It would be better to avoid her early. After all, some things are better to know by yourself. Lei Jin touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head helplessly. Then I will go back first. If you can't handle it later, send me a message and I will definitely come over. Jiang Zhuxiang retorted with a smile. What's the point of you coming? Men and women should not be intimate with each other. Besides, she is just a drunkard. What can I not handle? If she really couldn't handle it, she could still feed her medicine, which would definitely make her sober immediately. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't do this now, just because she didn't want to waste her own medicine. After all, not all drunk people need it. Lei Jin quickly apologized. Yes. Yes. Xiuxiang is the best. I'll leave first. Jiang Zhuxiang sent him to the door and urged him. Let's go quickly. You can also prepare the things you need for the future work, so as not to be at a loss when the time comes. Gene collection is not a simple task. If there is any leakage at that time, it will definitely affect the experimental results. I don't know why the dean agreed to let Lei Jin come. And he is not even a researcher. At that time, he must do the collection and record by himself. After being reminded by Jiang Zhuxiang, Lei Jin remembered that he came here with a mission this time. It seems that he needs to prepare well. Otherwise, if there is any mistake at that time, the dean will definitely give him a good look. Thinking of this, Lei Jin hurriedly left. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and lay back on his recliner, covered with a thin blanket, and planned to fall asleep. At this time, noises began to come from the big bed in the room. Jiang Zhuxiang thought she was just moaning, so he didn't get up and continued to close his eyes to rest. However, Julia's voice kept ringing, and then she cleared her throat. Jiang Zhuxiang inexplicably had an ominous premonition that she was not going to get drunk. Julia did not disappoint Jiang Zhuxiang's expectations. After clearing her throat and shouting, she began to shout like practicing her voice. Jiang Zhuxiang was silently surprised by her full of energy, but his ears couldn't stand it. Jiang Zhuxiang took out 2 soundproof arrays from the backpack he brought. Jiang Zhuxiang had no opinion on Julia's drunkenness, but at least he couldn't let them disturb others. Jiang Zhuxiang put one in the corner of the room to isolate the sound in the room from the outside. And he also brought a soundproof array with him to avoid being killed by the noise. With the help of the soundproof array, Jiang Zhuxiang watched Julia go crazy for a while, and then fell asleep. In fact, if Jiang Zhuxiang went outside to see, Tao Tai and the others were also drunk and crazy. The only one who was still sober among Tao Tai was Tingsha. But it was absolutely impossible for it to deal with the 3 crazy people. Tingsha immediately thought of Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang, who were not drinking. If they came over, he could barely try to tie one of them up and then feed them sober soup. After sending a communication, Tingsha found that only Lei Jin was on the other side. So he asked Lei Jin, "Is Xiaoxiang not with you?" Lei Jin said, "No. She is with Julia. Is there anything I need to tell you?" Lei Jin's attitude towards Tang Shi was okay. After all, Tang Shi was always calm and would not pick on him. Occasionally, Lei Jin was willing to help Tang Shi do something to please him. When Tang Shi heard that Jiang Zhuxiang was no longer there, he said to Lei Jin directly, "Then come over. They are getting drunk. I was planning to give them some sobering soup. They are not cooperating. Come and help me." If Xiaoxiang was not there, Lei Jin, and he should be able to complete it. After all, Lei Jin's ability was still very useful. Lei Jin naturally had no objection. After all, he was planning to help. 5 minutes later, Lei Jin appeared at the door of Tang Shi's room. Hearing the crackling sound inside, Lei Jin inexplicably didn't want to go in. A drunk person would definitely not be able to control his strength, and he didn't know what the scene inside was like. Lei Jin rang the doorbell. Tang Shi breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to open the door. He really couldn't bear it anymore. Tang Shi opened the door and said directly, "You are finally here. Come and help." He pulled Lei Jin in directly, and Lei Jin saw the 3 people lying on the ground, and asked awkwardly, "What are they doing?" Tang Shi seemed to be quite courageous. After all, if he had to deal with this kind of thing, he would definitely let him do it. Tang Shi said lightly, "I used a drug. You watch for a while. I will prepare the hangover soup." The heat of the hangover soup still needs to be watched. Otherwise Tang Shi would not dare to make the soup by himself. Now Lei Jin came just in time, and he could also pull his hands away. Lei Jin nodded, looking at the Tao Tai with pity. According to Jiang Zhuxiang, the appearance of Tongue Snake's medicine was not very good, and the taste was much more terrible than Jiang Zhuxiang's. Of course, they didn't know this unfortunate news yet. Half an hour later, Tongue Snake brought a tray with 5 cups on it. Could it be that it was preparing for me? I was not drunk and didn't want to try what it prepared. Fortunately, the 3 people who had fainted before woke up at this time, diverting Tongue Snake's attention. Tongue Snake put down the tray and said with a smile, "Are you awake?" Tongue Snake didn't prepare a lot of drugs, so they woke up so quickly. Tao Tai nodded a bit stupidly. It seems that his brain is still unclear. Tingsha saw it nod, and reached out to take a cup of sobering tea. "Drink this, and you will be completely sober." Tao Tai didn't doubt it. and drank it all the way, then covered his mouth, as if he was going to vomit, and he was really sober. Xiongqi and Kunping were also hit, covering their mouths and not speaking, and looking at Tingsha with a bit of resentment. This taste is really not poison? Tingsha slowly handed Lei Jin a cup, and took a cup to drink it. In the eyes of Tao Tai, this is an act of sharing the hardship. In fact, the cups in their cups are all honey water, which was originally prepared for Tao Tai. But after seeing their performance, Tingsha gave up this idea. They still need to suffer a lot before they can remember. Lei Jin, on the other hand, was a little hesitant about whether to drink the honey water after getting it. When the Tao Tai and the others looked over, he drank it without hesitation, fearing that they would notice something wrong. The Tao Tai and the others were ready to go to sleep. After all, they were drunk, so it was better to rest early. Besides, they didn't know what was going on with Jiang Zhuxiang, so it was better for Lei Jin to go over and check on the situation first. Chapter 502 I Want to Raise Cattle. Lei Jin saw that even Tongue Snake couldn't stand the drunkenness of Tao Tai before, so he was a little worried about Jiang Zhuxiang's situation. But he didn't show it because he had to help Tongue Snake before. Now seeing that they went back to rest after a cup of hangover soup, Lei Jin said a little embarrassedly, "Can you help me prepare another sobering soup? I want to bring it to Jiang Zhuxiang." Tongue Snake asked a little strangely, "Did Zhuxiang drink too? I didn't see her drinking before. Could she drink in the kitchen?" Lei Jin quickly denied, "No. Julia was drunk before, and Xiaoxiang is taking care of her now. I'm afraid she will get drunk too. Your sobering soup looks quite effective, so I want to bring her a portion to save her from making it herself." After Lei Jin finished speaking, he looked at Tangxi sincerely, hoping that he would agree. Tangxi thought of Julia as the owner of the ranch where they drank together before. She was indeed very drunk when she left. Tangxi turned and went into the kitchen. It was just a cup of sobering soup, which would not take much effort. Besides, Tangxi was quite happy to be able to help Jiang Zhuxiang. Half an hour later, Tangxi took out a sealed cup of sobering soup and handed it to Lei Jin. "Let her drink it before the heat is over. Otherwise, Zhuxiang will not sleep all night." Tangxi expressed his gratitude solemnly and hurried to Jiang Zhuxiang. After knocking on the door gently and getting no response, Lei Jin directly sent a message to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang did not hear the knock on the door, but she could still feel the vibration of the communicator. She took off her soundproofing mask, connected the communicator, and said directly, "Is there anything else?" It was so late. Lei Jin should have gone to bed long ago. Lei Jin heard Julia's voice directly from Jiang Zhuxiang's communicator. She didn't know what she was singing, but her voice was so high that he couldn't hear Jiang Zhuxiang talking. Lei Jin sent her a message directly, "Come outside the door for a moment. I have something for you. It's more convenient to communicate this way." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, got up from the recliner, and walked to the door. After going out, Jiang Zhuxiang shut out the sounds in the house and looked at the thing in Lei Jin's hand. "What is this? A drink?" Jiang Zhuxiang thought helplessly. "No. This is a hangover soup. Uncle Tung gave it to me. You can let Julia drink some to calm her down." Uncle Tao and the others were very noisy before, but they must have fallen asleep now. Jiang Zhuxiang took it and touched it, and found that it was still warm. So she said, "Okay. I know. You go back first." Lei Jin said, "You go into the room first. I'll stand for a while." Lei Jin was afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang would not be able to find him when she needed help, so he decided to wait a little longer. Jiang Zhuxiang did not say much, and nodded and returned to Julia's room. She had just finished singing and was thinking about the next song. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the soup and put it next to Julia. People who drink alcohol are easily thirsty. Sure enough, she drank the soup without Jiang Zhuxiang's persuasion. And then Julia laid down on the sofa. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took down the thin blanket on the bed and covered her with it. It seemed that Tingsha had added some sleep-inducing ingredients to the hangover soup this time. This was indeed much more useful. After all, if you still think about it after drinking the hangover soup, it would still be difficult to do it. Jiang Zhuxiang lay back on his recliner and sent a message to say that he had done it and he didn't have to wait outside anymore. The next morning, Julia woke up from the sofa and was a little surprised to find that she didn't show any signs of being drunk. She felt the medicine in her mouth, and it seemed that Jiang Zhuxiang had prepared a hangover soup for her. Julia stood up and looked for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang woke up at 5:30 and left a note on the refrigerator. Julia naturally saw the note. Looking at the instructions on it, Julia's heart was still warm. At least she didn't just think of herself as the owner here, but also as a friend. Julia happily ate the breakfast prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang. It seemed that she also needed to express her feelings. It just so happened that some sheep oil had come out. She would take the time to process it today and give it away in the evening. This kind of thing is very good for girls' skin. Before the end of the world. This was the signature brand of their ranch. Jiang Zhuxiang should like it. Jiang Zhuxiang came out of Julia's room and went to the grassland outside to breathe fresh air and exercise. At this time, the cattle and sheep had just woken up. And occasionally there were 1 or 2 hums, especially the sheep that had just been sheared. Their sense of security dropped sharply, and they hummed very loudly. Jiang Zhuxiang stood by the temporary sheepfold by the lake for a while, threw some hay in, and wandered around a bit bored. Lei Jin knew who Jiang Zhuxiang was at Julia's place last night. After washing up in the morning, he went there and knocked on the door. He didn't worry about waking up Julia at all. After all, his Zhuxiang always got up early. As for Julia, Lei Jin didn't care at all. Julia opened the door and saw that it was Lei Jin. She said impatiently, "Xiaoxiang left a long time ago, and you, her boyfriend, didn't even know." Julia's words were a slap in Lei Jin's face. As a rival in love, Julia didn't want Lei Jin to be so comfortable with Jiang Zhuxiang. If possible, she didn't mind causing Lei Jin some trouble. Lei Jin didn't take Julia's provocation to heart at all. Knowing that Jiang Zhuxiang was not here, he left the door of Julia's room directly and called Jiang Zhuxiang to ask where she was now. Jiang Zhuxiang showed him the scene behind her and asked Lei Jin to find it himself. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't know how to describe this place. Lei Jin's ability to identify terrain was still good. Half an hour later, Lei Jin appeared in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and saw that she was already playing with a cow. However, the cow was a calf and its parents were no longer there, so it did not cause dissatisfaction to the old cow. If possible, the leading cow hoped that the 2 bipedal monsters would take the calf away. After all, the calf was not in good condition, and its parents were no longer there. If it stayed here, it would definitely not be well taken care of. If it left early, it would be sorry for its parents in the future. Moreover, Jiang Zhuxiang's aura could calm the calf down. Her own strength was still good, and the 0 cow was still very relieved. Lei Jin asked helplessly, "Xiaoxiang, you are not planning to raise this cow, are you?" Although raising a cow is not expensive, it is also very troublesome to transport it. Chapter 503 Auspicious Beast. Before Lei Jin mentioned it, Jiang Zhuxiang had never thought about it. Now seeing how docile this calf is, it might not be impossible to raise it by himself, but it would be more troublesome to transport it. Then he could ask Julia if there was any other way. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang's excited face and wanted to swallow back what he had just said. Why did he bring it up? Jiang Zhuxiang took a photo of the calf with the communicator and planned to go back and ask Julia if she was willing to give it up. Jiang Zhuxiang said to Lei Jin, "I'm going back. What about you?" Lei Jin came out to find Jiang Zhuxiang. Now that Jiang Zhuxiang was going back, he naturally wanted to go back with her. So he nodded to indicate that he was going back too. Jiang Zhuxiang hummed a little tune all the way back, and Lei Jin followed behind a little depressed. Now Lei Jin's only thought was that Julia could reject his little Xiang's idea. Otherwise, it would be tiring enough to take care of the calf on the road. However, Lei Jin's idea was destined not to come true, as Julia, who was committed to opposing Lei Jin, was definitely a person who supported any decision of Jiang Zhuxiang, especially those decisions that Lei Jin opposed. Julia would support it to the end. Not to mention raising a calf. Julia would give it even if it was a big calf. What's more, the calf that Jiang Zhuxiang chose was not in good health. Julia was a little worried that the calf would die midway and make Jiang Zhuxiang sad. So she suggested, "Do you want to change it? This one is not in good health. Will you be sad if it is gone?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No. This calf is more suitable for me. I will try my best to keep it alive. If I can't keep it in the end, it means that I have no chance to keep it. You don't have to worry." Jiang Zhuxiang has always been accustomed to life and death. If the death of a cow can make her sad, then she may not shed enough tears. Julia saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was relaxed, so she stopped talking to her about these things and started talking about the transportation of the cow. "The cow's legs are still very slow. We have a small flatbed truck that was originally used to transport cows. Do you want to try it? The flatbed truck Julia mentioned is a very low flatbed truck. The cow stands only 10 centimeters from the ground. It has 4 iron wheels. It was made when her grandmother was still alive. It is said that it is convenient to drive the cow up. Julia took Jiang Zhuxiang to see if she wanted to take one away. As long as she returned it to her when she got home. It would be fine to give it to Jiang Zhuxiang. But it was her grandmother's relic after all. And Julia didn't want to lose it. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally agreed. If you borrow someone's things, you must return them. Let's first tell Julia which one to take. And then come and get it when you leave. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the time to leave. They can leave tomorrow. After all, with the help of Tao Tai, Julia's work is much faster than last time. The next thing can be done by the original few people in a while. They have disturbed her for long enough. Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned his intention to leave to Julia, hoping that she would be mentally prepared. Although Julia was a little sad. She knew that she could not stop them from moving forward. So she could only express her blessing. I hope you have a safe journey. When do you plan to leave? Jiang Zhuxiang told her that he was going to leave tomorrow. He only had this idea and had not discussed it with Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I will discuss it with them first. And I will tell you the number when it is decided. Okay. Julia said that she knew and didn't care about the rest. She also had to go to the wool processing place to take a look. The sheep oil she decided to send yesterday had not been processed yet. If she decided to leave tomorrow, she would need to hurry up. Jiang Zhuxiang went to find Tao Tai and the others tiredly, wondering if they had woken up. After all, they were all drunk last night. Jiang Zhuxiang was still quite curious about what kind of wine they had drunk to make them all drunk. Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the door gently, fearing that he would wake them up. Tingsha came out and opened the door. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's cautious look, he smiled and said to her forehead, Don't worry. They will definitely not be woken up now. They are sleeping like pigs. I don't know why they drank so much yesterday. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised. Is this the effect of your hangover medicine? Tingsha said, My medicine is not that effective. How about the effect of the rescue soup that Leijin brought for you yesterday? Jiang Zhuxiang thought that Julia was busy now, so he knew that they probably didn't want to get up. After all, they were drunk yesterday, which was a bit embarrassing. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expose their thoughts. After all, it would be bad if they got angry. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to have a simple chat with Tingsha and let Leijin stay here to take care of them. Leijin didn't have any dissatisfaction with this request. After all, these were Jiang Zhuxiang's relatives. Leijin only wanted to please them and didn't have the heart to guard against them. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Leijin had no objection, so he took Tingsha to a small study here. Tingsha made this place the same as Jiang Zhuxiang, and it was a place for studying medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang casually dragged a chair over and sat down, while Tingsha sat comfortably on his own chair, looking at Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang first asked one thing. Why didn't you visit your old friend when you came here? In the past, every time they arrived at a fragment, they would go to see the local owner before themselves. But this time it was really a bit unusual. Tingsha didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to be so perceptive. Originally, she thought that they wouldn't remember her if they didn't mention her. However, since they asked, Tingsha would not hide it and said directly, We were too inferior in front of that person, so no one or beast was willing to approach us in the past. To be honest, we all felt a little strange that it would stay here. After all, it represents auspiciousness, and we don't know what those saints are thinking. After Tingsha finished speaking, he rubbed his temples with a headache. Could it be that Xiaosheng asked this question because he was planning to meet that person? Should they avoid him when the time comes? Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to be thinking about something. Is it a good omen? No wonder there are no mutants and zombies in this place. Those filth should have been purified directly. But if it is really as Tingsha said, should he go there to be tortured? After all, he is not that outstanding. If he is compared to scum, he will be the one who is sad. Chapter 504. The Sin of Appearance. However, this matter is not the most important thing now. Jiang Zhuxiang originally just asked in advance. After all, Leijin had not done the mission yet. Jiang Zhuxiang was not at ease with Leijin going alone, so he was destined to go out with Leijin for a few days first. I just don't know if Tao Tai is willing to follow. After all, they followed him in the past to protect themselves. Now that Leijin is here, will they feel bored? Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang still gave them a choice. I plan to leave here tomorrow. Leijun and I have some other things to do. You decide whether to follow us or go to find the local owner first. Anyway, we will definitely go there at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking and waited for Tingsha's choice. What choice did Tingsha have? Naturally, he followed Jiang Zhuxiang out. If they stayed with the local masters, they would not have a comfortable life. Tingsha did not ask Tao Tai and the others, and made the decision directly. Jiang Zhuxiang still reminded, it is better to ask Tao Tai and the others. Maybe Uncle Kun is not afraid. We can't just decide its choice casually. Tingsha forgot that there was such a boss in their team. This one had never met the master of this place before. It was really hard to say what his choice would be. He should really ask. Tingsha nodded to show that he knew. Thank you Xiaoxiang for reminding me. Then I will ask now. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused. Aren't they still sleeping? Why are you asking? Tongue Snake said meaningfully. They will wake up soon. They are all pretending to sleep, so they can wake up whenever they want. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little amused. This was not something they could control. Would Tongue Snake intend to wake them up directly? Would Tongue Snake be beaten up by the group? Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly followed them. If there was anything, he could still persuade them. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Tongue Snake to the living room and found Lei Jin sitting on the sofa in the living room with a wooden face, as if he had suffered a great blow. However, this is normal. Anyone who sees that the elders you respect are pretending to sleep and deceiving the younger generation will be surprised, especially when those elders are very old. Tingsha went to wake them up one by one. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised when he sat next to Lei Jin. He was still a little surprised when he saw Tingsha wake up one by one. Tingsha is quite good. It usually takes a lot of effort for me to wake them up. I wonder if I can learn it. It's really troublesome to wake them up. Lei Jin still said with a wooden face, it's probably difficult. They will definitely not pretend to sleep to cooperate with Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, it's enough to pretend to sleep once. If you do it too many times, you will definitely be exposed. Tao Tai will definitely not do it a second time. Jiang Zhuxiang was not depressed. He said frankly, that's right. I am still a little weaker than Uncle Tongue. It seems that I really need to practice hard. By the way, have you contacted the dean recently? I plan to leave here tomorrow. So go and complete your task first. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Jin seriously. When it came to business, Lei Jin gave up watching the ridiculous tricks of the adults and said to Jiang Zhuxiang a little embarrassedly, not yet. How about we contact each other in the evening? Being able to contact the dean together with Jiang Zhuxiang is also a novel experience for Lei Jin, which makes him feel like he has married Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what Lei Jin was thinking, but after thinking about it, he thought it was okay. Then let's contact the dean together after dinner. While Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were discussing the mission, Tingsha was asking Kunpeng about what Jiang Zhuxiang had mentioned before. Out of concern for his senior, Tingsha was very responsible and told him about the great achievements of the owner of this place, such as the young master of the Phoenix clan was ashamed to see people after seeing it, and the Buddhist disciples were shocked after seeing it, etc. And then let Kunpeng choose where to go. And the place was naturally the two places mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang. Kunpeng actually knew more about the things mentioned by Tingsha than Tingsha. When Kunpeng was practicing the way of transformation, he had turned into a lamp at the door of that person and watched many people leave in despair. Therefore, there was no need for Tingsha to remind him, and he chose the same choice as Tao Ai and the others, although he had never really seen that person, mainly because that person never went out. So as a lamp at the door, he really had never seen his true appearance. But he did not intend to test himself, so it was better to stay away from him. Kunpeng could understand why the saints would abandon it. It was really an unstable factor. If it continued to stay in the original place, few of their young people would be able to practice peacefully. Sometimes, appearance can really be a sin. However, they still didn't dare to offend it too much. The place they chose for it was vast and sparsely populated, so that it could be free and would not harm too many people. However, Kunpeng still asked, I don't know if the little guy can bear it by then. If she is also attracted by it, then Shinnon will really come to settle accounts with us. Can't we really avoid it? Tingsha hadn't thought about Jiang Zhuxiang's problem, but now that Tingsha mentioned it, he immediately remembered it. This is indeed a problem. Avoidance is impossible. Otherwise we can do something to prevent Xiaoxiang from seeing that person's face. For example, the sleight of hand is a good way. But I don't know if that person is willing to cooperate. Kunpeng thought about it and realized that this was the only way. I will talk to it first. It will always give me my face. It's not something that affects it. We just want to protect the future of a younger generation. As a fierce beast that appeared at the beginning of the world, Kunping has long known about the matter of beauty being like dry bones. Kunping believes that he will not be affected too much by it. At most, he can just close his eyes and talk. Tingsha looked at Kunping with gratitude. Thank you for your sacrifice, Senior. We will definitely remember it. Xiaoxiang will also be grateful to you. Maybe they are not strong enough. They are really afraid that they will not be able to come back once they see that person. Kunping said speechlessly. This is not a life and death separation. It's not that serious. You'd better break through this barrier as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will follow the little guy in the future. Do you want it to cover its face all the time? The little guy also needs exercise. You must practice by looking at its face every day. If you go crazy, I will teach you a lesson. Kunping has always been afraid of being avoided, especially in front of such a little beauty. Chapter 505, The Thoughts of Parting. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was grateful for Kunping's efforts, he was still a little speechless about Kunping's request. He didn't practice with his eyes open, so practicing in front of that person wouldn't have any impact. However, Jiang Zhuxiang would not remind Kunping about this matter. He would let it happen when the time came. This would implicate Tingsha and the others. They practiced with their eyes open. What if they were really affected? Jiang Zhuxiang silently decided to study the elixir of Qingxi Ningxin, so that he could help. Tingsha was completely shocked when he heard Kunping's words. He felt that he was sorry for Tao Tai and the others. He didn't know how to explain to Shinon when the time came. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had to face this test at such a young age, and the possibility of not passing was still very high. Tingsha still tried to struggle. We should persuade him to wear a mask, so that it can reduce some trouble. You know that if it appears in front of people, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. It is better to stop it from the source. Kunping smiled and said, this matter does not conflict with your cultivation in front of it. You can prepare the mask, but don't think about escaping from the cultivation. Kunping knows the temper of these children very well. They think the sky is falling at the slightest difficulty. If they are really asked to do it, they may not be unable to do it. So Kunping has no mercy at all, and decides to start working on this matter when he arrives there. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Tingsha struggle silently for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang understood Kunping's character. He decided that it was better not to struggle. Jiang Zhuxiang silently planned to retreat first. I'm leaving first. Remember to pack your luggage. We will leave tomorrow. If possible, prepare more food. We don't know when we will encounter human activities. Speaking of which, they are not going to face that person directly at present. It's too early to worry now. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to remind them what is the most urgent matter. Others can be discussed on the way. Tingsha remembered the business and asked quickly, do you need help? If you need it, tell me. Although I am not very good at packing things, I can still pack them all. Although Tingsha is a bit of a clean freak sometimes, he really has no talent for summarizing and organizing. Kunping appreciated Tingsha's kindness and just said, don't bother you. It's no problem to stuff all the things into the suitcase when the time comes. Although he is a little old, he is not to the point where he needs to be taken care of everywhere. Tingsha saw its appearance and didn't say much. He decided to decide whether to go over to help when the time comes. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye to them. Then you can start packing after taking a rest. I'll go back first. Jiang Zhuxiang also needed to tidy up, so he couldn't stay here any longer. Tingsha said Jiang Zhuxiang out, and then said to the Tao Tai who were still watching, you guys go and tidy up. I believe there will be no problem with the seniors. Tao Tai didn't dare to move just now, because they were afraid that Kunping would also miss them. Now there is naturally no problem. So they stood up and went back to their rooms directly. However, Kunping would not let them go, but just didn't bring it up. When the time comes, Kunping will definitely pull them up directly. Jiang Zhuxiang was walking on the way back to the room, and then she realized that Lei Jin had not spoken before. So she looked at her a little strangely. What's wrong with you? Lei Jin was really shocked at first. He really didn't know there were beasts with such a gorgeous appearance. Later, he began to worry that his girlfriend would have problems. Wouldn't he be put aside at that time? Lei Jin has always been honest with Jiang Zhuxiang. At times like this, Lei Jin directly expressed his dissatisfaction. You won't abandon me at that time, will you? He clearly showed his jealous side, hoping that Jiang Zhuxiang would pay more attention to him. Lei Zhen's slightly sour words were not unfamiliar to Jiang Zhuxiang. He quickly said familiarly, I will definitely not put you aside when I am sober. As for if I lose my mind, I won't even know who I am. I hope you can be mentally prepared. The road of cultivation is never smooth. Jiang Zhuxiang has always been prepared for his own death, just like in the last life. However, Lei Zhen said a little dissatisfied, What nonsense are you talking about? You will definitely be fine. It's just a slightly beautiful beast. How can it be such a big threat to you? Forget what you just said. Some words will come true once they are spoken. Lei Zhen still doesn't like Jiang Zhuxiang's idea of not taking his own life seriously. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang is the person he has decided to spend his whole life with. If he leaves early, he will definitely follow. Jiang Zhuxiang can feel Lei Zhen's panic, so he can only pat his shoulder and say no more. After Jiang Zhuxiang prepared his luggage, he walked out of the room and went to the kitchen. Today was the last day here, so he had to treat himself well. When Jiang Zhuxiang arrived, Julia was already there. Jiang Zhuxiang walked in quietly and asked, Do you need my help? Jiang Zhuxiang knew Julia's cooking skills, but they were just average. He didn't know what she was preparing. When Julia heard Jiang Zhuxiang's voice, she quickly said, You don't need to help. Just wait and eat today. After all, it was their last meal here. As the owner, how could he let them cook by themselves? Moreover, he had found a recipe book of his grandmother before, so he just wanted to try it. The picture above was quite tempting. Julia had never thought of looking through her grandmother's warehouse before, because to be honest, if Julia didn't like to study, her grandmother wouldn't have given her this property to live in. This time, she was stimulated by Jiang Zhuxiang. He was able to make so many delicious foods at such a young age. In comparison, she seemed to have no advantages except for her strength. Julia wanted to show her excellent side before Jiang Zhuxiang left, hoping that Jiang Zhuxiang would remember her. Seeing Julia's insistence, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't stay in the kitchen any longer, but went to the restaurant to wait. Chapter 506, Slaughter of Cattle and Sheep. After a while, the Taotai came one after another, stayed in the kitchen for a while, and then came to the restaurant. It felt like a repetition of the scene of that day, but with a little more sadness. When they leave here, they will not see such docile animals, and such a gentle and comfortable living environment. However, they can't spend too long in this place. Otherwise, the motivation to move forward will become weak and insufficient. The comfortable life during this period is enough for them to rest. It's time to continue to accept the test of wind, frost, rain and dew. Wait until Julia said in the kitchen, It's time to eat. When they arrived, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai went to bring out the prepared dishes. They looked good, much better than the first meal they had. At least the variety was rich. Julia sat down and kept waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang's evaluation, as if she didn't have to eat if Jiang Zhuxiang said a word. When Lei Zhen saw the scene, he silently felt that it was too late to leave tomorrow. It would be better to leave tonight. Now Julia was already acting like this, and he didn't know what would happen tomorrow morning. Lei Zhen was really annoyed and helpless. He couldn't show it. Otherwise, the elders would definitely laugh at him. Jiang Zhuxiang never embarrassed others too much. After tasting it once, he smiled and said, Not bad. There is progress. You can open a restaurant in the future. If humans return to normal life in the future, you can make it into a farmhouse, and let tourists experience the feeling of grazing. Jiang Zhuxiang always speaks his mind, and Julia is very happy with Jiang Zhuxiang's words. She is also looking forward to the future that Jiang Zhuxiang talked about. Then I will reserve the best guest room for you, and you can check in any time when you come. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said nothing more. This kind of thing is always just for listening. And as for taking it seriously, it is better not to think about it. After a meal, Julia took out 2 large jars from the refrigerator in the restaurant for Jiang Zhuxiang. The material is tree glass, and there is a paste inside. Julia handed the things to Jiang Zhuxiang. This thing is very good to apply on the face and body. If you like it, I will keep it for you every year in the future. This year, of course, we will give it a try. Julia will not charge Jiang Zhuxiang a penny. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, This is the legendary sheep oil. How much is it? Jiang Zhuxiang still doesn't like to accept other people's things for free. He will give back something of equal value when he has the chance. Jiang Zhuxiang will naturally not give contribution points simply and rudely. After all, it is also Julia's intention. Julia did not hide it. After all, it is not a glorious thing to give someone you like something worthless. So she directly said the contribution points she needed. However, it is not really precious. After all, it is just a byproduct of sheep. However, the contribution value still made Jiang Zhuxiang feel that the jar in his hand was much heavier. His hand, which was originally playing with it, immediately steadied and put the jar on the table. You gave me so much. Will your guests this year be unhappy if they can't buy it? Julia naturally said, no. I have always sold this kind of sheep oil in limited quantities. They can only buy as much as I have here. And things are precious because they are rare. Right? This is what her grandmother told her before she left. From this, it seems that her grandmother must have a relationship with someone on Jiang Zhuxiang's fragment. When the time comes, she can go to that fragment to take a look and find her grandmother's relatives. By the way, Jiang Zhuxiang was no longer polite after hearing what Julia said. After all, it was a gift from someone else, so he had to keep it well. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to put it in his personal space. As for whether to use it or not, he would wait until he remembered it. In addition to sheep oil, Julia also mentioned the things she had promised to compensate the Tao Tai. She decided to kill it fresh tomorrow morning, so that it could be preserved for a longer period of time. She didn't know if they had any objections. After all, this was something she had agreed to do for a long time. She had been reluctant to kill it before, and Julia still felt a little guilty when she mentioned it now. The Tao Tai looked at Jiang Zhuxiang. They didn't have any other opinions, but this matter was a bit difficult for them to deal with. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, you don't have to kill them all. We can't eat much at once. We will kill 2 cows and 2 sheep tomorrow. We can take them with us on the road. You should take care of the others first. If we kill them all, it will be inconvenient for them to carry. At that time, they will definitely not be willing to go out and move around and just wait for meat. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang's concerns are more reliable. Tao Tai protested in a low voice. Why can't we take them all away? Jiang Zhuxiang said, in order to prevent you from becoming lazy beasts. If you don't move around and eat so much, you will definitely get fat. By then, you will feel difficult to move because you are so round. Jiang Zhuxiang's words still convinced them. Considering that they were still single, they still cared about their body shape, so they had no objection to Jiang Zhuxiang's decision. Jiang Zhuxiang and Julia confirmed the number and results, and they went back. Jiang Zhuxiang and Leijun stayed. Jiang Zhuxiang had something to say to Julia, and Leijun was just a habitual companion. Jiang Zhuxiang and Julia mentioned the situation of the calf before, and the little guy still wanted to take it away. Julia naturally would not regret it, and only said that she would give it to them together tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, okay, we will go back first. See you tomorrow. Julia replied, see you tomorrow, thinking that she would have to get up early tomorrow morning to slaughter the calves. Julia decided not to bother with them for the time being. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had left, she went back to her room to rest. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by the screams of cattle and sheep. Jiang Zhuxiang silently turned on the soundproof array and then began to wash. People with sensitive ears are still a little helpless. Jiang Zhuxiang put his large luggage in his personal space. There was still nothing in the suitcase in his hand, and he went directly to the slaughtering place. Tingsha and the others had also arrived. It was quite interesting to watch the struggles of the cattle and sheep. Jiang Zhuxiang did not intend to watch, so he went to find the calf himself. Fortunately, Julia had the foresight to plug the calf's ears. Otherwise, the calf would definitely be scared. Jiang Zhuxiang played with it for a while, and estimated that they had finished dealing with it. So he pulled a rope to drag the calf out. Chapter 507 Jiang Zhuxiang's Spatial Ability. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Julia, who was resting on the side, moved the rope in his hand, indicating that he had brought the calf out, and signaled her to bring the trailer to him. Julia's energy, which had been consumed by slaughtering, returned when she saw Jiang Zhuxiang. She quickly went to the place where the cart was originally placed and pulled the trailer of the same size as the calf, since the small trailer was already in place. How to make the calf stay on it obediently was the problem that Jiang Zhuxiang needed to solve. According to Julia's idea, it was enough to tie the rope to the trailer directly. It was simple and convenient. The main reason was that cattle were generally slow creatures. Even if they were tied up, they would not struggle violently. If there was grass to eat where they were tied, they would be even less likely to move. Julia analyzed the advantages of her method to Jiang Zhuxiang, and then looked forward to Jiang Zhuxiang's method or praise. After all, there was no other good method unless the calf stayed on the small trailer obediently. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't have any good methods. And if there were any, they couldn't be what Julia said, such as formations and elixirs. So he obediently followed Julia's advice. First reported the calf to the small trailer, and then tied the rope to the handle of the small trailer. As for the rest, it was better to wait until they left here before arranging it. At this time, Tao Tai and the others had also come over. After Jiang Zhuxiang comforted the calf, he planned to leave with Tao Tai and the others. Julia stuffed the breakfast she had prepared in advance into their hands, and reluctantly held Jiang Zhuxiang's hand. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Then let's exchange contact numbers. If you want to talk to someone, just send me a message. As long as I have time and it's safe, I will definitely answer your message." In Jiang Zhuxiang's view, Julia is just a little girl who needs someone to accompany her. There is nothing else that can be misunderstood. I don't know how Lei Jin saw that she was interested in him. When Julia heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said, she quickly reported her contact number and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to save it first, and then looked at Jiang Zhuxiang expectantly. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't actually report her own number. The long string of numbers and letters was applied for by the original owner's parents. Jiang Zhuxiang directly dialed the number she had just written down. Anyway, she could see her number this way. After seeing Julia save her number, Jiang Zhuxiang was pulled behind by Lei Jin. Lei Jin directly said to Julia, "Then we'll leave first. Don't send messages to Xiaoxiang casually if there's nothing to do. Xiaoxiang is still very busy." Julia was not afraid of Lei Jin at all. "This is a matter between Jiang Zhuxiang and me. It has nothing to do with you. Do you want to restrict her freedom to make friends?" Jiang Zhuxiang felt that this sentence would definitely make Lei Jin explode. Sure enough, Lei Jin's body was instantly in a state of thunder and lightning riot, as if he would throw countless thunder and lightning balls to the opposite side in the next second. Jiang Zhuxiang did not comfort Lei Jin immediately this time. After all, it would be more effective for him to control it himself. Although Lei Jin was poked to the point of explosion, he was still rational. After all, this was already a thing of the past. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his side again. Lei Jin gritted his teeth and answered word by word, "I will not stop her from making friends with simple-minded people." The implication is that Julia's mind is not simple. Julia was not hurt at all, and she was in a good mood and shouted to Jiang Zhuxiang behind Lei Jin, "If you have time, remember to find me when the time comes." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded under Lei Jin's sad eyes. This was really a bit helpless, but he would be fine after a while. It was already 9 o'clock when Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of Julia's ranch smoothly. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "First, find a place to eat breakfast, and then I will set up a formation for this calf, so that I can cut the rope." Jiang Zhuxiang was half-hearted about it, and Lei Jin was also a bit helpless, especially since this calf was given by Julia. Lei Jin even had the urge to kill the calf, but in the end, he restrained himself. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to argue with a cow. The breakfast prepared by Julia was cold, and they quickly found a flat place on the side of the road to sit down and start eating. Only Lei Jin had a little difficulty in swallowing. Jiang Zhuxiang took out his bread and milk from his backpack with a smile, then took the breakfast from Lei Jin, divided it among the Tao Tai, and told Lei Jin to eat quickly and not to waste time. Lei Jin then started to eat with a smile on his face, and at the same time, he could take care of Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang spent some time on the formation, so he ate slowly. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang began to set up the formation on the trailer, mainly a protective formation, and a confusing formation, the purpose of which was to make the calf stay on the cart obediently. However, when Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, Tingsha said, "Do you really want to drag this cow around? Are you sure you can keep up with our speed by then?" Jiang Zhuxiang was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of his personal space. It seemed that after his breakthrough, his personal space could already support living things. He could put the calf in it as the first living thing. Jiang Zhuxiang told his plan, and Tingsha nodded in approval, leaving Lei Jin a little confused, because Jiang Zhuxiang and Tingsha used ancient language to communicate this time. Even if Lei Jin had a translator, he would not be able to understand. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little annoyed at this time that his previous work was in vain, but it didn't cost much. Jiang Zhuxiang directly put his hand above the calf, and in an instant, the calf disappeared. and even the card disappeared. Lei Jin was a little stunned. Did his Xuxiang have space ability? Why didn't he find it before? However, when Lei Jin really started to think about it, he could still think of some things wrong with his Xuxiang. Such as Xuxiang always brought only a little luggage. In fact, it was unscientific for a girl to have so little luggage. Lei Jin looked at the empty hands of Tao Tai and knew that their luggage should also be in Jiang Yuxiang's space. Regarding Jiang Yuxiang's concealment, Lei Jin only felt a little regretful that he had not yet gained the full trust of his Xuxiang. As for other things, Lei Jin had no idea at all. Even when Jiang Yuxiang did not help him at all, he did not have any thoughts. After all, Tao Tai and others were considered Jiang Yuxiang's elders, and he was just an unmarried boyfriend. Chapter 508 Genetic Evolution of the Ancient Continent. After solving the pet milk problem of Jiang Yuxiang began to ask Lei Jin, which animal's genes do you plan to collect first? Jiang Yuxiang and Lei Jin had an online meeting with the dean last night. Jiang Yuxiang had already figured out the dean's requirements, but it was too late after the meeting. Jiang Yuxiang did not discuss the specific steps with Lei Jin, so a temporary decision was still needed. Lei Jin was not as clear about this matter as Jiang Yuxiang. After thinking about it, he felt that it was too tiring to go find an animal specifically. So he said, let's walk and see first. We'll collect whatever animal we encounter first. After Lei Jin finished speaking, he waited for Jiang Yuxiang's answer, wondering if she would agree with his approach. Jiang Yuxiang had no idea about what to collect first, and it was not bad to just go with the flow. So she nodded and agreed to Lei Jin's proposal. Lei Jin was relieved. When it comes to this work, Lei Jin is really a layman. If he hadn't known that he was going to find Jiang Yuxiang, Lei Jin would never have been exposed to this kind of thing in his life. Lei Jin was really a little worried that he would mess up this matter. Jiang Yuxiang naturally felt Lei Jin's nervousness, and naturally comforted him, don't worry. If you really don't know how to do it, then I will do it, and you can just help on the side. Jiang Yuxiang thought Lei Jin was nervous about the step of collecting genes, which he could do by himself. Lei Jin came out in such a hurry, and the dean had no intention of letting him collect genes. After all, from what he knew, the dean had never trained Lei Jin at all. Lei Jin's coming out this time could be regarded as using public power for personal gain. Although Lei Jin was not nervous about this, he did not expose himself and relaxed his expression a little after being comforted by Jiang Yuxiang. They were still heading towards the center of the entire fragment. Along the way, Jiang Yuxiang felt more clearly about the auspicious aura. By the same token, the auspicious aura that various animals could absorb was more correct, and the impurities in the animals were discharged more. All animals had the ability to evolve in a more suitable direction. Of course, this kind of evolution is different from mutation. After all, mutation is caused by external factors, and evolution comes from the adaptation of animals to the environment. The first animal that Jiang Yuxiang and his friends encountered was discovered by Kunpeng. It flashed by very quickly. Kunpeng said, we just need to chase the one that just passed by. I should be able to catch up. Of course, with Jiang Yuxiang's current level, he can catch up, but it is not as easy as doing it himself. Although Kunpeng is strict with Jiang Yuxiang, he is still willing to help in some things. Jiang Yuxiang looked at Lei Jin and said, how far is it from us now? Kunpeng said, about 1 kilometer. It has stopped now. If we hurry up, we can still catch up. Kunpeng's dynamic vision is still very good, and it is easy for him to see these things. Jiang Yuxiang looked at Lei Jin again, and Lei Jin realized that Jiang Yuxiang was asking for his opinion. So he said, it's rare to meet one. So let's follow it and see where the next one is. We don't know where the next one is. Jiang Yuxiang also asked for the opinions of Tao Tai and others. After all, they also have to follow them. Tao Tai and others naturally have no reason to disagree, but they are still touched by Jiang Yuxiang's thoughtfulness. Should they also find a companion? If they have a cub as well behaved as Jiang Yuxiang in the future, life will definitely be very good. Jiang Yuxiang had no idea that his concern would actually allow Tao Tai and others to have a family. You know, when they were in the Academy of Sciences, the dean's wife worried about this matter a lot. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were searching for the scent left by the animal in front. Jiang Yuxiang and Lei Jin followed behind them. Kunpeng and Tingsha were in charge of the rear, and they tried to reduce the noise of their movements to the minimum to avoid disturbing the animal. Jiang Yuxiang walked quickly for about 10 minutes, and Tao Tai and Qiongqi in front made a gesture. This kind of thing was learned by themselves in the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang was able to recognize it thanks to the original owner, who had learned these things with her parents. At that time, it should be to prevent them from communicating again when they encountered inconvenient places to speak. And this method is still very useful. Like now, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that he should stop. It seems that the animal over there is the one before. Jiang Zhuxiang walked forward gently, and saw the appearance of the animal. Although it still had the kangaroo's pouch, its head had regressed to ancient times, with some bones that were not there before. It looked a bit like the appearance of dinosaurs that had been active in this area before. It seemed that some of the kangaroo's ancestors should have been dinosaurs that lived here, and later, due to environmental requirements, they degenerated into their current gentle and harmless appearance. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "I don't know if we can deal with this guy's fighting power." Lei Jun said, "We can try first. If we can't do it, there are still seniors who can help." Right? Lei Jun was still very interested in communicating with new species. When fighting with people, Lei Jun would always let them go. After all, the destructive power of thunder was too strong. But he didn't need to worry about these animals. After all, the physique of these animals was definitely much stronger than that of humans. I have never heard of any animals being killed by thunder, but there were many cases of people dying from thunder. Seeing that Lei Jun wanted to fight the evolved kangaroo alone, Jiang Zhuxiang followed him and said, "I will help you." If there was any danger, he could still buffer it and avoid fatal injuries. Lei Jun felt Jiang Zhuxiang behind him, and he became more courageous. After all, a man's desire to protect is sometimes an incredible power. As for the Tao Tai, Tingsha and Kuanping behind them also came up to watch their fight. After all, in their opinion, this kind of fight can only be regarded as entertainment. It would be better if there were snacks made by Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about the performance of Tao Tai at all. After all, he didn't need adults all the time. Jiang Zhuxiang mobilized his energy and concentrated it in his palm. The green vitality was faintly flowing. If there was a seed in Jiang Zhuxiang's hand now, it would definitely turn into a towering tree immediately. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's vitality was much more advanced than those with related abilities. And even those plant spirits liked it very much. Chapter 509, The Bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's performance, Kuanping sighed silently. Tingsha was right next to him and asked with a bit of amusement, "What are you worried about, senior?" This senior seemed to be always dissatisfied with the little guy. Some Tingsha could understand, but some Tingsha had no idea why. Kuanping and Tingsha could still chat for a while. After all, they sometimes had the same views. If it was Tao Tai or Cheongqi who asked this question, Kuanping would definitely not say a word. However, Tao Tai and Cheongqi also knew the character of Kuanping, the old senior, and would not make trouble for themselves. This little guy is still too young. It consumes a lot of energy to mobilize like this. He doesn't know how to adapt at all. And why does that man need her to worry so much? He is indeed a female external appearance. In Kuanping's view, as a descendant of Shenong, there is no need to take men seriously. If there were not so few people now, Kuanping would not mind Jiang Zhuxiang raising a bunch of men instead of focusing all his attention on one man. After all, the Tao is ruthless, and things can easily affect the progress of female cultivators. Tingsha silently froze his face after hearing Kuanping's complaint. If this senior really dared to say this to the little guy, the little guy's reaction would definitely be very interesting. Tingsha really wanted to watch the scene at that time, so he silently pushed. Their feelings are not very deep now. If the senior really thinks so, you might as well give it a try. Anyway, there will be no loss if you fail. Xiao Xian couldn't beat it, so he just had a cold war at most. And the result was 50-50 in Tingsha's mind. After all, the little guy was not really enthusiastic about Lei Jun. He was not afraid of trouble because he was watching the excitement. Tingsha decided to make a bet with Tao Tai and the others at that time, which was also one of the fun of the journey. Kuanping listened to Tingsha's words and thought about it. Even if he couldn't let the little guy abandon the man with electricity, it would be good to accept a few more excellent men. If Jiang Zhuxiang knew that the seniors below were doing this kind of thing while he was fighting in the front, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Lei Jun and the evolved kangaroo start fighting. The kangaroo used its short front paws and powerful tail to fight Lei Jun evenly. They both won and lost, and wounds began to appear on their bodies. Jiang Zhuxiang could only mention it to Lei Jun through the communicator while he was dodging. saying that as long as there was some blood from the kangaroo, it would be enough. Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned this because he was afraid that Lei Jin would not know the seriousness of the situation, and that both of them would be hurt in the end. Fortunately, Lei Jin was also a person who listened to his girlfriend very much. He did have a test tube for collecting genes on him. Lei Jin took it in his hand and took advantage of the opportunity to scrape a little blood that had just oozed out from the wound of the kangaroo. After succeeding, Lei Jin immediately withdrew from the battle circle and wanted to keep the test tube. However, the evolved kangaroo was also aggressive. When Lei Jin wanted to leave, it chased him. Lei Jin had no choice but to take the kangaroo around in circles. After all, he could not bring any danger to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang helplessly looked at Lei Jin, who ran around in front of him again and again. This kangaroo has good physical strength. I wonder if Lei Jin can hold on. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't just sit there and watch. He flipped through his inventory and found an anesthetic suitable for animals. He seized the moment when the kangaroo ran in front of him and stabbed it in the kangaroo's hind leg. Jiang Zhuxiang silently watched the kangaroo chasing Lei Jin with the syringe for another round before falling down. Jiang Zhuxiang almost thought that his medicine had expired. It seems that the evolved kangaroos have become much more resistant to drugs. If you encounter this situation in the future, you need to increase the concentration of the drug. Lei Jin then walked towards Jiang Zhuxiang breathlessly and checked the test tube for any problems. Fortunately, this test tube was specially used by the Academy of Sciences to collect genes. The inside of the test tube was a vacuum environment. As long as the blood passed through the entrance, there was no need to worry about contamination. Lei Jin looked at the blood beads condensed at the bottom of the test tube, silently breathed a sigh of relief, and handed it to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang put the label on it and put the test tube into his personal space. After all, there would always be all kinds of accidents if it was placed outside. It was better to have his own personal space to be more secure. If there was still a problem, it would be unless he had a big problem. However, this situation rarely occurs at present. Seeing that there was no problem, Kuiping and the others began to walk forward and watch the kangaroo that Jiang Zhuxiang had knocked out. Tingsha pinched the things on the heads, and they looked really familiar, but he just couldn't remember what they were. Kuiping looked at them silently for a while and said something shocking. This place actually has this kind of sub-dragon species, and I don't know which dragon clan has such a heavy taste. Tingsha retreated silently. No wonder he felt familiar with it. That thing was the prototype of a dragon horn. Tingsha was also a little curious about which dragon's son left the bloodline. It couldn't be that one. After all, the only one with a little dragon bloodline on this fragment was that one. Back then, that one's family married the dragon clan and gave birth to that one. This was also the reason why that one had harmed so many people, and no one dared to do anything in secret. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what his two elders were thinking about, so he just reminded the two elders, who were still watching, "My potion is not effective for long. If you want to observe it carefully, just tie it up. It will be convenient for us to leave then." After all, they couldn't leave when it was still unconscious. If something unexpected happened, it would be bad. If there was a rope, they could set the mode of breaking at a certain distance. After all, this kangaroo was still quite powerful, and ordinary animals would definitely not be able to kill it in those few minutes. After Jiang Zhuxiang treated Lei Jin's wound, he went to check the wound of the kangaroo. There was a faint golden color in the blood. It seemed that it really had the blood of the dragon clan, and its self-healing ability was also very strong. The wound was beginning to close. Although Jiang Zhuxiang knew that the kangaroo was not afraid of any wound infection due to its toughness, he still cleaned its wound with disinfectant and applied medicine, which was his own modified medicine. This was originally prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang for Tao Tai and others, but now it was a bargain for the kangaroo. Because the wound was treated, the stinging pain accelerated its awakening. It opened its eyes, obviously still a little confused, and Jiang Zhuxiang immediately said, "Let's go now." Without a rope, they would be chased again when it woke up completely. Chapter 510, Tongue Snake's Narrow-Mindedness. Jiang Zhuxiang ran away right after he finished speaking. Lei Jin was the first to react and immediately followed Jiang Zhuxiang and left. The Tao Tai and his friends were skilled and bold. They directly observed the awakening process of the evolved kangaroo on the spot, and then began to leave calmly. The kangaroo probably felt the power of the Tao Tai and his friends, so it didn't catch up. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped only after he confirmed that it couldn't catch up. and waited for the others behind to catch up. The Tao Tai and his friends didn't delay for long, and stopped in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Didn't it chase you?" Tao Tai looked back and said, "I didn't see it." Jiang Zhuxiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then let's continue to look for the next one or take a break." Lei Jin said, "It's better to take a break first. The dean didn't set a time limit for completion. Don't be too anxious. It would be bad if something goes wrong." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai and the others. He was a little tired, but he didn't know if they wanted to rest, especially after he fought with the evolved kangaroo again. Kunping silently complained, "Your physique is still too weak. If you want to rest, just rest. Otherwise, if you get tired, no one will take care of you." Tingsha silently said that he was a ghost. Jiang Zhuxiang ignored Kunping's tone and started looking for a place to rest after receiving the information he wanted. Jiang Zhuxiang found a slightly raised place, tidied it up a little, and began to prepare food. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to eat the animals here, so he asked Tao Tai, "Are the beef and mutton you got from Julia still there? If they are willing to take it out, Jiang Zhuxiang will still give them the corresponding contribution value." Although Tao Tai wanted to go out and move around, they really couldn't eat the animals with dragon blood. So they agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal and took out some of the beef and mutton in their Tao Tai space. However, they still need to go out and move around. The animals in this fragment have a familiar fierce aura, so it is good to play with them. Jiang Zhuxiang will not stop them from moving around freely. So he and Lei Jin stayed to prepare food. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tongue Snake, who stayed behind. "Aren't you going out and moving around?" Uncle Tongue and his family seems to never like group activities, but likes to move around with them. Tongue Snake took a sip of the tea that Jiang Zhuxiang prepared for it before, and said, "I still prefer a comfortable life. I don't rely on physical strength as the basis of my own cultivation, so I won't move around with them. Speaking of which, the speed of my cultivation has increased a bit recently. It seems that the new human beings have developed quite well recently. I have received a lot of faith power, and I feel full." Tingsha asked inexplicably, "What should you do if you are full?" Jiang Zhuxiang said in surprise, "Just digest it. You can take medicine or move around. I just don't know if Tingsha's fullness is a real fullness." Tingsha listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's advice and thought about it. "It seems that I should digest these faith powers well today, and can't hide behind and be lazy anymore." After Jiang Zhuxiang was almost ready, he asked, "Can you help call them back? I don't know if Tongue Snake is willing to help." Tongue Snake agreed directly and contacted Tao Tai one by one, instead of notifying them all at once as usual, which was a way to slightly consume his energy. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely saw Tongue Snake give in so easily, and he felt a strange sense of happiness. Lei Jin was a little sour. Tongue Snake was too enthusiastic. However, Lei Jin absolutely didn't dare to say it. After all, he didn't have the position to accuse, and he didn't dare to accuse. After Tao Tai came back, they were a little surprised and said, "Why are you so hard-working today? It's rare to hear Tongue Snake willing to communicate alone." They were really surprised. Tongue Snake smiled and said, "Was I lazy before? If someone dared to admit it, Tongue Snake would definitely not mind teaching it a lesson." Tao Tai and the others knew Tongue Snake very well, so naturally no one would admit it. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the silence of Tao Tai and the others, and felt funny for some reason. It seems that sometimes the force value is not one of the criteria for measuring a person's threat. Jiang Zhuxiang did not feel scared of Tongue Snake, perhaps because they were from the same sect, and he was familiar with Tongue Snake's methods. The atmosphere was a little stiff for a while, and Tao Tai and the others began to shout for food. Their previous activities were also very sufficient, so they were also very hungry. Jiang Zhuxiang silently put all the food on the simple dining table. The Tao Tai consciously stayed away from Tongue Snake. Even Kunping was no exception. After all, the dining table was definitely the most convenient place for doctors to start. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin could only sit on the left and right of Tongue Snake to avoid the empty seats around it, which also eased the atmosphere. Tongue Snake started to taste the food happily, as if he had never said anything before. After seeing Tongue Snake's attention on the food, the Tao Tai dared to start eating with chopsticks. This was also one of Jiang Zhuxiang's table etiquette for them. After all, using chopsticks is also one of their fragment's traditions, and it can also exercise the control of hand muscles, which is still very good for the Tao Tai, because they were used to using their hands. Their chopsticks were awkward, except for Tongue Snake. Jiang Zhuxiang admired silently for a while, and then started to eat her own food. She was very hungry. After eating, Jiang Zhuxiang was about to clean up. But Tongue Snake stopped her. Let them do it. There was still a smile on the corner of her mouth. Jiang Zhuxiang shuddered and tried to save it silently. I only brought this set of tableware. The implication was that if it was broken, it would be gone. Tongue Snake turned around and said to them, Did you hear me? Don't break it. In short, I must let myself in today. Otherwise, I won't be able to turn over comfortably. Jiang Zhuxiang failed to rescue, so he could only quietly retreat, hoping that Tongue Snake would be more measured when attacking. Tao Tai and the others did not realize Tongue Snake's sinister intentions, but were very happy. After all, they only got the job of cleaning the dishes for their wrong words this time, which was definitely a win for them. Compared with their previous tragic experiences, they were almost clapping their hands in congratulations. However, the facts will prove that they are still too sweet. Chapter 511 Jiang Zhuxiang's Assessment. Tingsha watched them deal with the plates, with a subtle smile on his face, as if he was watching a joke. Jiang Zhuxiang silently touched the goosebumps on his arm, always feeling that they were going to be in big trouble. Jiang Zhuxiang was worried about whether he could leave on time, so he cautiously asked, They won't get hurt later, right? Although Jiang Zhuxiang was not afraid of Tingsha's methods, he still didn't want to be beaten by it. So when he asked the answer he wanted to know, he was very careful about the words he used to avoid getting himself into trouble. Tingsha looked at the cautious Jiang Zhuxiang with amusement. This child was too cautious. He would not tease her, and he couldn't tease her. But it was okay to tease her. What if she gets hurt? Tingsha waited for Jiang Zhuxiang's answer. For some reason, Jiang Zhuxiang sensed something bad in Tingsha's tone, as if he would be punished if he gave an inappropriate answer. Jiang Zhuxiang thought for 2 seconds and answered fearlessly, If they are injured, I will treat them. If they are seriously injured, I will rest on the spot. After saying that, he stared at the ground silently, not daring to look at Tingsha's reaction. Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's stubborn look, smiled silently for a while, and said, No, he won't be injured. As for the rest, it would not reveal it. It still wanted to watch the show, so how could it spoil it in advance? Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Tongue Snake's answer, looked up at Tongue Snake's expression, and saw Tongue Snake's rare mischievous expression. Jiang Zhuxiang silently sympathized with Tao Tai for 2 seconds, and then waited curiously to see what would happen. As for Lei Jin on the side, he had no idea what they were talking about. Out of intuition, he did not express any opinions, and watched silently with Jiang Zhuxiang. At this time, Tao Tai had already felt something was wrong, and felt that their hands holding the plate began to itch. Although it was not very strong, they would stop and scratch from time to time, so that their speed obviously slowed down. Tongue Snake's medicine takes effect slowly, and it depends on the length of time they are in contact with it. If they can resist the itch and wash quickly, they may not suffer much. Of course, when Tongue Snake does not prompt them at all, they will not realize this at all, and they will still scratch while washing. By the time they finish washing, the itch is completely unbearable. Originally, they had to put the dishes away, but now they dare not use their hands to pick up the dishes, for fear that they will start scratching when they feel itchy, and it will be bad if they drop them. Tao Tai knew that they were still retaliated by Tongue Snake at this time, but they did not dare to complain. Thinking of what it said before, they were not allowed to break the dishes, so they cautiously said, Lei Jin, can you help us put away the dishes? They originally wanted Jiang Zhuxiang to help, but considering that if Jiang Zhuxiang was also infected, no one would be able to help them solve their pain, so they asked Lei Jin to help. If Lei Jin was also infected, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely be more active in researching the antidote. Tingsha looked at their clever appearance. It seems that they will still have some wisdom when they are forced into a corner, but unfortunately, that kind of medicine is aimed at them, and Lei Jin will not have any reaction even if he touches it. When Lei Jin looked at Tingsha and asked if he could help, Tingsha nodded slightly. Lei Jin then carefully went over to organize the dishes and put them in front of Jiang Zhuxiang, trying not to let her touch the dishes and put them in her personal space. Lei Jin saw the Tao Tai scratching their hands non-stop, and knew that there was probably something fishy about these dishes, and Lei Jin didn't want Jiang Zhuxiang to be tricked. Originally, Lei Jin had already made plans to be tricked when he went to move the dishes, but he didn't expect that he didn't feel anything wrong until Jiang Zhuxiang put the things away. While secretly surprised, He was also surprised at the level of Tongue Snake's potion, and at the same time secretly warned himself that he must never provoke Tongue Snake. When the Taotai saw the calm look on Lei Zhinchen's face, they knew that their previous little calculations were completely invalid. Now they can only hope that Jiang Zhuxiang dares to fight against Tongue Snake to help them. Otherwise they can only keep scratching their hands. Taotai and the others looked at Jiang Zhuxiang expectantly, silently conveying their meaning with their eyes, hoping that Jiang Zhuxiang could understand. Although Jiang Zhuxiang understood their meaning, she absolutely did not dare to do anything without Tongue Snake's permission. So Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at Tongue Snake. Tongue Snake smiled and said, "This time, let's consider it as a test for you. You can solve it slowly." Tongue Snake deliberately emphasized the tone of the word slowly, obviously not intending to let Taotai and the others go so quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang understood, and it seemed that he could start to try slowly. If something went wrong in the middle, it would probably be even happier. Jiang Zhuxiang silently lit a candle for Taotai and the others. He really didn't mean to toss them, and he was helpless. The test questions were formulated after Tingsha and the dean had communicated. The dean knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was very interested in medicine and wanted to know Jiang Zhuxiang's progress. So he told him some of their human assessment methods, and Tingsha and he hit it off. This was the second time that Jiang Zhuxiang received this kind of assessment. Thinking of his miserable experience after the results of the previous assessment came out, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to disobey Tingsha this time, so he could only apologize to Taotai. Jiang Zhuxiang quietly approached Taotai and asked them to stretch out their hands so that he could see the symptoms first. Maybe because of their thick skin, their hands had some red marks, but there was no skin breakage at all, not even redness or swelling. Jiang Zhuxiang scratched his head in annoyance. If he couldn't even find the cause, let alone the follow-up treatment, Jiang Zhuxiang could only bite the bullet and say, "Can you take a little skin off your hands for me to check? Just a little bit will do. I want to confirm what kind of medicine you were poisoned with. Otherwise, I dare not prescribe medicine for you. If it is not suitable for the symptoms, it will easily cause mutations, which will be more difficult to solve. So before I check what kind of medicine it is, you should bear it for a while and don't act rashly." When Jiang Zhuxiang spoke, he secretly glanced in the direction of the Tongue Snake. They must understand what he meant. Chapter 512 Molecularization of Medicinal Materials. Taotai and the others could indeed understand Jiang Zhuxiang's meaning. After this incident, they understood more clearly how petty Tongue Snake was. Now they would definitely do whatever Jiang Zhuxiang said. They only hoped that Tongue Snake would pay less attention to them because they were obedient. As for Jiang Zhuxiang's previous request to remove a piece of skin from his hand, they did it without hesitation, using their sharp claws to help each other, and put the small piece of skin they removed into the sample placement dish handed over by Jiang Zhuxiang, and handed it back to Jiang Zhuxiang. Although Lei Zhin had not been hit before, who knows if it was because Lei Zhin was an outsider that made it difficult for Tongue Snake to attack, so they were still very cautious. When handing things over, they would not even touch Jiang Zhuxiang's skin, which could be called cautious. Jiang Zhuxiang was also able to notice their caution, but Jiang Zhuxiang was still able to determine that Tingsha's medicine was definitely ineffective on him, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the sample dish and decided to move on. After all, it takes time for the medicine to precipitate from the skin, so it's better for them not to waste time. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Taotai, "Can you still walk?" Mainly to determine whether this medicine has any other effects on them. After all, with Tingsha's ability, its medicine will definitely not have only this effect. Taotai felt their physical condition and did not notice any other discomfort. Even their hands, which were originally itchy, now felt numb. They were almost unable to feel the existence of their hands. Taotai and the others expressed their feelings. Jiang Zhuxiang was able to confirm that Taotai and the others' hands were indeed poisoned. He just didn't know whether the poison was a single one or a mixture. At present, the index only affected the hands, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to worry too much. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Then let's continue to move forward. You should be careful with your hands and don't rush in front of anything. After all, hands without sensation can't even feel injuries, so it would be bad if other problems occurred at that time." Taotai and the others naturally listened to the doctor's advice. If they messed around and made Jiang Zhuxiang unhappy, although Jiang Zhuxiang would not give up on treating them, he definitely didn't have much patience for disobedient patients. Jiang Zhuxiang gave Lei Zhin a look, and followed Tongue Snake in front. In order to avoid conflicts between them, it was better to keep them at a distance. Tongue Snake did not make things difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang, and walked directly in front. He was quite supportive of what Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to do. Strictly speaking, Tongue Snake was also very interested in genes. After all, this seemed to be the basis of modern medicine, and it was still very interesting for medical enthusiasts. With the help of Tongue Snake, they successfully harvested another kangaroo gene. However, this kangaroo did not have any obvious ancient phenomenon, but a very normal kangaroo gene before the end of the world. However, this is also very valuable for reference. After all, there are so many mutant and evolved animals now. If we can get the genes of normal animals and compare them with them, we may be able to find out the genetic reasons for the mutation of those animals, and perhaps give humans a new direction. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully put it away. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tingsha to choose a place to rest at night. Thinking about the skin of the Taotai he had been dealing with before, Jiang Zhuxiang gave dinner to Lei Jin to prepare. Lei Jin didn't mind helping his girlfriend deal with this matter. After all, Taotai and the others were elders that Lei Jin was more familiar with. Seeing them walking cautiously with their hands hanging, he felt a little bit reluctant. He was also a little dissatisfied with Tongue Snake. Of course, Lei Jin would never show it. After all, he was still a little afraid of Tongue Snake's methods. But it was okay to take care of them a little, and let them find a place to sit by themselves. He started to busy himself. As for Tongue Snake, he was ignored by everyone. Tongue Snake sat down next to Taotai and the others without any care. Obviously, he had no interest in helping Lei Jin. Don't think that it didn't feel his dissatisfaction. Lei Jin was a little surprised and a little scared when he saw Tongue Snake and Taotai sitting together. Fearing that Tongue Snake would attack again, Taotai accepted it very naturally. They would not reject Tongue Snake's approach. After all, they were still very resigned to their fate when they were not as skilled as others. Even if Tongue Snake wanted to attack again, they would not care. At most, they would bother the little guy for a little longer. I believe Jiang Zhuxiang would not care. Moreover, according to their understanding of Tongue Snake, it would never attack twice in a short period of time. You see, it still has its own principles. Therefore, sometimes it is often humans who tend to think that people are sinister. For animals, things are much simpler. Tingsha gave a meaningful smile to Lei Jin, who looked at him from time to time, intending to scare this overthinking human. Lei Jin was terrified by Tingsha's gaze, fearing that it would do something he couldn't stop. And then, he would have no way to explain to Jiang Zhuxiang. Before Jiang Zhuxiang came out of his temporary laboratory, Lei Jin had been carefully watching Tingsha's movements, not relaxing for a moment. Jiang Zhuxiang's temporary laboratory was Jiang Zhuxiang's own tent, with a large table and some simple instruments placed inside, so that Jiang Zhuxiang could conduct simple identification experiments. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the 3 sample dishes that had been soaked for a long time, opened the lid on them, and carefully placed them under the probe of the component analyzer. Jiang Zhuxiang held his breath and waited for the conclusion of the analyzer. With a slight sound of operation, Jiang Zhuxiang took a small piece of paper that looked like a list of ingredients. Jiang Zhuxiang tried hard to read the nouns on it, and tried to combine it with what he knew to figure out the main medicinal materials contained in the tincture medicine. The ingredient analyzer is not good at this point. The ingredients displayed on it are all in molecules, and each molecule represents a component. If you are not very clear about the molecules contained in Chinese medicinal materials, no one can figure out what medicinal materials are in the tincture medicine. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang had performed molecular analysis on each medicinal material he got when he was bored before, made a table, and remembered most of the results. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would need to try slowly, instead of just taking the right medicine for the right condition like now. Chapter 513 The Antidote Takes Effect. Jiang Zhuxiang wrote down all the ingredients in the formula of the medicine used by Tongue Snake, but the amount of each medicine was a little uncertain, so Jiang Zhuxiang had no way to prescribe the antidote directly for the time being. However, if you want to know the specific amount of each medicine, you need someone to test the medicine, and you need to test it slowly. Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't have the time or the conditions to test the medicine slowly, so he took the paper he wrote on and planned to go directly to Tongue Snake for it. Jiang Zhuxiang believed that Tongue Snake would not refuse his request. After all, he had already obtained the names of all the medicines used in the medicine, which was considered to have initially met its requirements. Sure enough, Tingsha looked at the paper filled with medicinal materials written by Jiang Zhuxiang, picked up a pen and marked the amount of each medicinal material below, and handed it back to Jiang Zhuxiang, asking him to continue the next work. When Jiang Zhuxiang left with the paper, he glanced at Tao Tai and assured them that he would be able to solve their problem soon. Tao Tai quietly gave Jiang Zhuxiang a thumbs up, expressing his approval of Jiang Zhuxiang's efficiency. It seemed that he should be able to feel the existence of his hands again soon. Jiang Zhuxiang went into the tent and worked for another hour, and finally prepared the antidote. But he didn't know how effective it was. Jiang Zhuxiang took the small porcelain bottle containing the antidote and appeared directly in front of Tao Tai and others. Who of you would like to try it first? Jiang Zhuxiang can guarantee that this antidote will not be harmful even if it is ineffective. So Jiang Zhuxiang really doesn't care who tries it. Jiang Zhuxiang's question is just routine. Tao Tai and the others looked at Tingsha, wondering what this person would think. Tingsha said speechlessly, "What are you looking at me for? What Xiu Xiang made is definitely much safer than what I made. Do you want to try what I made? You know, Tingsha is only responsible for developing this kind of funny potion every time, and has never tried to develop an antidote for them." Seeing this, they are really eager to try. Seeing Tingsha's excitement, Tao Tai and the others quickly refused and went back to discuss who will try the medicine first. Kunpeng was still bolder and said directly, "Let me do it. I have thick skin and flesh anyway. Even if it fails, I can bear it." Kunpeng didn't know much about Jiang Zhuxiang's medical skills, but even so, he still dared to let Jiang Zhuxiang do it, which was a great indulgence to Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Tai didn't refuse Kunpeng's words. "Then I'll be the second one. If there is any problem, we can cry together." Tao Tai didn't say it before, not because he didn't dare to try it first, but he habitually respected his predecessors, so he didn't have the qualification to try the medicine first. Tao Tai was still a little depressed about this. Originally, Tao Tai wanted to show his absolute trust in Jiang Zhuxiang. However, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much about this kind of thing, just waiting for them to come up with a result. Seeing the first Kunpeng standing in front of him, Jiang Zhuxiang directly dug out a piece of ointment and began to apply it on one of its hands, and waited for the other hand for a while, just to see the effect. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't see the condition of Kunpeng's hand with the naked eye, so he could only ask directly, "How do you feel with this hand now?" Only by figuring out Kunpeng's feelings, Jiang Zhuxiang could make a second attempt. Kunpeng directly said, "It feels cool and a little stinging." Kunpeng tried his best to express his feelings so that Jiang Zhuxiang would not make a wrong judgment. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for Kunpeng to finish speaking, and then looked at Tingsha's expression, trying to judge whether it was right or not. Tingsha said innocently, "I have never helped anyone to cure this kind of poison, so you can judge for yourself. This is the first time I use this kind of medicine." Jiang Zhuxiang was stunned. It seemed that Tao Tai and the others were also testing the medicine for him. When he took it out to use, did he not even know what the effect was? Tingsha judged Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts from his eyes, and happily admitted, "Yes, that's it." Jiang Zhuxiang silently retracted his gaze. It seemed that Tingsha's badness should be raised one level. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Kunpeng. "I should apply the ointment on your other hand as well. If there is a problem, we can solve it with both hands at the same time." Now that he needed to judge the effect himself, Jiang Zhuxiang started to try it boldly. After all, how could he know if it worked without trying? Kunpeng nodded, and seeing Tingsha's appearance, he had no other ideas. If he didn't try, he would never solve the problem. After Jiang Zhuxiang dealt with Kunpeng, he also applied ointment to Tao Tai and Xiongqi, and let them try the medicine equally. Now we have to see the results tomorrow morning. No one talked all night, and the first thing Jiang Zhuxiang did the next morning was to check their hands. When Jiang Zhuxiang asked about the results, he saw that they were already trying to move their fingers. It seemed that it was still effective. At least, they had regained consciousness. Although Jiang Zhuxiang saw them moving their fingers, he still wanted to ask, "Do you think it works?" Tao Tai and the others moved their hands curiously and said, "It works. At least we can feel the existence of our own hands." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled slightly and handed the ointment he had just prepared to Tao Tai and let them apply the ointment themselves, and at the same time told Lei Jin to help. Jiang Zhuxiang walked towards Tongue Snake and gave Tongue Snake the antidote formula he made, asking it to keep it well, and next time not to only apply the medicine but not the antidote, which would easily cause problems. Tongue Snake said lazily, "I'm too lazy to save it. You can keep it yourself. At the same time, Tingsha also handed Jiang Zhuxiang a piece of paper with the formula of the potion that Tingsha prepared himself. And it was obvious that he wanted Jiang Zhuxiang to keep it intact. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Jiang Zhuxiang had to accept it silently, and asked at the same time, "Did I pass the assessment this time or not?" Jiang Zhuxiang still cared about his own assessment results. After all, it was related to the issue of the New Year's money he could get from the dean during the Chinese New Year. Although it was a bit strange to ask for New Year's money when he was an adult. Jiang Zhuxiang had refused before, but was comforted by the dean's wife, saying that he still had a share before getting married. So that now Jiang Zhuxiang was already used to the fact that he still had New Year's money. Tingsha said slowly, "As long as they are completely healed, you will be successful." Tingsha originally planned to tell her directly that she passed. But in the end, he was cautious. After all, there would be any accidents before he fully recovered. So it would be better for him not to ruin his reputation. Chapter 514. The Anger of Eucalyptus. Jiang Zhuxiang pursed his lips and left Tingsha to prepare breakfast. Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's angry back with amusement. The child was really angry. But it was also good to be full of energy, which made these old antiques feel like they were alive again. No wonder Kunping has become less serious recently. Jiang Zhuxiang started to prepare breakfast in a hurry. Lei Jun was rushed over by Tao Tai to help. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's pouting mouth, he asked in a bit of surprise, "Who made you angry?" He had just left for a while. Why did his expression change so quickly? However, there were only a few of them here, and Lei Jun didn't dare to say anything to help her vent her anger. He could only ask and let his little Xiang speak out to vent. Lei Jun couldn't do anything else. Jiang Zhuxiang was angry silently for a while, and then she was fine. But she didn't tell Lei Jun the reason. Lei Jun didn't care much. After all, everyone has things they don't want to say. Jiang Zhuxiang quietly prepared breakfast for the Tao Tai, and prepared liquid food for them, which can be drunk directly with a straw. And it also saves them from moving their inconvenient hands. The Tao Tai didn't mind. But liquid food is easy to fill up, and easy to get hungry. Even if the Tao Tai drank a full belly, they were still worried that they would be hungry on the road. So they said directly to Jiang Zhuxiang, "Can you help us pack some food for the road?" Jiang Zhuxiang had thought about this a long time ago. "I have prepared it for you. If you are hungry on the way, just tell me directly." There are several huge thermos buckets in Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space. Before he started eating, Jiang Zhuxiang had already filled them up. Tao Tai and the others said with a smile, "Thank you, Xiaoxiang, for being so thoughtful." They are getting more and more satisfied with this junior. It is conceivable how huge their rewards will be in the future. Tingsha looked at the breakfast that Jiang Zhuxiang carefully prepared for Tao Tai and the others, as well as the simple breakfast in front of him, and was inexplicably a little unhappy. Although Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jun ate the same as it, Tingsha still protested. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to bring up what his ancestor had said before, "Patience come first." Although there might be some differences in the wording, Jiang Zhuxiang still believed that Tongue Snake should have heard it before. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Zhuxiang said this, Tongue Snake immediately became quiet. It had indeed heard similar words before, and these three patients were caused by itself. If Shinon was still alive, he would definitely teach it a lesson. After all, when Shinon gave it these things, he clearly stated that they could not be used to harm people intentionally, and it seemed that he had vaguely agreed to it. As he got older, his memory was indeed not good. He should not bother with young people. Jiang Zhuxiang did not expect Tongue Snake to give up so easily, and he felt a little strange. However, if no one made a fuss, Jiang Zhuxiang would still be very happy. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to clean up the dishes himself to avoid Tingsha's trouble. After finishing, they set out again. Soon after they set out, they encountered a eucalyptus forest. It seemed that there should be many koalas in it. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped silently and said that he wanted to go in and take a look. Tao Tai and the others had no objection at all. Even Tingsha didn't say much because of the previous incident. He followed Jiang Zhuxiang quietly. Sure enough, there were koalas everywhere in the eucalyptus forest. But it was a bit difficult to get their genes for this animal that never came down from the trees. Not to mention the eucalyptus trees were messing around. Jiang Zhuxiang struggled with the eucalyptus tree helplessly for a long time, and finally couldn't help getting angry. "Let's get all the leaves on this tree. I don't believe that lazy guy won't come down. Koalas are not good at moving between trees." If they eat all the leaves on a tree, they will always come down to change places. Lei Jin still thinks Jiang Wuxiang's furious look is a bit cute, and quickly comforts him. Okay. You wait here first. I will go to pick all the leaves of that tree now. Jiang Wuxiang was taken aside by Lei Jin, who stuffed her with a bottle of water, asked her to take a rest, and completed her task by herself. The eucalyptus tree was a little surprised to see Lei Jin picking leaves all the time. Could it be that this creature also likes to eat its own leaves? Seeing Lei Jin trying to pick all the leaves, the eucalyptus tree was still a little uneasy. If he picked them all, what would happen to the little koala on it? But before it could resist, the leaves were gone. The koala looked at the empty tree blankly. How could this guy be so fast? It's not that the little koala has never encountered guys who snatch food from it before, but they will give in to it more or less because they see that they are young. It's not like this guy who is so excessive and eats all directly. The little koala can't help but get a little angry. When he saw the man approaching, he wanted to scratch him. Lei Jin dodged quickly. It seems that he has a temper. Lei Jin gave up the idea of hugging him directly and began to tempt him with eucalyptus leaves. As a koala that eats eucalyptus leaves all day long, it naturally cannot resist the eucalyptus leaves that Lei Jin took out. It followed Lei Jin down the tree while eating. The eucalyptus tree shook its empty branches a little lonely. Hey, where is its little friend? Looking down, it found that it was being fed by the guy who stole its leaves. The eucalyptus tree couldn't help but get a little angry. He even stole its little friend. This guy was too much. The eucalyptus tree directly waved its branches and slapped it, making this guy a thief. Lei Jin dodged while extracting some blood from the little koala, fed it all the eucalyptus leaves in his hand as compensation, and then put it on another eucalyptus tree. After all, the leaves of the previous eucalyptus tree would not grow so quickly, so it was better to move it for the time being. There was a koala on the eucalyptus tree that Lei Jin chose, but it looked smaller than the one Lei Jin caught. The two little guys should be able to survive on this tree. So Lei Jin left silently. The eucalyptus tree had some helplessness in retracting its branches, a little sad that its little friend had left. After being sad, it worked harder to absorb nutrients, and it must grow more leaves to let its little friend return to its arms. Lei Jin put the extracted blood into a test tube, touched the sweat on his forehead, asked Jiang Wuxiang to put a label on it, and silently said, "Does this eucalyptus have its own consciousness?" Just now, Lei Jin seemed to feel the emotions of the eucalyptus tree, which was a feeling of reluctance, and Lei Jin regretted it inexplicably. Jiang Wuxiang nodded and confirmed Lei Jin's guess. Chapter 515 Lei Jin's Courage. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Wuxiang and hesitated for a while. Jiang Wuxiang noticed this and said, "Just say whatever you want to say. Don't hide it." Jiang Wuxiang never liked to guess, especially when facing Lei Jin. Lei Jin did not give Jiang Wuxiang a chance to dislike, and said directly, "Can we help the eucalyptus tree? After all, we are the ones who removed the leaves from it." Jiang Wuxiang was a little surprised that Lei Jin would think of such a thing. After all, Lei Jin was not so kind before, but this matter was not a troublesome matter for him. So he agreed. But if the eucalyptus tree wants to grow leaves, it needs a lot of nutrients. Jiang Wuxiang's wood type ability cannot be used. Otherwise, the wood type ability can be used directly. However, it is not without alternatives. Jiang Wuxiang found a few wood-attributed talismans and arranged them into a grass growth array, surrounding the eucalyptus tree in the middle. The effect is almost the same as the wood type ability, but the speed is not as fast. Lei Jin saw that after Jiang Wuxiang fiddled with a few pieces of paper, the tree began to grow leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was quite relieved and his guild disappeared a lot. However, Lei Jin was very interested in the papers that Jiang Wuxiang used to arrange the array and the location where Jiang Wuxiang placed them. However, Lei Jin also knew that Jiang Wuxiang's strange things must belong to Jiang Wuxiang alone. So he didn't covet them. He just wondered if such things could become the standard of his own team. Lei Jin was still willing to pay for them. After Lei Jin thought it over, he directly mentioned this matter to Jiang Wuxiang. Jiang Wuxiang was not surprised. Lei Jin would never miss a way to improve his strength, let alone such an easy way. Jiang Wuxiang still had no intention of selling his talismans, but if Lei Jin wanted them, Jiang Wuxiang would still consider it. After all, he still had to get along with him, and it was always bad to be too stingy. However, Jiang Wuxiang didn't care much about the contribution value. After all, he didn't lack it. So he said directly, Okay. But I don't need the contribution value. Let's exchange it. I'll make a list at that time. And you can ask them to help me collect it when they go on a mission. Lei Jin didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to not want contribution points. But he also knew that she was giving him a discount. So he didn't refuse and said directly, no problem. They are probably tired of staying at home recently. So it's a good opportunity for them to go out and exercise to prevent their skills from deteriorating. Jiang Zhuxiang was silent. He just wanted them to find it for him. There was no need to ask them to go out and find it. He was not in a hurry to use it if they are resting. Don't bother them. Jiang Zhuxiang still knew that the Lei family's superpower team still had little rest time. If it was because of him, it would be bad. Lei Jin also saw Jiang Zhuxiang's concerns. So he explained directly, they were resting for a long time before. And now they are just resuming activities. So this kind of small amount of activity is still no problem. And there is something to get. They will definitely be happy to do it. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved. It was good that he was not called out from vacation. After Jiang Zhuxiang solved this problem, he took out a pen and a piece of paper and gave it to Lei Jin, asking him to write down his requirements. After all, formations and talismans are not things that can be used casually. They must meet their needs. Lei Jin took the pen and began to write slowly, while Jiang Zhuxiang went to observe the hands of Tao Tai. After untying the cloth strips that were wrapped before, Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the swelling had subsided. He pinched his fingers and asked Tao Tai how they felt. How do you feel now? Tao Tai said, there is no problem. The perception has returned, and it is not swollen anymore. Apply the medicine for another 2 days, and there will be no problem at all. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with the result. It seemed that his antidote was still useful. Jiang Zhuxiang applied the ointment again, wrapped the cloth strips back, and went to Lei Jin to see how he wrote. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the large piece of words written on Lei Jin's paper. Jiang Zhuxiang was silent for a while. Wasn't this a bit too much? Although he might not be unable to make it. Wanting a spring warm summer cool talisman was too lifelike. Jiang Zhuxiang really wanted to know if this was a sleeping requirement. Jiang Zhuxiang pointed to the requirement and said, let's not use this one. Jiang Zhuxiang said it was a bit incredible that a group of grown men needed something the girls obviously liked more. Jiang Zhuxiang silently imagined the scene of Lei Jin's team members wearing it. But he still couldn't accept it. Lei Jin naturally heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words. But he was still a little insistent on keeping this talisman. This is for Lei Kong. He has always been meticulous in what he wears. You are also stubborn about only taking that person with you. I'm afraid he will be killed by the heat. With this, he won't be heated when he is outdoors. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about Lei Kong's standard clothing. A suit. And this talisman was really necessary for him. It seems that he can't reduce this one. As for the others, they were all normal. So Jiang Zhuxiang put them away and took them out to prepare them when he rested. Jiang Zhuxiang also compiled a list on his communicator, which contained some common medicines, which were easy to identify on WeChat. Jiang Zhuxiang sent it directly to Lei Jin and asked him to forward it. Lei Jin did not delay and sent it directly to his team members, and at the same time mentioned the matter of the talisman, which was considered to increase their work enthusiasm. Seeing that Lei Jin had finished processing, Jiang Zhuxiang suggested to continue moving forward. After all, their current speed was definitely a bit slow, so it was better to hurry up. So, Jiang Zhuxiang went to discuss with Tingsha for the next journey, and tried to speed up as much as possible. After all, they still had to meet the owner of this place, so they should not delay. Tingsha said directly, you better move faster. If you don't listen, I have a lot of other medicines here. Do you want to try again? Tingsha stared at Lei Jin while watching. The boy's boring sympathy just now took a lot of time. Tingsha especially wanted him to try it. Lei Jin found that Tingsha's eyes fell on him. His scalp was about to explode. When did he offend him? He silently moved behind Jiang Zhuxiang. Tingsha sneered. This is his courage. Tingsha decided to take good care of Lei Jin in the future, and make sure he can be immune to all poisons in the future. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang will also have to try medicine in the future. With such a medicine man, it will be really convenient. Chapter 516 Marriage Contract. Lei Jin shuddered inexplicably, as if someone was plotting against him. But he didn't know who it was. Thinking of Tongue Snake's eyes just now, he wondered if he was being targeted by it. Lei Jin grabbed the corner of Jiang Zhuxiang's clothes and decided to avoid Tongue Snake in the future. However, if Tongue Snake wanted to make trouble, It would be useless even if he avoided it. Lei Jin was worried and asked Jiang Zhuxiang directly, "Is there any medicine to cure all poisons?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin a little strangely. "What do you want this for?" Lei Jin has been asking for more things recently. Is it because of his good attitude? Lei Jin naturally felt the look in Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes. But he couldn't say that he suspected Tongue Snake would attack him. Even if he did, she probably wouldn't believe it. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang trusted them more than herself. Lei Jin didn't explain, but just said, "I want to use it for self-defense. Can I pay contribution points to buy it?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I don't have the medicine to detoxify all poisons. If you are really poisoned, you can come to me. I will definitely help you detoxify. The toxicity of each poison is different. There is no such thing as a detoxification. Only an outsider like Lei Jin would believe that such a thing exists." Lei Jin was a little frustrated and silently sad. He just wanted to do something in advance. Why was it so difficult? Seeing his frustrated look, Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head helplessly and followed Tingsha's footsteps. He decided to ask him what happened recently when he rested later. He was so timid that Jiang Zhuxiang almost doubted whether it was the same person. After advancing for a distance, the power of auspiciousness had reached a very strong level. It seemed that this place was very close to that person. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped and looked at Tingsha and the others. "Should we take a rest before we go? After all, there are still a few patients here. It would be bad if they couldn't resist the charm of that person." Tingsha glanced at Tao Ai and the others. They were originally more instinctive, and it would be bad if they were exposed. So he nodded. The leader of the team had already become Tingsha. After Jiang Zhuxiang understood Tingsha's meaning, he asked everyone to take a break. Tao Ai and the other three sat together. They also knew that the next situation was a bit dangerous. So they consciously untied the cloth strips on their hands and waited for Jiang Zhuxiang to check. Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin over. Jiang Zhuxiang also planned to talk to Lei Jin by the way. It would be best if there were no hidden dangers in the team before facing that person. Lei Jin also knew Jiang Zhuxiang's intention, so he did not refuse. However, Lei Jin was going to help, but he would not refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's conversation. Jiang Zhuxiang checked the hands of the three Tao Tai and found that they had normal colors. But there was still a little abnormal color at the nails. There should still be some residual poison in that part. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, consulted the opinions of the Tao Tai and others, and decided to use the most ancient method to deal with the residual poison and bleed. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a set of gold needles from his personal space, took out a few thicker needles with bloodletting grooves, and gave them corks. As for whether they were willing or not, it was their business. But Jiang Zhuxiang said in advance, "Don't shout it out." Tao Tai and others silently put the corks into their mouths. They were not sure if they could hold back. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded with satisfaction, and silently began to insert needles into their fingertips. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and the Tao Tai bit the cork silently. Jiang Zhuxiang put down a small wooden basin in front of them to catch the dirty blood dripping down. The dirty blood had already begun to seep out of the gold needle bloodletting slot. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for half an hour until the normal bright red color began to appear. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the gold needle, took out a bottle of hemostatic medicine, and applied a layer of it to each of their fingertips with a cotton swab. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the wound slowly heal, then took out the specially made antidote for the remaining poison, and asked each of them to take one. After checking their pulses, he found that there was basically no problem. And then he was relieved and said, "Okay, there is no problem." Tao Tai felt his hands, except for the pain in his fingertips. All other senses had been restored. Tao Tai was very happy, and rubbed Jiang Zhuxiang's head with their recovered palms to express their gratitude. They did not do anything else. They consciously left a certain distance to leave space for Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin to talk. Jiang Zhuxiang packed up his tools, found a relatively clean piece of grass and sat down, and then motioned Lei Jin to sit down as well. Lei Jin sat down obediently and waited slowly for Jiang Zhuxiang to speak. Jiang Zhuxiang got straight to the point. "It seems that we haven't talked properly for a long time. Now time is tight, so I won't beat around the bush. What's wrong with you recently?" For Lei Jin, Jiang Zhuxiang has shown her strength again in the past few days. Lei Jin has a kind of panic that he cannot control, so he has such a weird behavior recently. Lei Jin will not hide his feelings from Jiang Zhuxiang. Only by letting her know his uneasiness can he give more attention. Lei Jin never mind showing his weakness in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, women will have a maternal instinct. Lei Jin's voice is a little panic. Xiao Xiang, you will really not leave me in the future, right? Jiang Zhuxiang asked back a little helplessly. How can you tell that I am going to leave you? Lei Jin said a little frustrated. Xiao Xiang, you know so much. Your world is so big. Are you really willing to stay with me in our fragments in the future? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect Lei Jin to think so far ahead. He had never considered his future life. After all, as long as these fragments still exist, human beings will not have a stable life. Jiang Zhuxiang still has a bit of man's thinking. He can't have a family without establishing a career. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly. What do you want to do with such a far-off thing? Maybe I will want to settle down by then. Now I'd better concentrate on doing the current things. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, I won't leave you. If you are worried, we can change the previous contract into a marriage contract. At worst, when Lei Jin makes a mistake, we can just divorce directly. Lei Jin said with a little surprise. Are you really willing to sign a marriage contract with me? When will we change it? Jiang Zhuxiang said. Let's talk about it when we go back. Chapter 517 Qilin. Jiang Zhuxiang warned in advance. Even if we get married, I can still divorce. Don't think that this will bind me for life. Don't give me any orders. Lei Jin was so happy that he would only answer okay. Okay no matter what Jiang Zhuxiang said. Jiang Zhuxiang saw his stupid look and felt a little regretful. Would this stupidity be passed on to future generations? Jiang Zhuxiang knew that a man and a woman should have children after getting married. And according to genetics, children will inherit some of their parents' genes. Jiang Zhuxiang was completely confident in himself. But Lei Jin's performance just now made Jiang Zhuxiang a little dissatisfied. The consequence of Jiang Zhuxiang was to directly kick Lei Jin. Normally, you don't want to be involved in me. If they know that Jiang Zhuxiang decided to set himself to Lei Jin, he would definitely not let Lei Jin's, although the expression on the face, although still a little unprepared smile, it can still be understood when they see it. At that time, they may only be resolved by the contradictions between them, and they will not consider the marriage. After reinforcement, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confident in resisting beauty. The group continued to walk in. The closer they got, the stronger the auspicious power became. Later, there was even a sign that it condensed into water. The group felt a little difficult to move. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Kunpeng with some difficulty, is it really okay for that person to consume its power like this? Or does it have a special way of cultivation? Jiang Zhuxiang knew that some people could cultivate with the power of faith, such as tongue snake. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that this person was the same. After all, the auspicious power it exuded preserved this fragment, and the merits seemed to be quite great. Kunpeng said, I haven't heard of its cultivation method. Maybe Kunpeng's previous understanding of that person was that he didn't rely on the power of faith to cultivate. But who knows if it changed later. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't get a definite answer, he didn't really care about it. Jiang Zhuxiang still walked forward with some difficulty, feeling like he was walking in the snow. That person probably also felt the approach of other creatures, so he restrained himself a little. Otherwise they would definitely not be able to get close to the real center. In fact, Qilin was a little surprised that a creature could actually get to this place. After all, this kind of thing had never happened before. It couldn't help but be a little curious about what came, so it gave convenience. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and his group, Qilin was a little surprised. Why are you walking around after school? Of course, this was definitely not said to Jiang Zhuxiang, but to Tao Tai and the others. Qilin was somewhat familiar with Tao Tai and Xiongqi. After all, they were also dragon sons, and their blood relationship with him was relatively close. When he returned to the dragon clan to see his mother, he could still meet these two. Qilin turned around and saw Kunpeng again. Why are you with him? Qilin was also very happy to see Kunpeng. After all, this one lived longer. Maybe it could solve his own problems. Or it could also allow him to move freely. No matter which one was achieved, it was a very happy thing for Qilin. Of course, it did not consider the possibility that Kunpeng would refuse to help. Kunpeng said to Qilin with eager eyes, we just happened to meet them, so let's do some activities together. He didn't mention Jiang Zhuxiang letting them go free. Kunpeng was also afraid that Qilin would go directly to Jiang Zhuxiang after knowing the truth, and it would be bad if something happened at that time. After hearing this, Qilin respected Kunpeng even more. For an old senior like Kunpeng, The possibility of success of such a thing was still small. Qilin might as well perform well and win some sympathy, so that Kunping could take the initiative to help him. And he would also give corresponding rewards. For Qilin, this was a perfect performance. It's just a pity that Kunping is not so easy to coax. Kunping looked at the Tao Tai who were trying to control themselves, and said directly, "You can cover your face first. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to talk." Kunping was a little worried about Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, she was the youngest. Qilin immediately said, "It's okay, but I don't have such a good mask. After all, no one has ever been here, so it is also poor. If it really relies on the power of faith to practice, then compared with tongue snake, the treatment is not a little bit worse." Fortunately, in order to persuade it to wear a mask, they personally prepared several exquisitely crafted masks, some half-faced and some full-faced. Kunping took the mask from Jiang Zhuxiang and put it in front of Qilin for him to choose. Qilin didn't care about his face at all, and even felt a little disgusted. Now that there was something to cover it up, he started to choose without hesitation. He chose a full-face mask and put it on his face. At the same time, he asked a little worriedly, "Can you still see me?" Qilin originally wanted to ask if they could see him with their spiritual consciousness. But with the existence of a creature like Jiang Zhuxiang, Qilin unconsciously became a little more cautious. But he still believed that Tao Tai and the others could understand. Kunping naturally sensed Qilin's hidden meaning and said directly, "We can't see it." This mask was specially made by her to isolate people's spiritual consciousness. Kunping revealed a little about Jiang Zhuxiang's ability to pave the way for the future. Qilin was relieved a little, and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang straight in the eye for a while, frowning slightly under the mask, but still expressed his gratitude first. "Thank you for your mask. Have we seen it before?" Jiang Zhuxiang silently glanced at Kunping. What's wrong with this guy? Is he still in the habit of treating strangers as acquaintances? Or is it just the way he speaks? Kunping knew why Qilin said that. Qilin was also a mascot for Shenong in the past, and had seen Shenong. But Qilin did not transform into its original form, so Shenong did not record anything for future generations. After all, there were still many Kylins in the past, and seeing Qilin was not a rare thing. And Jiang Wuxiang's eyebrows and eyes, if the face shape is slightly more masculine, are 90% similar to Shenong, so it is normal for Qilin to feel familiar. Chapter 518 The Disliked Kirin. In order to prevent the two from recognizing each other in advance, Kunping quickly interrupted and said, "There are always a few people who look a bit similar. Maybe she is just one of those coincidences." The Kirin still had some trust in Kunping. After all, there was no reason for it to lie to itself, so it let go of this little suspicion. This also led to a huge fight with Kunping after it knew the truth, allowing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to see what a real fight was. Of course, at this time, the Kirin was still asking Kunping, "What did you want to ask before?" The Kirin's sense was still sharp. This group of people still had many questions they wanted to ask themselves. But the Kirin didn't want to have much contact with others, so he asked Kunping directly. Kunping asked the question they were most concerned about. "What's the matter with the auspicious aura here? Is it emitted by itself, or did you do it on purpose? Will it dissipate if you leave in the future?" When Qilin heard Kunping mention this, he also said with some annoyance, "I don't know what's going on. They were quite well behaved in the underground world, but I don't know what happened when they got to the upper world. They couldn't control themselves and began to dissipate. As for what will happen after I leave, I don't even know if I will have a chance to leave. How can I have time to think about such things?" Qilin unconsciously tried it out, and felt that the possibility of leaving seemed to have increased a little. "Sure enough," Kunping said, "then you have a chance to think about what to do after you leave. But before you leave, you must solve the problem of your auspicious power. Otherwise you will suffer as soon as you leave here. Our sin is still very big." Qilin began to be ecstatic, and the auspicious power he exuded seemed to be more. Jiang Zhuxiang took a step back with some discomfort. Originally, the auspicious power was very useful for humans to sleep. But any useful thing would make people feel uncomfortable if it was too much. Now Jiang Zhuxiang felt like he was about to vomit. Qilin was silently excited for a while, and only after 10 minutes did he restrain his emotions and ask what the sin mentioned by Kunping was. "What did my auspicious power do? Would the consequences be so serious if it was gone?" Kunping directly said, "This fragment is currently under your protection and has not undergone any mutation. If you leave, and the auspicious power is taken away, this fragment will definitely suffer a catastrophic disaster. After all, the things that cause mutations have not dissipated yet, and they have not undergone the initial test. When they directly face the harmful things that have been strengthened, the reaction will definitely be more intense. Qilin was a little confused. What mutation? Kunping was not very clear about this. But Jiang Zhuxiang must be very clear. Kunping directly waved Jiang Zhuxiang over, explained to it what mutation is. If there is information, just show it to it so that it can also understand what kind of era it is now. Jiang Zhuxiang thought Kunping wanted him to do something, but it turned out that he just wanted him to explain the situation. Jiang Zhuxiang first explained the meaning of mutation, and then described what the mutated people and animals were like. Qilin was shocked. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't expect this person to jump so much. After Qilin finished reading, Jiang Zhuxiang quietly stepped back and continued to pay attention to the situation of the two. Kunping asked directly, "Now do you know whether your departure will have any problems? And you have been emitting auspicious power for so long. Has it affected your strength now?" Qilin said thoughtfully, "No problem. Then find a way to set up some isolation formations. Your current formation strength should still be there." Kunping was naturally very confident about this. This is also a problem. I will try it when the time comes. You haven't said whether there is a problem with your strength. Can you control your auspicious power from flowing out? Otherwise, your sign is too obvious. At that time, they will be a target and will be watched everywhere. If this is the case, Kunping thinks that Jiang Zhuxiangshu will definitely not be willing to let Qilin follow. As for helping it to gain freedom, Jiang Zhuxiang should not refuse. After all, it is not good to ignore it after seeing it. Kunping suddenly found that he was not very opposed to this answer. After all, there are too many disadvantages of bringing Qilin. However, Qilin didn't know that Kunping had silently despised it. It still asked Kunping very seriously, "It doesn't have any effect on my strength. It seems that all the energy I emitted has been replenished. It's just that it's a bit difficult to control it from emitting. Do you have any good ideas?" In Qilin's view, Kunping has lived longer than them and has seen more than them. There must be a way. After hearing that the power of auspiciousness will be replenished, Kunping knew that the way of heaven was still taking care of this guy. But it was also related to the consequences of what this guy did. After all, the merit power that can be obtained by saving such a large piece of debris is also very scary. Kunping also knew that he might not be able to help it control the release of auspicious power. After all, this is the current Qilin's cultivation method. The way of gain and loss is probably what the heavenly Tao requires of Qilin. Although Kunping is not afraid of the heavenly Tao, he is still afraid of trouble. So he directly made it clear to Qilin and let it choose whether to leave freely to other places to be watched, or stay where it is and release the auspicious power obediently. Qilin thought about the consequences of these two choices, which seemed to be quite terrible. He was a little undecided and couldn't help looking at Tao Tai and the others. It now needs the opinions of its friends. When Tao Tai saw that Qilin was staring at him, they couldn't help but feel a little numb. After pushing and shoving, Tao Tai was pushed up to express his opinions on their behalf. Tao Tai said with a slight stutter, "It depends on you. Do you want to go out and see other places?" Qilin thought that if he stayed here, he would only be accompanied by the increasingly strong auspicious power. And he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Loneliness can definitely drive people or beasts crazy. Unexpectedly, being watched by others is not a big deal, especially being able to act with Tao Tai and others. It would be very interesting to listen to them talk about their experiences. Qilin said to Kunping, "I still want freedom and want to move with you." Kunping glared at Tao Tai when he heard this. It was too late to get rid of such a big trouble, and only this kid wanted to carry it on his back. Tao Tai hid behind Jiang Zhuxiang pitifully, and Jiang Zhuxiang quickly said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, there are not many people in the next place we are going to." Chapter 519, A Way to Store the Power of Auspiciousness. Moreover, although the power of auspiciousness on the Qilin cannot be blocked, it can still be disguised, and it is estimated that it will not cause any trouble at that time. After Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his thoughts, Kunping asked thoughtfully, "Then how to disguise it?" Jiang Zhuxiang smiled slightly and said, "What do you think of the temperament of the healer?" In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, other psychics should feel the same when they see the healing psychic as when they see the Qilin. If they don't look at its face, Kunping has never seen any healing psychics. So he turned around and asked the Tao Tai for their opinions. Tao Tai and the others had seen a healing psychic before. Lei Kong. If you ignore the face of the Qilin, The Qilin surrounded by the power of auspiciousness really gives people the same feeling as a healing psychic. But the Qilin doesn't seem to have healing skills. Tao Tai and the others raised their own objections. This point is actually very easy to solve. Tingsha rarely raised an opinion when the time comes. It just needs to pretend. Anyway, we can also take over. And healing psychics generally don't take action easily. So the possibility of being exposed is still very small. Jiang Zhuxiang decided directly, then it's better not to let it take action. In case we can't take care of it, it will be difficult to deal with it if it is really exposed. And it is easy to bring it to danger. After all, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. If those who ask it to take action do something extreme, it will be too late to regret it. Tongue Snake nodded. This is a solution. Just treat it as a decoration. At that time, people will think that they have hired a low-level healing psychic to save face. After seeing that everyone agreed, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Qilin and asked it what it thought. Qilin said hesitantly, my auspicious power can actually cure some diseases. At least it is very effective for those diseases caused by dirt. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that its auspicious power was somewhat useful. But this kind of thing cannot be used casually. If used improperly, it is very likely to become Tang Monk's meat. And everyone will want to take a bite. Jiang Zhuxiang stared at Qilin very seriously and said, you must not do it casually. Otherwise we will not care about you. Understand? Qilin nodded pitifully. To be cautious, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a piece of white paper and asked it to write a guarantee that it would not take action without their permission. Qilin was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that his friends didn't believe him. But seeing the Tao Tai and the others' faces of approval, Qilin still wrote it obediently. After Jiang Zhuxiang put it away, he comforted him. You don't know what people outside have become now. It's not that simple era anymore. As long as the benefits are enough, they can do anything. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others really did this for Qilin. After all, in their opinion, Qilin was the simplest one among them. Jiang Zhuxiang rummaged around in his personal space, took out a few packets of snacks, and handed them to Qilin, asking it to stop being angry, as this was the price it paid for its freedom. Qilin was not an ungrateful beast, and happily took the food and began to eat it. When it saw the Tao Tai and the others looking over, it unconsciously protected the food. The Tao Tai and the others turned their heads away speechlessly, as they had long been tired of these snacks, which were not as delicious as large pieces of meat. After Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Qilin was in a stable mood, he directly found some pictures of healing psychics for Qilin to watch, so that he could imitate their temperament and disguise the essence of the auspicious power. Qilin ate and imitated at the same time, and when he had almost finished eating, he shouted to Jiang Zhuxiang, I want to drink water. This time, Jiang Zhuxiang directly rummaged through his backpack and took out 2 bottles of water. He handed one to Qilin and unscrewed the other. Qilin followed Jiang Zhuxiang's example and unscrewed the water bottle, drank half of it, and then calmed down. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and the original auspicious power was disguised as the aura of a healing superpower, a kind of temperament that gave people a gentle and peaceful temperament. Jiang Zhuxiang held a mouthful of water in his mouth and was a little stunned. This feeling was more attractive than its face. Did they put the cart before the horse? Tingsha said, no. The face is still more dangerous. After all, temperament is something that is hard to say. It will make people appreciate it, but it will not be robbed. It turned out that Jiang Zhuxiang accidentally said what was in his heart, and Tingsha heard it. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Qilin and felt a little embarrassed. So he said directly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so rude. Qilin had heard worse words before, and Jiang Zhuxiang's words were really insignificant. He just waved his hand and said, it's okay. Just give me more snacks. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved to see that it didn't care. Naturally, he would not be reluctant to give up the snacks. So he gave it all the rest. But just reminded, don't eat them as meals. After all, eating snacks as meals is definitely not good for the body, even if Jiang Zhuxiang made them himself. Qilin nodded to show that he understood. The auspicious power of Qilin itself was solved, but the auspicious power of this fragment was still a little difficult. If they used the formation directly, they might need a long time to arrange it. Tao Tai and the others were all frowning. After all, they had been in this fragment for a long time and wanted to see the new scenery. Moreover, they were a little homesick and wanted to go back to the original fragment to take a look. However, the latter thought was still very weak. After all, if they wanted to go back, they could go back at any time. The new scenery was more attractive to them. Jiang Zhuxiang found it a little funny to see their impatient look. In fact, there was a simple way. Jiang Zhuxiang had discovered that the crystal core had a great tolerance for energy. Those used crystal cores could be used to charge Qilin with auspicious power. At that time, they could be buried directly in various places of this fragment to ensure that this fragment would not be polluted by those substances. It was just that Qilin would need to come back frequently to replenish it. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his thoughts. And the Taotai could accept this method. But they didn't seem to use crystal cores. So where could they find crystal cores that had used up all their energy? This was indeed a problem. And generally, crystal cores that had used up all their energy would turn into powder. And very few would remain. Was this method that they had finally thought of going to be abandoned? For a moment, everyone was a little frustrated. Chapter 520, The Balance of the Opposite Formation. Qilin, on the other hand, knew to ask Jiang Zhuxiang, how did you make that kind of empty crystal core before? Jiang Zhuxiang thought for a while. Those crystal cores were produced after I used them in the unmanned aerial vehicle. Jiang Zhuxiang said, and took out an unmanned aerial vehicle from his personal space, and deducted a crystal core from the energy area. But the energy was not used up, and it was still a little light in color. Real empty crystal cores are colorless, and only that kind of crystal core can be used to charge other energy. Taotai and the others were also listening with their ears erect. After hearing this, they also knew something. Crystal cores used by people will break, but those used by machines will not matter. Taotai blurted out, then let's play with this unmanned aircraft more. And then, there will definitely be a lot of empty crystal cores. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Taotai. His unmanned aircraft was not a toy, but it was indeed only machines that could produce empty crystal cores. So it was okay to knock it down along this line of thought. But it couldn't be too much. At least, it was absolutely not allowed to play with it directly. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it. You can collect some things. Think about whether you have others to send. I can let it fly a few more times. And then, there will be empty crystal cores. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, he turned around and said to Lei Jin, we can send the collected gene samples back first. And we can send them several times, so that we can consume more energy of the crystal core and make a few empty crystal cores. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, Taotai and the others definitely have nothing to send. And even if they want to send something, there is no one to send it to. At most, Tongue Snake will miss its new human. Lei Jin couldn't help but want to sweat after listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal. Is it really okay to toss like this? Will the dean really punish us when the time comes? Things that can be delivered at once must be delivered in several times. Lei Jin is really afraid that the dean will not punish Jiang Zhuxiang, but himself instead. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin speechlessly. Why do I have to let the dean receive it? I can ask the senior brother to pass it on. The senior brother will definitely not mind receiving things several times. And he can just deliver them to the dean together when the time comes. Lei Jin thought about it and said, then you should contact or I should contact. Jiang Zhuxiang said jokingly, do you dare? Lei Jin wanted to answer immediately, why don't I dare? However, the anger disappeared immediately. He really didn't dare. From ancient times to now, there are not many brothers-in-law who dare to stand up in front of their brothers-in-law. Unless those brothers-in-law are not very good. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin and gave him a mocking look. He started to send a message to Yen Lei. Yen Lei was very happy to receive Jiang Zhuxiang's message. After chatting with Jiang Zhuxiang for a while, Jiang Zhuxiang got to the point and talked about sending him something. Yen Lei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang helplessly. Little junior sister, do you think your senior brother has a good temper and is easy to bully? Jiang Zhuxiang quickly said, just tell me what you want. Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not let his senior brother work in vain, and he would let him propose the corresponding conditions, as long as it was not too much. Jiang Zhuxiang would not refuse. Yen Lei said directly, I want the things you made after all this trouble. Every time his junior sister started to mess around, something new would appear, and he didn't want to miss it. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, but we need this thing now. And then see if there is any left. If there is any left, I will bring it back to you. Yen Lei was not picky. Okay. I'll wait. If there is none, his junior sister will definitely not treat him badly. Jiang Zhuxiang did not delay and said directly, then I will send it over. You can collect it for me, and then give it to the dean. Yen Lei would do the same without Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions. He nodded and hung up the communicator without saying anything more. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the sealed personal aircraft from his personal space and started to stuff it directly into the aircraft. However, even if he sent one at a time according to Jiang Zhuxiang's idea, it still took a lot of time. And the energy consumption of the crystal core was also not small. After one round trip, Jiang Zhuxiang found that the crystal core was empty. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the crystal core and replaced it with a new one. He continued to let Lei Jin operate it, and he began to instruct Qilin on how to fill it with auspicious power. The empty crystal core was not very solid, so Jiang Zhuxiang asked Qilin to input auspicious power as slowly as possible to avoid damaging the crystal core and then having to mess with it again. The Tao I really had nothing to give, so they started to mess with Jiang Zhuxiang's flying vehicle that could be transformed into a road vehicle. This was also something that could consume crystal cores, and it would bring a gust of wind when it passed by Jiang Zhuxiang from time to time. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to set up an isolation formation and let them mess around outside. However, their efforts were effective. After Qilin finally filled an empty crystal core, Tao Tai and the others handed over an empty crystal core, which was just right for Qilin to continue. Jiang Zhuxiang took the filled crystal core and asked Tao Tai and the others to drive him to the previously designated location. He buried the crystal core according to a certain method. It was necessary to be able to emit auspicious power and not be discovered by others. Jiang Zhuxiang studied it carefully for a while before he could do it. After Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the original place, he got 2 more crystal cores processed by Qilin. Jiang Zhuxiang started to arrange it without stopping. Fortunately, the driving speed was still good. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would not have had time to bury so many crystal cores on such a large piece of debris. The last crystal core was to be buried in the center. Jiang Zhuxiang specially selected a relatively high-level crystal core to make an empty crystal core. Let Qilin fill it, and then selected several secondary crystal cores for backup. In the center, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to make something like a running center, which could also increase the service life of these auspicious crystal cores. Jiang Zhuxiang flipped through his array chapter and discussed with Kunpeng. In the end, he decided to use 2 small arrays in parallel, one for absorption and one for emission, which was also a way to make the auspicious power on this fragment flow. It's just that 2 opposite arrays need to coexist, and it takes some effort to balance them. Jiang Zhuxiang tried several times with ordinary crystal cores, and only dared to take out the auspicious crystal cores prepared before to arrange them after confirming that there was no problem. Finally, a bow-shaped array appeared in the center of this fragment. The largest auspicious crystal core was located in the center, and several small ones formed 2 tangent circles on it. Although its balance looked a bit dangerous, it was still good. Chapter 521 Jiang Zhuxiang's Choice. Jiang Zhuxiang inputted a little of his own energy to make this small formation work. The effect was almost the same as when Qilin was emitting auspicious power. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at the people around him, intending to listen to their comments. Of course, it was mainly Kunpeng and Qilin's comments. After all, one was also a formation master, and the other was the original owner. Qilin, as someone who had been leaking auspicious power, was very satisfied with the effect of this formation. With such a formation, at least he didn't have to come here to recharge frequently. It was estimated that once a year would be enough in the future. As for Kunpeng, it always had high expectations for Jiang Zhuxiang, so it just nodded lightly without saying anything else. Jiang Zhuxiang was already very satisfied with Kunpeng's nod, so he began to make a concealment array. This array was still very important, so it was better for him to be cautious. The Tao Tai watched for a while, then sat aside to rest. After all, it was still very tired from the previous tossing. Jiang Zhuxiang, on the other hand, found some pictures of healing psychics when he finished what he had in his hands, and asked it to imitate them. When the imitation could get Lei Jin's nod, he would talk to it about regaining freedom. Qilin had no objection to this. After all, this was the condition he had agreed to before. He could not just enjoy the benefits and ignore what he had agreed to. So, in the next few days, Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin to see Qilin in the morning before going out to do other things. For Lei Jin, this was a kind of benefit for him. After all, he had never been treated like this by Jiang Zhuxiang before. That was always the treatment of the elders of Tao Tai. Therefore, Lei Jin still valued the task assigned to him by Jiang Zhuxiang, which led to Qilin thinking that there was no problem, and Tao Tai and others also thought that there was no problem. But Lei Jin still expressed his intention to continue. This result made Jiang Zhuxiang feel very satisfied. But he was a little sorry for Qilin. After a few days, when Qilin was about to get angry, Lei Jin said, "No problem. Now the aura of Qilin can deceive himself. After all, this aura is completely purer than Lei Kong. After going out, no one else will recognize Qilin's original appearance." Jiang Zhuxiang walked around Qilin and felt very satisfied. Now even if Qilin showed his original face, there would be no problem. After all, his temperament has covered up his original beauty. Not only others are satisfied, Qilin himself is actually quite satisfied. When Lei Jin said there was no problem at first, Qilin felt relieved. Later, Qilin appreciated himself. If he had such a temperament before, he would never be regarded as a vixen. Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Tao Tai to talk to him about regaining freedom, while she and Lei Jin left the place and went to where she slept before. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang leave on her own initiative, Tao Tai told Qilin about Jiang Zhuxiang's life experience and the abilities he possessed. Tao Tai finally concluded, "In short, our freedom depends on her." After Tao Tai stopped, he found that the atmosphere around him was a bit dangerous. Tao Tai touched his goosebumps, which was his physiological reaction when he felt danger. He turned around to see what could make him alert. When Tao Tai raised his head, Tingsha and the others covered their faces helplessly. This guy had become even more heartless during his absence. He and the others had not discussed it yet, and he just left it out like that. Let him bear the wrath of Qilin. Tao Tai finally sensed the source of danger. It turned out to be Qilin. Tao Tai said directly and carelessly, "What's wrong? I haven't done anything recently. And I just told you such an important thing." Qilin gritted his teeth and said, "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did he have to wait until he offended her before telling her such news?" It seems that he has no good impression on Jiang Zhuxiang, and can only hope that Jiang Zhuxiang will treat him equally. Otherwise, he will have to prepare some gifts to make amends. Speaking of gifts, it thought of what Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tao Tai to teach it. If he learns quickly and well, he doesn't know if Jiang Zhuxiang will forgive him a little. When Qilin thought of this, he didn't bother to argue with Tao Tai anymore, and asked Tao Tai directly, "What should I do now?" Qilin believed that Tao Tai would never dare to do anything, so he would feel at ease to learn from him. At least the secret collection would not happen. Tao Tai saw that Qilin had recovered, so he told him in detail about the situation when they expelled the crystal stone as a reference. Qilin also remembered carefully. If a stranger passed by now, he would definitely find the expressions of these two people very funny. After gaining experience, Qilin directly coaxed Tao Tai out, and even asked Kuimping and others to go out lightly, indicating that he was going to start retreat. Tao Tai and the others could still understand it. After all, their performance was not much better at the beginning. However, Kuimping and others who were driven out did not go far, and stood beside Jiang Zhuxiang and looked at the humanoid creature in the center. It was quite easy to find Qilin. After all, Qilin was not originally included when he came down, so this kind of crystal stone was a temporary one, and the location of entry was not deep. Qilin took 2 days to get things done, but he didn't know how to call Jiang Zhuxiang over. After all, his previous attitude was not very good. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care at all, and he took the initiative to stand up and take the crystal stone from its hand. This was also the last step for him to encounter creatures like Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took the crystal stone and found that after being in the Qilin's body for such a long time, it already looked like the auspicious crystal core that had been made before. The auspicious power was very strong. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly found a box to pack it and put it in his personal space. Then, he extended his hand to welcome Qilin. "Welcome to join our team. We will be teammates in the future. Please give us more advice." Although it seems that Qilin is not threatening now, Jiang Zhuxiang still doesn't believe it will be so simple. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't take the past things to heart at all. Just look at the future. Qilin saw Jiang Zhuxiang doing this and immediately climbed down the pole. It might not be possible to find such a good opportunity in the future. He was still very happy with Jiang Zhuxiang's generosity and tolerance. After Jiang Zhuxiang solved Qilin's problem, he needed to consider the next thing. Chapter 522, Forced Rest. Jiang Zhuxiang now has 2 choices. One is to continue moving forward, explore the last fragment, get all the amber crystals, and maybe find some answers. The other is to go back first, take a break, and then consider the next step. For Jiang Zhuxiang, He prefers the first of these two options. Jiang Zhuxiang always feels that he pays too much attention to those amber crystals. If he doesn't get the answer, he can't calm down to do other things. Therefore, the first option will become Jiang Zhuxiang's first choice. But will things be so simple? Now that Lei Zhen is here, the dean's wife told him to take Jiang Zhuxiang back when he set out. Lei Zhen still remembers the dean's wife's gnashing teeth. It seems that this time the dean's wife will not let Jiang Zhuxiang go easily. Between the dean's wife and his own Xiaoxiang, Lei Zhen's choice is naturally the dean's wife. After all, she can directly influence the dean. Lei Zhen can only temporarily wrong his own Xiaoxiang. I believe that Xiaoxiang will understand it when the time comes. So, when Jiang Zhuxiang proposed to move forward, Lei Zhen stood up silently. Let's go back to our own fragments first. The dean's wife hasn't seen you for a long time. Don't always run around outside. It's better to go back this time, so as not to really anger the dean's wife in the future. Lei Zhen silently worried about Jiang Zhuxiang, and he didn't know whether Jiang Zhuxiang would appreciate it. After all, the dean had mentioned it to him before, and he had also made a suggestion. I don't mind if you bring her back after she fainted. This was one of the reasons why Lei Zhen dared to oppose it. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised to hear Lei Zhen's opposition, and Jiang Zhuxiang was a little puzzled. What's wrong with you today? In the past, Lei Zhen always followed Jiang Zhuxiang's steps, and it was rare for him to express his opposition so clearly. If Lei Zhen couldn't give a reason that was convincing enough, then Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely give Lei Zhen a hard time. Lei Zhen still didn't want to confront Jiang Zhuxiang head-on, but he didn't dare to go against the dean's wife's wishes, so he could only talk about his own affairs. When the dean asked me to handle the task of collecting genes, he asked me to write a report myself and talk to him in person. You also know that you can never get that kind of report by yourself. Maybe you can take the opportunity to make a date with it. Xiaoxiang, you are too tense. It's time to go back and rest. Some things are not something that only you can do. It's okay to let other people help. Lei Zhen always felt that Jiang Zhuxiang was a little too tired. And of course, he also wanted to go back and re-sign the marriage contract. Jiang Zhuxiang was still hesitating. But unfortunately, Lei Zhen would not give her too much time to consider. He took out a small porcelain bottle, peeled off the bottle cap, and Lei Zhen opened the seal directly. The smell of the potion instantly filled the room, and even the Tao couldn't help shaking. And Jiang Zhuxiang lost consciousness directly. Lei Zhen locked Jiang Zhuxiang in his arms, looking at the Tao who looked at him dangerously. Lei Zhen hurriedly explained, "This is the order of the dean's wife. The potion was given by Uncle Tung. Lei Zhen is not the kind of person who hides everything, and it is good to find some shields." However, Lei Zhen did not lie. The potion really came from Tung's snake. When Lei Zhen went to ask for it, it specifically asked who it was for. Lei Zhen directly stated his purpose. After all, Lei Zhen was not sure that he could hide it from Tung's snake. Tao Tai and the others immediately confronted Tingsha. Tingsha directly showed him what the dean's wife had given him. But it also further explained that he was not the culprit, seeing that it was clearly written on the paper that the people who had been wandering outside for many years were recalled. Tao Tai and the others immediately had no problem, especially the name of the dean written in a flourish below. Jiang Zhuxiang had no idea that his family was so anxious about his affairs. If he really wanted to rest, he would be willing to rest if they talked to him nicely. Why did he have to suffer this trip? However, Tao Tai soon thought of a problem. How would they go back? After all, the aircraft was in Jiang Zhuxiang's hands. Did he have to rely on his physical strength to resist? As soon as Tao Tai finished speaking, Lei Zhen produced a flying machine. This was also the backdoor that the dean gave him and encouragement for him to go on the mission. After all, if Lei Zhen really took action against Jiang Zhuxiang, he would definitely encounter this problem. Tao Tai and the others had nothing to say and said directly, "Then let's go up." The speed of rebellion was still very fast. Lei Zhen nodded and opened the door of the aircraft. He didn't know how strong Jiang Zhuxiang's drug resistance was. Lei Zhen was still a little worried. If he woke up halfway, he couldn't bear to do it again. Lei Zhen urged Tao Tai and the others to hurry up, and he was in a hurry to go back. Tingsha naturally saw Lei Zhen's worry, sat down slowly, and said slowly, "You don't have to worry so much. This thing will not wake up unless it smells the antidote." Tingsha's words startled Tao Tai and the others. They had just smelled it, so they wouldn't faint later. Tingsha naturally noticed the expressions of Tao Tai and the others, and said expressionlessly, "Things that can make people faint will never be of much use to you. With your size, I have never tried to waste such things. Lei Jin had just raised the partition wall where the VIPs of the aircraft sat. Hearing this, Lei Jin was still speechless. Uncle Tao and the others never learned their lessons. Even though they had suffered losses before, Lei Jin continued to fix the wall, put Jiang Zhuxiang on the sofa, and fastened her with a safety belt, so that even if there was any shaking in the middle, it would not affect her sleep. Seeing that Lei Jin was ready, the Taotai also consciously fastened their seat belts and prepared to adapt to the shaking before takeoff. This shaking was a bit annoying for them with sensitive perception. However, this time Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang's comfort into consideration and drove the aircraft at the speed of a hot air balloon. The Taotai were also very speechless. In such a slow shaking, without the potion of tongue snake, they fell asleep one by one. Lei Jin landed directly on the roof of the dean's house, carefully carried Jiang Zhuxiang out, walked down the stairs, and waited at the door for a while. The dean's wife gently opened the door, led Lei Jin, and asked him to put Jiang Zhuxiang on the bed. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was sleeping soundly, the dean's wife motioned Lei Jin to follow her. They just took advantage of this time to chat. The dean's wife also wanted to know how Jiang Zhuxiang was doing outside, and whether there was anything unhappy. Chapter 523 The Forgotten Taotai. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang reluctantly, then followed the dean's wife obediently, and went to the living room to wait for her questions. Lei Jin arrived at Jiang Zhuxiang's side not too early this time, so he only knew about Jiang Zhuxiang during that period. The dean's wife found out after asking a few questions. However, the dean's wife did not blame Lei Jin. After all, Lei Jin was busy enough, and it was good to be able to take this time to accompany Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin felt a little guilty. He didn't know much about his little Xiang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to answer the dean's wife's questions today. It seems that he needs to pay more attention to his little Xiang in the future. At least the route must be clearly understood. However, Lei Jin felt a little sorry for what he had just done today. After the dean's wife could not get anything out of Lei Jin, she decided to ask Jiang Zhuxiang in person. But when the dean's wife took Lei Jin back to Jiang Zhuxiang's room, Jiang Zhuxiang still did not wake up. So the dean's wife was a little curious. How did you make her sleep so well? She is still sleeping now. Lei Jin honestly explained, it is a medicine. The dean's wife was even more curious and said, what medicine is so powerful? The dean has also suffered from insomnia recently. Do you have any? Can you give me some to try? Lei Jin would not refuse the request of the dean's wife. But after remembering who these things belonged to, Lei Jin was a little stunned. He seemed not to have seen them come down from the aircraft. Could they still be in the aircraft now? The dean's wife saw Lei Jin's face changing from time to time, and thought it was inconvenient. So she also found some way out for Lei Jin. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient to give it. Drugs are addictive. Lei Jin was a little embarrassed, and told the dean's wife about his carelessness. The dean's wife looked at Lei Jin with a smile. You can forget this. It seems that I am too relieved. Seeing that Lei Jin was still standing there, she hurriedly urged, go and put them out quickly. Otherwise, the new aircraft you got might be dismantled. Lei Jin thought of their fighting power, and walked to the rooftop without delay. When he opened the flying door, he found that it was still quite quiet inside. Lei Jin turned on the headlights, and woke up the people who were still sleeping. Tongue Snake was the first to wake up completely. When he saw Lei Jin coming in, he lazily said, are we there? Lei Jin nodded and said yes, and hoped that they didn't see that he had forgotten them for so long. Otherwise it would be bad if he couldn't get the antidote. However, Lei Jin obviously forgot one thing. That is, Jiang Zhuxiang had a close relationship with Taotai and others, and Tongue Snake could do the detoxification by himself. After hearing Lei Jin's answer, Tingsha left the aircraft without worrying about waking up the others. He asked, how is Zhuxiang now? Lei Jin sent him to the door. He hasn't woken up yet. The medicine you gave me is very effective. Our dean's wife wants the medicine in your hand. Tingsha stood on the flat ground outside and waited for the others to come down. They didn't let Tingsha wait for long. After they waited, Tingsha took them down directly. As for giving the dean's wife the medicine, Tingsha didn't forget it. However, this was originally a matter that was easy to make mistakes when passing it on, and it was not easy to let others pass it on. Therefore, although Tingsha had decided to give it to the dean, he would not let Lei Jin deliver it. Lei Jin didn't mind that they didn't wait for him. After all, he had just done something stupid. Although they didn't know, Lei Jin still felt a little guilty. After packing up the aircraft and taking good care of it for a meal, Lei Jin returned to the dean's house again. At this time, Tang Shi had already talked to the dean's wife. Of course, it was mostly the dean's wife who asked Tang Shi about the efficacy and adverse reactions of the medicine that Tang Shi took. Tang Shi didn't mind the dean's wife's questioning. After all, it was something that needed to be used, so it was more appropriate to be cautious. Tang Shi still appreciated this, even if the dean's wife refused the medicine after she knew that the medicine needed an antidote when used. Tang Shi was not very angry. However, the dean's wife obviously noticed Jiang Zhuxiang's strangeness. Xiao Xiang didn't fall asleep because of your potion. Did she? Tingsha nodded indifferently, tacitly agreeing with this sentence. The dean's wife was immediately a little unhappy. Why don't you let her wake up now that she's back? The dean's wife looked at Lei Jin with a little dissatisfaction. She didn't expect that this man was so careless about his adopted daughter, and didn't let Jiang Zhuxiang wake up until now. Lei Jin lowered his head even more. Tingsha listened to the dean's wife's words, took out a small jar calmly, unscrewed the lid, and moved it under Jiang Zhuxiang's nose. Jiang Zhuxiang woke up in a daze, looked at the people standing in front of him, and immediately covered himself with the quilt. He didn't want to see these people who disturbed his journey, especially Lei Jin and Tongue Snake. Their execution ability was too terrible. He couldn't resist them, and they brought him back directly. The dean's wife pulled Jiang Zhuxiang's quilt with a smile, and when she found that she couldn't pull it off, she patted Jiang Zhuxiang twice through the quilt to express her apology. After all, it was she who asked Lei Jin to find a way to bring her back. She hadn't seen her for too long, and was really worried. Jiang Zhuxiang rolled directly under the quilt, rolled out of the palm of the dean's wife's palm, silently expressing her protest. The dean's wife saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was having trouble accepting it, so she didn't force him. She just told him before she left, "I'm going to prepare lunch. If you're hungry, come down and eat." The dean's wife still believed in her cooking skills, although a table of delicious food wouldn't make Jiang Zhuxiang forget what happened before. It could at least ease the relationship between them. When the dean's wife left, she took the gluttons away with her. She obviously wanted Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin to be alone for a while, at least to let Lei Jin get Zhuxiang's forgiveness. After all, she had tricked Lei Jin this time, so she had to help him. After the dean's wife left, the room was quiet. Lei Jin didn't dare to speak casually. The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a while. Lei Jin felt like he was waiting for a sentence. He just didn't know if Jiang Zhuxiang, the law enforcer, would be ruthless. If so, he would be in trouble. Chapter 524, Armed Confrontation. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think as much as Lei Jin did. In her opinion, Lei Jin was at most an executor, and the culprit was the dean's wife. She wouldn't spend the energy to get angry with him. At most, she would just give him the cold shoulder. Also, she had to slow down on the things she had promised before. At least she had to have her own attitude, so that he wouldn't listen to others to stop her in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang thought clearly, so she didn't care much about Lei Jin's uneasiness. After rolling around on the bed, she laid down and fell asleep. Lei Jin didn't have the courage to take advantage of the opportunity to do anything. Lei Jin had been holding his breath waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction, but he didn't expect to hear Jiang Zhuxiang's long and gentle breathing. She could actually fall asleep when he was uneasiness. For the first time, Lei Jin felt a little angry at Jiang Zhuxiang's carelessness. However, could this also mean that his little Xiang was not really angry? However, even if Lei Jin guessed Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts, he did not dare to take it lightly. He still sat quietly in his original position, waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to wake up and apologize as soon as possible, because he had slept for a long time on the aircraft before. Although it was due to the medicine, he slept well, so Jiang Zhuxiang did not sleep very long this time. When Jiang Zhuxiang woke up, the dean's wife just brought the last dish to the table. As usual, the dean's wife shouted downstairs, "It's time to eat. Remind those who are still upstairs to come down by themselves." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally heard it, got out of the quilt, didn't even look at Lei Jin, and went directly to the bathroom to clean up. Lei Jin had to stop his steps to follow. Jiang Zhuxiang was satisfied to hear the footsteps outside stopped. It seems that he still has some reason. After sleeping, Jiang Zhuxiang was not as angry as before. Maybe he could listen to their explanation at the dinner table. As for whether to forgive or not, that was his own business. Jiang Zhuxiang changed his clothes and walked out of the room first. Lei Jin followed obediently, although he had no time to speak on the way. The dean's wife was relieved to see that Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to come downstairs for lunch. After all, she was a little tough this time. If Xiaoxiang was unwilling to get close to her in the future, she would really cry. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin with a smile. Sit down and eat. What's the point of standing beside him? I'll settle the bill after dinner. Let me have a good meal now. Okay? Lei Jin and the others had to sit down and accompany Jiang Zhuxiang. After she finished 3 bowls of rice, she lay on the sofa with her stomach in her arms. She didn't want to get up. If they wanted to explain, they probably didn't mind sitting farther away or just standing. Lei Jin and the dean's wife were packing up while discussing who would go out first. The dean's wife silently said, I still need to prepare myself mentally. So you go first. Although there was a question in her tone. It was actually almost the same as an affirmative sentence. After all, his relationship with Jiang Zhuxiang would be closer than his own in the future, and any conflicts could be resolved in advance. It was also an improvement in the relationship between men and women in the last days. That is, trial marriage. During the trial marriage, the 2 sides will live together to get used to each other. Whether they will say anything to each other or not is a test of a man's endurance, and whether he respects the woman around him enough. The reason why the dean's wife did this time was also related to the relationship between Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin. If Lei Jin's age had not increased year by year, he would not have much time left. He could have avoided the family's requirements. If he continued, he would probably be arranged to go on a blind date. Jiang Zhuxiang would be sad. But if he turned to a dead end, the dean's wife would not be willing to let him go. The dean's wife planned to wait until Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang resumed their normal relationship before letting them have a trial marriage. At that time, she could also shut up the Lei family elders. After all, the trial marriage time varies. For example, the Lei clan leader himself tried the marriage for nearly half a year. If she wanted to keep her for a few more years, Lei Jin should not have any objection. The dean's wife quietly walked into the kitchen, leaving Lei Jin in a relatively quiet environment. The Tao Thai and the others had already eaten their fill, and were restricted by the dean's wife to the exercise room so as not to disturb Lei Jin's performance. Lei Jin quietly took a tool to rub his belly, and first apologized to Jiang Zhuxiang. I will definitely not do this again next time. If I do, let me be bitten by mutant beasts and chased by zombies. Jiang Zhuxiang just listened silently. For Lei Jin's oath, Jiang Zhuxiang smiled silently. But this was not a sign of forgiveness. Jiang Zhuxiang was just simply amused. Just like people used to say, if I do this and that, let me be struck by 5 thunders from heaven. Just like that. People always think that people who have made promises will definitely keep their oaths. In fact, that is just a way for people to seek comfort. Jiang Zhuxiang changed his posture and continued to listen to Lei Jin. I don't pray that you will forgive me immediately. I just hope that Xiaoxiang, you don't intend to regret what you promised before. Even if you can't do it immediately, you can postpone it. Lei Jin said this with a bit of grievance. Although he was a little inappropriate in this matter, he was definitely not the main person responsible. If he lost Jiang Wuxiang's original promise because of this, Lei Jin would definitely regret it. So, after Lei Jin finished speaking, he felt like crying and lit a set of candles for himself. In the future, Jiang Zhuxiang will definitely ignore him for a while. And Lei Jin is just trying to reduce this period of time. Jiang Zhuxiang grabbed the thing in Lei Jin's hand helplessly, and began to rub his belly. If he hadn't eaten a little too much, Jiang Zhuxiang would never stay on the sofa for so long. The dean's wife was really a great help. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang move, and didn't know what she was thinking. But he didn't dare to speak loudly, so he could only ask pitifully, can I? Jiang Zhuxiang got goosebumps when he saw such a big man speaking in such a tone. But it was a pity that Lei Jin didn't notice it at all, and was still trying to please Jiang Zhuxiang with the tone just now. Jiang Zhuxiang was annoyed, stood up from the sofa, and hit Lei Jin hard with one end of the thing in his hand. Can you talk properly? If not, don't say it. Jiang Zhuxiang was angry, and amused at Lei Jin now. The idea of being cold for a while was given up. After all, Lei Jin would definitely make him lose his skill, and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to waste his energy. However, if there is no need for cold violence, then let's go all out and make a gesture, and let the victory speak. Chapter 525, Fighting. After Jiang Zhuxiang expressed her thoughts, she prepared to change her clothes. After all, The clothes she was wearing were not suitable for fighting. This was a lady's dress prepared by the dean's wife for Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin was still confused about Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal. Is he kidding to fight with his girlfriend? If he hits her hard, he will feel bad. If he hits her lightly, he will lose face. What's more, his girlfriend seems to have made some bets. This bet has a lot to do with his future happiness. He really can't afford to lose. Lei Jin was so worried that his hair was about to fall out. He really wanted to rush up to his Xiaoxiang and say, "Can we stop fighting?" However, this is obviously unrealistic. Xiaoxiang has changed into a number of clothes and came out. He called Lei Jin to go to the training room. Although the space there is a little small, it is enough for the two of them to compete. The most important thing is that the things there are more durable. So it doesn't matter if they make a lot of noise. At this time, Tao Tai and the others are all in the training room. So Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't have to go to find them. They can just serve as witnesses to prevent Lei Jin from denying his guilt. Lei Jin helplessly watched Jiang Zhuxiang arrange things. Since it has come to this point, Lei Jin will not be stage frightened. He must go all out in the competition related to his future happiness. If there is any accident at that time, it will be convenient to deal with it with Tao Tai and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much about Lei Jin's thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang also wanted to know how his strength compared to Lei Jin's. This was the real purpose of Jiang Zhuxiang's choice to do this competition. And it was also to test the results of his cultivation during this period. The two stood face to face and clasped their hands in a salute. For a moment, there was no movement. Jiang Zhuxiang was not used to attacking others, so he was waiting for Lei Jin to make the first move. While Lei Jin was a gentleman and waited for Jiang Zhuxiang to make the first move. So, as the atmosphere became more and more stagnant, the two remained motionless. The Tao Tai watching on the side were speechless. Tao Tai said directly, "Are you going to fight or not? If not, just disperse. Isn't it interesting to let each other go?" As soon as Tao Tai spoke, the others smiled slightly, with a little urging in their eyes. After hearing this, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin immediately rushed towards each other. Jiang Zhuxiang used the set of body movements that he had learned from Shenong's secret technique for a long time. And Lei Jin also consciously did not use the thunder ability, but used a set of boxing passed down by the Lei family. Between the two, Lei Jin relied on his own strength and the exquisiteness of boxing, while Jiang Zhuxiang specialized in lightness and using the force to fight the force. For a while, it was really hard to tell who was the winner. Tao Tai and the others were quite interesting to watch. Jiang Zhuxiang in the field felt the domineering power contained in Lei Jin's boxing, and was a little curious about the origin of this boxing. If it was combined with the relevant internal skills, the power of this boxing would definitely be stronger. But at present, it was still a little difficult for him to defeat himself with this boxing. Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking a little boredly while removing his fist force. Lei Jin had already realized this. After all, his fist had never really touched any part of Jiang Zhuxiang's body. Every time it was softly dissolved. Lei Jin was a little helpless. It seemed that he might lose this competition. I hope Xiaoxiang will not push the time too far. When Lei Jin thought so, Jiang Zhuxiang was also considering ending this competition. After all, there was no point in continuing. It was just a waste of physical strength. Jiang Zhuxiang took advantage of Lei Jin's fist force and threw him out. Seeing Lei Jin stand up again the moment he landed, Jiang Zhuxiang asked with a smile, "Do you want to continue?" Lei Jin thought about how he had just been thrown out. If he said he wanted to continue, would he be thrown out countless times? Lei Jin glanced at his own Xiaoxiang and said simply, "No. I give up." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded with satisfaction. He didn't mind throwing him a few more times, but it would be best for him to be sensible and save his own energy. Jiang Zhuxiang took the paper that the two had signed before and shook it. "You shouldn't escape the punishment on it." Right? When Lei Jin saw the paper, he remembered that he seemed to have signed such an unequal treaty before, including the postponement of the signing of the marriage contract. Lei Jin could only admit it with tears in his eyes. Tao Tai and the others felt a little sympathetic towards Lei Jin's frustration. But who asked him to agree to do that kind of thing with the dean's wife? It was normal for Jiang Zhuxiang to hold a grudge against him. Speaking of which, the Shenong family seemed to be easy to get along with. But in fact, they were all very treacherous. They would remember some things for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the paper with satisfaction and decided to go find his senior brother. He had agreed to the conditions when he asked him for help before. so he could go to deliver it to him and meet the dean by the way. Lei Jin saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was about to leave and hurriedly followed him. Where are you going? Lei Jin decided to follow Jiang Zhuxiang well. Do more things at all times. Let his Xiuxiang forgive him as soon as possible. And it would be better if he could sign the marriage contract. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mind Lei Jin following him. After all, it didn't matter if he followed him to do what he was going to do next. You'll know when you follow me. But Jiang Zhuxiang was still not willing to talk to him properly. And his tone was always thorny. Lei Jin had already prepared for the thorn. And said without any psychological barriers, "Oh? Okay. Then Xiaoxiang can't abandon me." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to listen to the flattering tone. However, it was obvious that Lei Jin was ready to continue talking like this in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to let him do whatever he wanted. At worst, he would just turn off his hearing when he was with him in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently while walking on the way to the laboratory. In the laboratory, Yan Lei and Shui Wen were verifying the data. The experimental table was full of various recorded data. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised when he opened the door. Seeing that they didn't find them, Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin to sit aside and wait for them to finish their work. Fortunately, they came at a good time. Yan Lei and his team didn't have much data left. After waiting for an hour, they began to sort out the things on the experimental table. It seems that the verification is completed and the results are not bad. Jiang Zhuxiang then greeted, "Big brother. Brother One. You are doing experiments together again." Yan Lei turned around and saw Jiang Zhuxiang. Still a little surprised. "When did you come back?" Chapter 526 The Shop of the Deaf-Mute. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and answered, "I arrived today and was kidnapped." He looked at Lei Jin with a bit of complaint. Yan Lei had never heard of this incident, and asked Lei Jin with a bit of curiosity, "What's going on?" Obviously Jiang Zhuxiang would not answer, so Yan Lei went to ask another person involved. Lei Jin reluctantly explained the cause and effect of the matter, and wanted Yan Lei to help him speak well. If there were any conditions, he could just say it directly. If he could do it, he would definitely do it. If he successfully signed a marriage contract with Jiang Zhuxiang, he would definitely give him a big red envelope as a thank you. After hearing the whole story, Yan Lei agreed to Lei Jin's request. However, he didn't care much about the red envelope. Yan Lei's favorite thing was to study materials, and it was good to find a free laborer. Lei Jin was very happy to get Yan Lei's response. This kind of thing would be much easier if he could have an assist. Even if the assist was just paddling, it didn't matter. It would be enough to take action occasionally. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mind seeing that they were happy. After they finished talking, he took out 2 crystal cores from his personal space. One was a simple empty crystal core, and the other was the auspicious crystal core that Qilin had just charged with auspicious power. Although it couldn't improve people's abilities, it would always be easier to do things with auspiciousness. It could increase a person's luck. This was also what Jiang Zhuxiang speculated. Jiang Zhuxiang took it out to let Yan Lei and others verify it. Yan Lei started to stare at Jiang Zhuxiang after he took out the things. Shui Wen had the same reaction, and even wanted to reach out to take them. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly held his hand and said, "This is for the senior brother." At the same time, he signaled the senior brother to come and take it himself, so as not to be snatched away by brother one. This kind of thing has happened before, and it almost destroyed a laboratory. Therefore, when Jiang Zhuxiang brings things to them now, he will clearly state who it is for, or prepare 2 copies. And this time, Jiang Zhuxiang agreed to pay Yan Lei for bringing it. And obviously, he would not prepare a copy for Shui Wen. Fortunately, Shui Wen was just pretending. If they dared to snatch it from Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean would definitely give them a hard time. Yan Lei got the material smoothly, and was very satisfied with the reward this time. He wanted to start researching immediately. But seeing Shui Wen's eager look, Yan Lei decided to put the things away first. After Yan Lei put the things away, Shui Wen finally returned to normal, and began to care about Jiang Zhuxiang's next plan. Jiang Zhuxiang still said with a little resentment, "Now it depends on when they let me go free. Otherwise, I can only stay here. However, staying here is not bad. I haven't reviewed and reflected for a long time, and it's time to make a summary of my feelings over this period of time." Yan Lei touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head. "Wouldn't it be good for you to stay with us for a while? The little junior sister always runs away." So the dean's wife came up with the idea of tying her back. If Jiang Zhuxiang is willing to come back often for a while, it will also make the dean and others feel more at ease. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, but I only have one fragment left to go. Can't I come back after I go to that one? Jiang Zhuxiang still cares about this. It's really a pity that there is only one place left to go. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yan Lei with a little expectation, hoping that Yan Lei could help him talk to the dean so that he could set off again as soon as possible. Yan Lei was still a little helpless about Jiang Zhuxiang's request. It was still difficult for him to speak up about this matter. And the dean might not listen. It would be better for her to do it herself. After all, they were close, and they would definitely be easier to speak up. Yan Lei directly told Jiang Zhuxiang this suggestion. As for whether Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to listen, Yan Lei had no choice. Jiang Zhuxiang was still willing to consider Yan Lei's suggestion. It was indeed better for her to speak up about this matter herself. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that she understood. Looking at the time, Jiang Zhuxiang suggested, let's find a place to sit down. You don't have anything else to do now, right? If there is anything else, I can help them do something. In short, Jiang Zhuxiang still wants to have a relaxed chat with them today. Yan Lei agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal. After all, they also need to relax their minds. Yan Lei took the initiative to say, you haven't been here for a long time. There are many other small shops here now. They are quite interesting. I have been to one before. I will take you to see it today. After that, he took the initiative to walk out and planned to lead the way. Jiang Zhuxiang fell behind and planned to check it again before closing the door. Lei Jin followed Jiang Zhuxiang and fell behind. After Jiang Zhuxiang impatiently drove Lei Jin out, Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door himself and followed the team in front directly. As for Lei Jin, he could do whatever he wanted. Lei Jin smiled, not feeling angry. This was his normal state during this period. Lei Jin's mental endurance was still strong, and he still kept up with Jiang Zhuxiang's pace. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved to see Lei Jin catch up. Although he didn't notice it, Lei Jin found out, and he was very happy. It seemed that he still had a certain status in Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes. Even if she was moody, he would not be ignored. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Yan Lei to a small shop with a more relaxed decoration. Jiang Zhuxiang had a good impression of this place. The blue decoration was easy to relax people, and the music was relatively light, just enough to be heard, which made people unconsciously want to calm down and catch the notes. The adapter led them to their seats quietly. After communicating with Yan Lei in sign language, the adapter left. After waiting for a while, the adapter came in again and put down the tray. Yan Lei still expressed his gratitude in sign language, and the adapter left. Jiang Zhuxiang dared to ask, are all the adapters here deaf and dumb? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to speak before, and was afraid of hurting this person's self-esteem. Yan Lei said, some of them are really deaf and dumb, and some are not. But the store manager here is a deaf and dumb. Jiang Zhuxiang was in awe. That's really amazing. They must have had a very difficult time. It was still unexpected that Yan Lei came here, so he really didn't know about this kind of story and couldn't answer. Chapter 527, The Value of Space Ability Users. Yan Lei suggested, you can ask the store manager, but he may not be willing to tell you. If he doesn't want to, don't force him. Yan Lei has always been very respectful to ordinary people living in the shelter area of the Academy of Sciences. Although he knew that Jiang Zhuxiang would not do anything inappropriate, he still reminded her. Jiang Zhuxiang did not feel uncomfortable with Yan Lei's reminder. After all, in Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes, it was normal for the senior brother to teach the junior sister. But Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know where to find the store manager. Jiang Zhuxiang directly asked Yan Lei, who had been there once, how can I find the store manager? Yan Lei himself didn't know where to find it, but he couldn't admit it in front of his junior sister, so he could only press the button in the box to call the waiter. The adapters who came to the box after hearing the bell were all normal people. This was also because they considered that if the guests had any questions, the deaf-mute people would not be able to answer. After all, the guests who came might ask simple sign language, but it was still a bit difficult for them to read the sign language for a long time. The adapter asked directly, who needs service? Yan Lei asked directly, is your store manager free now? We have something to ask. The adapter said, I will ask first and then answer you. The adapter directly contacted the store manager with the communicator, and Jiang Zhuxiang saw a young man who was a little melancholy, with soft features and a smile on his lips before he spoke. But he didn't smile often. But when he spoke, he felt better, and his tone was soft. What's the matter? His attitude seemed good, and it seemed that people often came to him for things. The adapter said, someone in this box wants to see you. Brother Liu. His tone was very respectful, and it seemed that Brother Liu was very prestigious. Louis said, which box? Louis was still very accustomed to this kind of thing. But when he moved, Jiang Zhuxiang found that his height did not change, and it seemed that his legs and feet were a little inconvenient. Yan Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang began to wait, and their attitude became more respectful. After all, it was remarkable that this person could accept so many deaf-mute people and support them. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and opened the door. Hello. Please come in. Louis came here in a wheelchair by himself. It was indeed difficult for Louis to open the door. Louis said, thank you. Then he turned in by himself. When Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to help, he was rejected by Louis. It seems that he is not used to being helped by others. Jiang Zhuxiang also respected his choice. So after closing the door, he found a place to sit and waited for him to settle himself. Louis casually found a place to fix his wheelchair and began to ask, who wants to see me? Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yan Lei. Yan Lei understood instantly. This person wants to see you. She wants to ask you something. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell her. After saying that, he pointed at Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and said, hello. Thank you for your trouble. Louis said, it's normal for young people to be curious. So start asking. Louis's first impression of Jiang Zhuxiang was good, and he was willing to listen to some of the girl's strange questions. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any strange questions. She just wanted to hear a story. Jiang Zhuxiang spoke gently. How did you think of opening such a store? This should be a very safe question. Louis smiled and began to recall. It should be when I just arrived here. I haven't figured out what to do yet. I just wandered around the Academy of Sciences. People on the road were very kind, and would move obstacles on the road for me. I could see many deaf and dumb people helping me, but they were all a little confused. Those people tried their best to take care of them. At that time, I thought there could be a place where they would not look confused. So I went to find a place myself. After finding a place, I still didn't know what to do. I just started recruiting people, and then everyone discussed it together. The first group of employees we found at that time came up with the idea of finding a quieter place where people who come and work can get along peacefully. So we thought of this place. Quiet bar. The things provided in this place are what the friends know how to do. What to eat is not a very important thing. The main thing is to find a quiet place for the soul. At that time, I didn't expect that I could actually maintain it. At the beginning, I thought I was going to lose money, but I happened to have some money in my hand at that time. So I didn't care so much. When the first month was settled, everyone was a little surprised that I actually made a profit. Although it was not much, it was also very precious. It seems that in this era, this kind of quiet bar is still needed, which makes us more persistent. In the beginning, we didn't plan to find a normal person because we were worried that normal people would disrespect the deaf and dumb. Later, by chance, a normal person came in. However, we set very high requirements for him at that time. If he made any inappropriate remarks, he would be expelled. At that time, he accepted it, and we began to accept normal people to come in. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel impatient with Liu Yi's somewhat boring content. After listening carefully, he started to ask the second question. So what were you doing before you came to the Academy of Sciences? Louis smiled and said, I used to live in the base, and I mainly followed the team. Jiang Zhuxiang still knew what the base was like. Everyone in the team must be a superpower. It seems that Liu Yi was a superpower before. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Liu Yi with a little curiosity, wanting to ask but not asking. Jiang Zhuxiang's question was discovered by Liu Yi, and Liu Yi directly demonstrated his ability. The cup in front of Jiang Zhuxiang began to shake. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised to find that Liu Yi's superpower was still there. Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that Liu Yi came to the Academy of Sciences because he lost his superpower. So Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised and said, Brother Liu, is your superpower a space superpower? After all, with Liu Yi's ability, there should be no way for him to obtain those magical cultivation techniques. In this case, only space ability users have the ability to control objects. Liu Yi nodded in affirmation, saying that he was indeed a space ability user. But now they believe that the value of space ability users was only the storage function. Chapter 528 Jiang Zhuxiang's Worry. Therefore, after Lu Yi lost the ability to move his legs, he lost the value of a mobile storage device for the people in the base. So it was only a matter of time before he was abandoned. People like Lu Yi who consciously asked to leave were treated well. After all, his value at that time was still reserved, and they did not dare to force him too much. After all, there must be many people who had received his help when he was still able to move. People always remember the favor. If these people were angered, the base would lose more than they gained. And those who were not as self-aware as Lu Yi would often be supported by the base, and their value would be squeezed out, while the feelings of those who remembered his help before would be indifferent. In this way, if they encountered any accidents, those people would at most sigh, and some might be a little sad, but they would not lose control. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised by Lu Yi's description, mainly because he was willing to tell her about the past. After all, most people would rather keep such things secret. Jiang Zhuxiang had a better impression of Lu Yi, because he was not ruined by hatred. Jiang Zhuxiang also felt that it was a waste for Lu Yi to be confined in this small quiet bar. Jiang Zhuxiang tentatively suggested, "Have you ever thought about going out to have a look? Maybe there will be more suitable jobs for you in other places. As for the job here, you can find a professional manager. Now those professional managers are facing unemployment, and most of them are helping in some small shops. If you want to find a suitable manager, it is not difficult. The key is whether Lu Yi wants it." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lu Yi intently, hoping that he would agree to his suggestion. Even though he had liked the quiet bar he managed before, Lu Yi was not interested in Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal at all. "Now this ability is just a gadget I use to adjust my life. I don't want my ability to control my life anymore. I hope to do what I like." In Lu Yi's opinion, his space ability did not bring him any good feelings, but instead caused him some immeasurable damage. If it weren't for the fact that the damage to the human body caused by the fragmentation of the ability core was still quite large, Lu Yi would definitely attack his own ability core. Jiang Zhuxiang's answer to Lu Yi was expected. After all, in Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, human beings' abilities have indeed gained the ability to survive in the alien world. But when the peaceful era comes, these people with abilities may become a destabilizing factor in society. After all, they were praised in the end times. And when the peaceful era comes, they will no longer have such a status that everyone is chasing after, and they will be dissatisfied, and it will be difficult to control them at that time. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang began to consider how to deal with the superpowers in the future, so he could understand Lu Yi's choice, and did not ask him about this matter again. He was just very interested in his method of using the power of space, and was reluctant to waste it. So he asked, "Can I ask someone to come and ask you for advice?" "Don't worry. I will let them come when you are free, so that they can have more self-protection power. Although there are not many superpowers in the Academy of Sciences, there are still a few." Jiang Zhuxiang said this because he was worried about them. Lu Yi also began to explore other uses of space power after coming here, and he thought it was not enough for them to come and ask him specifically, "I don't have the ability to teach yet. If they are still willing to come, we can communicate with each other." Lu Yi is still willing to help people with the same abilities, even if they may not remember and appreciate it at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and felt that it was okay. So he began to ask Lu Yi when he was free. Lu Yi usually has a lot of free time. As long as there is nothing important in the store, he can leave for a while. As far as communication is concerned, half an hour to an hour is enough. If there is more time, they will just feel that they have nothing to say to each other. So Lu Yi directly said, "Your people can come to me when they are free. I can take time out. This is more appropriate." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally followed Lu Yi's arrangements and decided to communicate with Lu Yi after asking them what they thought. Lei Jin watched them talking and interrupted. "Can I have someone come over too? My Lei Kong is on the verge of a breakthrough recently, but he has not been able to break through. If they communicate with each other, maybe they can find the problem. Moreover, if Lei Kong comes, he can know about his own situation, and he can also take his situation back to avoid his father coming to find him again. I am currently in a critical period, and I really can't leave." Lu Yi asked if Lei Jin's problem could be arranged. After all, he was not familiar with Lei Jin. If he could find someone to come, he would not refuse. So, Lu Yi looked directly at Jiang Zhuxiang. After all the attention on this person was on her. Jiang Zhuxiang has never been willing to ask about Lei Jin's affairs. So he directly said, "As long as he is willing to come, there is no need to ask me." The closer Jiang Zhuxiang is to Lei Jin, the less he cares about his affairs. Lei Jin also knows Jiang Zhuxiang's handling principles. As long as she does not object, he can do it, but he can't hang around in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise, Lei Kong will sometimes anger Jiang Zhuxiang, such as asking Lei Jin to go back early. Lei Jin decided to give Lei Kong a good warning at that time to prevent him from provoking Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to come and take a look at that time. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion was actually mostly based on the strength of the dean's wife. After all, the strength of the dean's wife is not enough to protect herself from any harm. If it can be improved, Jiang Zhuxiang, as her daughter in the actual sense, will be very happy. In order to avoid the dean's wife being unwilling to come at that time, Jiang Zhuxiang has prepared to accompany her. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little repulsive about encountering Lei Kong at that time. No one wanted to be treated as a scourge by others. Therefore, what Lei Jin did in advance should still be meaningful. The questions were almost asked, and there happened to be other people in the store who needed him. After Louis said goodbye to Jiang Zhuxiang, Jiang Zhuxiang got up, tied her up, opened the door, and watched him leave. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to the box. He had occupied Yin Lei and others for long enough. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to let them go back first. If there were other things, they could come back next time. Moreover, Jiang Zhuxiang could also go to the dean's wife and talk to her about what happened today. Chapter 529 Yin Lei's Care. Yin Lei and his friends were relieved to see that Jiang Zhuxiang's mood had changed. After all, it is not good for a family to have conflicts for too long. It will seriously affect their relationship and their own work efficiency, especially when the two women in the family have a conflict. The man in the middle will definitely not have an easy time. If he tries to persuade them, he will easily be in trouble. Therefore, the dean is not willing to go home early recently, for fear that he will be a punching bag. Yin Lei decided to tell the dean the good news before returning to the laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei separated at the fork in the road. Yin Lei and his friends went to the laboratory, while Jiang Zhuxiang went to the bakery of the dean's wife. Yin Lei and his team actually went to the dean's office halfway to tell him the good news. The dean was very happy and patted Yin Lei on the shoulder to express his approval, hoping that he would continue to do this job well and maintain the harmony of the family. Yin Lei didn't dare to take the credit for this. After all, Yin Lei himself didn't know how Jiang Zhuxiang's emotions passed. This is not my credit, and I don't know how she figured it out. If there is a credit, maybe it should be attributed to Lu Yi. The dean was a little surprised. Lu Yi? Is he a researcher in our Academy of Sciences? If so, he could give him more help in his research. After all, he helped him solve a big problem. Yin Lei quickly denied. He is not a researcher. He is the manager of a small shop here. He is good at space ability. The junior sister originally liked him and wanted to invite him to the institute. But unfortunately, he didn't want to come, saying that he wanted to do what he likes. Yin Lei's words and deeds showed that he appreciated Lu Yi, so that the dean would not be jealous when his wife went to discuss the problem with him. The dean really had a good impression of Lu Yi. There are not many people who can stick to their original intentions now. If there is anything you can help, please help. With Lu Yi's current level, it would be too much for him to take action. So it would be just right to let Yin Lei and others take care of him. Yin Lei was also prepared for this. After all, this was a place where the dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang would often go in the future. So they still had to take good care of it. They couldn't be left without anyone. Yin Lei decided to find the person in charge of the market outside the shelter and ask him to take care of Lu Yi. After all, he might not be able to pay attention to him all the time when he was doing experiments. The dean was very satisfied with Yin Lei's plan. Then go ahead and do it. After Yin Lei said goodbye to the dean, he walked back with Shuiwen. Yin Lei still asked Shuiwen, "Do you know why Xiao Xiang suddenly came to his senses?" Yin Lei always knew that Shuiwen was good at figuring out people's hearts, so asking him for advice should be rewarding. Shuiwen was also a little surprised by Jiang Zhuxiang's transformation, but he could still see some clues from Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior. I guess it's because he is worried about the dean's wife. After all, the incident that happened here before was a bit dangerous. Although we didn't tell her at that time. Lei Jin probably told her. But this is also a good thing. We don't have to bother with him. Sometimes, conflicts between relatives will last for a long time. But once relatives are in danger, they will restore their relationship the fastest. After all, family affection always exists. Yin Lei nodded to show that he understood. Are you going back to your own laboratory now? Or continue to go to my place? Xue Wen said, let's go to your place first. Aren't you going to contact the market? I can help you get started. Xue Wen understood Yin Lei's mood very well. After all, they have been together for a long time. Yin Lei was very happy to hear that Xue Wen was willing to go to his place. In this way, he didn't have to worry about his own experimental problems, and could take time to make phone calls. Recently, the situation of the Xue family has been getting worse and worse. More and more people have stood on Xue Wen's side. Xue Wen has also started to get busy recently. It is estimated that the time they can do experiments together will be less and less. So they have been spending more and more time together recently. After Xue Wen entered the laboratory, Yin Lei was outside the door planning to send a communication to the people in the market. After the communication was connected, the people in the market were still a little surprised. They knew Yin Lei, who lived in the dean's house. In private, they also regarded Yin Lei as the dean's adopted son. They even speculated which of the dean's adopted sons and daughters would inherit the dean's career. However, most people are still optimistic about Yin Lei. After all, the dean takes care of him more and spends more time in the institute. Unlike Jiang Zhuxiang, who often runs out. So the person in charge still said respectfully, excuse me, is there anything I can do for you? If he could remember me, it would be very good for my promotion or keeping my position in the future. There is still a lot of money in the market. I don't know how many people are eyeing my position. Yin Lei was still a little uncomfortable with his way of speaking. But he knew that it was not good to blame him. After all, this might be someone else's hobby. Yin Lei couldn't intervene either. He could only say awkwardly, there is a quiet bar there. It is opened by my friend. You should take care of it more often. If someone goes to make trouble, notify me. If you can't notify me, help them, and don't let them be bullied. The person in charge of the market immediately expressed his understanding. It seems that he has to take good care of this quiet bar in the future. He must not let those people disturb them. Otherwise he will offend Yin Lei, and he will definitely be implicated. However, if this matter is handled well, it will be very beneficial. After all, as long as the owner of that house occasionally mentions it in front of Yin Lei, it will be a great help to him. Yin Lei didn't know about these twists and turns, but he was very satisfied with the attitude of the market manager, saying, I won't let you work for nothing. I will give you a contribution value regularly, just as your hard work fee. Yin Lei was not indifferent to the ways of the world, but he was a little more straightforward in dealing with it. However, the person in charge of the market didn't care, but he absolutely couldn't accept contribution points. If he accepted them, how could Yin Lei owe him a favor? At that time, his help would be meaningless. The market manager said directly, where do we need your contribution points? It is our responsibility to take good care of the merchants. Don't worry. We will definitely take good care of the store opened by your friend. Yin Lei didn't insist. He knew what they wanted, and would do it when the time came. Chapter 530. The man drowned in the account book. Yin Lei did not formally promise him anything, but this kind of thing has always been a tacit understanding between the two parties. Originally, Yin Lei thought that he could offset it with contribution points. However, based on Yin Lei's understanding of him, he was not the kind of person who would make excessive conditions, so he owed it. Yin Lei hung up the communication and walked into the laboratory to work with Xue Wen. Jiang Zhuxiang walked on the way to the bakery and found that there were fewer people here than before. The opening of the market outside still had a certain impact on the shops in the shelter. I just don't know what the situation is with the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang quickened his pace, anxious to see what was going on with the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly pushed open the door of the bakery and found that there were indeed fewer people inside than before. The dean's wife should be in the bakery at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang greeted the staff and walked towards the bakery. After Jiang Zhuxiang went in, the staff whispered for a while. Miss Jiang hasn't come here for a long time. I wonder what she is busy with. I heard that Miss Jiang has been exploring other fragments. Miss Jiang's strength seems to be quite good. I heard that Miss Jiang didn't plan to come back, but the lady found a way to tie her back. So Miss Jiang was still angry with the lady before. Otherwise she would have come here a long time ago. Until someone reminded, okay, stop talking. Although the lady has a good temper, you can't be so lazy. The whispering crowd dispersed. After Jiang Zhuxiang walked into the bakery, he found that the dean's wife was still busy kneading the dough. Jiang Zhuxiang hurried to help. The dean's wife was not very strong. She relied on her space ability to knead the dough. The dean's wife had not noticed Jiang Zhuxiang's approach. When she saw the hand reaching out from the side, the dean's wife realized that someone had entered the bakery. There was only one person who could enter the bakery, and that was Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean's wife turned around and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang happily. She wanted to reach out and hug her, but she was a little timid. Jiang Zhuxiang saw what the dean's wife was thinking, so he took the initiative to reach out and hug her. But it was just a touch and then parted, which was considered a reconciliation between the two. The dean's wife's eyes instantly turned red, but the corners of her mouth were still curved. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't pay attention to this. She turned around and went to help. The dean's wife found another thing to do, but she still stood next to Jiang Zhuxiang and chatted with him from time to time. Jiang Zhuxiang was still quite worried about the situation she saw before, so she asked directly, "Then it seems that there are fewer people here. Has the business become worse?" The dean's wife said a little surprised, "Is it? But I still have to prepare so many things every day. And there is nothing left before closing every day. And the people below don't react to this situation." Jiang Zhuxiang said in disbelief, "Really? Then I'll go check the account book later." Because the dean's wife doesn't care much about this little bit of income. She never looks at the account book. It's not that the people below would hide it. They always hand it in on time. But the dean's wife never looks at it. Before Jiang Zhuxiang appeared, this was the dean's responsibility. After Jiang Zhuxiang appeared, the dean threw this matter to Jiang Zhuxiang, which is one of the reasons why Jiang Zhuxiang came here this time. The dean's wife smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "Zhuxiang?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Nothing." Jiang Zhuxiang kneaded the dough in his hand until it was elastic and not sticky, and put it aside to let it rise. He washed his hands and prepared to look at the account books. Jiang Zhuxiang sat down in the small office of the dean's wife and began to look at the account books that were already piled high. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that the rest of his time would probably be spent on these things. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at them attentively for 2 hours, and he began to feel a little overwhelmed. Jiang Zhuxiang went to the kitchen to make himself a cup of tea and drank it hard. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the busy dean's wife and returned to the table again. When Jiang Zhuxiang had only one book left, Lei Zhen came over. When Jiang Zhuxiang was about to come to the dean's wife, Lei Zhen happened to receive a call from Lei Kong. So Lei Zhen went to work first, and he was only done now. Jiang Zhuxiang looked up at Lei Zhen and continued to open the account book in his hand. He was not interested in what he was busy with, so he was busy with his own things first. Lei Zhen was used to Jiang Zhuxiang not asking about this situation. But when Jiang Zhuxiang didn't ask, Lei Zhen wanted to take the initiative to tell Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Zhen didn't talk about his own things when Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, but waited until Jiang Zhuxiang was done. When Jiang Zhuxiang closed the last account book, Lei Zhen handed Jiang Zhuxiang a cup of hot cocoa prepared by the dean's wife, asking her to fill her stomach first and listen to his own things at the same time. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't refuse. He planned to listen to Lei Zhen's words as a lullaby. He didn't plan to remember anything anyway. Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes were slightly closed, and he planned to take a nap. Lei Zhen didn't mind Jiang Zhuxiang's state. He cleared his throat and began to say, "Lei Kong has planned to come over. He has already dealt with the team's affairs. It's just that the team members don't want to stay at home and waste time, so they plan to come together. If you need anything, you can ask them to help. By the way, have you told the dean's wife about this?" Lei Zhen just met the dean's wife in the kitchen and found that the dean's wife didn't seem to know about this. Jiang Zhuxiang was somewhat sober when Lei Zhen mentioned this. He had never mentioned this before, but he was a little busy just now, and the dean's wife didn't have time. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to affect her work mood, so he would wait until she stopped to talk. Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly, "Where is the dean's wife now?" Jiang Zhuxiang didn't believe that Lei Zhen didn't meet the dean's wife. Lei Zhen naturally answered, "She was in the kitchen just now." "I don't know now." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. If he had time to go to the kitchen, the dean's wife should be free. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to go over and take a look. As for Lei Zhen, whether he was willing to go or not was up to him. Lei Zhen naturally wanted to act together with Jiang Zhuxiang. They found the dean's wife in the kitchen, and she was very happy to see them. "Have you finished reading the account book? Is there anything?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No problem. There are a lot of orders from outside recently. No wonder the account looks so good." The dean's wife was also very happy with Jiang Zhuxiang's answer. "Really? That's great. Chapter 531 The bakery is hiring. The dean's wife didn't really pay much attention to the orders from outside. She was only responsible for making the things she needed. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuxiang's reminder, she really didn't know that their bakery had received so many orders from outside recently. Jiang Zhuxiang was speechless about her generosity. Someone who didn't care about the situation in her own shop could actually run her bakery so well. Jiang Zhuxiang almost wanted to shed a tear for those shop owners who worked hard to run their shops and ended up losing money. It seems that sometimes a person's luck is also very important. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to persuade the dean's wife to change the place of business. The market outside the shelter must be able to accommodate the bakery of the dean's wife. Now, Jiang Zhuxiang has given up this idea. After all, good wine needs no bush. The bakery of the dean's wife is now very famous. It doesn't matter where it is opened. People who know it will come to it. However, Jiang Zhuxiang thinks that the dean's wife really needs someone who can look at the account books. I heard that such people are now called accountants. Jiang Zhuxiang directly told the dean's wife, "You need to find an accountant in your store, so that she can remember the accounts more clearly, and it will be more convenient to check the accounts later. In this way, you can also know the operating conditions of the bakery more timely. And it is also good to propose adjustment methods." After all, Jiang Zhuxiang is not a professional. Having a professional to check Jiang Zhuxiang can make him feel more at ease. In this way, Jiang Zhuxiang may be able to stay outside for a while longer. The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a smile. "Are you trying to be lazy, or what? I always feel that you are setting a trap for me. Unless you promise me to stay here and not go out during this period, I will not find an accountant." After all, there are things in the bakery to hold Jiang Zhuxiang back, which can remind her not to run too far. The dean's wife also caught Jiang Zhuxiang's 7 inches, making her completely unable to move. Jiang Zhuxiang did not dare to answer the dean's wife's words, and could only look at her pitifully. The dean's wife silently thought in her heart, "I can't cure you yet. Unless you come to beg me this time, I will never let you go. Don't even think of using any tricks." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally didn't know what the dean's wife was thinking. She was a little embarrassed. If she had known, she wouldn't have said it so early. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen and motioned him to say a few words to help him turn things around. Lei Zhen could only bite the bullet and go up. "Xiao Xiang also made the suggestion to help you. I personally think that no matter what your attitude is, it's not bad to find someone to try it first." Besides, Lei Zhen wanted to hand over his own account book to Jiang Zhuxiang in the future. She was so busy that she had almost no time to look at other account books. Not to mention that this was a family account book. The dean's wife was still willing to listen to Lei Zhen's words. Although she knew that he was helping Jiang Zhuxiang, she couldn't really use the bakery to tie Jiang Zhuxiang up. This problem had to be solved sooner or later. Maybe finding a solution could bring Jiang Zhuxiang back a little. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had always been a little bit disliked of such things. The dean's wife said that she would consider it, and then she planned to stay at the counter. Everything that should be prepared was ready, and now she just had to wait for customers to come. But the dean's wife saw that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had not left yet, and said behind the counter, "Aren't you going back yet?" In the past, Jiang Zhuxiang would not be willing to stay in the bakery for a long time unless he asked. Lei Zhen answered instead, "We will wait for you to get off work today and leave together. I just happened to have something to tell you." The dean's wife knew that they were not staying in the bakery sincerely. It seemed that the matter should be very important. The dean's wife narrowed her eyes and sent messages to everyone who knew Jiang Zhuxiang, wanting to know what Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to do. It's a pity that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have time to contact those so-called friends after returning this time. Some people didn't know that Jiang Zhuxiang had returned. So what the dean's wife wanted to know was completely impossible to know. In the end, the dean's wife felt a little irritated. This child just couldn't tell her things properly. Although she had experienced it several times, the dean's wife still couldn't stay calm. In order to divert her anger, the dean's wife shifted her sight to other places, such as the things on the counter and the guests who came. After finally finishing today's business, the dean's wife handed the cleanup to the staff and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "You haven't had dinner yet? Do you want to order dishes from that place?" Now some restaurants have started to operate normally and consider delivery services. After all, more and more people have settled near the Academy of Sciences recently, most of whom are people with low superpowers or whose superpowers have been abolished. So now the store will not be short of people. and some of the functions of the previous stores are gradually recovering. So the dean's wife mentioned this matter. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No need to be so troublesome. Take some of the things you prepared and eat some. Can you give me a glass of boiled water?" Jiang Zhuxiang has drunk a lot of stimulating drinks today, so he wants to dilute it with boiled water to avoid being unable to sleep at night. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's request, the dean's wife still felt a little sorry for Jiang Zhuxiang's hard work. At this moment, the dean's wife still wanted to find someone to help in the store and relieve Jiang Zhuxiang's burden. In the atmosphere of the dean's wife's slightly guilty atmosphere, Jiang Zhuxiang found the recruitment notice of the previous person and modified it according to Jiang Zhuxiang's own aesthetics and the dean's wife's requirements. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang finished it so quickly, the dean's wife was a little surprised. But this time she didn't say anything. After all, she knew Jiang Zhuxiang better. It seems that this time she was stimulated by her own actions, and the sequelae of her actions this time are more serious than she thought. With this understanding, the dean's wife could only start to make amends intentionally or unintentionally. After all, she didn't want any conflicts between her and her daughter, especially when she needed Jiang Zhuxiang much more than Jiang Zhuxiang needed her. At this time, the dean's wife asked softly, "Xiuxiang, do you have anything else to ask?" Jiang Zhuxiang was a little uncomfortable with the dean's wife's tone and directly said, "You should be more normal. I can't accept you like this. Please return to your previous state." The rare gentleness of the dean's wife was not accepted by Jiang Zhuxiang. Chapter 532 Jiang Zhuxiang is going to school. Jiang Zhuxiang was horrified and wondered if she had been stimulated by something. The dean's wife was indeed stimulated by Jiang Zhuxiang's alienation. But after seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't buy it, the dean's wife immediately changed back to her original appearance, fearing that Jiang Zhuxiang's impression of her would become worse. People really can't make a mistake at any step. Otherwise it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to make up for it. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the dean's wife had returned to normal, and then he told her what he and Louis had discussed. The dean's wife wanted to refuse at first. She was now considered old, and it really made her feel a little awkward to insert herself among young people. So although she was a little nervous, she still tactfully refused. "Am I a little old?" The dean's wife still appreciated Jiang Zhuxiang's kindness, but she didn't want to force herself to do something she couldn't do, even though Jiang Zhuxiang might be even angrier. Jiang Zhuxiang had been prepared for this kind of rejection, so he didn't get angry after hearing what the dean's wife said, but just asked patiently, "What's wrong with being old? Are you afraid that you can't compare to them young people?" Jiang Zhuxiang silently used a method of provoking. As long as he could get the dean's wife to go to Louis, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mind using a little trick. Anyway, this matter couldn't turn into a bad thing. When the time came, the dean's wife would not be too angry when she found out that she had coaxed her. After all, he really cared about her this time. Unlike the dean's wife, who tied him back just because she hadn't seen her for a long time. The dean's wife was still a little confused. Who else but me? If she knew someone among the people going, she would go. Jiang Zhuxiang reported the names of the people from the Academy of Sciences, and with Lei Kong from Lei Zhen's side, the dean's wife really didn't have any acquaintances. The list of the Academy of Sciences was all people who had just joined the Academy of Sciences shelter not long ago, and the dean's wife had never even seen him. So for the dean's wife, Lei Kong was the one she was more familiar with. But it didn't seem very convenient for Lei Kong to go with her, and the dean's wife looked even more hesitant. Jiang Zhuxiang had to use a big move. "I will go too." Jiang Zhuxiang originally didn't plan to tell him so early, but seeing her procrastination, Jiang Zhuxiang had to bring herself up. Otherwise, she would definitely not make up her mind. The dean's wife was also a little surprised to hear Jiang Zhuxiang say this. "Xiaoxiang, don't you have wood ability? Is it really useful to go there? It's better not to waste time on such things." Jiang Zhuxiang said lightly, "My wood ability is temporarily unusable. It is said that the space ability has existed since I was born. But after awakening the wood ability, the space ability was suppressed. It's just right to take advantage of now to train my space ability well. And it's best to reach a point where it can compete with the wood ability, so that when the wood ability is restored, at least the space ability will not be suppressed again." Jiang Zhuxiang felt that what he said was a bit bold. If he was exposed in the future, the price he would have to pay would be huge. However, Jiang Zhuxiang really had no way to change such a far-off thing. She only cared about the dean's wife not agreeing. Then she didn't know how to persuade her. Should she follow her previous actions and tie her up? Fortunately, the dean's wife was still willing to act with Jiang Zhuxiang. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to go to the last step. The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little surprise. No wonder I didn't feel it before. It seems that you were suppressed very hard. Even if you don't have the wood ability now, I still can't feel your space ability. Xiaxiang, you have to train well. Otherwise you will definitely be suppressed at that time. The dean's wife took out some small crystal cores from her own space that she had collected before but had not been fully used. They were all space energy crystal cores, which were still very useful to Jiang Zhuxiang now. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the eager eyes of the dean's wife and put away the things on the table. Although he didn't use them much, they would still be good as research materials when the time comes. After Jiang Zhuxiang put away the things, the dean's wife said, "Then let's go there together when the time comes." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally nodded and agreed. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up silently to help clean up. Before closing, the place needed to be restored to a clean state. The dean's wife also took a rag to wipe the table. As for Lei Jin, he would help with some things that require a lot of strength, such as moving full buckets of water. After finishing their work, they returned home to rest. Before Lei Jin left, he mentioned to Jiang Zhuxiang that Lei Kong and the others would come tomorrow, and he needed to pick them up, which was also a way to report his whereabouts to Jiang Zhuxiang. But Jiang Zhuxiang was not very interested in Lei Jin's behavior. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang did not have the hobby of ordinary women who wanted their men to report their whereabouts all the time. She was more inclined to do their own things and contact each other when she remembered. Lei Jin also knew Jiang Zhuxiang very well, and he was used to Jiang Zhuxiang's cold reaction. Lei Jin always felt that the roles between him and Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to have been switched. Is this the sequelae of falling in love first? However, Lei Jin did not complain about himself. He hugged Jiang Zhuxiang and left. Jiang Zhuxiang tightened her clothes and returned to her room. If Lei Kong came early tomorrow, she could take the dean's wife and him to meet Lu Yi first. I believe they will definitely have a good impression of Lu Yi. The next day came quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang told Lei Kong about his coming early in the morning and mentioned what he had thought about last night. The dean had a good impression of Lu Yi. His wife and daughter were not jealous in the past. After all, Lu Yi's conditions were impossible for the two to like. They would definitely treat him as a younger brother. Besides, Lei Kong was there. If she wanted to understand the situation on the scene, she could rely on his communicator. Although she wanted to install surveillance before, she gave up later. After all, her wife and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't like surveillance very much and thought it was peeping at them. The dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang were waiting on the sofa in the living room for Lei Jin to pick him up. Then they could set off. They now had a weird feeling of waiting to go to school. As for the dean, he feels like a parent sending his students to school. Chapter 533 Hidden Affection. Lei Jin was quite quick. Half an hour after he left, he brought Lei Kong and his team members to the dean's house. Lei Jin said to the dean, "I will stay with them at Lu Yi's place. My team members will be in your care. If you want to use them, you are welcome. They are just too idle now." Lei Jin said this because he took into account that the dean had a lot of work to do, and he would not have time to stay there with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. His team members were really out looking for things to do. If they stayed at home all the time, they would be useless. The dean was quite satisfied with Lei Jin's words. After all, he really didn't have time to accompany them all the time. With Lei Jin watching him, he could feel more at ease. As for taking care of a few people, there was no problem at all. Yin Lei would be fine when the time came. The dean nodded and agreed. At this time, Lei Kong had already walked in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Lei Kong asked curiously, "How did you awaken your space ability?" The main reason was that Jiang Zhuxiang was too old when he awakened. It was impossible for ordinary people to have new abilities at this age. Jiang Zhuxiang's situation was really a special case, and it was worth studying carefully. Of course, the research here does not refer to the dissection in the laboratory, but to ask about the cause and effect and see if there is any pattern to be found, so that a few more space ability users can be awakened. After all, the storage function of space ability users is still good. Even if the force value is not enough, it is still of high value. It is still rare to deal with injured space ability users as simply and roughly as the base. In order to dispel Lei Kong's idea, Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, "When I awakened the wood power, the space power also awakened at the same time. But I didn't notice it at the time. Now that the wood power is temporarily sealed, I found that I have awakened the space power. Now I want to train it well, and strive to make the space power independent. This is also what Jiang Zhuxiang said before. Jiang Zhuxiang also decided to take this as the standard answer to this kind of question, so that he would not have to think of other reasons at that time. Lei Kong was a little surprised to hear this explanation and said, "Who sealed your wood power? And why did it seal your wood power? If someone can seal off a person's ability at will, then what advantages do these people with abilities have?" Jiang Zhuxiang answered directly, "My elders. They think I rely too much on wood ability, so they sealed off my wood ability." Lei Kong frowned. Have they considered how you can survive without wood ability if you don't awaken space ability? Lei Kong felt for the first time that those strong men were not so reliable. How could they seal off a person's ability at will? It was too careless. Jiang Zhuxiang said quickly, "They gave me a set of cultivation techniques. I have been comprehending those things before. I just noticed the space ability before. It was all thanks to the captain that I was able to detect the space ability." Even if Lei Kong heard others say this, he still did not change his impression of Tao Tai. After all, according to what Lei Kong saw in the ancient books of the Lei family, cultivation needs to start from childhood. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang starts to practice, he can only get started. At that time, it will only strengthen his body at most, and it will be useless. Lei Kong said seriously, "You should practice your space ability well. I heard that space ability users can control the world when they practice to the extreme, which is much stronger than other ability users. As for your practice method, you can continue to stick to it. As for the result, it is better not to expect too much." Jiang Zhuxiang was still very moved by Lei Zhen's words. Even Lei Zhen had never thought about him so much, although the actual situation was completely different from what Lei Kong had thought. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very happy. Jiang Zhuxiang said solemnly, "Okay, I will definitely work hard." The two of them clapped their hands and made an agreement. Lei Zhen saw that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had finished talking, so he walked over and asked, "Are you ready?" Mainly because they were chatting so happily, Lei Zhen felt a little uncomfortable. Otherwise, Lei Zhen would never show up. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No problem. There is nothing to prepare. What about you?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Kong and asked. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had been with Lei Zhen and his team for quite a long time before, so he was quite casual in his speech. Moreover, Lei Kong was quite caring towards him at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang's speech was casual and intimate, which made Lei Zhen feel a little bit prickly. Lei Kong naturally noticed Lei Zhen's expression. But at this time, Lei Kong didn't need to look at Lei Zhen's expression to act. After all, he was a guest at present, and his captain, as half the host, had to be polite to the guests. Otherwise, Lei Zhen would definitely be the one to be criticized. So, Lei Kong nodded very naturally, indicating that he was ready. At this time, the dean's wife had finished with the dean, and walked to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, asking, "Can we set off?" The dean's wife was still a little worried about the bakery, and wanted to come back early. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, and said it was okay. The dean sent them out of the house, and accompanied them to the quiet bar where Louis was. After going in, it was indeed very quiet, and no one came to make trouble. It was indeed a good place to relax, and there were no messy things. The dean sighed for a moment, but he was not worried about their studies. He once again told Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to take care of themselves. And then the dean left without even seeing Louis. After Lei Zhen and the dean said goodbye, he took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to the place where he had agreed to meet with Louis. Pushing the door and entering. This is the private room that Louis has reserved for his friends. Usually, no one comes here. The things are brand new. It seems that Louis doesn't have many friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up until now. Louis hasn't arrived yet, so they start looking for things to do. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife are flipping through a big, thick book. There are recipes with pictures on it, and there are some notes with beautiful handwriting on the side. It seems that someone has read it before. This person is most likely Louis. After all, it makes sense that this person is like his handwriting. This handwriting is quite similar to the impression given by Louis. After waiting for about half an hour, the sound of Louis's wheelchair sounded outside the door, and Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly got up to open the door for him. However, the doors here are actually specially treated, and Louis can come in by himself. However, Louis likes to see Jiang Zhuxiang opening the door for him, so he didn't mention it. Chapter 534, Definition of Space. However, Lei Jin, who was naturally sensitive to his rivals, discovered that something was wrong with Lu Yi. Could this man have fallen in love with his daughter Xiang? If so, he should be more careful. It would be bad if he was taken advantage of. Moreover, Lu Yi's personality was exactly the type that Jiang Zhuxiang would appreciate. In an instant, Lei Jin's sense of crisis exploded. However, there was one thing that Lu Yi absolutely did not have an advantage in. That was that he was disabled. No matter which parent, they would not want their healthy daughter to marry a person with a deep disability. He needed to perform well in front of the dean and his wife to win their support. However, Lei Jin still had some confidence in his Xiang. After all, according to the slowness of his Xiang, as long as Lu Yi did not bring it up, his Xiang would at most appreciate it and would never have any extra reaction. And with Lu Yi's character, he would never say anything before his leg recovered. Lei Jin thought for a moment that it would be great if Lu Yi's leg could never be healed. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Lei Jin walked over and closed the door, then stood behind Jiang Zhuxiang to show his sovereignty, and also suppressed the little thought in Lu Yi's heart to the minimum. Lu Yi adjusted his mentality and began to speak. Today is the first time we have gathered together, and there is no need to talk about any too in-depth topics. Let's talk about how you understand space first. Only after understanding each other's thoughts can we understand each other's different ways of using space abilities. After all, skills still need to be understood. Jiang Zhuxiang, the youngest here, spoke first. Space refers to an area. There can be nothing in it, or there can be everything. For example, there is nothing in the vacuum space, which can preserve food very well. The place where people live can also be regarded as a space, which has everything. Lu Yi nodded in approval and looked at Lei Kong. Lei Kong said, space is divided into several dimensions, including two-dimensional space, three-dimensional space, four-dimensional space, etc. In the future, more dimensional spaces will definitely be discovered. If you want to control space, you still need to start from these dimensions. Lu Yi was very satisfied with Lei Kong's answer, which had touched upon the key point. However, Lu Yi still wanted to hear the dean's wife's thoughts. The dean's wife's thoughts were very simple. Space can be divided into internal and external. Space inside the human body and space outside the human body. People with space inside the human body are now space-powered people. Space-powered people can comprehend the magic of space power by perceiving the space inside their own body. I think space can not only exist in the human body. In the future, if humans study space thoroughly enough, they will definitely be able to create space inside objects. At that time, human development will definitely be able to reach a new level. Lu Yi was very surprised by the views of the dean's wife. As expected, she was the wife of the dean of the Academy of Sciences. Her understanding of space was very scientific. However, Lu Yi was a little worried. The Academy of Sciences will not dissect space ability people for the purpose of studying space. Right? Lu Yi did not doubt the dean's integrity. But sometimes some research madmen were really scary, and the dean might not be able to see them. The dean's wife did not mind Lu Yi's suspicion. After all, Lu Yi had only been in the Academy of Sciences for a short time, and it was normal that he did not understand them. Jiang Zhuxiang explained to Lu Yi before the dean's wife spoke, our Academy of Sciences will never allow human experiments, unless they voluntarily sign a contract. Otherwise, even the random dissection of corpses is prohibited. Once discovered, they will be directly expelled from the Academy of Sciences shelter by the dean. Every laboratory has a detector for this purpose. Even in their own studios, it has been installed during the decoration. The owner will definitely not be able to find where the thing is installed. Even if someone wants to dismantle it, they can't find a place to dismantle it. The workers who installed it will have their memories of this section erased, and the secret will definitely be prevented from being leaked. This is what the dean said to him when he first entered the laboratory of the Academy of Sciences. It was also to avoid him from making mistakes. The dean's expression was very serious at that time, so Jiang Zhuxiang still remembers it very clearly. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, the dean's wife nodded in approval and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi said, I am ignorant, and it is my fault to doubt your husband. Please accept my apology. Lu Yi is still very sensible in this regard. After all, he still has to survive here. If he offends the top leader, he will definitely not have a good life. The dean's wife is still relatively tolerant of young people. Seeing that he apologized, She turned the page on this matter, and waited for Louis to say something. They all explained their thoughts. Louis naturally did not change the subject too much, and directly said, I think space is supported by small spaces. As long as you can use the power of space to build a minimum unit of space, and then slowly expand it, you can control a large area of space. My control of the power of space is based on these. After that, Louis once again demonstrated his wonderful ability to control space. From a grain of sand to a water cup to a table, they can all be controlled by the power of space to move. Jiang Zhuxiang and others expressed their admiration for this. Although they had seen it before, they were still as amazed when they saw it again. After Louis put the things back in place, he began to ask Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, what do you think is the smallest unit of a space? Jiang Zhuxiang thought of the nanotechnology that the Academy of Sciences had developed before, and tentatively answered, is it nanospace? Louis said, that level is still a bit too small for beginners, unless that person has a very delicate control over the power of space. Otherwise, ordinary people can't even construct micron space. You know, the smaller the space, the more fragile it is. It's rare that Louis didn't agree with Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion. Lei Zhen actually felt a little angry. Why was his Xixiang's answer wrong? Sooner or later, his Xixiang would be able to control nanospace. Louis continued, of course, if someone can really control the nanospace. Although it is not as useful as my aunt in terms of storage, it is still quite useful in microcontrol. Especially in medicine. There may be a major breakthrough. By then, there may be hope that his legs will be cured. Jiang Zhuxiang also thought of Lu Yi's legs. But Jiang Zhuxiang did not think about the nanospace, but thought about whether he had any medicine that could be useful to Lu Yi. Chapter 535, First Treatment. To be honest, after Jiang Zhuxiang came here, when he encountered injuries similar to Lu Yi's, he would basically use wood-based abilities to warm up. This is the most conservative and effective method, and the injured person feels very good. This is the first time that Jiang Zhuxiang intends to use medicine to treat this kind of injury. After Lu Yi finished talking about his definition of space, he directly said, let's talk about things related to space today, and we will talk about other things next time. After all, improvement is always a slow process, and you can't rush it. Lei Kong and Jiang Zhuxiang can accept this arrangement. After all, today's gains are already great, and Lu Yi may have his own arrangements. As an elder, the dean's wife would not argue about such a matter. She nodded and agreed, and asked Lei Kong, young man, do you want to go back with us? This man was brought by Lei Zhen. After asking, the dean's wife looked at Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen didn't care that the dean's wife admired Lei Kong. They had the same attributes, so it was normal for them to admire each other. Lei Zhen nodded and agreed, and reminded Lei Kong, don't get too close to the dean's wife in front of the dean. Otherwise, don't come to me when you are punished. Even if he came to me, I couldn't vent his anger. Lei Kong looked at Lei Zhen with a foolish look. Does the captain think he is stupid? How could he offend a male owner in someone else's house? Lei Zhen saw Lei Kong's indifferent expression and stopped talking. He would know when he suffered a little loss. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't pay much attention to the matter between Lei Zhen and Lei Kong. At this time, he was squatting in front of Lu Yi and asked, can I see your legs? Lu Yi said, yes. After that, he bent down and rolled up his trouser legs. At this time, one person was squatting and the other was bending down. This posture was really easy to be misunderstood. Just when Lei Zhen turned his head and saw it, he rushed over and pulled Jiang Zhuxiang up. What are you doing? After asking this question, Lei Zhen directed his anger at Lu Yi. He knew that this guy had bad intentions, but he didn't expect that he would dare to do such a thing under his nose. His little Xiang was so innocent that he must have been bewitched. Jiang Zhuxiang pointed at Lu Yi's legs with a bit of a laugh and tears. I want to show him my legs. What are you doing? Is this reaction too much? Lei Zhen saw Lu Yi's exposed legs, which were thin and pale. It seemed that he had been injured for a while. He reluctantly believed what his little Xiang said, but said, I want to watch from the side. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lu Yi helplessly. Lu Yi had been calm since Lei Zhen just got angry, as if they were not talking about him. At this time, after receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's signal, he raised his head and said, if you want to stay, stay. As long as Zhuxiang doesn't mind the trouble. In this short time of getting along, Lu Yi really didn't understand why Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to be with Lei Zhen. After all, their personalities were too different. Jiang Zhuxiang felt the look Lei Jin sent to him, and nodded quickly to say, "I don't mind the trouble." Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care, Louis didn't say much and just sat quietly in the wheelchair waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to check. Jiang Zhuxiang took out his sewing kit, took out the gold needles from it, and began to prick his legs one by one, while asking Louis how he felt. Louis's expression didn't change at all, except that he would frown occasionally, letting Jiang Zhuxiang know that he was not insensitive to the needle. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little angry at this uncooperative patient. "Brother Liu, you'd better tell me how you feel. I can't tell the real condition of your leg from your face." Louis didn't mean to be uncooperative, but he was a little embarrassed to speak. Hearing that Jiang Zhuxiang was a little angry, he quickly said, "It's a little numb and a little itchy." Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved to hear what Louis said. It seemed that Liu Yi's condition was not very bad. At least the nerves in his legs had not been completely damaged, so he didn't need to take the risk of impacting his wood-type ability seal. He just needed to find the right medicine. Lei Jin was relieved. If the situation was not too serious, his Xiaoxiang would not need to spend too much time on him, and he did not have to worry about them falling in love. Jiang Zhuxiang did not think as much as Lei Jin, but he was also relieved. After all, he still had to get out. If he was trapped in this fragment because of Liu Yi, Jiang Zhuxiang would not lose. Jiang Zhuxiang thought for a few minutes and decided on a treatment plan. "I will come to give you acupuncture every day in the future. I will prescribe a prescription to soak your legs, and some internal medicine to assist." Jiang Zhuxiang just took Liu Yi's pulse and found that he had a little cold poison invasion. So the medicinal bath and acupuncture were guided from the outside, and the internal medicine was forced out from the body. Louis had no objection to his treatment method, but just said, "When are you going to come and give me acupuncture?" The tone was still very happy. This was the first person Jiang Zhuxiang met who was happy because of acupuncture. Jiang Zhuxiang shook off the absurd feeling in his mind and quickly said, "When is it convenient for you?" Jiang Zhuxiang always respected the patient's time and arranged the treatment time according to their time. Louis said, "Then in the morning?" Morning is the time when everyone is in the best mental state, unless that person stays up late at night. Jiang Zhuxiang accepted such a time without any objection, wrote the time on the memo, and then began to prescribe a prescription for medicinal bath, and attached pictures by the way. Jiang Zhuxiang still trusted Liu Yi's ability. It was impossible that he couldn't get such a small amount of herbs. As for the internal medicine, Jiang Zhuxiang only needed to go back and spend half an hour to complete it. Louis took it and put it away carefully. He planned to copy it himself and keep the original copy. His teammates hated his handwriting. So many herbs were wrong. After Jiang Zhuxiang scolded them, Louis reluctantly showed them the original prescription. Jiang Zhuxiang was speechless. These were all later. Jiang Zhuxiang gave Louis a complete acupuncture treatment, including some parts of his upper body. Louis's entire back was covered with gold needles. He looked like a hedgehog. His subordinates asked directly after seeing it, "Brother Liu, are you playing the role of a hedgehog?" Louis asked speechlessly, "You have finished your work." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Chapter 536 Masked Man. Liu Yi's subordinate said with a smile, "Of course it's done now. Otherwise we wouldn't dare to appear in front of you." Louis stared at them. "Then you go find the herbs. I just happen to need them." Louis lay on the bed and copied Jiang Zhuxiang's prescription, and then handed the copied prescription to them. Louis obviously didn't want his subordinates to disturb him, and ordered them to collect 3 days' worth of medicine. His subordinates were honest, and they didn't come back after being sent away. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little suspicious of Liu Yi's subordinates. After all, they didn't look like easygoing people, and it felt like everyone had a murderous aura. However, Jiang Zhuxiang, his subordinate, couldn't ask him directly where he got it from, and even if he asked, he might not get a true answer. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was wrong about this. If Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to ask about this matter, Liu Yi would definitely tell Jiang Zhuxiang all their origins without hiding anything. It was a pity that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't try. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin chatted for a while. After the time required for the golden needles to take effect had passed, Jiang Zhuxiang walked over and took out one by one. Took out a bottle of cleaning liquid from his backpack. Poured a few drops into a basin of clean water prepared before. Stirred it with a wooden stick for a few times, and then put the golden needles into soak. This cleaning liquid is particularly effective for maintaining the golden needles. It was given to him by Yan Yan through Yan Lei. It can keep the golden needles at the right hardness. Yin Yin and his friends also used it drop by drop when they were refining things. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that this kind of thing was so precious. Later, he was reminded by Yan Lei's words that he accidentally leaked. At that time, Jiang Zhuxiang was already using it. The effect was really good, so he wanted to exchange it with Yin Yin directly with contribution points. Unfortunately, Yin Yin has always been very stubborn about this kind of thing. He didn't care about Jiang Zhuxiang's contribution points at all and directly said, "This is for you." Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't figure it out, so he went to Yan Lei for an answer. Yan Lei said, "This is indeed what you deserve. Didn't you save his adoptive father's life before? If his adoptive father didn't allow this thing, Xiaoyan would never get it. This thing is also considered a family heirloom in their family." When Jiang Zhuxiang heard that this was the consultation fee, he was no longer panicked. After all, as a doctor, the consultation fees he received from people from noble families to common people were very precious. Jiang Zhuxiang's solution was to pawn them at the pawn shop, leaving his own travel expenses, and the rest of the money went directly to the lonely elderly living in the charity hall. Therefore, when those people asked Jiang Zhuxiang for money later, they used real money, which saved Jiang Zhuxiang from going to the pawn shop again. When Jiang Zhuxiang received this thing this time, he still missed it very much. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a bottle of hemostatic medicine and asked Lei Zhen to dip it in cotton to apply it on the place where he had been pierced. Lu Yi was relatively calm. Lei Zhen accidentally applied a little too much pressure when applying the medicine. Although it didn't make the pain worse, it was still painful. Lei Zhen nodded with satisfaction. Lei Zhen was very unhappy with people who coveted other people's wives. No matter how good the relationship was, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't notice their eye contact. After finishing the golden needle, she said directly, "It's getting late. You should be able to sleep well tonight. We'll leave first." As for applying the medicine, there were many excuses for the waiters to help. Moreover, if Jiang Zhuxiang stayed here, Lu Yi would definitely be tortured more. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang was the adopted daughter of the dean, and there were many people who wanted to help her vent her anger. Lu Yi nodded awkwardly, and at the same time, he felt a little more comfortable. Lei Zhen had already focused all his attention on Jiang Zhuxiang, and his movements immediately slowed down. Jiang Zhuxiang took the golden needle out of the cleaning solution, wiped it directly with a towel, put it back into the sewing bag, and put it back into his personal space again. Of course, in Lu Yi's opinion, it was naturally put in the backpack. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and said goodbye to each other, and then took Lei Zhen back together. Lu Yi watched for a long time before he found someone in his room. "And this person is still here," Lu Yi said coldly. "What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail?" Lu Yi's eyes were fixed on the shadow. The person should be there. The man came out with a mask on, saying with a smile, "I didn't think of hiding. But if I had come out just now, you would definitely not be able to stay here. Right? You see how much I care about you." Lu Yi responded coldly, "You didn't dare to come out just now. Those two kids are not ordinary people. If you really showed up, they would definitely not let you go." The masked man raised Lu Yi's chin. "Are you confident in them? Let me guess who you like. Is it that little girl? Do you want me to help you and tie her to your bed directly?" Lu Yi slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me with your hand." Lu Yi was speechless about this man. He never knew what he wanted. He was the one who caused him to leave. Wasn't he? Why did he come to him again? Did he think he was not miserable enough and wanted to step on him again? The man's hand was slapped away, but he was not angry. He lifted up his trouser leg with his hand and took a look. Before Lu Yi got completely furious, he stepped back and said, "Treat your leg well. I will come to you again when the time comes." After saying that, the man went out and disappeared into the night. Lu Yi's anger was blocked in his chest. He slapped the handle of the wheelchair fiercely. What did this man mean? Did he want to take him back? At this moment, Lu Yi even had an impulse. If his legs were completely broken, would he let him go? However, Lu Yi was not so impulsive. He still knew that the man was most concerned about the benefits. He must have come to him because he was still useful. Lu Yi began to consider whether to tell Jiang Zhuxiang about this matter. However, if he really told Jiang Zhuxiang, then his origins would definitely not be hidden, and he didn't know if they could accept it. However, if he kept it a secret that such a malicious person was approaching, Lu Yi would still feel a little guilty morally. After all, It was the Academy of Sciences that gave him a safe place to live. Louis thought about it, and still couldn't make up his mind. He decided to discuss this matter with the team members after they came. After all, they also had the right to know about this matter. Maybe that person would also come to them. If they knew nothing at that time, they would definitely be deceived by him. Chapter 537, The Security Team of the Academy of Sciences. Lu Yi's subordinates were sent by him to collect medicinal herbs. Because Louis wanted to spend more time with Jiang Zhuxiang, he asked them to collect 3 days' worth of herbs before returning. Now Louis couldn't help but regret it a little. After all, if someone was by his side, that person might not dare to appear in front of him. Louis decided to call them back in advance, regardless of whether they had collected enough herbs. After all, the current priority was no longer the problem of his legs, but the problem of everyone's future. The matter of his legs could be postponed a little. Louis opened the platform on the communicator used to issue his various commands. After careful consideration, he said something like this: "There is a major event to discuss. Please return to Jingba immediately with the things in your hands. I will wait for you here." Lu Yi's tone was always very gentle, so the orders he issued were also very gentle. But his subordinates did not dare to ignore his orders. After seeing this order, they started to pack up, put away the herbs, put away the tools, and then a group of people started to run back to Jingba. Lu Yi was quite satisfied with their speed. After all, his orders were still a bit unreasonable in the eyes of others. But fortunately they had followed him for a long time and understood his style. Otherwise, they would definitely not act so quickly. However, seeing the backpacks on their bodies, Louis asked them to put the things in the fresh-keeping warehouse first, and wait for Jiang Zhuxiang to come to check and confirm tomorrow, and then prepare them according to her method. These herbs cannot be used directly. Lu Yi's subordinates also thought it was funny to bring a backpack to a meeting, and everyone quickly put away their backpacks. Back in the small meeting room again, Louis said with a slightly heavy tone, "Today, that person came to see me." Louis used this sentence as an opening remark, and he didn't know what to say next to make his subordinates not so impulsive. After all, what he did could easily trigger his subordinates' explosive points. Seeing that Louis was speechless for a while, Lu Yi's subordinates did not urge him, but just quietly waited for him to speak. Louis finally found a good wording. "He asked me to treat my leg well, and come to me again after it is cured. And he seems to be going to attack the people of the Academy of Sciences." Of course, Louis did not say who it was to, so as not to affect Jiang Zhuxiang's reputation. However, even though Louis was so careful about his words, his subordinates still exploded. "Who does that guy think he is? He let you go when your leg was not good, and when you finally had a little hope. You are about to give birth again. You can't be so shameless. Yes, when we left, didn't he say that he didn't want to see us again in the future? Brother Lu, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Otherwise you will not only have a broken leg in the future. That person can do anything. Also, he actually wants to attack the people of the Academy of Sciences. We should communicate with the Dean as soon as possible and let him prepare so that he will not be caught off guard." After listening to their conversation, Louis felt more at ease. It seemed that these people did not have much attachment to the base. If he wanted to fight with the people in the base in the future, no one would hold him back. However, after the excitement, the subordinates still sat down quietly to listen to what their brother Lu was planning. Louis solemnly expressed his point of view. "Since I have come out, I don't plan to go back. A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has turned back to. Not to mention that the grass it has turned back to is poisonous. As for his plan to go to the Academy of Animal Sciences, how do you think it is better to tell the Dean?" As soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, his subordinates stood up. "You can decide for yourself. After all, it is not easy for us to talk about this matter. If you talk directly to the little doctor today, there may be unexpected results." Louis touched his chin. It seemed that he had to do this himself. He was still a little worried about letting his subordinates speak. After Louis finished thinking about it, he asked the subordinates, who hurried back to go back. The whole meeting lasted less than half an hour. After they left, Louis fiddled with his communicator and thought about how to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang about this matter. However, Leijin should still be with Jiang Zhuxiang. So Louis directly sent a message to communicate with Jiang Zhuxiang. First, he asked if she was free and whether Leijin was still there. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "It's time to sleep now. Why is he still by my side? Why haven't you slept yet?" Jiang Zhuxiang's words made Lu Yi happy for a moment, and he wanted to communicate with Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, it was easier to talk face to face. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to communicate by message. After all, if other people found out about face-to-face video at such a late night, it would be bad for her reputation. After all, she had a boyfriend in name only. At that time, she would definitely not be able to get rid of the charge of cheating. Under Jiang Zhuxiang's insistence, Lu Yi could only communicate with Jiang Zhuxiang through messages. Lu Yi explained everything he knew clearly. Jiang Zhuxiang was also a little angry after hearing this. That person's behavior was too disgusting. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I will definitely tell the dean. Don't worry." After saying that, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go to sleep. After all, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to talk about this matter at the dinner table tomorrow. It is impossible for that person to enter the Academy of Sciences shelter twice in one day. After all, the defense system of the Academy of Sciences shelter is still the strongest here. One omission is already its limit. If he dares to come again, the electronic police will definitely keep a close eye on him. At that time, he will definitely come and go. Lu Yi saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had not replied to his message for a long time. And he also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang must have consumed a lot of energy when she helped him with treatment before. So he did not disturb Jiang Zhuxiang again and let her rest quietly. He began to think about how to strengthen his defense system here. After all, it was too easy for that person to break in, which made Lu Yi feel very insecure. Lu Yi spent a night strengthening surveillance and alarms around his residence. If someone breaks in, he will immediately notify himself and the security team of the Academy of Sciences. Even if he can't deal with him, the base security team will always find a way to stop him. The security team of the Academy of Sciences is composed of the most powerful superpowers and combat robots in the Academy of Sciences. It is considered to be a relatively strong combat force in the Academy of Sciences. The combat power of combat robots is immeasurable. After all, the lack of pain is a big advantage. Chapter 538 Jiang Zhuxiang's Robot Guard. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up and washed up, then went to the kitchen to find the dean's wife. He should be able to find her in the kitchen at this time. As for the dean, he always follows the dean's wife. As expected, Jiang Zhuxiang found the dean's wife in the kitchen, and the dean was helping her. Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the kitchen door and greeted softly, "Good morning." The dean's wife turned her head and glanced at Jiang Zhuxiang while busy with her work. "Good morning. Why are you in the kitchen so early today? Aren't you going to exercise today?" The dean's wife knew Jiang Zhuxiang's habits and was surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang so early. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Because I have something to report to the dean. I came here now." The dean's wife heard what Jiang Zhuxiang meant and knew that it was an important matter. So she pushed her husband, who was still helping. "Didn't you see that the child was looking for you?" The dean put down the things in his hands, washed his hands, and took Jiang Zhuxiang to the study, waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to tell him what was going on. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Yesterday Lu Yi told me that someone sneaked into his residence, wearing a mask, and threatened to move our Academy of Sciences people." Jiang Zhuxiang described the incident that Lu Yi told him without any personal color, hoping that it would not affect the dean's judgment. The dean nodded and said, "I know. I will check the video. You don't have to worry." This was the first time that his child paid so much attention to someone other than Lei Zhen, so he needed to take this matter seriously. Jiang Zhuxiang just talked about this matter, and then he told the dean directly and went to continue his training task. After Jiang Zhuxiang left, the dean looked solemn. Someone from the Academy of Sciences could sneak in, even if it was from the periphery. It was something worth waking up. This person must be quite capable, and it is very likely that he is one of those old friends. But I don't know which one is so interested. The dean went to the virtual network and used his authority to call up the periphery surveillance. As expected, the man was still very experienced and avoided most of the surveillance. But he didn't consider that there was surveillance under the ground, so he was caught red-handed. Although he was wearing a mask, the dean still recognized this person from his figure and habits as the one from the base. It seems that this person must have complicated feelings for Lu Yi. Otherwise, he would not have come to him after he settled down here. Moreover, although his tone was fierce when he spoke to Lu Yi, his eyes were full of complicated emotions, which was completely inconsistent with his tone. Seeing this, the dean just strengthened the monitoring on that side. set up aerial monitoring, and ordered the security team to deal with the request from the side as soon as possible, and must protect Liu Yi's life safety. The dean needs to observe for a period of time to determine whether to cut off their contact. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished his exercise, he returned to the restaurant again. The dean's wife and the dean were already waiting at the table. Jiang Zhuxiang simply washed his hands and sat down at the table. The dean's wife served a bowl of porridge and pushed it in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly stood up and took it. The atmosphere at the table returned to the atmosphere before the dean's wife tied Jiang Zhuxiang back. Before Jiang Zhuxiang came, the dean's wife was instructed by the dean to talk about how Jiang Zhuxiang knew Liu Yi. After all, sometimes you can tell whether he really wants to make friends with someone by looking at the way people know each other. So, the dean's wife took the opportunity to speak. Why did you think of going to that kind of place? After all, Jing Bar is a bar. No matter how nice it sounds. Isn't that the kind of place Jiang Zhuxiang never goes to? Did someone deliberately take her there? The dean's wife immediately thought of something wrong. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the dean's wife's face getting darker and darker, and hurriedly explained, "My senior brother took me there before. At that time, I was looking for a quiet place to talk. I didn't go there on purpose. My senior brother just recommended it. In the end, I wanted to go and see it. So my senior brother accompanied me. Can you please not blame my senior brother? I don't know if the dean's wife has the habit of getting involved." But Jiang Zhuxiang still put the words of pleading first. The dean's wife didn't care much, but was a little happy. It seems that our little baby is ready to get in touch with this adult world. It doesn't matter if you take risks occasionally, but we still hope that you can accept the care of your family. If it's not a human. Do you like robots? The dean's wife started to recommend the academy's guards again. She obviously would not give up unless Jiang Zhuxiang took two with him. Jiang Zhuxiang still felt that it was a bit too grand to have someone following him. If it caused dissatisfaction among others, it would be a troublesome matter for Jiang Zhuxiang to deal with. The dean's wife could not convince Jiang Zhuxiang, so she looked directly at the dean, hoping that he could help her. Feeling the pain in his arm, the dean quickly said, "The combat robots have recently developed a stealth function. If you choose 2 combat robots, I will personally upgrade the 2 you choose." Jiang Zhuxiang still trusted what the dean said, and said a little excitedly, "Really? Then can I go and see it myself?" The dean also knew Jiang Zhuxiang well. It seemed that she was inevitably influenced by Lei Zhen. Although she only liked machines a little, it was still understandable. The dean's wife was still very surprised to see the dean like this. In addition, Jiang Zhuxiang actually chose a robot, which made the dean's wife a little difficult to accept. After all, robots only listen to their owners. It will be very difficult for the dean's wife to check Jiang Zhuxiang's schedule next time. After all, this kind of robot will never be checked by anyone other than the owner. Jiang Zhuxiang chose the robot for another reason. That is, he would not go back to complain. If they accepted the candidate provided by the dean's wife, they would definitely complain to the dean's wife every other day. The dean's wife saw that there was no way to fight for it, so she gave up the idea for a while, and just planned to go with Jiang Zhuxiang to see the magical combat robot. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw it, 2 combat robots were fighting each other. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the identity of the combat robot, and the contribution value he needed to spend. After all, although the combat robot had been in the field for several years, it was time for maintenance. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want anything to happen on the road. Jiang Zhuxiang went directly to the dean to tell him about it. The dean said, "I have a maintenance card here that has not been used for a long time. You can use it. You don't need to apply for this kind of thing yourself. After all, you will have the opportunity to use it once every few years. I gave it to myself when they just successfully researched and started to sell it." Chapter 539 Long Lost Virtual Online Store. At the same time, the dean reminded, there is absolutely no big problem with the quality of this kind of combat robot. Generally, you only need to inspect it once every 5 years. You don't need to mess with it at other times. Moreover, they have tried to let these combat robots have their own wisdom during the research. They now have a little wisdom of their own, although it is still very little, about the IQ of a 2-year-old child. But they can still distinguish between the kindness and malice of people. If you mess with them too much, they will bear a grudge. Jiang Zhuxiang was silent for a while. According to the dean's words, he had to raise this guy as a child, and be careful not to do things that make it angry. This is even harder than raising a child. And this child is also very powerful. However, it was too late for Jiang Zhuxiang to regret now. Jiang Zhuxiang could only take the maintenance card handed over by the dean and choose a combat robot to take for maintenance. In the future, he would need to serve this iron baby well. Fortunately, the researchers also considered the appearance of these combat robots when they were doing research. They were basically no different from humans, except that their facial expressions were a little stiff. The two combat robots that just fought happened to be a man and a woman in appearance. Considering Lei Zhen's jealous nature, Jiang Zhuxiang chose a female-looking robot, a cute girl with a bun. But her combat power was stronger than that of the male-looking combat robot. When Jiang Zhuxiang approached her, she looked at him with curious eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the confused eyes and unconsciously stretched out his hand. "Can I take you home?" At this moment, Jiang Zhuxiang had forgotten the powerful force of this person, but instead felt a strange feeling of heartache. The combat robot tilted its head and thought for a while, then put its hand in Jiang Zhuxiang's palm to express its agreement. Jiang Zhuxiang gently held its hand, took it to the robot maintenance place, and explained to it softly, "I have to check your body before going home. Don't be afraid." The personnel at the maintenance station were the researchers who studied these combat robots in the past, and only they could know what went wrong with the combat robots. Jiang Zhuxiang handed over his inspection card and said politely, "Please check it carefully. I want to take it home." These researchers also knew Jiang Zhuxiang. One of them came over and took Jiang Zhuxiang's inspection card, smiling and said, "We will definitely check it carefully. You can go over there and wait for a while." After that, he waved to a small robot to lead Jiang Zhuxiang. Except for the researchers, there were robots here. Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse the robot's guidance. After all, he was not familiar with the terrain here, and he didn't know how long it would take for the team doctor to inspect it. In front of a simple and clean waiting room, the small robot made a voice, arrived at the designated location. "Please come in." At the same time, it stretched its little hand in front of Jiang Zhuxiang, as if asking for a tip. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently for a while, and put a crystal core in its hand. It was a wood crystal core that he had never used before, but he didn't know if this little robot would be useful. The little robot put the crystal core in the pocket in front of it, turned around and left with satisfaction. Jiang Zhuxiang had to turn around and open the door and walk in. There is a virtual network terminal here. Jiang Zhuxiang can go to the virtual network to have a look. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that he hadn't visited his virtual online store for a long time, and he didn't know how it was running. He didn't mention it when he met Brother Wen before. So Jiang Zhuxiang still went to the virtual network with a little worry, because he had bound the entry location before. Jiang Zhuxiang arrived directly at the door of his virtual online store, and found that there were quite a few people coming to see a doctor. It seemed that the business was pretty good, and Jiang Zhuxiang felt relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang followed the flow of people into the store and saw Brother Wen, who was sitting for consultation. After entering the store, those people would basically go to him first, and then follow his advice to get 2 medicines from the medicine cabinet. They were very generous. Jiang Zhuxiang stood and watched for a while, and found that the ratio of ordinary people and superpowers among these people was still about the same. But he didn't know what the specific data was. It seemed that he needed to have a good chat with Shui Wen and the others later, because they were busy. The people at the counter and Shui Wen didn't notice Jiang Zhuxiang's arrival. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that standing was an obstacle, so he found a place to sit in the store. When there were fewer people, Jiang Zhuxiang stood up again to find Shui Wen. Shui Wen was a little surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang coming. "How come you have time to come today?" You know, Shui Wen thought Jiang Zhuxiang had forgotten that there was this store because she hadn't come up for so long. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I just remembered it and came to see if those potions and pills are enough." Shui Wen joked, "I hope you can remember it often in the future. There are still enough potions and pills. Although you can see that there are many people. They only buy 1 portion to eat, so there are still a lot of left." Seeing that the counter was empty, Jiang Zhuxiang asked about the number of medicines. "Do you have a record of how many you have sold and how many are left?" Jiang Zhuxiang had recorded the number of medicines and pills he provided at the beginning, so it was easy to compare them now. The girl at the counter did not dare to neglect Jiang Zhuxiang's questions. She heard the conversation between Jiang Zhuxiang and Shui Wen, and realized that this was her boss, because she hadn't seen her for a long time. She thought that there were only herself and Shui Wen in this store. She respectfully took out the notebook she used to record from the drawer under the counter, and handed it to Jiang Zhuxiang. After Jiang Zhuxiang took it, he leaned against the counter and read it carefully. There were no major problems. Just some minor mistakes, such as the names of the medicines. Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to complain about. So he pushed the account book back. Keep it. Be careful when writing next time. And asked Shuiwen if you don't know how to write the names of medicines. Shuiwen smiled and nodded when she heard Jiang Zhuxiang's greeting. After Shuiwen sorted out her things, she asked a question. Where can you go to eat now? Jiang Zhuxiang said, the dean and I are now where the combat robots are. The robot I chose is being repaired, and I really can't leave for a while. When Shuiwen heard that Jiang Zhuxiang was with the dean, she gave up the idea of inviting her to dinner, and went to eat with the little girl at the counter. Chapter 540 Supervision from Adults. Jiang Zhuxiang said with some regret, you have worked hard. I will treat you to a meal next time when I am free. Shuiwen said, it's nothing. I don't come here often. I only come to see when I am free. Fortunately, the customers here are some relatively regular repeat customers, and the time can be coordinated. You don't have to worry too much. But if you want to increase the profit here, you still need to find another doctor to see patients. I didn't think it through before. Jiang Zhuxiang did consider finding a special doctor to see patients. But when Shuiwen was willing to help, Jiang Zhuxiang gave up. And now it seems that it has to be put on the agenda. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, okay. I got it. You guys go eat first. I'll stay and see if there's anything I need to replenish. After all, I'll still have to go out in the future, and it will be difficult for you to find me then. Shuiwen took the little girl at the counter and left. Jiang Zhuxiang began to check the consumption rate of various medicines in the medicine cabinet. Find out the ones that are consumed faster, and write it down in his notebook. An hour later, Jiang Zhuxiang tapped his waist and left the medicine cabinet. Sure enough, this kind of thing is still very tiring. Jiang Zhuxiang poured himself a glass of water and planned to take a break before logging off. Just then, the owner of the shop next door came over and knocked on the door. Shuiwen, are you there? Each online store has a virtual door outside, which will be closed during the break time. At this time, you could only knock on the door to find someone. Jiang Zhuxiang heard that the voice was definitely familiar, so he put down the cup and went out to take a look through the light screen inside the door. Jiang Zhuxiang really saw a familiar person. Wu Jing. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the door. Have you come here often before? Wu Jing was a little surprised to find that it was Jiang Zhuxiang who opened the door. When did you come back? Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, it's been a while. How are you now? Are those people still honest? Wu Jing also said very easily, fortunately, they always have some feelings for me, so they won't make it too difficult for me. And I also know that they were bewitched by others. And now they are all very honest. You've been out for a long time this time, and you actually thought of coming back. This is also because Wu Jing didn't pay attention to the things here. Otherwise he would never mention it. However, Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't care about it now. I was kidnapped back by the dean's wife. Otherwise I would definitely not be back. Wu Jing said with a smile. You really need someone to kidnap you back. Otherwise you would never think of coming back. Wu Jing handed the things in his hand to Jiang Zhuxiang. I originally gave this thing to Shuiwen and others as lunch. And now that he is not here, I will give it to you. The things in Wu Jing's hand are things from the farm. But at this time, Wu Jing grew things himself, so there is no problem for Wu Jing to use them as a favor. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried about Wu Jing. Can you still run the store now? After all, the farm has been taken over by the dean, and those people probably don't have any extra agricultural products to sell. Wu Jing said, don't worry. When the dean asked me to stay at the farm, he allowed me to sell those extra products. It doesn't have much impact on the store, but those products have nothing to do with them. I am now just a soldier under the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very happy about this matter. It's good that there will be no impact, and those people won't have any opinions about you. After all, interests move people's hearts. Wu Jing said, they don't dare to have any opinions now. They have understood what the outside world is like during this period of time. The only thing they want is to keep their current jobs. After the autumn harvest, few people will be willing to leave. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your stuff. I'm going to log off now and come to your store next time. Wu Jing naturally welcomed him. Okay. I'll wait. After Jiang Zhuxiang logged off, a robot came to notify him. Your combat robot has been checked. Please go and check it out. The robot waited for Jiang Zhuxiang's response, and the display on his hand showed two options, accept and reject. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked to accept, and continued to be led by the robot. At this time, the dean had already arrived at the maintenance hall. The researchers also swiped the maintenance card and found that this card was the one they had given to the dean. The researchers went directly to find the dean, who was waiting in the ordinary waiting room, and asked him to go directly to the maintenance hall for instructions. Jiang Zhuxiang went up to the dean and said, "Hello, why are you here? Didn't you say you wanted to rest?" The dean said before that he wanted to rest in the ordinary lounge. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't invite him to go in with him. The dean said a little depressed, "I didn't expect that the card I gave you would be recognized by someone. I would have asked you to apply for one yourself." The dean is usually not willing to be surrounded by people for advice. But now, he was surrounded because of a card. Jiang Zhuxiang apologized a little apologetically, saying that it was because he wanted to be lazy that the dean was surrounded. That's right. These researchers were surrounding the dean. After all, the dean's expertise was not in this area. Even if he asked any questions, the dean might not be able to answer them. The researchers were amused by their conversation. "This is the little junior sister, right? What did you do to make our dean want to equip you with a combat robot?" The researchers saw the style of the combat robot and knew that it was not the style that their dean appreciated. Jiang Zhuxiang rolled her eyes and refused to answer the question. The dean joked, "The naughty child who is disobedient and loves adventure should be controlled by adults." This was also the first time that the dean commented on Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior, and also said that the dean did not really object to Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior, and his woman just liked to worry too much. The researchers looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and couldn't believe that she could be called a naughty child. They looked at the dean cautiously, wanting to ask, but not daring to. The dean took the initiative to say, "This child has already walked through most of the fragments. If your dean's wife hadn't stopped her, she would have gone to the ice and snow fragments. Even if they want to explore the fragments that are covered by snow and ice all year round, they still need a lot of protection measures before they dare to go. Even so, many people are still buried under the ice there." The researchers took a breath of cold air. "Little junior sister, you are too brave. You really should be taken care of. The title of naughty child is really well deserved. If they were the dean's wife, they would make such a decision."